Boom. The army is quite magnificent. In addition to the 2 million troops led by the Dragon King and the Marquis of Yunzhong, the Marquis of Luoshan and the Marquis of Qitian, the follow-up troops of the imperial court have also arrived successively, including 4 powerful arms, the Dragon Elephant Divine Force Battalion, the Divine Fire Battalion, the Lion Tiger Battalion and the Sky Knight Battalion. The number of the 4 major arms is not large, and the Lion and Tiger Battalion, which has the largest number, does not exceed 10,000, which is simply worthless compared with the 2 million army. However, it is precisely the soldiers of the 4 arms that are the main force to attack the sect. On the contrary, 2 million troops have become follow-up forces, which can only clean the battlefield for the soldiers of the 4 arms and kill the remaining enemies who want to break through and escape. Ning Xiaochuan and Yuqing swaggered back to the barracks at this time. In the commander's camp. Bang! The Dragon King slapped his palm on the table and stared at Ning Xiaochuan and Yuqing standing below. His beard blew up and shouted, "Nonsense! It's pure nonsense! This king has led the army for many years and has never encountered the situation that all soldiers are missing in marching and fighting. Come on! Where have you been?" Lord Luo, Lord Qi, Lady Yin Qi, and Lord Yunzhong joined the army. More than a dozen national divisions came with the army, and all of them were in the commander's camp. Many people have a look of schadenfreude on their faces, expecting Ning Xiaochuan to be punished by the military law. Yuqing's resounding way, "I went to Xuanji Mountain to investigate the terrain with the little Marquis, went deep into the hinterland of the place, penetrated into the enemy's interior, and through resourceful and brave planning, we surpassed ordinary people's martial arts cultivation. Fortunately, we finally got the topographic map. The process was extremely dangerous. Several times, we were almost discovered by the strong of a Yuan sect. However, when we were in a desperate situation, we told ourselves that we were soldiers of the imperial court and ministers of the Holy Emperor. It is our duty to solve problems for the Holy One. Freeze to death in the windward station, starve to death without bending over. We must not bow to difficulties or compromise with setbacks." We encouraged each other, worked with one heart and one mind, and stood up step by step with indomitable will and the spirit of loyalty to our country, biting our teeth and bleeding. It's not easy. This is the map of the dangerous pass and important town 500 miles around Xuanji Mountain. Please check it. Yuqing carefully took out a black animal skin roll and presented it to the Dragon King. This is indeed a map of the major dangers of Xuanji Mountain, as well as the number of troops deployed in each important town. This is Ning Xiaochuan, who found it in Yinanshan's practice center. Ning Xiaochuan said, "That's right. Everything the little prince said is true." The Dragon King carefully checked the mysterious beast skin volume, gently nodded and said, "This is indeed an important military secret map. If the information above is accurate, you can remember a great achievement." Since the Dragon King said so, it proves that this matter has been exposed for the time being. Joking, the Dragon King is the father of Yuqing. Naturally, he will protect the two of them. If he has made contributions, he will make a lot of publicity. The Dragon King intends to expose this matter, but some people will not let Ning Xiaochuan go so easily. Holung measured in the cloud, Ning Xiaochuan is the commander of the Tangtang Right Route Army, and he has 400,000 troops. Why not send his subordinates to investigate the terrain? Spy on intelligence? Leave without permission and violate military orders. Now, come back with a topographic map and want to plead guilty? The Marquis said so easily. Is Xuanji Mountain a place that ordinary people can break into? Ning Xiaochuan's eyes looked at Ho in the clouds, and there were flashes of lightning flowing in his pupils. Ning Xiaochuan's current martial arts cultivation is enough to fight Yunzhong Ho. In terms of momentum, Ning Xiaochuan did not lose to him at all. Both of them are extremely talented heroes, and they have long been in a hostile relationship. Once the momentum is against each other, the insight is the tip of the needle against the wheat on. Who won't lose? Mrs. Yingqi knew that Hou Yunzhong's martial arts cultivation was unpredictable. She was worried about Ning Xiaochuan and wanted to stop the two people from continuing to fight. However, as soon as she walked past, she was bounced back by an invisible force. Although Ning Xiaochuan and Yan Songhao still stood in place, motionless, their minds had rushed out of their bodies and fought with each other. The atmosphere in the commander-in-chief's camp became more and more dull, as if brewing a huge storm. Poof! Ho in the cloud spit out a mouthful of blood and splashed it on the ground. His mind was injured, and his heart seemed to be torn, which was extremely painful. He covered his heart and stepped back 2 steps. His eyes were startled and he stared at Ning Xiaochuan incredulously. How can Ning Xiaochuan's mind be so strong? Ning Xiaochuan took back his mind and said firmly, "The Marquis is so dissatisfied. I think the Marquis is jealous of the military achievements made by me and the little prince." After Ning Xiaochuan's Qiqiao demon heart woke up, the most powerful is the power of the mind. Even the patriarch of the Yuan sect suffered a dark loss when fighting with Ning Xiaochuan's mind, not to mention the Marquis in the clouds. Compared with Ruxing, the patriarch of a Yuan sect, the cultivation of martial arts of Marquis Yunzhong is far from perfect. Ordinary people naturally don't know what happened just now, but Luo Shunhou and Shenlong Wang are the supremacy of the martial arts world. Naturally, they know that Ning Xiaochuan and Yunzhong Ho have just fought with each other, and Ning Xiaochuan has won. Seeing Ho in the cloud spitting blood in her mouth, Mrs. Yingqi was also slightly surprised and stared at Ning Xiaochuan inconceivably. Yuqing coughed twice and said, "To tell you the truth, this time we not only got the map, but also killed Yuanqing Feng, one of the 7 peak masters of a Yuan sect." Yuqing took out an iron box and sent it to the Dragon King again. The martial artists in the whole commander's camp stared wide-eyed and killed one of the 7 peak masters of a Yuan sect. How is this possible? The 7 peak masters of the One Yuan sect are all extremely cultivated martial arts masters. They have become famous as a jiazi figure. Can 2 young martial artists kill them? The iron box was opened, and the head of the Lord of Yuanqing Peak was indeed in the box. Pa! The Dragon King slapped on the table again. Good. He is worthy of being the heir of my divine dragon palace. He has courage, strategy, and courage. Killing the peak master of the predestined peak is equivalent to killing 100,000 warriors of the One Yuan sect. When he returns to the imperial city, I will ask the Holy Lord for your merits in person. The Dragon King's mood is very happy. You know, for the heirs of the palace, the most important thing is to make contributions on the battlefield. Only by accumulating enough meritorious deeds, the future king will not cause controversy. With the wisdom of the Dragon King, we naturally know that with the martial arts cultivation of Yuqing and Ning Xiaochuan, we can never kill the Lord of the predestined peak. But it doesn't matter at all. Even if this head was picked up by Yuqing and Ning Xiaochuan by the river, the Dragon King would put this credit on their heads. Who called Yuqing his son? If he wants to inherit the Lord in the future, he must give his son more meritorious deeds and block the mouths of other clansmen in the palace. DPCA Kingwei, Ning Xiaochuan's violation of military orders is indeed a serious responsibility, but now is an extraordinary time to attack Xuanji Mountain. If he is used by the elite placed in the barracks by the sect, there will certainly be rumors of civil strife in the army. Therefore, the disposal of Ning Xiaochuan must be postponed. Now, we must work together to attack Xuanji Mountain and catch all these sect rebels. Ning Xiaochuan, the king orders you to continue to command the right route army, make up for your mistakes and guard Xuanji, the 4 state capitals north of the mountain, to prevent them from fleeing to the northern Tiandu region. Ning Xiaochuan's heart was happy. He knew that the Dragon King had deliberately given him a step down, and deliberately let him go. He arched his hand and said, "Thank you for your love, and you will certainly make up for your mistakes." Ning Xiaochuan took the military order and went out of the camp. There is a saying that several families are happy and several families are sad. Some people are singing and others are worried. When Yan Honghao returned to his tent, his anger erupted, and flames were rising from his arms, making a crackling sound. Today, in the camp of the commander-in-chief, in front of all princes and generals, Ning Xiaochuan was injured, which is really a great shame. Ning Xiaochuan's martial arts cultivation progress is too fast. The 7 orifices demon heart palace should have awakened and can't let him grow anymore. Han Xing, this time you will guard the northern 4 houses of Xuanji Mountain with Ning Xiaochuan. This is a heartless pill, find a chance to let Ning Xiaochuan take it. Ho in the cloud took out a cold jade bottle and handed it over. Ji Hanxing stood in the corner of the tent with a dragon-like halberd gun, staring at the cold jade bottle in Ho's hand in the cloud, and his heart trembled slightly. She knew that this day would come sooner or later. Master and Ning Xiaochuan were 2 people who couldn't stand fire and water. One of them was bound to kill the other. But what can she do? Help Yan Honghao kill Ning Xiaochuan? Or disobey the order of the Marquis in the clouds and betray the Marquis in the clouds? Ji Hanxing's eyes were still very cold, like a piece of ice that has not thawed for thousands of years. He took the cold jade bottle containing the heartless pill into his hand, bit Bei's teeth, and said, "Disciple, I will take Ning Xiaochuan's life." With these words, she went out of the camp. Ning Xiaochuan, commanding the 400,000 troops of the Marquis of the Jian Pavilion, rushed to the north of Xuanji Mountain without stopping. The army of the imperial court and the fighters of all major sects have started fighting in Xuanji Mountain, and all kings have rushed to help. As soon as tonight, the imperial army will be able to take down Xuanji Mountain. At that time, the warriors of all major gates will certainly break through from all directions. The purpose of the rear troops is to cut off their retreat, and we cannot let go of any of them. The ugly mother-in-law still followed the army, stirring up mysterious medicine, and there were 3 powerful corpse slaves around her. Looking at the clothes on the 3 corpse slaves, it is obvious that they are the strong men of all major departments. It is estimated that she picked them up from the battlefield. Ning Xiaochuan suspected that the reason why the ugly mother-in-law followed the army was that she was thinking about the bodies of the strong on the battlefield and became the test object of her research on drugs to bring the dead back to life. She is much more interested in corpses than in people. Boom! A cloud of smoke rushed from the rear of the army. Led by Ji Hanxing, a group of dragon elephants rode on the back of the huge dragon elephants and caught up with the army. Sitting on the chariot, Ning Xiaochuan was practicing. He felt the breath of dragon and elephant, so he stopped practicing and opened the window of the chariot. He just saw Ji Hanxing running past the chariot. Although Ji Hanxing is as cold as jade, he is quite hot, with plump breasts, slender waist like a water snake, slender and snow-white neck, and long sapphire blue hair flying in the wind, giving people an unspeakable beauty. If only in terms of body shape, among the women Ning Xiaochuan knows, only Mrs. Yin Qi can match her. Ji Hanxing's body is wearing red armor, which is very tight, and the robe on the armor is also very gorgeous, but only the chest is convex and looks powerful, and the armor seems to be bursting. It's really a pleasant thing to watch such a hot cold beauty gallop past. Ning Xiaochuan was hostile to Yun Zhongho, but he didn't have a bad feeling for Ji Hanxing. With a smile on his face, he shouted, "Miss Ji, haven't seen you for a long time. The prince also assigned you a marching task?" Boom! Ji Hanxing's jade fingers tightly strangled the iron lock, and the dragon elephant under him couldn't bear the power from the iron lock, so he stopped abruptly, and the 2 hoofs in front of him suddenly lifted up, and his mouth sent out a huge roar like a dragon. Later, the 48 dragon elephants also stopped, and everyone's body sent out a strong wave of martial metaphysics, with burning fireworks in their eyes, just like 48 wild beasts. Those ordinary soldiers in the Marquis of the Sword Pavilion were shocked, and their faces showed a look of respect. This is the legendary dragon elephant Shenwu Camp, one of the most powerful arms of the empire. Although there are only 49 of them, combined with dragon and elephant mounts, each of them has the strength to destroy 3,000 soldiers. Although there are a total of 400,000 troops in the Marquis of Jianghe, if they really fight against this sergeant of the dragon elephant Shenwu Camp, they are likely to be defeated. Bang! 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 The dragon elephant walked to Ning Xiaochuan's chariot, and white smoke spewed out of his nostrils. His eyeballs were as big as the mouth of a bull. Jihanqing sat on the back of the dragon elephant, took out a blue military order, stared at Ning Xiaochuan with cold eyes, and said, "By the order of the Lord, assist the right army in guarding the northern Sifu city." Sitting in the chariot, Ning Xiaochuan touched his chin and said with a smile, "The Lord is not afraid that I will disappear again. He deliberately sent you to supervise me, right?" Jihanqing's pupils were as green as emerald, and he said, "Little Marquis, what the Lord means is that you should arrive at the 4 major northern cities before the sun sets today, and arrange a belligerent array to deal with the fleeing fighters of the major gates. You'd better not delay any longer, otherwise the Lord can't protect you." Ning Xiaochuan said, "But you still owe me a lot of money. How long are you going to pay it back?" "A total of 9.6 billion coins, which is not a small amount. It has been delayed for 2 years, and it is time to pay it back." Jihanqing gently bit his lips, a little embarrassed, and his cold momentum weakened a lot, and said, "Money. Money, I haven't raised enough, anyway, I'll pay you back sooner or later." "You don't want money every time you meet, as if you've never seen money." Ning Xiaochuan raised his eyebrows, and said, "It's natural for you to repay the debt. I see that your martial arts cultivation has broken through the territory of Dizuan. It's also a female martial warrior, with a title. Can't you even pay back a mere 9.6 billion coins? Is 9.6 billion coins a small amount? It may not be an astronomical number for the great spiritual master, but for the General Wu Zun, it is likely that he will not be able to raise so much wealth for a lifetime. Why don't you sell yourself to me? Maybe you can barely offset 2 billion coins, and it's not a shame to sell yourself to pay off the debt. It's definitely more promising to follow me than to follow you, Wu Yang." "You." Jihanqing pinched the dragon like halberd gun, and a strong chill came out of his body. The long blue hair on his head floated up, and white cold fog appeared on each hair. Ning Xiaochuan is not short of money, but Jihanqing's martial arts cultivation was stronger than him before, and he was always able to beat him every time. Now, Ning Xiaochuan's martial arts cultivation is catching up and surpassing her. Naturally, she wants to avenge the year, and she has to let this arrogant female Wu Zun obey her orders. Ning Xiaochuan scraped his nose with his finger and said, "Now the enemy is in the current situation, so let's postpone the repayment for a while. However, your dragon elephant Shenwu Camp has to obey my command. Do you have any comments?" Jihanqing's beautiful eyes widened, as if to eat Ning Xiaochuan. "Pay back, pay back, pay back." Ning Xiaochuan kept reading. Jihanqing took back the dragon elephant halberd gun, snorted coldly, and took the sergeant of the dragon elephant Shenwu Camp to open the way in front. Before sunset, Ning Xiaochuan and his 400,000 troops finally reached Guiyuan City, the Fuqing in the north of Xuanji Mountain. The 3 generals of the Marquis House of the Sword Pavilion commanded 100,000 troops respectively, and rushed to the adjacent 3 houses to guard the main dangerous roads. As long as they met the fighters who escaped from the main gates, they would kill them. Guiyuan City, where Ning Xiaochuan is located, is the most important city in the north of Xuanji Mountain and the only way to Tiandu region. If the warriors of each large sect really break through from the north, 10 will pass through Guiyuan City. Ning Xiaochuan sat on the tower, holding the 9-colored xianshui in his palm, and operated the heaven and earth xuanqi in his body to absorb the energy of the nine-colored xianshui and consolidate the cultivation of martial arts. In recent days, Ning Xiaochuan has broken through 2 realms in succession and stepped into the 3rd level of Dizuan. The cultivation of martial arts is indeed improving rapidly, but the vitality of martial arts in the body is also expanding rapidly, which is difficult to control. We must consolidate the realm as soon as possible in order to give play to the 3rd power of the land respect realm. Iron Armor Death God and Wudhan Lai are wrapped in black robes and wearing gold masks, just like 2 death gods guarding the left and right sides of Ning Xiaochuan. Ji Hanqing walked towards Ning Xiaochuan. Wow! The eyes of the Iron Armor God of Death suddenly turned, and the black vitality appeared on his fingers, turning into a claw wrapped by scales. In an instant, he moved sideways in front of Ji Hanqing, with his claws clasped on Ji Hanqing's snow-white neck. Assistant. Ning Xiaochuan rode. The vitality on the palm of the Iron Armor God of Death immediately dispersed and retreated behind Ning Xiaochuan. Ji Hanqing touched his finger on his neck, stained with a trace of blood on his fingertips, and stared at the Iron Armor God of Death in surprise. He secretly said that he couldn't escape with my martial arts cultivation. I'm afraid the martial arts cultivation of the 2 guardians around Ning Xiaochuan has reached the 3rd level of the Lanzun realm. Where did the Marquis of Jia invite such a powerful person? Don't say to kill Ning Xiaochuan, even if you want to get close to Ning Xiaochuan, it's extremely difficult. Miss Ji, what can I do for you? Ning Xiaochuan rode. Ji Hanqing said, the Dragon Elephant Shenwu camp is stationed in the city and listens to the deployment of the young Marquis at any time. Ning Xiaochuan's eyes were particularly bright and deep, staring at Ji Hanqing carefully. Ji Hanqing was stared at by Ning Xiaochuan and felt uncomfortable all over, as if he had seen through it, and he couldn't hide a secret at all. She could feel that although it was only 4 years in the past, Ning Xiaochuan's martial arts cultivation had reached a rather terrible level, and she was no longer the teenager who could be lifted from the ground by her hand. Ning Xiaochuan's meaningful way, Miss Ji, you and I are comrades in arms who have experienced life and death. We fought against the enemy together. You saved my life, and I saved your life. To be honest, your master and I will have a war. Maybe he will die in my hands, or I will die under his long gun. However, I really don't want you to participate in this battle. I killed several disciples of Yun's Honghao, and I don't want you to be the next one. So, I hope you can leave now. Ji Hanqing stood on the wall, facing the cold wind, and said, leave? Where to go? She knew that Ning Xiaochuan might have really realized that he was coming to kill him. He is such a clever person. Ning Xiaochuan continued, if you leave Yulan Empire, you can go to other civilizations, or hide in disguise in the mountains and devote yourself to cultivating martial arts. If you don't want to cultivate martial arts, you can also specialize in tea art and learn piano painting. The joy of life is not necessarily a bloody battle on the battlefield. Anyway, you can go anywhere, as long as you don't be found by Ho in the clouds. I can tell him that you have died in my hands, and Ji Hanqing will never appear here again in the world. Ji Hanqing gently shook his head, his eyes a little blurred, and said, do you want to hear my story? Ning Xiaochuan regarded her as a friend and naturally respected her, saying, if you want to speak, I will listen attentively. Ji Hanqing's fingers gently touched the armor on his body and said, every strong person has a weak time. Not everyone is born a grandson. He has no worries about food and clothing. Many people don't live well. Maybe even eating a full meal is an extravagant hope. When I was 6 years old, my hometown suffered from years of drought and famine. Everyone was hungry. Some people threw roots in the soil, some ate their clothes, and others ate their children. At that time, there were more than 10 people in my family, including adults and children. They were all hungry and stared at me. I still remember their eyes. They were like wolves who had been hungry for half a month on the wilderness, showing their sharp teeth. I cried and begged them to let me go. However, my father grabbed me, threw me out of the house, hit the wall, and fell into the yellow sand. My mouth was broken again and I vomited blood. My whole body was numb with pain, and my body seemed to be unconscious. When I opened my eyes, what I saw was not care, but my father's white knife. At that moment, I was afraid of being rushed. If I wasn't afraid of death, I was afraid of being eaten by them. Ning Xiaochuan, can you imagine how terrible it is to be treated as food by others? She stared at Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan frowned tightly and said, "That must be a nightmare you can't forget for a lifetime." Jihanqing continued, "Yes. It was like an unforgettable nightmare, but just when my father was going to kill me, a man riding a dragon elephant held a long gun, nailed my father to death with one shot, and pulled me on the back of the dragon elephant. He gave me something to eat and asked me if I hated him. I shook my head at that time. He said to me, 'If you don't want to be eaten, you have to become strong and eat others.' He asked me, 'Would you like to learn martial arts with him?' I shook my head at that time, because I didn't know what martial arts was at that time. However, he took me back to the imperial city and taught me martial arts. Since then, I have never been hungry." Ning Xiaochuan said, "That person is Yu Wuyang? He saved you, but he killed your father. You don't want to learn martial arts, but he just taught you to learn martial arts. Obviously, he saw that you were a genius to practice martial arts, so he saved you. You have done so much for him over the years, and you don't owe him any more. It's time for you to leave. I have some kindness that I haven't been clear about all my life." Jihanqing's eyes had a determined look. When she took the heartless pill from Yunzhonghao, she didn't plan to go back alive. She added, "Some feelings can be paid off. Ning Xiaochuan, you don't want me to pay your debt, I'll pay you back now." Jihanqing threw the dragon elephant halberd gun into the sky, his legs slightly bent, and his graceful body catapulted into a red streamer, hitting the tip of the dragon elephant halberd gun. She closed her eyes and made a living with a will to die. Ning Xiaochuan was slightly surprised. He didn't expect Jihanqing's reaction to be so fierce. Even if he couldn't kill him, there was no need to choose suicide. Suicide. This is not her character. She is so strong and arrogant. How can she choose suicide? Shua. Ning Xiaochuan's body moved and flew out at a faster speed, blocking Jihanqing's slender waist, and narrowly avoided the dragon elephant halberd gun. Poof. The heavy dragon-like halberd gun fell on the wall, straight into the stone slab, and sank more than 1 meter deep. Ning Xiaochuan let Jihanqing go and said coldly, "Don't you want to die? You owe 9.6 billion coins. You don't need to take your own life in order not to repay the money. It's a big deal, I don't want you to repay it." Ning Xiaochuan felt very speechless. If he was known that he had forced a female Wuzun to death because of the repayment of the money, he would certainly be spurned by many people. Jihanqing clenched his lips, bit out a trace of blood, and said, "Ning Xiaochuan, why don't you understand? The master asked me to kill you. If I don't die, the person who will die is you." Ning Xiaochuan was slightly stunned and said, "But you can't kill me at all? This is the master's order. If I can't kill you, I have to die." Jihanqing said. Ning Xiaochuan took a deep breath and said, "How did he tell you to kill me?" Jihanqing was silent, his cold eyes staring at the dragon elephant halberd gun, and he didn't know what he was thinking. Ning Xiaochuan said, "He should know that your martial arts cultivation will never kill me. He must have given you a killer mace." Jihanqing took out the cold jade bottle containing the heartless pill, peeled off the cap at a lightning speed, and was about to swallow the heartless pill in his mouth. However, her speed was still one step slower than that of Ning Xiaochuan. As soon as unintentional Dan reached her lips, he was snatched by Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan held this white pill, slightly hooked at the corner of his mouth, and said, "It was originally heartless pill, which is extremely poisonous in the world, and can corrode the heart of martial artists in an hour. No matter how high the martial arts cultivation is, if you take this pill, you will die. Good thing. It is worth at least 100 million coins. Give it back." Jihanqing tightly pulled his hands, struggling in his heart, and wanted to repay the kindness of Yanzhonghao, but he was unwilling to kill Ning Xiaochuan. This feeling is very painful, like tearing people in half. The only way out is to kill yourself. She doesn't want to be so cold and strong on the surface. She is also an emotional woman, but she also knows that this is just her own wishful thinking. Ning Xiaochuan will never fall in love with her. This feeling is also very painful. It's better to kill yourself than suffer such torture. She doesn't have so many strategies and thoughts. She just wants to solve all the tangles and pain at one time in the simplest and rude way. Ning Xiaochuan stared at her, then took the heartless pill directly into his mouth, swallowed it down his throat, and said, "Now you can go back and recover your life. Tell Hou Yu Wuyang in the cloud that the heartless pill has been eaten by me, and it tastes good, but it's a little bitter." Jihanqing stared, and even his heart stopped beating. "What are you doing? Crazy? That's heartless pill, can you eat it casually? Spit it out, please. Please." Ning Xiaochuan stretched out his hands and said, "It's finished. Air. I feel. My heart hurts. It seems to be melting." His body fell to the ground involuntarily. Jihanqing quickly hugged him, tears flowed from his eyes, and constantly pushed Wu Dao's vitality into Ning Xiaochuan's body. He said eagerly, "Who let you eat it? Who let you eat it? That's heartless pill, the most poisonous poison." Ning Xiaochuan tightly covered Jihanqing's hand, his lips trembling, clenched his teeth, and said, "Don't waste your strength anymore, it's useless. It's useless, your heart has melted. Before I die, I have only one wish. You must promise me. Don't worry, after you die, I will end my life with my own hands and go down with you." Jihanqing's voice was very firm. No, not this wish. I hope you can leave Yulan Empire and never come back." Ning Xiaochuan's trembling way. "Why?" Ning Xiaochuan rode, "Why didn't Yanzhonghao personally come to kill me?" "That's because he knew that once he killed me, he would be retaliated by the Marquis of Jiangya. He sent you to kill me, because if you killed me, someone would be the ghost of death. So, whether you can kill me or not, you will die. Only leaving the Yulan Empire is the only way to live." "Ah. I'm dying, you must promise my last wish. You have to let me die. I die in peace. Please." Jihanqing was very moved. When he died, he was still worried about his own safety, which showed that he had his own place in his heart, which made her feel extremely gratified. She wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, no longer hid her feelings, and completely burst out, "Avenue, this is the first and last time I shed tears. Don't worry, Ogawa. After you die, I won't live alone. In fact, there's one thing I've always wanted to tell you. When I was in Bailong City, I had feelings for you. I don't want to be like this. Unfortunately, it's not under my control at all, and I can't wave it away or wipe it off. Some people are like planting seeds in your heart, giving birth to roots, sprouting, and then growing. There it is. I'm afraid if I don't say it again, I won't have a chance in the future. The most straightforward words can only be said when the other party is dying." Jihanqing took out a sharp dagger and prepared to end his life with it. "It's a beautiful thing to die with the man you love?" Ning Xiaochuan stared at Jihanqing incredulously at the moment. "What's the matter? She likes me?" Such an indelible iceberg beauty would secretly love a man, and that man is still me? Isn't this a joke? Ning Xiaochuan dares to take the heartless pill because he knows that the heartless pill can kill others, but it can't kill him. Originally, I wanted to take this opportunity to cheat Ji Hanqing away and let her lead the Jade Haze Empire. But I didn't expect it. Instead, I heard her open confession, which made Ning Xiaochuan stunned. Bang! Ning Xiaochuan clasped Ji Hanqing's arm, grabbed the dagger in her hand and threw it to the ground. Ji Hanqing saw Ning Xiaochuan suddenly stand up, his eyes showed a surprised look, and said, You. Okay. To tell you the truth, my constitution is different from yours. I can resist all poisons, and even the heartless pill can't kill me. I just want you to leave the Yulan Empire, and I don't want you to join in the gratitude and resentment between me and Yu Wuyang. Do you understand? Ning Xiaochuan's eyes at Ji Hanqing are somewhat different. He used to think of playing tricks on this arrogant cold beauty. Now, he even wants to avoid her. Since childhood, his teacher taught him not to fall in love too early, and not to step on 2 boats, or 3 or 4 boats. Be careful that one day the boat overturned, and he could only fall into the water. Ning Xiaochuan was a good student since childhood. He really remembered the teacher's words. Even if he crossed to the Jade Haze Empire, he didn't forget the teacher's words. A Niao Lanqing and a Yu Ningxing have already made him headache. If there is another Ji Hanqing, it will definitely be more headache. Ji Hanqing stared into Ning Xiaochuan's eyes and said, Do you really want me to leave so much? If you don't leave, it will only be more painful. With a long sigh, Ning Xiaochuan stood at the top of the city wall and stared at the dark blue mountains in the distance. Suddenly, a gray smoke appeared in the depths of the mountains. It was faintly visible that there were mysterious beasts flying in the smoke. Ning Xiaochuan's eyes shrunk, turned his vitality to his eyes, looked at the past, and said, It seems that our matter will be discussed later. Xuanji Mountain has been broken down, and the warriors of all major gates have fled to Guiyuan City. Ji Hanqing, you immediately lead the dragon elephant Shenwu camp to meet the enemy, and you must not let them break through. Ji Hanqing stared at Ning Xiaochuan deeply. His eyes were very complex. He pulled the dragon elephant halberd gun out of the stone crack, jumped his body, and catapulted it more than 80 meters high and fell on the dragon elephant's back. Wearing red armor, she sat on the back of the dragon elephant. The spear in her hand pointed to the void. A torrent of martial energy burst out from her body, and her ready lips shouted, Dragon Elephant Shenwu Camp, the battle has begun. Boom! She led 48 dragon elephants to fight against the warriors of each major sect. Many princes of the imperial court rushed to a Yuan domain, and had broken Xuanji Mountain. The warriors of all major sects fled everywhere. Among them, the warriors of Tianyin sect and 6 or 7 other sects fled towards Guiyuan Mansion. Behind them, the imperial army was chasing, and the most powerful enemy was the sergeant of the Sky Knight camp chasing above. Sky Cavalry Camp is one of the advanced arms cultivated by the imperial court. Everyone is a strong martial artist. Sitting on the back of flying Shan beast, holding dragon tendon bow and shooting god crossbow, a wave of arrows will fly out, and a large number of sect martial artists will be brought down. The master of the Lanshao Hall of the Tianyin sect has the 3rd highest martial arts cultivation in the territory of Dizuan. Holding a jade flute in his hand, he plays the sound wave magic, and resists hundreds of sky knights at the same time. However, there are other armies on the ground chasing them. Every moment, the warriors die, turn into corpses, and fall to the ground. People from all major sects were fighting in a scuffle. The court's pursuers gathered from all directions. Everywhere was the sound of war drums, and one side of the war flag was blown by the wind. The chariot made of dark iron was pulled by the dark beast, and it was frantically impacted. Arrows like rain flew out of the chariot. Arrow is made of fire iron and inlaid with basalt. Once shot out, the arrow becomes like a red iron block, which can easily break the mysterious chi of the warrior's body. It's almost Guiyuan City. As long as we break through, we can escape into the Tiandu region. At that time, the strong of the Tianyin sect will naturally come to meet us, and we won't be afraid of the pursuit of the imperial army. There was a wound on the back of the Lord of Lanshao Hall. It was when he was in Shuangji Mountain and was cut by Lord Luo. Luo Shenho's Wu Dao vitality invaded her body, causing the wound to still not heal, and blood dripping out every moment. Niao Lanji was also among the sect martial artists who fled. Although she was very young, her martial arts cultivation was very high. Her slender fingers pointed to the sky, and a bright light flew out of her fingertips, broke through the clouds, and flew outside. The stars all over the sky seemed to sense her power, and the starlight became extremely bright, and wisps of light and fog fell down. This is to use the power of Jiu and the power of stars to split more than a dozen sky knights. Their mouths screamed and fell from the sky, blurring their flesh and blood. Ow! In the distance, there was the sound of a dragon elephant. Before seeing the shadow of the dragon elephant, a bull-mouthed thick dragon elephant halberd gun flew face to face, stabbed Niao Lanji, broke her protective body Shangang, as if to pierce her heart. Wow! Niao Lanqin turned into a white phantom and broke through the air. He stood in front of Niao Lanji. With a wave of his sword, he chopped on the dragon elephant halberd gun and flew back with the heavy dragon elephant halberd gun. Sister! Niao Lanji was still terrified. Just now she was almost pierced by a dragon elephant halberd gun. It was too dangerous. Niao Lanqin's martial arts cultivation, after all, entered the territory of Dizuan, which was very comparable. He stared at the dragon elephant divine martial arts camp in front of him and said, "The imperial court has already blocked all the major passes, and it's really difficult for us to escape. Nearly 50 dragon statues have the power to defeat 100,000 troops, and even Wu Zun dare not confront them head-on. The rear pursues the front, and there are strong enemies in front. The warriors of the major sects have been fighting for a whole day, and they have been exhausted for a long time. Seeing that they are about to break out of the siege, they did not expect that there is a royal army waiting for them in front. Many people are desperate. They know that today is really a bad day, and it is likely that everyone will die here." The dragon elephant halberd gun flew back to Ji Hanqing's hand. She grabbed the long gun, jumped up suddenly, used the gun as a stick, and fell towards Niao Lanqin. She could see that Niao Lanqin had high martial arts accomplishments and was also a female martial artist. After Niao Lan obtained the Di Wu Dan, her cultivation broke through to the second level of Dizun territory. However, the vitality of Wu Dao in her body was consumed greatly, and her combat power could not be fully exerted. The two female martial dignitaries fought and even formed a scene of equal strength. The dragon-like Shenwu camp entered, rampaged, overwhelming, and killing was like harvesting straw. "It's the dragon elephant Shenwu camp. Ah. I'm really dead this time." The warriors of all major sects are screaming. In the face of the powerful dragon elephant Shenwu camp, they simply have no resistance. The sergeant of the dragon elephant Shenwu camp rushed over. Just one round, a large number of warriors were killed, fell in a pool of blood, and became dying. The addition of the dragon elephant divine martial arts camp has dealt a heavy blow to the hearts of the martial artists of all major sections. Coupled with the arrows shot from the Sky Knight camp in the sky, it is simply forcing the martial artists of all major sects into a desperate situation of life and death. In just a quarter of an hour, except for the more than 20 strong martial arts practitioners of the Tianyin sect, the martial arts practitioners of other sects almost died cleanly. Thank you for your help from the friends of Longshan Shenwu camp. All the female disciples of Tianyin sect are talented and beautiful Tian's Hijio girls. It's a pity to kill them all. Let's catch them alive. A shoddy captain of the Sky Knight camp stood on the back of the Xian beast, staring down at the female disciples of the voice sect who were tired and panting, and his face showed lewdness. A happy smile. The female disciples of Tianyin sect have been fighting for a whole day, and the mysterious qi of Wu Dao in their bodies is consumed greatly. Even the leader of Lanshao Hall, who has the cultivation of Wu Zun level, is tired and panting, and fine beads of sweat appear on his white forehead. The soldiers of the Dragon Elephant Shenwu camp were surrounded, holding long guns, and their eyes were cold, like an iron barrel wall. Just one more round, they can kill the rest of the people. Another captain of the Sky Cavalry camp laughed and said, "It is said that the Nyes double shoe of Ruoxianji in China and the United States is already in our bag. Catch them and let our hundreds of brothers enjoy them first, and then give them to your lords as female slaves." The Sky Knight camp was excited. They all heard the name of Ning Xiaochuan, which can be called the top beauty in the sect. If you can sleep with them, your life will not be in vain. The Tian's Hegio girls of the Tianyinzong are all trembling with fear. Usually, when they walk around the world, they are respected as fairies by the martial arts, and they are respectful to them. That is because there is a strong Tianyinzong as their backing. However, now that they have become captives of the imperial army, can they still have such a high status? If you are really captured by the imperial court's army, the end will be absolutely tragic, and you may become an army. Prostitutes are pillowed by thousands of people and ridden by tens of thousands of people. If they want to die, they can't escape. Niao Longji was very afraid. With snow-white fingers, he said, "Master, what are we going to do now? The injury on the main body of Lan Shao Hall is intensifying, and the vitality of martial arts in her body is less than a layer. If she was not injured by Lord Luo, she might still be able to kill them out. But now, she has been unable to protect herself, let alone to escape with the disciples of the voice sect. It's really heaven's death. Our disciples of Tianyin sect, if they die, don't fall into the hands of the imperial court's army." The words of the Lord of the Lan Shao Hall are chiseled. Want to die? It's not that easy. The captain of Sky Knight Battalion is Huabufan. He took out a blue bead from his sleeve and punched it out. This bead is called soul-fixing bead, which belongs to the Xuanqi at the peak of the 7th grade. Once the power of the soul-fixing bead breaks out, it can fix the soul and blood in the warrior's body. A soul-fixing bead is pressed on his head. Even Wu Zun will be restrained so that he can't move, and he can't commit suicide. The soul-fixing beads flew out, suspended in the void, emitting dazzling essence, and falling light rain, suppressed the female disciples of the voice sect below, so that they could not even move their fingers. Huabufan jumped down from the back of the Xian beast and fell to the ground. He touched the beard on his lips with his fingers, walked to one of the 15 or 16-year-old girls in Xingyi, stretched out a finger, held up the chin of the girl in Xingyi, and looked at the delicate and beautiful face of the girl in Xingyi, sighed. As expected, the female disciples of the Heavenly Voice sect all have the appearance of a country and a city. If they can be trained into female slaves, they are definitely attractive beauties. If they are sent to the beds of the marquis, they are afraid that they can't be promoted to the rank. Haha. Bad guy, don't touch elder martial sister, Ching Ching. Although Niao Longji was very angry, his voice was still very soft, like the sound of clear spring water in the valley, giving people a feeling of spring breeze. Huabufan's eyes stared at Niao Longji, and his heart was shocked. Originally, the woman named Qingqing had the appearance of a country and a city, but she was still a lot worse than Niao Longji. What did Huabufan see this time? Such a woman should not have appeared in the mortal world. Coming to the mortal world is to bring disaster to the country and the people. Although Niao Longji is not old, she was born extraordinarily pure and holy, with a slender figure like a bright crescent moon, long black hair, golden pupils, delicate skin like a baby, and a slightly raised, like a bud and bud. Not only Huabufan stared at her, but also other sky knights had dry lips. Many people were licking their lips, just like a group of hungry jackals seeing a fragrant white lamb. It's not just a beauty. It's like a fairy coming to earth. People want to swallow her, hide her in their own private house, own her alone, and never give her to others. Niao Lanji also found that these people's eyes were very wrong, as if they were going to eat her. He was very afraid and felt very helpless. Naturally, he thought of the figure of the little Marquis in his mind. He hoped that the little Marquis could be transformed into the god of war, wearing the armor of the god of war, sitting in the chariot of the god of war, flying from the clouds to save her. Boom! A mighty army, wearing bright armor, formed a battle array and stopped 100 steps away. Ning Xiaochuan stepped down from the chariot in front, wearing soft leather armor, holding an iron sword in his hand, and wearing a helmet with red feathers, giving people a sense of heroism. It really looks like a young god of war. Niao Lanqin was stunned. Is this true? Is the little Marquis really here? Did he hear me calling him in my heart? It must be so, it must be so. The little Marquis martial arts cultivation is so powerful that he may really hear it. She felt that she was the luckiest person in the world, because every time when she was in danger, the little Marquis would always appear beside her in time as the god of war to save her from trouble. See the little Marquis. Although Huabufan is a captain of the Sky Knight camp and has a high status, his status is much worse than that of Ning Xiaochuan. He naturally salutes when he meets. Ning Xiaochuan swaggered over, glanced at the female disciples of the Tianyin sect, and fixed his eyes on Niao Lanji. Is there a mistake? Why is it her again? Ning Xiaochuan felt very speechless. She always met Niao Lanji every time, and every time she was in danger. Sometimes Ning Xiaochuan wondered whether the fate that Niao Lanji had been saying really existed. Ning Xiaochuan naturally won't believe in fate, because Niao Lanji is short-minded, but he has 7 minds, and they are not the same people at all. Niao Lanji's pear-blossom white face turned crimson, schwa, when facing Ning Xiaochuan's 4 eyes. She kept blinking at Ning Xiaochuan, and her long eyelashes flashed. Huabufan's heart trembled. Did the little Marquis also take a fancy to this woman? This is a peerless beauty. If you can't get it by yourself, it's a pity. Ning Xiaochuan's eyes fixed on Niao Lanji for a moment, then moved away, nodded and said, yes, it's all good. Someone came to tie them up and escort them to Guiyuan City. They all wanted to be interrogated one by one. Huabufan had long known that none of the princes in the imperial city was good and would definitely covet beauty. However, he did not expect Ning Xiaochuan to be so greedy that he would eat alone and take all the women away. It's done too well. At least give someone a sip of soup. Huabufan whispered in Ning Xiaochuan's ear, Little Marquis, the imperial court has encircled and suppressed Yuyuanzong, and the next target of the imperial court should be Tianyanzong. They must have a lot of military secrets in their hands. Our Sky Knight camp still has a set of means to torture prisoners. If we can take a few people away, we will be able to force useful information from their mouths. How can Ning Xiaochuan not know what he is thinking? The martial artists of other sects have been killed, leaving the female disciples of Tianyin sect. How can it be so coincidental? Ning Xiaochuan said, it's reasonable. Or you can take the master of Lanshao Hall away. She is one of the 8 hall masters of the Heavenly Sound sect and a figure at the level of Wuzun. She must know a lot of secrets. If Hu Xiaowei can torture useful information from her mouth, it's definitely a great achievement. Ning Xiaochuan was very upset when he saw the master of Lanshao Hall, and just handed her over to Wu Zhidiao of Sky Knight Camp. Teach me, and let this high temple lord taste the taste of being a woman. The lord of Lanshao Hall and the lord of Yuqin Hall once jointly pursued and killed Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan was afraid that after a long time, he would be identified by the lord of Lanshao Hall. Therefore, he decided to give her to Huabu Fan, which was purely a favor. Although the master of Lanshao Hall has practiced for decades, she looks like a young woman in her 20s. Her hair is dark and her skin is white. She is indeed a beautiful woman. In addition, the master of Lanshao Hall has the third level of martial arts cultivation in the territory of Dazun, which is more lasting in temperament than other disciples of Tianyin sect. If he can press on the belly of such a female martial master, is it not a wonderful thing? The warriors of the Sky Knight camp immediately felt refreshed, and felt that the little Marquis was still a reliable person. Each of them became majestic, and their eyes were very hot, so they almost began to queue up immediately. Even if I die, I won't fall into the hands of you court hawks. The main body of Lanshao Hall erupted white martial vitality, and his body became like a scorching sun, breaking through the suppression of soul-fixing beads, holding a jade flute and hitting Ning Xiaochuan. She also saw that Ning Xiaochuan was in the highest position. If she could catch Ning Xiaochuan, she might be able to turn defeat into victory. Ning Xiaochuan didn't move, and didn't intend to take action, as if he had been scared silly by the lord of Lanshao Hall. The head of Lanshao Hall is also happy. It seems that 10 can succeed. At the moment when the master of Lanshao Hall shot, the armored god of death standing behind Ning Xiaochuan turned into a black streamer, his body moved sideways, guarded Ning Xiaochuan in front of him, slapped him out with a palm, and smashed the master of Lanshao Hall out. Roar! The iron armor god of death sent out a loud roar, shaking the sand and stones. The head of the Lanshao Hall vomited blood in his mouth, and his graceful and plump body flew out and fell to the ground, splashing thick yellow sand. Her long hair covered her face, her clothes were broken, revealing large areas of snow-white skin. All her manners were ruined, and she was extremely embarrassed. Who could have expected that the Lord of the Heavenly Sound sect, who is high above, would also be in such a panic? The head of the Lanshao Hall was very unwilling. In his hand, he condensed a vitality sword and stabbed it into his heart. Even if you die, you can't fall into the hands of the enemy and be insulted by the enemy. Bang! Ning Xiaochuan popped a finger, smashed the Yuan Qi sword in the hand of the master of the Lanshao Hall, and made a slight wink. The god of death in iron armor rushed up and captured the lord of Lanshao Hall from the ground, sealing the blood in her body, so that she would not die again. Life is precious, Lord, how can you be impulsive? Ning Xiaochuan rode. Court thief, you have the ability. When I recover from my injury, I will make you unable to survive or die. The lord of the Lanshao Hall stared at Ning Xiaochuan coldly, revealing a neat, snow-white shell tooth and biting cluck. Huabu Fan said eagerly, Young Marquis, can we give the lord of the Lanshao Hall to us now? Niao Longji stared at Ning Xiaochuan with pleading eyes. The eyes were pitiful and kept shaking his head at Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan breathed out a long breath, and it was really unlucky to meet the little girl. He coughed twice and said, This bitch's martial arts cultivation is terrible. Once she recovers from her injury, your Sky Knight camp may not be able to suppress her. It's better to hand her over to Bendu management. Bendu will be unified to adjust her. Taught to be obedient, he will spit out the information of Tianyin sect. At that time, maybe he can give it to Captain Hua for a few days. Little Marquis, I'm afraid. Huabu Fan's heart was anxious, and he didn't believe Ning Xiaochuan's empty check at all. Ning Xiaochuan clearly wants to eat alone. The Sky Cavalry camp lost its soldiers and finally captured the people of the Tianyin sect. Can't he get any benefits? Ning Xiaochuan's eyes stared, and the huge breath of Wu Zun in his body burst out, and lightning appeared in his eyes, which directly suppressed Huabu Fan. If you don't show some strength, you really can't control people. Huabu Fan's legs were slightly bent, and he was almost pressed to his knees by the huge breath. He secretly said that Ning Xiaochuan's martial arts cultivation was so terrible. Only don't provoke him. It will come to no good end if you provoke the Marquis of Jiangya. Since they fall into the hands of the little Marquis, they will naturally feel very relieved. Huabufan bowed to Ning Xiaochuan and left with the sergeant of the Sky Knight camp in despair. Although the people of the Sky Knight camp left, the disciples of the Voice sect were not at all happy. In their view, whether they fell into the hands of the Sky Knight camp or Ning Xiaochuan, the end was the same. Perhaps only Niao Lanji was the happiest, because she knew that the little Marquis was actually a very honest person. The battle between Niao Lanqing and Ji Hanqing has also ended. Niao Lanqing voluntarily gave up resistance and was captured. In fact, Niao Lanqing is very smart. Now there are imperial troops everywhere. It is safest to fall into the hands of Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan, wearing glittering armor, was powerful and magical. He was full of the style of a prince and grandson, and said softly, "Come on. Escort them all to the camp of Ben Dutong, and Ben Dutong wants to interrogate them one by one." The capital camp of the Right Route Army was built in Guiyuan City. All female disciples of the Tianyin sect were put in tents, with Shangang iron locks wrapped around their bodies, which imprisoned their physical freedom, just like a group of white lambs that were slaughtered by others. If Ning Xiaochuan is really a grandson like Yuqing, he will be blessed today. Ning Xiaochuan went outside the camp, stared at the sergeant guarding the camp, and said, "You all go down, and Ben Dotong will interrogate them alone. Later, no matter what sound comes from the camp, you don't hear it." The sergeants guarding the camp are understanding people, with a thoughtful look on their faces, leaving one after another and retreating to the periphery of the camp. Ji Hanqing came up with cold eyes and said, "I'll interrogate them with you." "No, I'll just go in alone for this kind of thing. You can continue to guard the city pass, and maybe the martial artists of Zhongmen will escape to the direction of Guiyuan City." Ning Xiaochuan rode. Ji Hanqing stared at Ning Xiaochuan's eyes tightly and said, "What are you doing?" Ning Xiaochuan touched his lips and said with a smile, "Don't worry about it. Anyway, it's said that you should listen to my orders. If I say anything, you can implement it immediately. Don't ask so many why. Can you?" Ji Hanqing clenched his fist, snorted coldly, and left with a dragon elephant halberd gun. However, she didn't go far, so she stopped outside the camp and stood upright, like a benchmark standing in the wind. Ning Xiaochuan knew what was on her mind. Like other sergeants, he must have thought that he would go to the camp to fight against the beautiful disciples of the Tianyin sect. If Ji Hanqing really thinks so, it would be best. When she is disappointed with herself, it is estimated that she will leave obediently. Ning Xiaochuan glanced at her back, gently shook his head, opened the curtain of the camp, and walked in. "Ning Xiaochuan, you have the ability to let go of this seat, and this seat will surely slap you to death. Land Shao Hall Lord's angry way." She heard the conversation between Ning Xiaochuan and the outside sergeant, so she regarded Ning Xiaochuan as a dandy. Dang's grandson, she can't imagine what will happen later? Ning Xiaochuan, don't be complacent too early. If the Lord comes, your entire Jianghe mansion will be destroyed overnight. Prostitute, you have the ability to rush at me. Don't hurt younger martial sister Lanji. A beautiful woman said, but when Ning Xiaochuan really stared at her, she trembled with fear, and a pair of slender, instinctively clamped. The camp is full of beautiful women who are tied up. Everyone looks mediocre. However, most of them are afraid, and only some brave women dare to scold. Ning Xiaochuan held up, the clouds returned to vitality, and a dense light cover wrapped the whole camp, making the camp isolated from the outside world, and did not want outsiders to know what happened in the camp. Seeing that Ning Xiaochuan unexpectedly arranged the border, the women of the Tianyin sect immediately became afraid, knowing that Ning Xiaochuan was finally going to start to show off his ferocity, but they didn't know who would be the first to take off his clothes. Ning Xiaochuan touched his nose, so he intended to walk over to the Lord of Lanshao Hall, and immediately pinched a pair of slender, which made him feel chilly between his legs. "What are you doing?" the lord of the land, Xiao shouted in horror. Although she has practiced for many years, she has not been happy with men. Seeing Ning Xiaochuan walking towards her, her heart is naturally a little afraid. "Nothing, I just want to see if the injury of the Hall Lord is serious. Ben Dotong is a senior mental therapist, and maybe he can be healed by the Hall Lord." Ning Xiaochuan rode. I don't want you to help me heal." Ning Xiaochuan's hand was already on the jade back of the master of the Lanshao Hall, and his fingers touched the smooth skin. He could clearly perceive that the body of the Lord of the Lanshao Hall convulsed violently. The Lord of Lanshao Hall is not a teenage girl. Why is her body so sensitive? In fact, Ning Xiaochuan and the Lord of Lanshao Hall were not big enemies. Seeing that they were almost finished, they stopped playing tricks on her, and pressed their fingers on the wound on her back to suck the vitality of Lord Luo's martial arts from her body. Then, Ning Xiaochuan took out a healing intermediate pill and handed it to her, saying, "Lord, take it first." Ning Xiaochuan didn't see the complicated expression of Lanshao Hall master at the moment, so he went to Niao Lanji and untied the iron chain on her body. "Next time I see you again, I won't save you." Ning Xiaochuan rode. Although Ning Xiaochuan was very indifferent, Niao Lanji's heart was extremely warm. A pair of bright star eyes stared at Ning Xiaochuan's handsome cheeks tenderly, and even fell in Ning Xiaochuan's arms, tightly pursing his lips. "Little Marquis, do you know? When Lanji was in the most desperate, Lanji thought of you and hoped you could appear in front of Lanji and save Lanji. Then, you actually appeared. Did you say it was magical?" Ning Xiaochuan rolled his eyes, whispered in her ear and said, "That should be the power of Jiu calculation. You should see the picture of the future briefly in despair, so it's so coincidence. Predict the future." Niao Lanji's eyes widened, and she seemed to think of something, and she was about to cry out. "Shoo!" Ning Xiaochuan made a silent gesture to her. Jigongsuan and Jigongzhen are both very important magical skills. When you practice to a certain extent, you can see the past, predict the future, and even change your life against the sky. Naturally, this kind of secret skill cannot be known by outsiders, otherwise it will cause great trouble to Niao Lanji. Of course, if she had a catastrophe, Ning Xiaochuan would certainly be in trouble. Ning Xiaochuan used his mind to transmit sound, and said, "I can't let anyone know about Jigongzhen and Jigongsuan that I passed on to you. Even your sister can't tell her." Niao Lanji's eyes were dripping round and nodded cautiously, appearing very clever. Everyone in the camp was shocked, because they saw that Niao Lanji took the initiative to hold Ning Xiaochuan. What the hell is going on? Moreover, he saved the Lord of Lanshao Hall. What's going on? Among the many female disciples, the person with the coldest eyes is Niao Lanqin, who seems to want to kill Ning Xiaochuan with her eyes. Ning Xiaochuan deliberately ignored Niao Lanqin's eyes, stared at other female disciples, and said apologetically, "To tell you the truth, Lanji and I are good friends, and it's not too much to be called confidants in the world of mortals. It's expedient to tie you here. Once I find a chance, I will let you go. Now, I can only wrongly stay in the camp for the time being." The female disciples of the Heavenly Voice sect all thought they would become women of the imperial army. Slaves, but did not expect the twists and turns, met their own people. They all breathed a sigh of relief and took a favorable view of Ning Xiaochuan. A 15-year-old girl in blue is as clear as water. Although she is bound by chains, she still gives people a pitiful feeling of beauty. She said with a sweet smile, "I've heard that younger martial sister Lanji mentioned the name of the little Marquis more than once. I heard that you met in the divine palace of the Emperor of Heaven, and then you became the great hero that younger martial sister Lanji missed so much." Great hero. Ha ha. Yes? Ning Xiaochuan coughed twice. Naturally, other Tianhegio girls of Tianning sect also saw that the relationship between Niao Longji and Ning Xiaochuan was extraordinary, and it was definitely more than a good friend, so they all began to tease them. The little Marquis is the first genius of the imperial court and the youngest Wuzun in the world. However, our junior sister Longji is not bad, and it is also the first genius of our Tianning sect. You are really a good match. Niao Longji's face was as red as an apple, and she was ashamed. She said repeatedly, "Where is it? I and the little Marquis are just ordinary friends." Sister Longji, just admit it. I heard you shout the name of the little Marquis in your dream several times. Ah? Really? Niao Longji was even more ashamed, covering her face with her sleeve and hiding in a corner. Even the lord of the land Xiao Hall sighed and said, "If you two are indeed a good match in a peaceful and prosperous age, if you can combine together, it will certainly become a good story in the martial arts and Taoism world. Unfortunately, you are born at an untimely time and are destined to become enemies." All female disciples of the Heavenly Sound sect, including Niao Longji, fell silent and felt sorry for Ning Xiaochuan and Niao Longji. In fact, Ning Xiaochuan just treats Niao Longji as her sister and doesn't want to develop into a couple with her. The reason why I took her as my sister may also be because of the bad relationship with Niao Longqin. In the night sky, a melodious piano suddenly sounded. The sound of the piano seemed to come from thousands of miles away, sometimes like a breeze blowing through rice fields, sometimes like a strong wind blowing over mountains, sometimes like a hurricane sweeping the whole earth. The whole Guiyuan city was covered by the sound of the piano, and then the clouds flew over the sky quickly, forming a violent hurricane. The strange sound of the piano made Ning Xiaochuan feel a strong sense of crisis in his heart. The spirit of the seven orifices demon heart was telling him that his life had been threatened and that there were great enemies approaching quickly. The 100,000 troops in Guiyuan city heard the sound of the piano and felt a sense of annihilation coming. Ning Xiaochuan completely turns the martial vitality in his body, forming a layer of protective vigorous qi on the surface of his body. The sense of death crisis brought by the Lord of Wuxing is not as strong as it is now. Wow! Ning Xiaochuan can feel his body flying. No. To be exact, the whole capital camp flew up and soon flew out of Guiyuan city. My God! Demon wind. The demon wind blew away all the camp tents. Piano sound, demon wind. Save Lord Dutong quickly. At the moment when the Dutong camp was blown away, Ji Hanqing immediately turned over and jumped on the back of the dragon elephant and quickly chased outside the city. Although the speed of the dragon elephant is very fast, the speed of the demon wind is faster. Almost in one breath, the camp was blown away. Boom! Ning Xiaochuan condensed a vigorous sword, split the camp, grew a pair of wings on his back, and his body took off and rushed out of the camp. At this moment, he found that the whole camp was flying in the void 200 meters high, supported by a strange wind. After flying thousands of miles, the camp landed on the ground. That strange wind is formed by the change of piano sound. When the camp fell, the piano stopped. Who? Ning Xiaochuan stood at the top of the tent and said in a deep voice. I saw a woman in red sitting by the bank of the river not far away, with a piano in front of her, and 10 snow-green fingers still on the strings. Obviously, the evil wind just now was attracted by her. Ning Xiaochuan stared at her and could only see a beautiful red figure. She was wearing a red robe embroidered with a phoenix picture. The back of the robe was dragged on the ground for more than 10 meters, like a red stall or a red flag. On her head, her long black hair was combed and fixed with a white jade crown. On the back of the jade crown was a bronze hair ornament, which was shaped like an ancient fan with carved patterns. Her body was flowing with wisps of red vitality, forming 18 red light fog circles. From a distance, she seemed to be sitting outside the 18th floor, giving people a sense of distance. What a powerful aura! The female disciples of Tianyin sect came out of the camp, knelt on the ground one after another, bowed respectfully to the woman in red, and said, "See the patriarch." Ning Xiaochuan's heart was shocked. She was the leader of the Heavenly Voice sect, Queen Wanyin. The Queen of Heaven is the most legendary woman in Yulan Empire. 40 years ago, she was already known as the most powerful woman in the world and the most beautiful woman in the world. Countless wuzun fell under her pomegranate skirt, but few people dared to really contact her. Because her means are very cruel. It's good not to offend her. If you offend her, it's like offending the Queen of Hell. She will kill your whole family and make you restless forever. 40 years ago, there was another woman who was equally famous for the beauty of Queen Wanyin, that is, the peacock Ming Wang, one of the 4 kings of the court. Many people even said that the peacock Ming Wang's face was more beautiful than that of Queen Wanyin. After hearing the news, Queen Wanyin rushed to the imperial city and forced the Peacock Ming king to fight with her with the lives of the entire people in the Peacock Ming palace. If anyone is defeated, he will take the withered face pill and destroy his face. Peacock King Ming had no choice but to fight with her. They were all the top women in the martial arts cultivation of Yulan Empire. The battle was almost unbeatable. It lasted 2 days and 1 night until Queen Wanyin won the half move of Peacock Ming Wang. Peacock Ming Wang lost. Under the strong pressure of Queen Wanyin, the Peacock Ming king can only take the dry face pill, and his beautiful and moving face will be destroyed and become extremely ugly. Since then, Peacock Ming Wang has never showed his face again. Even if he participated in the sacrifice ceremony, he never got out of the car. No one even knows what she looks like now? 40 years ago, Queen Wanyin had stood at the peak of the martial arts world and could be called the first female martial artist in the Yulan Empire. Just because she was a woman, she was not included in the list of the 4 masters in the martial arts world. In fact, her martial arts cultivation is absolutely unfathomable, and may not be inferior to the Demon Emperor and the Sword Saint. Ning Xiaochuan didn't expect to encounter Queen Wanyin so soon. He saw her power with his own eyes. She played a piano music, which could be spread thousands of miles away, and condensed into a wind force, which could easily save the warrior of Tianyin sect. Ning Xiaochuan calculated the time. Although they flew thousands of miles in the camp, it took no more than half an hour. The speed was extremely fast, making people feel more like shuttling through a space tunnel. This means is beyond Ning Xiaochuan's understanding of martial arts cultivation now, and it has simply reached an unpredictable level. It's not too much to call her a demon. Can Han give the imperial court's capital to me, and I will sacrifice his head to the deceased disciples of the Heavenly Sound sect, so that the imperial court's eagle and dog can repay their blood. The voice of the Queen of 10,000 Voices is very clear and beautiful, but it is very cold, without any human touch. On the left side of Queen Wanyin, a woman holding a lute stared at Ning Xiaochuan, and her body suddenly disappeared from the original place. Ning Xiaochuan's heart jumped. Empress Wanyin was really as cruel as the legend. She killed when she said to kill, and didn't give the other party a chance to speak at all. The speed of the woman holding the pipa was extremely fast. She appeared above Ning Xiaochuan's head. 5 snow-white fingers pressed on the sky silk string, which was so thin that it could hardly be seen with the naked eye. Her fingers gently stirred the pipa string, and a killing airflow rushed out of the silk string. Her speed was fast, and Ning Xiaochuan's speed was faster, turning into a colorful streamer, and her body moved 10 feet away. Boom! The sound waves hit the ground, tearing out a huge crack more than 30 meters long. Next to the ground fissure, a huge stone weighing 10,000 jin was shattered into stone powder by the sound wave and air flow. The woman holding the pipa is the Pipa Hall Lord of one of the 8 halls of the Heavenly Sound sect, Song Kaihan. Song Kaihan has the 4th level of martial arts cultivation in the territory of Dizuan, which is stronger than the main Yuaqin Hall and Lanshao Hall. You have to fight, don't you? Ning Xiaochuan deliberately wanted to explain, but Song Kaihan was pressed step by step, and dozens of sound wave magical powers were displayed, all pressing towards Ning Xiaochuan, like a storm of sound wave convergence. Ning Xiaochuan propped up Gui Yuanqi, condensed into a spherical Yuanqi cover with a diameter of 10 meters, and blocked all sound wave magical powers outside the Yuanqi cover. Bang! Bang! Between the lightning and flint, Ning Xiaochuan and Song Kaihan have fought dozens of moves, and the martial arts magic that erupted broke all the trees in the forest into sawdust and vermicelli. Seeing Ning Xiaochuan and Song Kaihan fighting non-stop, Niao Lanji was very anxious, and hurriedly knelt on the ground and begged, "Lord, the little Marquis is not a bad man, please don't hurt him. If the little Marquis hadn't saved us, we might all have died." The master of the Kongho Hall stood on the right side of Queen Wanning Xian. His hair was gray and his face was full of wrinkles. He looked like he was in his 60s. She said earnestly, "Lanji, you are too young and have too little experience, so you are easy to be cheated. Which of the royal court's grandsons is not a talented person in the romantic arena? They are very good at pleasing girls, and it's too easy to cheat you." Niao Lanji shook his head hard and said, No, the little Marquis really won't cheat me, absolutely not. Sister, the little Marquis is really helping us, isn't it? Please beg the Lord quickly, don't kill the little Marquis. Niao Lanji cast a look of help at Niao Lanqin. In her opinion, Niao Lanqin was the Lord's favorite disciple. If she begged, the Lord might forgive her. Niao Lanqin lifted Niao Lanji up from the ground, wiped the tears from her eyes, and said, "Lanji, martial uncle is right. Ning Xiaochuan may have really cared about you, but who can tell that he has no other purpose? Maybe he wants to use you to deal with the voice of heaven, or maybe he covets your beauty. People are dangerous, Lanji, you must not be credulous." Niao Lanji was crying again and said, "Sister, you know that the little Marquis is not like that. He saved your life when he was in the woodvine forest. How can you say that about him?" Niao Lanqin's mind recalled the night in the cave, the beautiful picture, and the unforgettable shame. Although Ning Xiaochuan saved her, she also lost the most precious thing. In her opinion, she and Ning Xiaochuan have long been in good debt to each other. If they meet again, they will only be treated as strangers. When you become an ally, you are an ally, the enemy is the enemy. If Niao Lanji and Ning Xiaochuan were together, she would often see Ning Xiaochuan in the future, and she would still appear as her brother-in-law, which would definitely make her crazy. Niao Lanji's eyes grew colder and said, "He saved me, but it's not necessarily that he didn't want to win my favor, deliberately approached me, and used me to deal with the voice of heaven. Lanji, people's hearts are unpredictable, how long we need to be. The master of Lanshao Hall is Niao Lanji's master." Seeing that she was crying so sad, her heart softened, she knelt behind Queen Wanning and said, "Lord, Ning Xiaochuan did save us. I hope the Lord won't kill him first, otherwise we will feel guilty." Other disciples of the Heavenly Sound sect also came to plead with Ning Xiaochuan and said, "Please spare his life for the time being." Wanning Fairy's phoenix eyes stared at the chaotic sword chi in the night sky, and her red lips opened and closed, saying, "If he can pass the cold level, I can consider giving him a chance later." Boom! The voice of Queen Wanning just fell, and a lightning bolt fell from the sky, illuminating the whole mountain. Ning Xiaochuan, holding a sword of vitality, stepped on Song Kaihan's chest, fell from the sky and suppressed Song Kaihan to the ground. The broken pipa fell from the sky, fell to the ground, made a bang-bang sound, and rolled into the grass. Ning Xiaochuan's eyes were like electricity, his eyebrows were like mountains, and he said with great momentum, "I have saved your Tianyin sect disciple, Queen Wanning, more than once. Is this your way of hospitality?" Lanshao Hall Master and Kongho Hall Master were surprised. They all knew that Ning Xiaochuan was the first genius of the imperial city, But they didn't expect that his martial arts cultivation had stepped into such a high level and defeated Song Kaihan. Those female disciples of the Tianyin sect were even more surprised. Seeing Ning Xiaochuan's supreme heroism from the sky, many women had ripples in their hearts, and their beautiful eyes glittered. No wonder younger martial sister Lanji knelt down and begged. If they were such young heroes, they would certainly do the same. It's all willing to die for him. As long as a man is good enough, he will never lack women like flower lovers. Wan Yinxian turned his back to Ning Xiaochuan and said faintly, "What? Are you very dissatisfied with Benho?" "That's right. The world says that Queen Wanyin is the most beautiful woman in Yulan Empire. I thought how elegant your temperament is and how broad-minded you are, but I didn't expect you to be just a narrow-minded little woman." Ning Xiaochuan rode. Wan Yinxian's slender jade finger slid gently on the string, and a cold air automatically condensed, freezing the ground and constantly spreading to Ning Xiaochuan. For the first time in 40 years, someone dared to say that she was narrow-minded. Ning Xiaochuan inserted the Vitality War sword on the ground to mobilize the surging blood gas in his body. Every drop of blood is like a blood dragon flying, spitting out a hot flame. Wow! His arms were wrapped in flames and spread to the ground through the Yuan Qi sword, forming a fire wall more than 10 meters high to resist the spreading fire wall. Just when Ning Xiaochuan thought that Queen Wan Yinxian was going to attack him, Queen Wan Yinxian put away the cold on her body, acting very calmly, as if she had never been angry, and said in a clear voice, "Ning Xiaochuan, just now Lanji pleaded with me to spare your life, and I have promised her, but in order to show your friendship to Tianyinzong, you should at least show some sincerity." Ning Xiaochuan glanced slightly at Niao Lanji. If he could not do it, it would be best. He put away the Vitality Sword and said, "What sincerity does the Fairy Queen want?" Queen Wanyin said, "I heard that the master of the school palace passed the imperial decree to you before leaving. If you can give the imperial decree to me, I believe you are a friend of Tianyin sect." Ning Xiaochuan frowned and said, "It's impossible. The imperial decree is of great importance. I promised the master of the school palace that he would pass it on to the people of the royal family, and it's impossible to give it to the people of the sect." Queen Wanyin sneered, "Your insistence is really ridiculous to me. If I kill you, won't the imperial decree still fall into my hands?" Ning Xiaochuan's momentum didn't diminish at all, and said, "I really can't figure out why she should stay in the Yulan Empire to compete for the so-called throne, because she has already reached the top level of the Yulan Empire with her martial arts cultivation. Whether the throne of the Yulan Empire is important or the magical path of martial arts is important, I believe that the Fairy Queen knows better than anyone." Queen Wanyin said, "People in this world are different. There is a kind of people who just want to have a lifetime of prosperity, not to take risks and don't want to lose everything they have now, while the other kind of people are believers in martial arts, who will continue to pursue the ultimate martial arts, break into desperate situations, experience danger, fight the world, and never stop." Ning Xiaochuan said, "The Fairy Queen thinks she is the first kind of person?" "No. I'm the third kind of person. I want to pursue a more profound martial art, but I won't pursue it blindly. Before starting, at least make a sound plan." Queen Wanyin said again, "Do you know where the master of the academy left the Jade Haze Empire?" "Tiandi Mountain." Ning Xiaochuan rode. "Yes, it's Tiandi Mountain. There are a total of 12 5-level civilizations under the banner of Tiandi Mountain. Every 100 years, Tiandi Mountain will select the strongest one from the 5-level civilizations and enter Tiandi Mountain for cultivation. Even when he arrives at Tiandi Mountain, this selected person will become a big man and have a good position." Many book friends reported that yesterday's updated chapters were repeated, but Lao Jiu checked repeatedly, and there was no problem with the authors backstage. "I don't know what happened. I have already reported to the editor, and I hope it can be solved as soon as possible." Sure enough, Wu Zun, who achieved the highest level of martial arts cultivation, knew the existence of Tiandi Mountain. When Queen Wan Xian talked about Tiandi Mountain, there must be a reason. Ning Xiaochuan was moved by it and said, "The master of the school palace is the person selected by Tiandi Mountain?" Yes. Tiandi Mountain will only choose the strongest among the royal families and get a high position in Tiandi Mountain. At the same time, Tiandi Mountain can also indirectly control the whole Yulan Empire in this way. If the masters of the school palace all cultivate in Tiandi Mountain, then Yulan Empire naturally can only belong to the sphere of influence of Tiandi Mountain, and at the same time, it should believe that Tiandi is the true god. Ning Xiaochuan added, however, there are more than 10 million warriors in the Jade Haze Empire. Only one can be selected. What about others? What if they go to Tiandi Mountain to worship? For martial artists, Tiandi Mountain is simply like a fairy cave, ethereal and traceless. It is more than 100,000 miles away from Yulan Empire. First, whether you can find Tiandi Mountain alive or not, even if you reach Tiandi Mountain, you can only become the lowest disciple at most, and it is impossible to get high-level cultivation methods and high-level cultivation resources. Queen Wanning said. Ning Xiaochuan said, "So you all want to become the emperor of Yulan Empire and the next person selected by Tiandi Mountain. This is just one of the purposes, and relatively speaking, it is too far away. In fact, everyone who wants to be the emperor of Yulan Empire, his real purpose is to be the heavenly palace in the imperial ruins. Only when he becomes the master of Yulan Empire can he enter the heavenly palace to practice at will. Only by entering the heaven palace to practice can you reach the heaven and man realm. As long as you reach the heaven and man realm, the world is so big that you can go anywhere. Even if you don't worship the Tiandi Mountain, other ancient caves will take the initiative to attract you. If you reach the heaven and man realm, you will really have your own identity and status." Ning Xiaochuan suddenly said, "Can't you really reach the realm of heaven and man without entering the heavenly palace to practice?" A martial artist who practices in the heavenly palace for a day is equivalent to a year in the outside world. However, Ning Xiaochuan knows that Tiangong is not omnipotent. When the potential of a martial artist reaches the limit, even if he practices in Tiangong for a lifetime, it is impossible to break through the realm. Moreover, martial arts have realm division. Every realm has a bottleneck. Once there is a bottleneck, if there is no way to break it, there will be no breakthrough if you continue to cultivate in the heavenly palace. Queen Wanyin snorted coldly and said, "Yulan Empire is just the primary civilization among the 5 civilizations. Cultivation resources and Earth's spiritual roots are not enough to support martial artists to cultivate to heaven and man. If you want to reach heaven and man, you can only enter the Heaven Emperor Academy to cultivate. If a warrior reaches the heaven and man realm, you are heaven. If he does not reach the heaven and man realm, you are earth. The gap between heaven and earth is definitely bigger than you think." Empress Wanyin said, "In fact, it's okay if you don't take out the imperial power order. As long as you can form an alliance with Tianyinzong on behalf of Jiang Fu, I will never treat Jiang Fu badly when I become the queen of Yulan Empire. What do you think?" Jiang Marquis Mansion has a large number of troops and is also a hereditary marquis in the imperial city. It has a deep foundation. If it can get this power, Queen Wan Xian believes that it is just around the corner to break the imperial city. There was a slow airflow in the air, forming a barrier. Other disciples of Tianin sect couldn't hear Ning Xiaochuan's conversation with Queen Wanning at all. Wan Yingshanhe wants to use Jiang He's house. Why doesn't Ning Xiaochuan want to use her? Ning Xiaochuan said, "To be honest, the biggest enemy of the Marquis of the Jian Pavilion is Emperor Yulan." Oh? Ning Xiaochuan said, 14 years ago, my parents were forced to death by Emperor Yulan. Later, Ning Xiaochuan spoke tragically about the tragedy of that year, and also about the gratitude and resentment between the Marquis of Jiangya and Emperor Yulan. The anger that erupted from him could hardly wait to immediately lead troops to the imperial city and break the Jade Orchid Emperor into pieces. The sexy corner of the mouth of the Queen of 10,000 Tones was slightly hooked, glittering and ready. Although her back was facing her body, her beautiful face showed a smile. She sighed, then said that the murder case 14 years ago was very strange. It turned out that there were so many unknown secrets in it. Emperor Yulan was really vicious and didn't deserve to be an emperor. Ning Xiaochuan, if you were to form an alliance with Tianyinzong on behalf of the Jiangya Marquis, I would promise to help you get rid of Emperor Yulan and give you justice. Ning Xiaochuan pretended to show a happy look and said, only with the supreme magic power of the Fairy Queen can he kill the Jade Orchid Emperor. Well, now that the imperial army has encircled and suppressed the Yuan sect, the imperial city must be empty, and the Tianyin sect and the Jiangya Marquis mansion cooperated with each other to take the imperial city at one fell swoop. Wan Yinxian stood up, turned around and stared at Ning Xiaochuan, standing under the maple tree. One is the Empress Dowager, who is powerful in the world, and the other is the invincible pride of the same generation. The Queen of 10,000 Tones has a strong momentum, with a red robe and a white jade belt wrapped around her slender waist, outlining a concave convex and graceful outline. Her face is absolutely beautiful, her skin is as crystal as ice jade, her eyebrows are exquisite, every eyelash seems to have been carefully carved, and every hair is combed neatly. On her body, you can't see any flaws at all, especially her skin, which is very white and delicate to the extreme. The surface of her skin seems to have a layer of jade light flowing. To be exact, her body is simply carved with white jade, bright and bright, like a fairy queen deliberately carved by the Creator. She is not an ordinary human. She must be a Yujing beauty. The voice of the Emperor's blade came into Ning Xiaochuan's ears. Ning Xiaochuan carefully communicated with it and said, "What are you talking about? Queen Wanyin is definitely not from the Jade Haze Empire. She comes from a high-level race of mankind, the Jade Crystal Beauty race, and belongs to the 6th grade civilization." The Emperor Blade said. Ning Xiaochuan said, "Human beings are also classified. Are Yujing beauties very powerful?" Nonsense. The human beings in the Yulan Empire belong to the lowest initial human race, and their blood is the most common. The Yujing beauty race is only a race, which can form a civilization, and it is also a 6th grade civilization. Do you say it is strong? Ning Xiaochuan's heart was more confused. If it was true that Queen Wanyin was a member of the Jade Crystal Beauty family, as Tiandiren said, how could she come to the Jade Haze Empire? Standing in front of Queen Wanyin, Ning Xiaochuan felt great pressure, just like the 9 mountains pressing on his head. It is not only because of the unfathomable martial arts cultivation of Queen Wanyin, but also because of the queen-like momentum she has developed all year round. Once this momentum is developed, it will naturally spread out. Therefore, when the disciples of the Heavenly Sound sect see her, they will immediately kneel down, as if they were kowtowing to the female emperor. Queen Wanyin changed her face fast enough. First, she allied with Yu Yuanzong. Now that Yu Yuanzong was defeated, she immediately went to the Marquis of Jiangya. Ning Xiaochuan mobilized the power of the 7 orifices demon heart to withstand the pressure. Now is not the best time to attack the imperial city. It seems that the imperial army has been sent to encircle and suppress all the major gates. In fact, the really powerful arms of the imperial court have not been sent out, such as the Xuanzhou Slaughtering God Camp and the Dragon Warrior Camp. In addition, the first-class national masters Taichu Wenhua and Yulan Emperor are both in charge of the imperial city, and the imperial city is still as stable as Mount Tai. If you go to attack the imperial city now, you will be defeated miserably. Queen Wanyin said, "What do you mean?" Ning Xiaochuan talked confidently and said, "There are still many people who want to seize the throne. Why should we be the first? The Queen of 10,000 Tones moved her expression, her red lips were bright, and she said faintly, Demon Gate. Yes, it's the Magic Gate. The Magic Gate is also gathering its followers and will attack the Imperial City soon. Why don't we come out to clean up the mess and unify the country after the Magic Gate and the Imperial Court are defeated? Ning Xiaochuan's heroic way. Empress Huanin stared at Ning Xiaochuan deeply, smiled on her beautiful face, and said, I'm worthy of being a person with the heart of 7 orifices, and I'll trust you for once. Queen Huanin smiled quite enchanting, and Ning Xiaochuan couldn't help sighing in her heart that she was really the darling of heaven. She not only reversed the appearance of all creatures for her, but also gave her unparalleled martial arts cultivation. It's absolutely terrible to be against such a woman. My current identity is the capital of the Right Route Army. Now I have to return to the barracks. I hope to see the Fairy Queen next time. The Fairy Queen has become the master of the Imperial City. Ning Xiaochuan rode. Queen Huanin nodded. Ning Xiaochuan was so talkative that her heart was naturally very happy. With a wave of her sleeve, the invisible barrier surrounding the air disappeared. She said, Ning Xiaochuan, goodbye to Huangqing. Ning Xiaochuan finally breathed a sigh of relief, and finally passed the level of Queen Wei Yingxian. Little Marquis, did the Fairy Queen spare you? Niao Longji came forward with a sincere smile on her beautiful face. Ning Xiaochuan nodded with a smile and said, the Fairy Queen is actually very talkative. She didn't embarrass me. I explained to her that after I was just a brother and sister relationship with you, she would decide to let me go. Brother and sister. Friendship. Is it really just brother and sister friendship? Niao Longji's shell teeth gently bit his lower lip, and suddenly felt very lost. Of course. You are as lovely as my sister. If you come to the Imperial City in the future, you will definitely become a good sister with Shiner. Ning Xiaochuan gently patted her fragrant shoulder, then spread his wings, took off and disappeared into the vast night sky. Niao Longji lowered her head and flattened her lips. She was very sad. Her heart kept saying, what's the good of being a sister? I don't want to be a sister, don't be. Ning Xiaochuan can certainly see the friendship of Niao Longji. When a person is too outstanding, many girls will love him. If he doesn't know how to refuse them, he will definitely hurt them more in the end. Short pain is better than long pain. Ning Xiaochuan didn't know how long he had been flying. Suddenly, he felt Ji Hanqing's breath on the ground. Did she catch up with me? Ning Xiaochuan folded his wings and fell steadily to the ground. Standing on the open field, the first thing he saw was not Ji Hanqing, but Yu Wuyang. The moonlight is bright and shining on the armor of Yu Wuyang, reflecting bright brilliance. Beside Yu Wuyang was a red spear, the tip of which was as red as blood. Seeing Ning Xiaochuan fall to the ground, the corner of his mouth slightly hooked and said, Ning Xiaochuan, where are the captives of the Tianyin sect? Where is Ji Hanqing? Ning Xiaochuan clearly felt Ji Hanqing's breath. Yu Wuyang snorted coldly, with a touch of ridicule in his eyes, and said, now Ben Ho is asking you, what is your identity, and dare to talk back to Ben Ho? Don't you know that when you see the prince, you should kneel down and salute? Ning Xiaochuan did not give in at all, and said in a deep voice, I am the commander of the Right Route Army, and you are the commander of the Middle Route Army. Our identity and status are the same. Besides, I have a royal order, and even if I want to kneel and salute, that person should also be you. It's a big tone. You secretly let go of the rebellion of the Tianyin sect, and dare to scold Ben Ho. Today, Ben Ho will suppress you, bring you back to the Imperial City, and let the saint come up and down. Yu Wuyang's eyes are full of murderous intent, which is to suppress Ning Xiaochuan. It is clear that he wants to take Ning Xiaochuan's life. After leaving the Imperial City this time, Yu Wuyang has received a secret order from Emperor Yulan to take Ning Xiaochuan's life and cannot let him return to the Imperial City again. He sent Ji Hanqing to kill Ning Xiaochuan, but he didn't expect that his disciples, who were brought up since childhood, would fall in love with Ning Xiaochuan. She even abolished all her martial arts cultivation for Ning Xiaochuan, so as to repay his inheritance and upbringing. Even Ji Hanqing betrayed him. Yu Wuyang was already angry. If he didn't break Ning Xiaochuan into pieces, he couldn't eliminate his anger at all. Since Ji Hanqing is unwilling to kill Ning Xiaochuan, he will do it himself. Can Ning Xiaochuan turn the waves? Shua. The scarlet spear flew into his hand, picked up a piece of soil, and a flame appeared on the tip of the spear, stabbing Ning Xiaochuan's heart. This is the 8th-grade Xuanqi ghost will gun. The flame emitted is like a ghost fire. It penetrates all holes, forming a flame shuttle, which pierces the clouds condensed by Ning Xiaochuan. Yu Wuyang's martial arts cultivation is unparalleled, and Ning Xiaochuan dare not underestimate the enemy at all. Ning Xiaochuan raised his left and right hands at the same time, holding the scorching sun in one hand and the bright moon in the other, and his hands moved to form a yin-yang diagram of the sun and moon, which collided with the ghost will gun stabbed by Yu Wuyang. Boom! Hundreds of flames exploded from between the two people's bodies, throwing hundreds of pits on the open field. Yu Wuyang's physique was already very strong. Before Ning Xiaochuan appeared, he was the youngest Wu Zun and the youngest prince of the Yulan Empire. Few of his contemporaries were his opponents. Later, he got a great opportunity in the divine palace of the Emperor of Heaven to reach the talent level of rare in 700 years. His martial arts cultivation was violently improved, and he stepped into the list of the extremely strong in the Yulan Empire. Ow! Behind Yu Wuyang, a 10-meter-high martial spirit Dharma body rushed out. The Wu Soul Dharma body is also wearing armor and holding a long gun. It is like an angry King Kong, giving people a powerful breath of martial arts. Wu Soul changes. Yu Wuyang roared, and his mouth spewed out golden xiaqi. The xiaqi rushed into the Wu Soul Dharma body, making the Wu Soul extremely condensed and blooming with a flame-like brilliance. Only when the cultivation of martial arts reaches the 4th level of the land, can we cultivate martial soul transformation and burst out the power of martial soul. Yu Wuyang saw that Ning Xiaochuan had not reached the 4th level of the territory, so he had to use the power of martial spirit to suppress Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan, Ben Ho will let you know today that the gap between us is not a bit. With a finger of Yu Wuyang, Wu Soul attacked Ning Xiaochuan. Rather than be outdone, Ning Xiaochuan also sacrificed the Wu Soul Dharma body out of the body and fought against Yu Wuyang's Wu Soul change. Although Ning Xiaochuan did not cultivate Wu Soul change, the power of Wu Soul Dharma body was no weaker than Wu Soul. Ning Xiaochuan's martial spirit Dharma body is a 9-meter-high giant tripod, on which thousands of inscriptions of destruction float. 2 frightening magic pictures, the picture of Corpse Mountain and Blood Sea, and the picture of Sky Fire burning the body, are printed on the tripod, emitting a force of death. It's so abnormal. Ning Xiaochuan didn't cultivate Wuhuan change, but he was able to resist Wuhuan change. This should be absolutely impossible, but it happened to him. Ning Xiaochuan was affected by the gas of extermination, and his body gave birth to a monster spirit of evil, and he said sternly, Yu Wuyang, where is Ji Hanqing? The traitor has been executed by me. Yu Wuyang's cold measured Tao. She is your disciple. Ning Xiaochuan's heart was angry, and he couldn't believe Ji Hanqing had died. The magic sword in the blood hole vibrated violently, and the 8 world-destroying gases wrapped around the magic sword invaded the blood and merged with the blood. The blood gas in the body became extremely violent. Every drop of blood is like a magic dragon. Those who defeat me can also be killed by their closest relatives. Yu Wuyang stabbed him, like a flash of lightning, to break Ning Xiaochuan's body. Ning Xiaochuan's palm was wrapped by magic gas, and he even held the spear with his bare hands. 8 world-destroying gases passed out of his palm and wrapped around the spear. The world-destroying gas vaporized into 8 magic dragons, roaring at Yu Wuyang. Yu Wuyang, you have lost your humanity. Ji Hanqing didn't betray you at all. Ning Xiaochuan gnashed his teeth and pressed on Yu Wuyang step by step. Good familiar power. This is the power of Gong Zichuan. You. What is your relationship with Child Chuan? Yu Wuyang's deep voice. Ning Xiaochuan didn't answer at all, and his heart was very angry. A large amount of magic gas gushed out of his body, condensing a magic sword. A sword cleaved to Yu Wuyang and pulled out a blood-red sword light more than 10 meters long. Poof. Yu Wuyang suddenly retreated, but his armor was still cut off by the magic sword. He held a long gun and stared at Ning Xiaochuan's bloody sword. He clenched his fists and widened his eyes, saying, Ghost Demon Sword, you are Gong Zichuan. It's not too late for you to know, Yu Wuyang. Today, we end our old and new hatred together. Either you or I die. Ning Xiaochuan roared. Originally, he planned to cultivate Wuhuan change. After reaching another level of cultivation, he would go to Yu Wuyang to decide the outcome of life and death. But he doesn't want to wait any longer. Yu Wuyang had a new plan after learning that Ning Xiaochuan was Child Chuan. As long as he sent the news back to the imperial city, many people would naturally come to kill him. Why waste your strength? Yu Wuyang's feet grew dragon scales, and the soles of his feet became dragon claws. When he kicked on the ground, his body moved out sideways and fell 100 meters away. Where to go? Ning Xiaochuan held the magic sword in both hands, condensed the vitality of his whole body, and chopped at Yu Wuyang with a sword, forming a huge sword shadow. The ghost will gun in Yu Wuyang's hand stabbed into the void, completely bursting out the power of the Bapan Xuanqi, forming a huge golden unicorn's head, and earth-shaking collision with the magic sword. Boom! The earth at the foot of Yu Wuyang sank, countless smoke and dust poured up from the ground, and many martial arts vitality ran between heaven and earth for a long time. A huge force also passed to Ning Xiaochuan's arm, which shook him back and fell back to the ground. Yu Wuyang is indeed a peerless Tianjiao, and his martial arts cultivation is unfathomable. Ning Xiaochuan, Ji Hanqing is by the river. You are not a senior cardiologist. See if you can save her. Yu Wuyang's voice came from 10 miles away and was rushing to the direction of the imperial city. When he said the word save life, his voice was weak and went further. Yu Wuyang deliberately said that Ji Hanqing was by the river and wanted to hold Ning Xiaochuan down so that he could rush back to the imperial city first. Ning Xiaochuan's pupils glowed with bleeding red light, and the magic of death surrounded his body. He wanted to catch up and fight with Yu Wuyang, but he was struggling in his heart. Did he choose to kill or save? Help! He finally found Ji Hanqing's breath according to his mind and rushed to the river. When he arrived at the bank of the river, he saw only a bloody heart suspended in the water, and the surrounding water was dyed red, emitting a bloody glow. Because Wu Zun's blood is too strong, the water in the river is boiling, and bubbles the size of fists appear, giving people an unspeakable sense of desolation. Ji Hanqing's breath is emitted from that heart. Obviously, that is her heart. Ning Xiaochuan's evil spirit is stronger and murderous. Since Ji Hanqing's heart is in the river, she must be nearby. Ning Xiaochuan wanted to find her, followed the blood on the ground, and finally failed to find Ji Hanqing. The blood was broken, but the man did not appear. She finally left and disappeared in a place that Ning Xiaochuan would never find. Even if a person's cultivation reaches the realm of earthly dignity, he will definitely live soon without a heart. Where can she go? Maybe she just didn't want Ning Xiaochuan to see her dead, so she hid, like hiding in a corner where no one found her, and left the world quietly. But what if there is a miracle? Maybe she met a peerless expert and saved her, so I didn't find her. In fact, she was still alive. Ning Xiaochuan's heart comforted him so much. Ning Xiaochuan hopes that there will really be miracles in this world. Although the possibility is quite slim, as long as she is not found, she is likely to not be dead and still alive in some corner of the world. Ning Xiaochuan returned to the bank of the big river and wanted to take away the heart in the river. However, when he arrived at the bank of the river, he found that the heart in the water was also missing. How could this happen? It's only a short time since the heart disappeared. Ning Xiaochuan looked for the downstream of the river and did not find his heart, indicating that the heart was not washed away by the water, but someone came here and took away the heart in the water. Who is it? Can you steal Jihanqing's heart under his eyelids? Ning Xiaochuan finally failed to find Jihanqing and her heart. Everything about her seemed to disappear. Ning Xiaochuan sat on the ground a little lost. Did she really hurt herself? If Jihanqing had not fallen in love with him, he would not have been executed by Yu Wuyang. Is this really the case? Ning Xiaochuan has always been a person who likes to stop the responsibility on himself. Even if it's not his own fault at all, he has to find mistakes on himself. For the enemy, he can ruthlessly hurt the killer. However, he is very considerate to the people around him and doesn't want them to be hurt. To strangers, we can also lend a helping hand, heal and cure them, and save them from the suffering of life and death. Yu Wuyang, if I let you live until tomorrow, I will dig out my own heart. Ning Xiaochuan suddenly stood up and burst out of his body. The double-headed stone beast flew out of the Xian beast's mirror, spread out a pair of huge stone wings, carried Ning Xiaochuan on his back, and quickly chased in the direction of the imperial city. Ning Xiaochuan made up his mind to kill Yu Wuyang on the way back to the imperial city. He could not enter the imperial city, let alone expose his identity as Prince Chuan. The combat power of the double-headed stone beast is comparable to the fifth heaviest warrior in the territory of Dizun. The flight speed is amazing. The stone wings are more than 100 meters long, which can simply compare with the speed of the Dragon Clan. Ning Xiaochuan, give me a Qi Pin Xian weapon, and I will help you kill Yu Wuyang. The voice of Emperor Blade sounded. Yes. Ning Xiaochuan didn't want too many people to know the identity of Gong Zichuan, so he put the magic sword away, took out the Ziyun flying sword taken from Yinan Tian, and gave it to Tiandi Blade. Ning Xiaochuan now has a large number of Qi Pin Xian tools, so he is not afraid to trade with Tiandi Blade. It's really cost-effective to exchange Yu Wuyang's life with a piece of Qi Pin Xian ware. After chasing for a day and 2 nights, he finally came outside the imperial city. Marquis Yunzhong's martial arts cultivation is extremely high, and his vast magic power has even entered the imperial city first. The 2 teams of soldiers guarding the city gate were startled to see the huge stone beast swooping down from the sky. The huge breath from the stone beast made them tremble all over. The huge stone wings covered the sunshine in the sky and left a huge black shadow on the ground. Who? You can't rush into the important place of the imperial city at will. A group of soldiers in iron armor stood at the top of the city wall, opened the crossbow and aimed at the double-headed stone beasts flying in the sky. The army guarding the imperial city has received the martial law order. In recent days, anyone who dares to break into the imperial city will be executed. Get out of the way. Ning Xiaochuan didn't have time to talk nonsense with them. With a wave of his arm, a large piece of lightning flew out and split on the soldiers, making them smoke all over and fall to the ground. Ow! The 2-headed stone beast roared and flew straight into the imperial city. Full vigilance, unidentified martial arts strongmen broke into the imperial city. The barracks of the North Gate were in a mess. I thought it was the demon gate that came to attack the imperial city, and I was ready to open the array of guarding the gate. Panic, what panic? That's Ning Xiaochuan from the Marquis of the Sword Pavilion, not the demon man of the demon gate. The guard commander of Beiqing men came out slowly, scolded the soldiers who were in a panic, stared at the 2-headed stone beast that had flown away, and said to himself, It's really strange that Yuan Songhao just returned to the imperial city, and Ning Xiaochuan rushed back in a hurry. It looks like he's going to kill. What happened? Let's pass the news to the prince immediately. The leader of the North Gate Guard army, named Zhao Yan, is from King Dajinpeng's mansion. He took out a jade slip from his sleeve, burned a row of words on it, and pressed a basalt on the concave hole of the jade slip. A circle of array lines suddenly appeared on the jade slips, turning into a white light. The jade slips flew out with a few, and soon flew into the palace of King Dajinpeng and fell into the hands of King Dajinpeng. After entering the imperial city, Yu Wuyang went straight to the emperor's palace. All he had to do was tell Emperor Yulan that Ning Xiaochuan was Gong Zichuan. Emperor Yulan would naturally kill Ning Xiaochuan. He is confident that he can kill Ning Xiaochuan, but what's the meaning of killing Ning Xiaochuan? Only Emperor Yulan ordered that the entire clan of the Marquis of Jianghe be executed, which was a great pleasure. Yu Wuyang had not entered the imperial city, but was stopped by a bronze car the size of a palace. A 60-year-old man opened the window, revealing a withered old face, smiled faintly at Yu Wuyang and said, "Lord, where are you going?" If other people dared to block his way at this time, Yu Wuyang would have torn him to pieces. However, after seeing the old man, Yu Wuyang stopped, restrained his eagerness and said, "I have something important to do, and I need to enter the palace. Qing Peng, please give me away." The old man laughed and said, "What a coincidence. The Lord also has something important to see you. He has gone to Yunzhong Marquis Mansion to wait for the Lord first. I hope Yunzhong Marquis won't keep the Lord waiting." After entering the palace and facing the saint, the Marquis will naturally rush back to the Marquis house immediately to receive the Lord, and ask the Lord to wait in the Marquis house for a while. Yuan Songhao felt something strange. He had little contact with King Dajinpeng. Why did King Dajinpeng want to see him at this time? The old man snorted coldly and said, "Yun Zhongho means that the affairs of the prince are not as important as yours?" Yun Zhongho couldn't bear it. The vitality of martial arts in his body completely burst out, and he planned to break through. Qing Pengho smiled coldly, and his dry arm was lifted slightly. The mysterious air of heaven and earth in the air suddenly stood still, and the whole space seemed to be sealed. Ho in the clouds only felt that his body was frozen into the ice, and pressure came from all directions, squeezing his body. His heart was secretly surprised. The old man, Qing Pengho, was really terrible. He was worthy of being the first master under the throne of Dajinpeng. If we fight with him now, it will not only delay time, but also make great enemies. It is not a wise choice. After weighing the pros and cons, the Marquis in the cloud finally put aside the vitality of Wu Dao and said, "Okay. I'll go to see the prince now." If the prince knew that the Marquis in the clouds knew current affairs so well, he would be very happy. Qing Pengho smiled faintly and closed the window. "Drive, leave slowly." The Marquis in the clouds did not dare to offend King Dajinpeng, so he had to return to the Marquis house first. He secretly said that although King Dajinpeng was against the emperor everywhere, King Dajinpeng would not hesitate to wipe out the potential threat in terms of harming the country. Tell King Dajinpeng the news that the Marquis of Jianghe secretly established Ghost Mountain Manor. Maybe King Dajinpeng will immediately deal with the Marquis of Jianghe. Dajinpeng Mansion was originally friendly with Jianghe Marquis Mansion. If you can see their two families fighting first, even if Dajinpeng Mansion can suppress Jianghe Marquis Mansion, it will certainly be defeated at the expense of the enemy. This is definitely a great wedding for the emperor, and maybe I will be granted the king of the opposite sex for this. Thinking of this, Ho's face in the cloud showed a ferocious smile, and he couldn't wait to return to the Ho's house in the cloud. However, when he returned to Yunzhong Ho Mansion, he did not see King Dajinpeng. Bang! Ho in the cloud was furious. He slapped out and smashed a rockery. Damn! King Dajinpeng dared to fool Ben Ho. Outside the marquee house, there was an earth-shaking long howl. "Yu Wuyang, come out and die." Boom! The ground shook violently. The double-headed stone beast's body was like a small stone mountain, which fell outside the marquee house in the clouds. 4 huge hooves crushed the street, leaving 4 huge pits on the ground. Ning Xiaochuan jumped from the back of the double-headed stone beast and went straight to the marquee house of the sword pavilion. Who dares to break into the marquee in the clouds? A group of soldiers rushed out of the marquee house, holding sharp cold iron spears in their hands, staring at Ning Xiaochuan covetously. This is the important place of the imperial city. At the foot of the emperor, who dares to kill the powerful Yunzhongho? It's absolutely lawless. An old martial artist recognized Ning Xiaochuan and said in a deep voice, "Ning Xiaochuan, what do you want to do?" The martial artist's name is Lu Guiyan, ranking first among the 12 tiger generals in the cloud. His martial arts cultivation is quite profound, reaching the 9th level of the realm of immortality. Ning Xiaochuan, carrying the blade of the Emperor of Heaven, with a domineering momentum on his body, walked directly to the marquee in the clouds. He felt that Yunzhongho was in the Ho's mansion, and secretly said that it was really strange that Yunzhongho didn't immediately go to see Emperor Yulan. Although Ning Xiaochuan didn't know what Yunzhongho was up to, he had to break into Yunzhongho's house today, and no one could stop him. "Get out!" Ning Xiaochuan stepped on the ground, and a flash of vitality with lightning poured into the ground. Boom! Outside the marquee house in the clouds, the stone ladder with a height of more than 50 stories was broken, and a strong force of martial arts hit Lu Guiyan's body. The first-ranked tiger in the clouds was smashed out, his body hit the gate, and his mouth spit blood. Other warriors were even more miserable, flying backward one after another and falling on the ground in all directions. In front of Wu Zun, their combat power was simply vulnerable. What happened? Ning Xiaochuan broke into Yunzhongho's mansion and claimed to kill Yunzhongho. When Ning Xiaochuan flew back to the imperial city by taking the double-headed stone beast, many people were already shocked. Therefore, many martial arts strongmen followed him to the outside of the marquee in the cloud, wanting to know what Ning Xiaochuan was doing. It is said that the Marquis of Jiangya and the Marquis of Yunzhong were originally at odds. Maybe the two marquis are really going to war. Even if there is a war, the Marquis of Jiangya should send more strong men to come. Now Ning Xiaochuan will go in alone, not afraid of being besieged by the experts of the marquee in the clouds. This is a marquee as solid as gold, and it can't be broken by one person alone. While everyone was talking, Ning Xiaochuan had chopped Lu Guiyan's head out with a knife, crushed the door of the marquee house in the clouds with one foot, and stepped on the rubble to enter the marquee house step by step. With every step he took, a corpse would fall into a pool of blood and converge into a stream of blood. This is not a joke, it is simply a rhythm of killing. In the distance, King Dajinpeng stood on the stargazing platform, overlooking the direction of the marquee house in the clouds, and his deep eyes also shrunk slightly. His heart was also wondering, what happened? Unexpectedly let Ning Xiaochuan, who is usually calm, enter the marquee house in the clouds as if he had lost his reason? Lord, why did Ning Xiaochuan and Yu Wuyang suddenly make such a fierce quarrel? Look at Ning Xiaochuan's appearance, this is to live with Yu Wuyang. Qingpengho Road. King Dajinpeng smiled deeply and said, Ning Xiaochuan and Yu Wuyang had a big feud as early as more than 10 years ago, but this king couldn't figure out why Ning Xiaochuan, such a calm person, had endured for more than 10 years. Why did he suddenly desperate to kill Yunzhongho? Qingpengho said, from the perspective of his subordinates, the hatred in Ning Xiaochuan's heart has swelled to the extreme over time. Now, his martial arts cultivation has grown up enough to compete with Yu Wuyang. With a strong martial arts cultivation, he no longer wants to endure it. Today, it should be the time for Ning Xiaochuan and Yu Wuyang to fight. King Dajinpeng said, I have long guessed that there will be a war between Ning Xiaochuan and Yu Wuyang. They are both the favored ones of heaven and enemies at the same time. The decisive battle between them is still quite interesting. If anyone can kill another person, within 10 years, that person will become the most powerful person in Yulan Empire. Qing Pengho nodded. With Ning Xiaochuan's growth rate and his command of imperial power, he can enter the Temple of Heaven to practice. Within 10 years, he is really likely to reach a higher level than the Demon Emperor. However, although Yu Wuyang is one generation higher than Ning Xiaochuan and is ahead of Ning Xiaochuan in martial arts cultivation, his talent is much worse than Ning Xiaochuan. I'm afraid he can't reach the top masters of the Jade Haze Empire within 10 years. King Dajinpeng shook his head and said, that was before. In the Temple of the Emperor of Heaven, Yu Wuyang got a great opportunity. His talent level has reached 7,000 years and his physique is no longer weaker than that of Ning Xiaochuan. If Ning Xiaochuan's talent level is also 7,000 years, this time he will suffer a great loss by breaking into the Marquis in Yunzhong. 7,000 years. Qing Pengho was so surprised that his chin fell to the ground. This talent level is too frightening. After the apotheosis era passed, it was almost never heard that anyone could reach such a high talent level. This is a talent level that only exists in rumors. King Dajinpeng said, before sending troops to attack the sect rebellion, Yu Wuyang broke through the Tongtian Bridge, reaching the 18th floor in all, and became the first person in history. Yu Wuyang is extremely insidious, and he can't stay. I hope Ning Xiaochuan can kill him, get rid of this great danger, and avoid the king's own hands. I'm afraid it will be difficult. After knowing Yu Wuyang's talent level, Qing Pengho was deeply shocked. Thinking of the bloody heart in the river, Ning Xiaochuan's anger is constantly rising. With the blood flowing all over the body, the qi of extermination in the body just wants to kill all the people in front of him. Wow! In the clouds, the Marquis burst into dazzling brilliance, and a circular array disc was activated by the monks of 12 Taoist gates to form a huge covering Ning Xiaochuan in the center. This array is based on 12 buildings. In each building, there is a monk of Daomen in charge of the array, trapping Ning Xiaochuan in the array. The elder Kuching of the Marquis in the clouds and the strong men in the army rushed out one after another, smashing hundreds of Xuanqi into the array, and the light of Xuanqi completely drowned Ning Xiaochuan. Although the background of the Marquis in the clouds is not as profound as that of the hereditary Marquis, Yu Wuyang has also attracted many martial arts masters in recent years. All martial artists who have reached the level of immortality have been granted the title of Elder Kuching. Ning Xiaochuan and Tiandi Blade are almost integrated, and a huge virtual shadow of the Emperor appears, with a crown on the head and a knife on the waist. The eyes open and close, releasing a sense of imperial majesty. Boom! Ning Xiaochuan chopped down with a knife and crushed more than a dozen mysterious weapons. The Tiandi Blade is naturally quite impolite. It absorbs all the soldiers' souls and essence in these Xuanqi. When the fragments of Xuanqi fall to the ground, they all turn into pieces of iron. Outside the array, the martial arts strongmen in the Marquis house in the clouds were startled, and the power of the Emperor's blade was too terrible. More than a dozen Xuanqi were discarded with just one hit. They mobilized the power of their minds one after another and wanted to take back the Xuanqi. It's all here, so eat it all. The Emperor blade was very impolite, making a harsh sound like gold and stone friction. The sound made by the Tiandi blade carries the penetrating power of the soldiers themselves. After hearing the sound, some martial artists with low martial arts cultivation pierced their eardrums and blood flowed out of their ears. Boom! On the surface of the Emperor's blade, a circle of blood-red brilliance appeared, wrapped more than 100 mysterious objects, and pulled them over. Voila! More than 100 Xuanqi were devoured by the Emperor's blade, and the brilliance of Xuanqi was dim, turning into waste vessels and falling to the ground. The warriors in the Marquis house in the clouds were so angry that they vomited blood. That was more than 100 mysterious weapons, which was a shocking wealth. This time, the loss was too heavy. Wow! Ning Xiaochuan raised his knife with both hands and cut the array with one knife. The terrifying knife gas cut the whole marquee house in the cloud in half, and a huge crack 5 meters wide was split in the middle. At the same time, 333 xianxue flew out of Ning Xiaochuan's sleeve and fell into 333 directions of the marquee in the cloud, merging with the spiritual acupoints in the air. Child Chuan, why did you come to the marquee house in the clouds alone, and why didn't you bring the people of Spirit Mountain Manor with you? Yu Wuyang walked out leisurely. He deliberately integrated the vitality of Wu Dao into his voice, and every word was as loud as thunder, trying to let the whole imperial city know that Ning Xiaochuan was the manor master of Spirit Mountain Manor, Gongzichuan. However, his voice finally did not spread out of the marquee in the clouds, and was blocked back by a halo. The 333 xianxue, just played by Ning Xiaochuan, has become a simple 8-wind god array. Although it is not as powerful as the complete 8-wind god array, it is more than enough to block the sound in the marquee house and the clouds from being spread outside the array. Ning Xiaochuan turned out to be the big demon Sun Chuan of Spirit Mountain Manor. The warriors in the marquee and the clouds were shocked. Some people wanted to spread the news, but as soon as they wanted to rush out, they were blown back by the power of the 8 winds god array, and they couldn't escape the array at all. Ning Xiaochuan's heart became indifferent. He released the double-headed stone beast and the black-haired ghost bat beast from the Xian beast's mirror and said, "The people in the marquee house and the cloud, cut the grass and root out." This is the first time Ning Xiaochuan felt the blood devouring in his heart. He just wanted to kill everyone and even the whole world. The idea flashed in his mind and was decisively contained by him. He didn't want to be a blood-devouring demon, but he had to kill. If he didn't kill all the people in the marquee house and the cloud, he would die, and more people in Spirit Mountain Manor and the marquee house and the sword pavilion would also die. Kill. Ning Xiaochuan put aside all his thoughts, and since he has firmly established his purpose, he will fight without complaint and regret. Tiandi Blade also made a joyful sound, and surged out a knife light more than 10 meters long. Cut down with a knife, collided with the ghost will gun in Yu Wuyang's hand, and the ground sank again, forming a large pit with a diameter of 20 meters. Centered on Yu Wuyang, the ground cracked like a spider's web. Boom! The earth sank, and billowing smoke and dust rose from the bottom of the earth again. This time, without any hesitation, Ning Xiaochuan killed all the smoke and dust in the big pit, and a fierce collision broke out with Yu Wuyang. Yu Wuyang's body rushed out yellow Xuanwu war qi, wrapped the body, and the war qi condensed into vigorous qi, condensed into the shape of tortoise shell. Xuanwu war qi is a defense type of martial magic, known as the first defense magic. Yu Wuyang's ability to condense basaltic war qi into tortoise shells shows that he has cultivated basaltic war qi to the level of tangible and qualitative, which is like wearing a suit of armor made of basaltic leather. With Yu Wuyang's current defense, even the 7th heaviest martial overlord in the territory of Dizun can't easily break his basalt war spirit. What bullshit, basalt and war spirit, in Lao Tzu's eyes, there is no unbreakable magic power in the world. Tiandi Blade made a human voice, which was quite harsh. Ning Xiaochuan mobilized a lot of energy, controlled the blade of the Emperor of Heaven, and chopped at Yu Wuyang. The Tiandi Blade is a divine weapon that surpasses the Jiupin Xuanqi. It is extremely sharp. Even if Yu Wuyang's cultivation has the spirit of basalt war, he dares not to touch the Tiandi Blade with his body. Bang! Yu Wuyang shot out, and the tip of the gun gave out a Kylan hell. Tiandi Blade and Ghost Will gun collided again, sparks splashed, and a deafening sound broke out, which was like 2 iron mountains colliding. Being able to reach the level of 8 mysterious weapons, the power of Ghost Will gun is naturally quite powerful, but after being chopped by the Emperor's blade for dozens of times, the gun rod will crack into a gap and make a chi-chi sound. Bang! Finally, this 8th-grade Xuanqi was cut by the emperor's blade, and a large amount of essence leaked out of the spear. If there is enough strength to support, I can chop that broken gun into slag with one knife. The emperor blade shouted. Then go chop. Ning Xiaochuan knew that the Tiandi blade wanted to absorb the essence of the ghost will gun, so he took the initiative to throw the Tiandi blade out, and he attacked Yu Wuyang with his bare hands. The Tiandi blade naturally wants to absorb the essence of the ghost will gun. It is a 8th-grade Xuanqi, comparable to more than 10 7th-grade Xuanqi, which is a great tonic for it. If you let the supplements run away, it will be very distressed. Ning Xiaochuan, do you want to break Ben Ho's basalt war spirit with your bare hands? Yu Wuyang's face wore a cold smile. Do you think the Xuanwu war spirit is too strong to be broken? Ning Xiaochuan rowed. Then try your ghost sword? Yu Wuyang laughed. Although Ning Xiaochuan is furious, he hasn't completely lost his mind. He knows that there must be a lot of people paying attention to the battle in Yunzhong Ho's mansion now. Once he used the magic sword, wouldn't he expose his identity? Crackling. Ning Xiaochuan slapped Yu Wuyang with his palm. His palm was completely wrapped by lightning, and a beast shadow could be seen rushing out of his palm. Fearless, Yu Wuyang also played a palm print magic, and his palm became like a dragon's claw. He is confident that his physique will not be worse than that of Ning Xiaochuan, and his martial arts cultivation has entered the 5th level of Dizuan, which is 2 levels higher than that of Ning Xiaochuan. If he hits hard, he will be able to defeat Ning Xiaochuan with the momentum of destroying the withered and decaying. As soon as his palm touched Ning Xiaochuan's palm, he felt something bad. A devouring force erupted from Ning Xiaochuan's body and was actually absorbing the vitality of martial arts in his body. Biming magic skill. Yu Wuyang's face changed. He had only heard the horror of biming magic before, but he had never really contacted it. This contact made him scared and inexplicable. The vitality of martial arts in his body was completely out of his control, and he was sucked by Ning Xiaochuan. Do you want to die under biming magic like this? Yu Wuyang couldn't move, his muscles were concave and convex, and the blood in his body was retrograde. No matter how he fought back, there was no way to separate from Ning Xiaochuan, and the situation was extremely critical. Recommend the new book 9 Heavenly Gods by the mysterious god Ao Tianwu Trace. Yu Wuyang's constitution is very strong, and his blood gas solidifies like mercury water. Every drop of blood is very heavy. Even with the power of the magic sword, it is difficult to suck the blood gas in his body. Ning Xiaochuan directly clasped Yu Wuyang's wrist, and his fingers were as sharp as claws, stabbing into his wrist. Yu Wuyang screamed, and the blood gas in his body was completely disordered, and he kept passing outside. Boom! The 8 Winds God array was torn out, and Jing Tianho and Wan Hu Ho rushed in. The Holy Master heard that a demon sect master was going to assassinate Yunzhong Hao, so he specially sent us to help. Ho, are you all right? Jing Tianho said. Yu Wuyang's heart was overjoyed and he wanted to speak, but he was suppressed by biming magic, and he couldn't even open his lips. Marquis Jing Tian and Marquis Wan Hu came at the order of Emperor Yulan to help Yu Wuyang fight against Fu Ning Xiaochuan. Originally, Emperor Yulan couldn't find an excuse to get rid of Ning Xiaochuan. Now, Ning Xiaochuan actually openly wanted to kill the monarch of the court, so he pretended not to know Ning Xiaochuan's identity and dealt with him as a demon warrior. Even if Ning Xiaochuan was killed in the Hofu in the clouds, he would only regret and sigh that he killed the wrong person. Who told you to kill Ning Xiaochuan in Yunzhongho's mansion? Even if you were killed by the imperial court, you deserve it. In fact, according to Emperor Yulan, it was more than enough to kill Ning Xiaochuan with Yu Wuyang's martial arts cultivation. However, he was still not at ease, so he sent 2 powerful marquis to Fu Ning Xiaochuan again, and he must let Ning Xiaochuan die. It's easy to kill Ning Xiaochuan with Yunzhong Hao's martial arts cultivation. We don't need to worry at all. Wan Huho laughed. Jing Tianho also nodded and said, Ning Xiaochuan is only a suckling role after all. Maybe he can compete with Yun Zhongho after 10 years of practice. 10 years later, Yun Songhao has reached a new height, and Ning Xiaochuan will never catch up. Jing Tianho and Wan Huho did not plan to fight, because they were very confident in the martial arts cultivation of Yun Zhongho. They just need to stand by and prevent Ning Xiaochuan from escaping. Yu Wuyang had a hard time saying that the blood gas in his body was constantly losing, which really greeted the whole family of Jing Tianho and Wan Huho. Gradually, Jing Tianho and Wan Huho found clues and felt something wrong. The smell of Ho in the cloud was weakening, while the smell of Ning Xiaochuan was constantly getting stronger. No. It must be the legendary Northern Hell magic skill. Jing Tianho stopped waiting and took out a dragon skin drum and put it on the ground, like a huge water tank covered with a layer of dragon scale. Take out the drumstick made of keel, bombard it on the dragon skin drum, and immediately hit the thick lightning at the mouth of the bowl, and chop it towards Ning Xiaochuan. It's a drum made of real dragon skin and a drumstick made of real keel. Ning Xiaochuan immediately stopped running the power of the magic sword, withdrew his palms, spread his hands, and condensed the virtual shadow of 100 swords around his body, forming a sword rain flying towards Jing Tianho. When Ning Xiaochuan showed his magic power of 10,000 swords melt the rain, the weather in the imperial city changed accordingly, and the air became dull. There was a lot of wind and rain over the marquee and the clouds, black clouds rolled, lightning shuttled, and heavy rain fell. The exertion of martial arts magical powers triggered the discovery of changes in the weather. Voila! The heavy rain fell, and the sword was flying. Jing Tianho was constantly beating the dragon skin drum, and Wan Huho also held up a flag made of tiger skin. With the waving of the flag, the wind and rain in the sky became more violent, and countless lightning fell, almost turning the whole marquee house and the clouds into a sea of lightning. The tiger skin flag in the 10,000 tiger marquee is a powerful 8-grade xuanqi, which is a xuanqi refined from 36 pieces of electric tiger skin, which is sealed with calcium carbide and rain iron. Once the flag is waved, it will be stormy and thunderous. The title of 10,000 tiger marquee comes from this. There were Jing Tianho and Wan Huho who entangled Ning Xiaochuan. Yu Wuyang finally got away and distanced himself from Ning Xiaochuan. The blood gas in his body was still shaking, leaving him with lingering palpitations. We must not contact Ning Xiaochuan any closer. Yu Wuyang finally understood the horror of Baiming magic. Jing Tianho and Wan Huho are not hereditary princes, but poor princes promoted by Emperor Yulan. Their martial arts cultivation is above the 4th level in the territory of Dizun. Both of them are the direct descendants of Emperor Yulan. In order to avoid being besieged by the 3 princes, Ning Xiaochuan decided to make a quick decision. Before Yu Wuyang recovered, he first solved the problems of Jing Tianho and Wan Huho. Tiandi blade! Ning Xiaochuan shouted loudly. Copy. After the Tiandi blade absorbed the essence of the ghost will gun, the light on the blade became more bright, turned into a red light, and flew to Ning Xiaochuan's hands. Ning Xiaochuan took big steps to kill Jing Tianho, and cut the dragon skin drum in front of Jing Tianho with a knife, and the tip of the knife crossed Jing Tianho's forehead dangerously. Jing Tianho turned into a series of shadows, and quickly retreated more than 10 feet away. Just now Ning Xiaochuan turned into a rainbow, and the light suddenly appeared in front of him, which surprised him inexplicably. A blood line was cut on his forehead by the Emperor's blade. You are a prince, but you almost died by Ning Xiaochuan's knife. It's too close. Ning Xiaochuan cut at Wan Huho with another knife, and the sharp knife gas cut a large amount of sparks in the air. Click. This knife failed to kill Wan Huho, but cut off the flagpole of the electric tiger flag. The flagpole of the electric tiger flag is made of extraterritorial meteorite iron, which is as thick as the mouth of a bull and weighs 10,000 jin. However, the Emperor of Heaven cut it like cutting tofu, and then cut it off. Wan Huho was in great pain. It was a mysterious weapon with 8 grades. The flagpole was cut off, and its power would be greatly reduced. Ning Xiaochuan has great fortune and holds the sword of the Emperor of Heaven. Almost everything in the world is unbreakable. Wan Huho was startled. Wan Huho's arm did not contact the blade of the Emperor blade, half a meter away, but it was still cut with blood by the knife gas. Shua shua. Ning Xiaochuan's body was like a rainbow, turning into a 7-colored streamer, waving a war knife, and at the same time, he split into Jing Tianho and Wan Huho. The two princes were terrified and played a martial magic at the same time. The martial arts magical power played by Jing Tianho is a circular array plate, which is interwoven by white lightning, with a diameter of 5 meters. 9 fist-sized thunder balls beat on the array plate. Wan Huho's mouth sent out a tiger roar, condensed the vitality of martial arts in his body, spit out a 5-meter-long golden giant tiger from his mouth, and opened his claws to rush at Ning Xiaochuan. Wow! On the blade of Tiandi blade, a huge virtual shadow of Tiandi appeared, majestic and sacred, just like a dharma body of a true god. After all, Tiandi blade was once the sword of Tiandi. The will of Tiandi remained on the blade. Once this will is activated, a trace of the power of Tiandi can be awakened. The power of the Emperor of Heaven is as vast as the sea of God, as boundless as the universe. Even if only a trace of power wakes up, the destructive power is not trivial. Bang! The lightning array disc and the golden giant tiger instantly collapsed and were torn to pieces by the virtual shadow of the Emperor of Heaven. Poof! Poof! Jing Tianho and Wan Huho both spit blood at their mouths, flying upside down like 2 broken kites, falling into the pond and splashing a large amount of water. The Marquis is the person who stands at the peak of the Yulan Empire. Once they travel, all martial artists kneel down to them. However, the 2 Marquis with strong cultivation were split by Ning Xiaochuan, and I don't know whether to live or die. Outside the Marquis house in the clouds, the martial arts onlookers were shocked beyond measure, and they couldn't believe their eyes. Jing Tianho and Wan Huho are the strong ones among the princes. After nearly 100 years of cultivation, they are even unable to defeat Ning Xiaochuan? When did Ning Xiaochuan become so terrible? For years ago, he was still a waste of tuberculosis in the Marquis of Jianghe. For years later, he killed the Marquis like slaughtering pigs and dogs. Ning Xiaochuan's constitution is terrible. It should be that Beiming magic is very powerful. I think it's the Emperor's blade. The ancient army is his biggest reliance. Who will compete with the Emperor when he comes out? Ning Xiaochuan Mingrui noticed a hot breath rising behind him, releasing a stinging flame, like a divine furnace burning, to burn the whole Marquis house and the cloud into molten water. An ancient bronze lamp is suspended in the void, flowing with lamp oil gathered by blood. The wick is made of a piece of white bone, emitting light as bright as the sun. It's like a magic lamp. Yu Wuyang's palms hit 2 Wu Dao vitality light columns, forming 2 vitality rivers that flow around the bronze ancient lamp. After the ancient bronze lamp absorbed vitality, the light became brighter and brighter. On the wick, a fiery snake flew out, more than 10 meters long, and hit Ning Xiaochuan. The flame is not trivial. The temperature is hundreds of times higher than the ordinary flame, and even the iron block will be burned instantly. Bang! Ning Xiaochuan chopped out the snake with a knife and chopped it into countless tiny flame fragments. One of the palm-sized flame fragments fell to Ning Xiaochuan's feet, instantly burning the ground into a big black pit with a diameter of 3 meters. This is the lamp used by the Emperor of Heaven when reading. Although it is only an ordinary lamp, it has been around the Emperor of Heaven for many years, contaminated with the breath of gods and absorbed some knowledge of gods. Its power has been so huge that it can't be compared with ordinary metaphysics. Tiandi Blade Road. Boom. Ho in the clouds triggered the second power of the bronze ancient lamp, and 99 fire snakes flew out of the bronze ancient lamp. The fire snake is intertwined and turns into a flame dragon more than 30 meters long. Ning Xiaochuan's feet diverged, the tiger's waist sank, and his hands clenched the Tiandi blade. The virtual shadow of the Emperor of Heaven rushed out again and made a huge palm print to defeat the flame dragon. How powerful the bronze ancient lamp can burst out depends on the grade of the lamp oil. Lamp oil is the blood of warriors. The power of using the blood of refined martial arts to make lamp oil is naturally not as powerful as that of using the blood of Lanzun martial arts to make lamp oil. At this moment, the blood of Yu Wuyang and the blood of the fifth heaviest warrior in the territory of Dizun are burning in the bronze ancient lamp, which is naturally quite powerful. The bronze ancient lamp changed again, with the wick as the center, forming a circle of light, and 99 flame dragons flew out of the ancient lamp. This is the third power of the bronze ancient lamp. Even Yu Wuyang felt quite laborious, and the blood gas in his body was consumed very quickly. In just a moment, half of the martial energy in his body was taken away. Recommend a book with unique style. Infinite Animation World. Ning Xiaochuan, go to hell. Yu Wuyang shouted loudly, and 99 flame dragons intertwined to form a three-legged god crow more than 10 meters long, which was suspended in the sky like a scorching sun, emitting an extremely terrifying high temperature. The terraces and painting pavilions of the marquee in the clouds were burning, and the water in the pool was boiling. Those bodyguards, servants, and servant girls were burning, and their bodies became fiery lanterns. Is Yu Wuyang trying to turn the whole marquee house in the clouds into ashes? Ning Xiaochuan has just tried the power of the flame dragon, which is simply comparable to the full blow of the warrior who is the most important in the territory. And this three-legged god crow is composed of 99 flame dragons, which can burst into dazzling and terrifying power. Fight. Ning Xiaochuan bit his teeth, mobilized all the martial energy in his body, and poured into the Tiandi blade. He plans to activate the first power of Tiandi blade. Tiandi blade is a magical weapon that surpasses the 9 mysterious weapons. There are 6 areas in the blade. Each time you activate one area, you can burst out with more powerful power. There are 8 arrays in the first area of Tiandi blade. Only when all 8 arrays are stimulated, can the first power of Tiandi blade be exerted. Since the Emperor of Heaven abandoned it in the land of burying soldiers, this is the first time someone has penetrated the vitality of martial arts into the interior of the blade of the Emperor of Heaven. The blade of the Emperor of Heaven naturally trembled with excitement and howled, "My strength is finally released again." Ning Xiaochuan injected half of the vitality of martial arts, and then urged the first array in the first important field. God! You should know that there are 8 arrays in the first area. How much martial energy is needed to use the Tiandi blade? At least using Ning Xiaochuan's current martial arts cultivation to force the Tiandi blade will definitely consume the life yuan in the body. Since we have started to urge the array, there is no saying of retreating halfway. Ning Xiaochuan swallowed a bottle of 9-color Xian water into his mouth, and operated the 8th level of the skill of Heaven and Earth Xian Qi. 9 whirlpools immediately condensed in the heart palace of Wu Dao, frantically absorbing 9-color Xian water and transforming it into Wu Dao Yuan Qi. However, the absorption speed of the 9 whirlpools still can't catch up with the lost speed of Wu Dao's vitality. The second array is urged. Ning Xiaochuan's Wu Dao vitality also consumed 3/4, leaving less than 30% of it. Once Wu Dao vitality was drained, it would be death for him. If you can cultivate into the 9th layer of Heaven and Earth Xuanqi, you can have 256 times the speed of absorbing Xuanqi, which is enough to support the consumption of 8 arrays in the first field. Tiandi blade has begun to absorb the blood gas in Ning Xiaochuan's body, convert the blood gas into power, and urge the 3rd array. Before long, the 4th array also worked. Ning Xiaochuan finally understood why the use of Jiuping Xuanqi with the martial arts cultivation of the old marquis would overdraw the potential of the body and damage Yang Shou. Isn't he also overdrawing his physical potential and damaging his Yang Shou? If the Emperor Blade is allowed to operate like this, even if the 8 arrays are urged, Ning Xiaochuan's Yang life will be reduced by 80 years, and the talent level that is difficult to encounter in 10,000 years will be returned to its original form. However, if he doesn't continue to urge the Tiandi blade, when the 3-legged god crow falls, it will be his death. At this time, the white bone bead in the center of Ning Xiaochuan's eyebrows flickered, forming a huge spiritual cave, which gushed endless mysterious qi. It was like the spring of Xuanqi gushing out, and quickly filled Ning Xiaochuan's whole body. It's like a spring pouring into the dry desert, and the water is frantically absorbed by the desert. Ning Xiaochuan's body was that desert, absorbing a lot of mysterious qi from heaven and earth, and his body suddenly became saturated, and every blood vessel was groaning comfortably. Sing. Moreover, Ning Xiaochuan almost exhausted the vitality of martial arts in his body this time, and was filled with black qi from white bone beads again. It seemed that some strange changes had taken place in his body, but at the moment he had no time to check the condition of his body. The 3-legged god crow burned a raging flame, pressed down towards Ning Xiaochuan, opened his golden mouth, and even wanted to devour Ning Xiaochuan. Boom! Ning Xiaochuan's martial spirit in his body has returned to a full state, his eyes have become extremely sharp, and his momentum has been rising. A huge virtual shadow of the Emperor of Heaven rushed out of his body, even as high as more than 100 meters, just like an indomitable god. In the imperial city, many people saw this scene, and even some people really thought it was the Emperor of Heaven who showed his holiness, and even knelt on the ground to worship the huge virtual shadow. All martial arts practitioners who have reached above the level of refined martial arts, feel the breath of the Emperor of Heaven, and almost exhaust the mysterious qi of heaven and earth in the whole imperial city. What's going on? The Emperor of Heaven really showed his holiness? What a terrible power fluctuation. Ning Xiaochuan activated the power of the Emperor's blade. Does he want to chop the whole imperial city with a knife? Qing Penghe was shocked, and his old body trembled. Among them, the strongest ones in Daomen are those who worship the gods of the Emperor of Heaven. How can you not be shocked to see the huge virtual shadow of the Emperor of Heaven appear in the imperial city? Even the first national master Taichu asked the flower, because of the breath of the virtual shadow of the Emperor of Heaven, came out of the closed pass, stood in a Taoist temple, overlooking the statue of the Emperor of Heaven in the center of the imperial city. Boom! The 8 arrays in the first important field of Tiandi blade are fully operational, and the terrifying knife qi rushes out, and a column of light rises from the knife body, smashing the clouds, as if it had impacted the starry universe. Cut it with a knife, and immediately tore up the 3-legged god crow. Voila! The 8 winds god array, which originally wrapped the marquee house in the clouds, was also cut open by the knife gas, tearing the earth apart. On the ground, a terrible knife scar, several kilometers long, was formed, crushing more than 40 streets, and I don't know how many houses collapsed into ruins. This is the power of a knife, which is not like human power, but like the power of gods. The 3-legged god crow's body broke into thousands of pieces, turned into fire and rain, and fell down, hitting startling pits in the imperial city. When the wind was calm, the marquee house in the clouds had completely turned into ruins, fireworks were burning everywhere, the palace collapsed, black grass trees turned into fly ash, and thick smoke rose into the sky. A royal residence has become scorched earth, unable to see the past prosperity, or even a trace of vitality. Yu Wuyang stood opposite Ning Xiaochuan, his body motionless, his eyes staring round. Ning Xiaochuan, you. Ka. Suddenly, a sound of broken bones sounded. A crack appeared in the middle of Yu Wuyang's eyebrows, and the crack began to spread. His body was like broken glass, and there were blood-red cracks on every skin. Bang! His body broke into a blood mist. For more than 10 years, Yun Songhao, known as the immortal material of the martial arts world, fell like this. He was once the idol of countless young martial artists and regarded him as a young martial god. Even many senior princes in the court taboo him 3 points, but now he was killed in his own marquee house, which is destined to be a big event that will shake the whole world. Many warriors saw Ho's death in the clouds. Ho in the cloud really fell like this? Many people feel unreal and think they are dreaming. Someone finally woke up and said, Ning Xiaochuan suddenly became so angry that he rushed into the marquee in the cloud regardless of everything, turning the whole marquee in the cloud into a piece of scorched earth? Isn't he afraid of being punished by the emperor? This is a question that everyone wants to ask. Ning Xiaochuan took a deep breath, gradually calmed down, and reached out to receive the bronze ancient lamp. This lamp is a good thing. With the wool left by the Emperor of Heaven, as long as it has enough high-level blood to make the lamp oil, its power is comparable to that of Jiu Dang Jia. Moreover, this lamp should be more mysterious than Jiu Dang Jia in some aspects. The Emperor Blade said. Jiu Dang Jia can be encountered but not sought. Ning Xiaochuan naturally won't be polite and put away the bronze ancient lamp. Why did Ming kill Yun Songhao, avenge Ji Hanxing, avenge Xianer's parents, avenge Murong Hua and Lin Sanji, avenge Yu Ningxing's family, avenge 700,000 troops, and give me a bad breath, but why is my heart still so sad? Ning Xiaochuan clenched his fist tightly, with an unspeakable sense of loss. Tiandi Ren's earnest way, Ji Hanxing liked you after all, and even said that she died in the hands of Yu Wuyang because of you. Although you didn't kill Bo Ren died because of you. It's normal for you to feel guilty and lost. However, now you are also taking revenge for her, and killing Yu Wuyang yourself, which is worthy of her. Martial artist. You always experience these ups and downs, otherwise how can you cultivate an invulnerable martial heart? It's a genius that can't be seen for thousands of years. Look forward, and don't delay your practice, because of temporary guilt. Ning Xiaochuan gently shook his head and said, Ji Hanxing was not killed by Yu Wuyang. After Ning Xiaochuan calmed down, he figured out the key. If Yu Wuyang really wanted to kill Ji Hanxing, why did he dig her heart? With just one finger, Ji Hanxing can be frightened. The only explanation is that Ji Hanxing dug out his heart to repay Yu Wuyang's nurturing and teaching grace, and ended his life at the same time. She finally died in her own hands, and no one could stop her. Yu Wuyang was the murderer who forced her to death, and Ning Xiaochuan himself was not responsible? This is the real reason why Ning Xiaochuan feels guilty. Maybe he should really reflect on how to continue on the next road? Now it's Ji Hanxing. Who will be next? Yu Ningxing? Nialanji? Ning Xiaochuan had tried not to hurt them, but he just hurt everyone. Boom! 300 black armor troops rushed directly to the outside of the Yunzhong Marquis mansion and surrounded the Yunzhong Marquis mansion, which had become scorched earth. An old eunuch in green dove-colored official clothes came out and said darkly, the emperor has ordered Ning Xiaochuan to enter the palace immediately. Yu Wuyang was a high-ranking monarch in the imperial court, and he was also a trusted minister beside Emperor Yulan. Now he was killed by Ning Xiaochuan in broad daylight in the imperial city. It's strange that Emperor Yulan didn't get angry. Which is to Ning Xiaochuan into the palace. This is simply to report on Ning Xiaochuan going to hell. Jing Tianho and Wan Hu crawled out of the pool as embarrassed as they could be. They were covered with scale and their hair was covered with plasma. On weekdays, he is highly respected and respected by thousands of people. He never thought he would be so miserable that he would lose all his faces. Jing Tianho swallowed his saliva and shouted, Ning Xiaochuan, you dare to kill the princes of the imperial court indiscriminately. You have no eyes for kings and saints. If you mess up the court, you must suffer the punishment of 5 elephant dismemberment. Ning Xiaochuan stared at Jing Tianho coldly, and lightning flashed out of his pupils, and a cold air rushed out from the bottom of his feet, leaving a thick layer of ice on the ground. Jing Tianho felt that the blood gas in his body seemed to be frozen, and the dry blood on his body was frozen into ice crystals by the cold air. He was surprised, and immediately closed his mouth and dared not provoke Ning Xiaochuan again. Ning Xiaochuan is not the yellow-haired boy he once was. He can destroy the whole marquee house in the clouds alone, and even his cultivation as strong as Yu Wuyang is dead. The cultivation of martial arts is so terrible that if he is really annoyed, it is impossible to guarantee that he will not destroy the marquee house in the sky again. The strength of the Marquis of Jingtian is not as strong as that of the Marquis of Yunzhong. Ning Xiaochuan took back the double-headed stone beast and the black-haired ghost bat beast, put them into the heaven and earth cloth bag, and dug into the corner of his clothes, saying, "I'll go to the emperor's palace to see the emperor now." Ning Xiaochuan naturally knows that going to the emperor's palace must be a narrow escape. However, if he dares not to follow the instructions of Emperor Yulan and runs away now, then Emperor Yulan has a fair reason to kill him, and he is 10 dead and lifeless. More importantly, the whole Jiangnan Marquis mansion will be implicated by him alone. At that time, many people will fall on the ground. The old Marquis will die, Ning Xiaochuan will die, and everyone will die. Ning Xiaochuan is not a person without responsibility. Since he dares to kill, he is not afraid to take responsibility. This is the reason why he must go to the Emperor Palace. Ning Xiaochuan fought the whole Marquis house alone and killed the famous Yunzhong Marquis. The news soon spread all over the imperial city, and even the old and young women and children were moved by it, which became the biggest news in the imperial city today. All the princes and princes of kings and princes were stunned. They were also descendants of kings and princes, genius and heroes. Why is the gap so large? Ning Xiaochuan is worthy of being the first pride of the imperial city. He is only 20 years old, but he has reached the mysterious realm of martial arts. He can't even fight the Marquis in the clouds. Although the Marquis house in the clouds is powerful, it is still not as rich as the hereditary Marquis house, which was destroyed by Ning Xiaochuan alone. You know, some time ago, the masters of the two magic ways Wu Xingdao and Shura Dao did not attack the Marquis house in the sword pavilion, and in the end, they lost a lot and returned in defeat. It's still that the hereditary prince's residence is stronger, just like a towering tree. The foundation can't be damaged by the storm. At the same time, the news was spread to the Marquis of Jiangnan. My brother finally killed Yu Wuyang and avenged his father and mother, but the Holy Lord will never let him go. Now my grandfather is healing in isolation. What should I do? After Ning Xiaochuan learned the news, her heart was mixed. Second Miss, Princess Cece sent a message, asking you not to worry about the little Marquis. His Highness has entered the palace with the prince. With the prince, the little Marquis should not worry about his life. The girl beside Yusasai rushed to deliver the letter. Ning Xiaochuan shook her head hard and said, "This time the fact is too serious. Even the princes of the court were killed. Can my brother really be all right?" The girl said, "The prince has a gold medal of exemption from death, which can at least save the life of the little prince. The old man in the Marquis of Jiangnan has passed the news to the 4 ancestors in Jiangnan." The 4 ancestors immediately ordered that all contacts and financial resources should be used to save Ning Xiaochuan's life. At the age of only 20, Wu Zun, who can kill the 5th heaviest warrior in the territory of Dizun, is definitely the most promising young supreme. The old people of Jiangnan Marquis feel that Ning Xiaochuan will become a person who will lead the prosperity of Jiangnan Marquis. Anyway, the influence of this matter is expanding rapidly. Some people want Ning Xiaochuan to die, while others want to save Ning Xiaochuan. People from both sides rushed to the imperial palace, and a new round of competition began. At this moment, Ning Xiaochuan has entered the palace gate of the imperial palace. He hasn't removed his armor, and his body is full of blood, which frightens the bodyguards, palace maids, and eunuchs who guard the palace gate away. They also heard the news that Ning Xiaochuan killed Yun Songhao. Now who dares to provoke him? Ning Xiaochuan's heart was thinking about the coping strategies rapidly. I'm afraid it would be extremely difficult to get away this time. After all, it was a prince who died, and the impact was too great. Ogawa. Behind him, a pearly dragon chariot rushed over. As soon as the chariot stopped, Yusasai jumped off the 2-meter-high shaft, ignoring the image of a noble princess, and chased Ning Xiaochuan. Royal watermelon. Ning Xiaochuan stopped, his red armor was still dripping blood, and his handsome face was a little surprised, slightly frowned, and said, "Why did you enter the palace?" Yusasai caught up with Ning Xiaochuan, stared at him straightly with big round eyes, and hammered his pink fist twice on his chest, hammering the armor bang bang straight. "You don't know that you have caused great trouble. Even if you have a deep hatred with Yu Wuyang, you shouldn't fight in front of everyone in the imperial city. Are you trying to be arrogant? What do you think you are powerful? You don't want to die. You go to fight the whole Marquis house alone. Do you really think your god of heaven has turned around and the god of war has possessed you?" Ning Xiaochuan said, "Watermelon, listen to my explanation, this thing." "I won't listen, I won't listen, I won't listen." Royal Sissy didn't dress ceremoniously or luxuriously, which was very different from her rich clothes when she was traveling before. It was obvious that she came to the imperial palace immediately without dressing up at all. From this, we can see her concern for Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan sighed, "Didn't you say that you won't care about my affairs anymore? It was when you were good with Yu Ningxing, the fox spirit, that people would say that. Now, you are clearly in the war, why do you run back to the imperial city to kill?" Yusasai stared at Ning Xiaochuan affectionately, and wanted to see through what was on Ning Xiaochuan's mind. King Dajinpang slowly came over, looking very calm, and said, "Ogawa, go to the front of the temple and say something to the Holy Master. I hope you can give the Holy Master a reasonable explanation." Although King Dajinpang spoke calmly, Ning Xiaochuan had heard that there was something else in King Dajinpang's words. This is deliberately prompting him. Soon, Ning Xiaochuan realized the meaning of King Dajinpang's words. The key lies in the 5 words reasonable explanation. As long as there is a reasonable explanation, I'm afraid that even Emperor Yulan can't cure him. Ning Xiaochuan's heart has made up his mind. Suddenly, the whole person relaxed and finally knew how to deal with it. Emperor Yulan sat on the dragon chair, high above the head, with a golden light on his body and a huge golden dragon shadow suspended behind him. His eyes were very cold and said, "Ning Xiaochuan, do you know your sin?" A burst of drink, carrying the spirit of the emperor. If you have a lower cultivation, you will definitely be shouted down on your knees. Many princes and national masters rushed to the hall and stood on the left and right sides. Many faces showed a sneer, ready to see a good play. Ning Xiaochuan stood in the center of the hall, standing straight, wearing bloody armor, his dark long hair naturally fell down, his eyes were sharp, and he said, "Minister, innocent. Ning Xiaochuan, you killed Yunzhongho and slaughtered thousands of lives in Yunzhongho's house. Neither I nor Jing Tianho can stop you from committing murder. How dare you say you are innocent?" Wanhuho's voice was very rough, coldly accusing Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan said with an unchanged face, "Most of the servants and bodyguards of the Marquis in the clouds were killed by the mysterious weapon played by Yu Wuyang, while the rest were preventing Bendu Tong from capturing the criminal ministers who plotted against him. Therefore, if they were killed by Bendu Tong, it can be said that they all deserved to die. Ning Xiaochuan is still the capital of the Right Route Army, so there is nothing wrong with calling himself this way." Treason minister? Who is treason minister? Ning Xiaochuan cut gold and cut iron and said, "Ho in the clouds, Yu Wuyang." Sitting on the dragon chair, Emperor Yulan frowned slightly. "Will Yu Wuyang rebel?" He was the first not to believe. Many people who wanted to see a good play were also slightly surprised. Everyone knew that Yu Wuyang was promoted by Emperor Yulan and made Marquis. Would he rebel? Ning Xiaochuan wanted to do the wrong thing, but it was too unwise to use it. He was seen through at a glance. Many people think so. Yun Zhongho conspired against him? Do you have evidence? Wan Huo wrote. Ning Xiaochuan wrote, I have captured more than 20 rebels of the Tianyin sect, including the disciple of Queen Wanyin and the leader of the Lanshao Hall, one of the 8 hall masters of the Tianyin sect. I was about to escort them back to the imperial city and wait for the fall of the Holy Lord. However, Yu Wuyang envied me for my great work, and even secretly let all the people of the Tianyin sect go. It was only a small matter that I couldn't do any work. Once these rebels fled back, they would be a great disaster in the future, and they would not only retaliate, the Marquis of Jianghe will retaliate against the whole court. Just ask, what's the difference between Yu Wuyang's act and rebellion? Ning Xiaochuan said firmly, you don't have to believe that Hua Bufan, the captain of the Sky Knight camp, the 100,000 troops guarding Guiyuan City, and Duwei Jihanqing, the deceased dragon elephant Shenwu camp, can testify for me. As he spoke, his voice was choking. What he said was really sincere and impassioned. Many people who didn't believe it showed a look of doubt. Could it be that Yu Wuyang was really jealous of his merits and let go of the rebellion of the Tianyin sect? Jihanqing is a disciple of Yu Wuyang. Will she testify for you? Long Xiangho sneered. The Dragon Elephant Marquis is in charge of the whole Dragon Elephant Shenwu camp. He is one of the 18 hereditary princes. Naturally, he knows that Jihanqing is a disciple of Yu Wuyang. In fact, Long Xiangho and Yu Wuyang are both important figures in the camp of Yulan Emperor, and they know a lot of secret things. Ning Xiaochuan sighed, to be honest, Miss Ji has passed away. In Miss Ji's heart, there is only the country and the country. She is upright, right is right, wrong is wrong. It is precisely for this reason that she found that after Yu Wuyang released the rebellion of the Tianyin sect, she resolutely drew a line with Yu Wuyang and wanted to stop Yu Wuyang, but she finally died in the hands of Yu Wuyang. Emperor Yulan said, even if Yu Wuyang let go of the rebellion of the Heavenly Voice sect, you should also report it to the commander-in-chief of the army first, and the commander-in-chief of the army will naturally cure him. Why do you chase him to the imperial city and kill him with your own hands? What truth do you want to cover up? Yu Lan's eyes just stared at Ning Xiaochuan, trying to see every detail of Ning Xiaochuan clearly. Ning Xiaochuan's eyes became blurred, and he said wistfully, to be honest, I had a relationship with Miss Jihanqing. There was a sigh in the hall. Standing on the left side of the hall, Yu Cixi grew her mouth and stamped her feet in anger, so she was about to walk to Ning Xiaochuan, but she was caught back by King Dajinpeng with one hand, and pressed her to the town to stop her from making trouble. Ning Xiaochuan continued, when she died in my arms, I had been blinded by hatred, and I just wanted to kill Yu Wuyang recklessly and revenge for her. Qing Pengho sighed and said, evil fate. A good hero ruined his life when he was angry at the crown. Ning Xiaochuan, do you really not regret it? Ning Xiaochuan cut the gold and cut the iron and said, it's a pity to kill Yu Wuyang, who only cares about personal interests and ignores the overall situation of the whole court. I have no regrets even if I die. As long as I can make contributions to the country of the empire and sacrifice my life, what's it worth? It's a pity. It's a pity, Cold Star, she can't live anymore. Qing Pengho bowed down to Emperor Yulan and said, Ning Xiaochuan made a big mistake for the country of the empire and for his beloved woman. Please forgive me. One after another, people stood up and spoke for Ning Xiaochuan, saying, the demon army is gathering in all major states and eyeing the imperial city, which has threatened the safety of the country. Now it is the time to hire people, and please give Ning Xiaochuan a chance to atone for his deeds. The ancestors of the Marquis of the Sword Pavilion have made great contributions to the empire. please open the internet. Despite Ning Xiaochuan's hype, Emperor Yulan didn't believe what he said at all, and it was even more impossible to let him go so easily. He said in a deep voice, Ning Xiaochuan's guilt lies in that he has no eyes for the king and executes the princes of the court without permission. If this precedent is set, can't anyone kill the princes of the court in the future? Cough. King Dajinping coughed twice and said, I don't know what to say, but I don't know what to say. Brother Huang, it doesn't matter if you have something to say. Yulan Emperor rode. King Dajinping said, just now, the Holy Master said that Ning Xiaochuan's guilt lies in that he has no eyes for the king and executes the princes of the imperial court without permission. But I remember that Ning Xiaochuan has the imperial order, and the upper level can abolish the king and the lower level can behead the sinners. So it seems that he did this. There is no sin. King Dajinping's words naturally still carry considerable weight. The eyelids of Emperor Yulan jumped slightly. Imperial decree. Ning Xiaochuan immediately took out the imperial decree and held it in his hand, saying, that's right. The master of the academy passed the imperial decree on to his younger generation, just to want me to handle those princes who caused chaos to the court. If I can't eliminate the ruling and opposition, how can I live up to the instructions of my predecessors? All the people who wanted to see Ning Xiaochuan executed have retreated. Who let Ning Xiaochuan hold the imperial order in his hands? This represents imperial power. Who dares to deny it? Good. Very good. Retreat. A golden light appeared on Emperor Yulan. When the golden light dispersed, he had disappeared on the dragon chair. Since Emperor Yulan has left, it shows that he can't help Ning Xiaochuan. 10 times of this matter will be taken over like this. All princes and national masters walked out of the imperial palace. Thank you for your help. Ning Xiaochuan rode. If you want to thank Sissy, please thank Sissy. I have to remind you that it's unreasonable to kill the king at this juncture. King Dajinping intended to leave Ning Xiaochuan and Yusasai a chance to get along alone, and walked forward first. Although King Dajinping wanted to seize the throne of Emperor Yulan, he would not joke about the foundation of the Yulan Empire. Before defeating the Demon Gate, King Dajinping really didn't want major changes in the court. Ning Xiaochuan and Yusasai stood silently outside the palace door, staring at each other. Royal Cece bit her lips and said with some bitterness, do you really have a relationship with Jihanqing? Her eyes are round and bright, her teeth are white, and her cheeks are as white as jade, in sharp contrast to the black hair on her head. Ning Xiaochuan said softly, of course it's not true. Miss Ji and I can only be regarded as ordinary friends, and we haven't even pulled our hands. Is there spiritual communication? Yusasai felt a little better. In fact, she also guessed that Ning Xiaochuan and Jihanqing should have nothing to do with each other. She also met Jihanqing and knew that Jihanqing was an iceberg and would not easily fall in love with a man. Ning Xiaochuan was silent for a moment, not wanting to deceive her, and said, maybe there is a trace. Royal Sissy stared her eyes round again and said, how much is a trace? Ning Xiaochuan said, before she died, she told me that she fell in love with me. After her death, I was also very sad. How much do you think this is? Sissy was so angry that she grinded her teeth and said, this is not love? It's your own desire and dissatisfaction. Jihanqing is also beautiful and charming. She originally liked you. As long as you hook her fingers, she can be your woman. Now, if you die, you won't get anything, and you will naturally feel sad. Ning Xiaochuan stared at Yusasai's eyes and didn't say a word. Staring at Yusasai gave birth to a bad premonition. Sissy flattened her lips, knowing that she had just said fire, and said, I'm sorry. After all, Miss Ji has passed away, and I shouldn't say she. Only Ning Xiaochuan can make the High Princess Sissy apologize voluntarily. Ning Xiaochuan's eyes became soft and said, "Don't say this. Sissy, I still want to thank you this time. But now I'm very tired and want to go back to the Marquis house." Ning Xiaochuan's body moved, spread out his body method, disappeared outside the palace gate of the palace, and soon came to the outside of the Marquis house. Ning Xiaochuan found that his body had undergone subtle changes since he showed the first important field of Tiandi blade. He wanted to immediately find a quiet place and carefully check the condition of his body. After returning to the Marquis house, Ning Xiaochuan told Ning Shiner that he was safe, and immediately began to close down. Ning Xiaochuan runs the mysterious Qi of heaven and earth, and 9 whirlpools are automatically formed in the heart palace of Wu Dao. The blood runs faster and faster. Only by fully operating the skill can we find out what changes have taken place in the body. When Ning Xiaochuan exerted the first power of the Tiandi blade, the vitality of martial arts in his body was almost emptied. Then, the white bone bead in the center of his eyebrow turned into a spiritual cave, releasing a lot of xuanqi, making up for the lack of his body. Also at that time, Ning Xiaochuan found that his body had changed. Boom! Every drop of blood in Ning Xiaochuan's body is like a blood dragon, but when the blood runs to the extreme, the blood dragon actually begins to melt and condense into a blood sword. You should know that blood like a dragon is already the highest level of martial arts. Now Ning Xiaochuan's blood has gone further, turning dragons into swords, and every drop of blood in his body is like a sword. The blood runs like 10,000 swords flying together. Can physique really become stronger? Supreme body? Ning Xiaochuan was shocked. The Tiandi blade in the Xian beast Jian also sensed the change of Ning Xiaochuan's body and said with a trembling, blood gas condensing sword, every drop of blood is a sword. This. I wipe, is it true that there is a supreme body in the world? Ning Xiaochuan stopped running the mysterious Qi of heaven and earth, and the blood flow in his body gradually returned to calm, and the blood droplets that had turned into sword shape turned into their original state. I haven't cultivated into the supreme body yet, but I've found a way. If I keep practicing in this way, sooner or later, my body will definitely change. Even if I can't cultivate into the supreme body, my constitution is definitely stronger than that which is difficult to encounter in 10,000 years. Ning Xiaochuan squeezed his fist tightly, and the blood in his body boiled again. Now, the situation in the imperial city is changing, and Emperor Yulan has a murderous heart for him, and he may attack the Marquis of Jiangya at any time. Ning Xiaochuan is now the 3rd level of martial arts cultivation in Dizun territory, and has a talent constitution that is hard to meet in 10,000 years. However, he still has a sense of urgency and urgently needs to improve his talent to a higher level. There are only 2 ways to break through the 4th level of Dizun territory in a short time. First, refine Diwu Pill. Second, go to the Heavenly Palace and enter the Heavenly Palace to practice. Ning Xiaochuan planned to go together in 2 steps, so he asked Ning Shiner to help buy the other 2 main drugs for refining Diwu Dan, 8 grades of colorful Ganoderma lucidum and 9 grades of Gonlin grass, and he planned to go to the Emperor of Heaven Academy. However, Ning Xiaochuan had just walked outside the Marquis house, but he met the ugly mother-in-law. Many servants surrounded the door of the Marquis, all retreating far away, staring at the ugly mother-in-law with frightened eyes and whispering. The ugly mother-in-law is indeed very old and ugly, with wrinkles all over her face, only a few thin white hairs on her head, and her eyes are deeply sunken. Even if she meets her on a sunny day in the scorching sun, she will be frightened, and she simply thinks it's a ghost in the daytime. In fact, the ugly mother-in-law was really followed by several dead people, with stiff bodies and stiff faces. Some were golden and some were covered with blood. Among them, there was a beautiful woman, but she stood in the back position, and Ning Xiaochuan didn't see her. Little Marquis, this old woman said she wanted to see you. I don't think I should bomb her away. Even if she looks ugly, she comes out to frighten people, which makes people feel flustered. Ning Tongnan bowed slightly to Ning Xiaochuan, pointed at the back of the ugly mother-in-law, and whispered, "She's still carrying a group of dead people. What bad luck." Ning Xiaochuan slightly stared and said, "Do you want me to blow you away? I'll send someone to beat her out." "Air. No, no, the little marquis, the old servant didn't mean that." Ning Tongnan reacted and knelt down in fear. With Ning Xiaochuan's current position, it only takes one word to drive him away. Ning Xiaochuan naturally wouldn't argue with a servant and asked him to stand up and step aside. Ning Xiaochuan walked up to the ugly mother-in-law, bowed slightly, and said, "Why don't you say in advance when your mother-in-law comes to the imperial city? I'd better send someone to pick you up." "No, I just spent a few days in the marquis house of the Sword Pavilion." Regardless of whether Ning Xiaochuan agreed or not, the ugly mother-in-law walked towards the marquis house. Her 5 withered fingers gently shook the copper bell in her hand, and a strange sound came out. Hearing the sound of the bell, the 5 corpse slaves who followed the ugly mother-in-law immediately opened their eyes. The white brilliance in their pupils seemed to hear some kind of instruction. They followed the ugly mother-in-law and walked towards the marquis of the Sword Pavilion. This is a rather strange scene. It can be seen that the maidens and servants in the marquis of the Sword Pavilion are pale. If Ning Xiaochuan did not respectfully call the old woman an elder, they would certainly not let such evil people enter the marquis of the Sword Pavilion. Who the hell is this person? It is estimated that some reclusive elder, whose means are very mysterious, was able to summon corpse slaves. The friends made by the little marquis are definitely big people at the level of Wuzun. Ning Xiaochuan is also curious about where the ugly mother-in-law found so many bodies. The flesh of these corpses is very strong, and the blood gas in their bodies is very strong, which can imperceptibly change the mysterious gas fluctuations in the air. Obviously, they were all Wuzun when they were alive. Ning Xiaochuan's pupils widened, staring at the last corpse slave. It's Jihanqing. Jihanqing's body was still covered by the red armor, but there was a lot of blood on the armor, and his eyes were very empty. Following the sound of the bell, he walked step by step into the marquis house of the Sword Pavilion. Jihanqing. Ning Xiaochuan caught up and grabbed Jihanqing's arm, and could feel the warmth of her arm. Temperature. That means she's not dead. Ning Xiaochuan's heart was overjoyed, and he called again, "Jihanqing." Jihanqing's eyes flashed a trace of fine light, and his arm burst out of martial vitality, slapping Ning Xiaochuan with his palm. Ning Xiaochuan quickly retreated more than 10 feet away, staring at her in a daze. Jihanqing also stared at Ning Xiaochuan coldly, and Senhan said, "Dare to touch me again, and take your life." What happened? Ning Xiaochuan felt that Jihanqing's state was very wrong. Although he had body temperature, pulse, and breathing, he didn't look like a normal person at all. Ugly mother-in-law, what happened to her? Ning Xiaochuan asked. The ugly mother-in-law stared at Jihanqing and said, "When I found her, she had only half a life left. Her heart was dug out by herself. There was too much blood loss in her body. It was very good to be able to save her." Ning Xiaochuan suddenly realized that no wonder he didn't find Jihanqing. It turned out that she was taken away by her ugly mother-in-law. My mother-in-law is sure to revive her? How do I feel that she has corpse gas? Moreover, I feel that she is very angry with me. Ning Xiaochuan rode. The ugly mother-in-law suddenly became angry, and her eyes opened and closed, emitting a cold light, and said, "Obviously, it's saved. Are you doubting that the old man's medical skills are not good enough to bring back the dead? In front of the facts, she really has a problem." Ning Xiaochuan rode. The ugly mother-in-law sighed, "Of course there will be a problem. You hurt her too deeply. For you, she even took out her own heart. Since her heart has been lost, then the original love has been transformed into hate. How deep love is, how deep hate is. Ning Xiaochuan always felt that the explanation of the ugly mother-in-law was far-fetched. It was clear that there was no real way to bring her back to life, but it was Ning Xiaochuan's fault. The ugly mother-in-law took out a white jade bottle from the wrinkled Shankuan cloth bag on her belt, and wisps of cold fog appeared on the wall of the bottle. Since you don't think she's fully alive, come and transplant her heart back. The ugly mother-in-law said. You haven't even transplanted your heart back, and you've saved her? Ning Xiaochuan's heart was more speechless. After taking the white jade bottle, he felt a faint chill. This is a bottle made of ice jade, which many heart therapists will buy to preserve the freshness of xianyao. Pick a green leaf from the tree and put it into a bottle made of ice jade. Even if it is stored for half a year, the leaves will not wither, the mesophil is full and the water is sufficient. Don't brag, little guy. It's not so easy to transplant a heart. Even a big cardiologist may not be able to do it, said the ugly mother-in-law. She finally admitted that she would not have a heart transplant. Ning Xiaochuan finally understood why the ugly mother-in-law had been following him. She must want to learn the means of heart transplantation from him. For Jihanqing, Ning Xiaochuan is naturally quite guilty. If he can make up for it, he will try his best to make up for it. Jihanqing, I will cure you. Ning Xiaochuan glanced at Jihanqing and immediately went to get the tools and drugs for the operation. Ning Xiaochuan has long ordered people to build a set of surgical tools alone, which is intended to treat some diseases that cannot be treated by a cardiologist. Wu Zun's body is very strong, and he will not be infected by germs, and he does not need to use anesthetics. However, he still needs intermittent xianyao to quickly connect blood vessels, and xianshui of life to restore cardiac activity. The leaves of three-leaf yuanming grass finally have a place to play, which can be used to stimulate the exhausted source of life in her body. The source of life is the source of life. Everyone has a source of life in his body, which can release endless vitality. When the source of life is exhausted, that is, when the warrior dies. This is why martial artists with advanced martial arts cultivation can calculate the time of their death in advance, because the source of life in their bodies has been exhausted, and they know that they are not far from death. Jiang Marquis Mansion, in a dark secret room. In the Chamber of Secrets, an ancient bronze lamp was suspended in the void, and the crimson blood of the martial arts in the land of reverence flowed in the annular lamp slot. Under the burning of the white bone wick, it emitted a white light. Jihanqing calmly lay on the ice bed, and the thick armor on her body was faded by Ning Xiaochuan, leaving only a layer of white breast-wrapped silk. On the table beside Ning Xiaochuan, there are many tools: crochets, tweezers, scissors, tianchan silk thread, cotton cloth. There are more than a dozen strange tools, as well as many mysterious drugs and pills. The ugly mother-in-law stood aside, staring at Ning Xiaochuan, who was wearing white clothes and constantly stitched on Jihanqing's chest, and wrote down every move and step of Ning Xiaochuan. During the whole operation, she could see clearly. Many times, her old eyes would shine, and then she nodded gently. Until Ning Xiaochuan completely sutured the wound, the ugly mother-in-law coughed twice and said, "These means are given to you by Master Hu Taoism?" Hu Dao is the lord of Jinpeng Heart Nourishing Hall and one of the 4 great heart nourishing masters of Yulan Empire. Ning Xiaochuan once learned the medicine refining method of the heart nourishing master with Hu Dao, so the ugly mother-in-law thought that the means of heart transplantation was passed from Hu Dao to Ning Xiaochuan. Yes, it was the temple lord who passed it on to me. Ning Xiaochuan didn't want to waste so much time to explain, so he pushed it all on Hu Dao. Ning Xiaochuan took out a 3-leaf yuanming grass, pinched it in the palm of his hand, mobilized the yin-yang open fire, and began to refine the 3-leaf yuanming grass. Miraculous medicine for channeling. The ugly mother-in-law's eyes glowed, staring at the 3-leaf yuanming grass in Ning Xiaochuan's hand. She has seen records about this kind of psychic medicine in ancient books, called three-leaf Yuan Ming grass, which can increase the potential of martial artists and transform their physique. However, the light in the ugly mother-in-law's eyes dimmed again and said, "It's a pity that the most important part is gone, and only 3 leaves are left." This half-strange medicine is estimated to have grown for 900 years, and it's only one step away from becoming a real psychic medicine. It's a pity. The ugly mother-in-law's eyesight is amazing. Just glancing at it, she can see the grade and growth year of the clover. Ning Xiaochuan refined the 3-leaf Yuanming grass into 3 drops of white Yuanming liquid, which dropped on the heart of Jihanxing. Wow! 3 drops of Yuanming liquid automatically infiltrates into the delicate and white skin, integrates into the body, and emits a light milky light. Her whole body was wrapped in white light, like a white cocoon. The wound that was originally sutured by Tianchan's silk thread healed at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the skin soon recovered as bright and clean as jade, without leaving even a scar. Dong dong. Her heart regained activity, the source of life was activated again, and the blood flowed in the body to form a big week, carrying the vitality in the heart palace of martial arts to all parts of the body. Ning Xiaochuan immediately put on her clothes, buttoned her buttons and tied her belt, and was about to take her hands off. Jihanxing suddenly opened his eyes and grabbed Ning Xiaochuan's wrist. She suddenly sat up, stared at Ning Xiaochuan deeply, let go of his hand, put on her armor, walked down the ice bed and walked out of the secret room. The whole process did not say a word. Ning Xiaochuan glanced at her back, slightly frowned, and said, "Strange. It's clear that the source of life has recovered, why is there still a trace of corpse gas in her body?" If Jihanxing's previous body qi accounted for 1/3 of the proportion, when Ning Xiaochuan helped her transplant a heart and awaken the source of life, her body qi was only 1%. However, whether it is 1/3 or 1%, she is not really brought back from the dead, but still can only be regarded as half dead and half human. This is a headache for the vast majority of great mental health practitioners. Even if the corpse qi in the dead body is only 1 in 10,000, 1 in 100th, it still can't be regarded as healing and resurrection. Life and death seem to be on the same line, but that line cannot cross the gap of the past. The ugly mother-in-law also showed a dignified look, and rarely did she refute Ning Xiaochuan's words. "Avenue, even the old woman, I thought she would really survive, but it was a pity that she fell short." The corpse gas in her body seemed to be only a trace, but it was thousands of miles away from the real resurrection. If the great spiritual master wanted to refine the resurrection medicine, he had to solve this key problem. Ning Xiaochuan handed her over to the old woman. The old woman would take her as a disciple, and maybe one day he could find the treasure medicine of resurrection from her to give her a new life. Ning Xiaochuan said, "I want to talk to her for the last time." With that, he walked out of the secret room. In the Marquis mansion, beside the vermilion attic, there is a clear water pool, swimming with silver xian beasts and fish. Jihanxing stood by the pool and didn't go far. Dressed in red armor, she stood upright, holding a spear in her hand, staring at the ripples in the water from time to time. Ning Xiaochuan walked slowly. "I didn't come to life completely in the end, did I?" Jihanxing's eyes did not blink, and a pair of cyan pupils were as clear and beautiful as jasper. Ning Xiaochuan didn't want to deceive her. He coagulated for a moment and said, "In fact, all things have life. Life and death are just a narrow statement. As long as you have your own thoughts, your vitality is extremely strong." Jihanxing stared into Ning Xiaochuan's eyes and said, "But I clearly remember that I once had feelings for you, but now I can't bear a trace of affection for you at all. I try hard to force myself to close to you, but I can't do it. Dare you say that this is really completely alive? This feeling is really uncomfortable. I clearly remember that I once loved someone, but when I meet again, I find that he has become a familiar stranger. Perhaps she has lost some 7 emotions and 6 desires, and only a flesh and blood body has been resurrected. As long as there is a trace of corpse qi in the body must be missing. It's like broken ceramics. Even if you stick it, there will still be cracks on it. Even if it is put back in the kiln and fired again, it will still be different from the original ceramics after firing. Ning Xiaochuan took out a palm-sized jade and handed it to Jihanqing. Jihanqing sank his mind into the jade, and he could clearly perceive that there were many small words carved on the jade, which seemed to record a secret code of skill. Ning Xiaochuan also stared at the water in the pool and said, "This is a kind of cultivation skill left by the founder of the world-destroying Tao, which is called 3 corpses beheading the Tao. It is said that this kind of skill originates from the ancient Sutra of Taoist ancestors, composed by the Taoist ancestor. Beheading the 3 corpses can prove the avenue of Hunyuan. It is said that the Taoist master who destroyed the world at that time has cultivated into a saint's realm, lawless, nihilistic, and fighting with the Taoist master. He was finally defeated by the Taoist master and died. Thousands of years later, the founder's soul is immortal, and his body is immortal. Relying on great perseverance, he demonstrated the Tao with his corpse, and achieved the supreme God in the sky and earth. Now, I'll give you this volume of Kung Fu. If you can cut off the 3 corpses and prove the truth after thousands of years, then your future achievements may be able to catch up with the founder of the world. In fact, whether this volume of Kung Fu is as magical and powerful as the legend, Ning Xiaochuan has no end at all. He only hoped that Jihanqing could live better as possible. If she achieved success in cultivation, they might meet in a higher civilization in the future. The ugly mother-in-law left with Jihanqing. The ugly mother-in-law originally came to learn the medical skills of heart transplantation from Ning Xiaochuan. Now that the medical skills have been obtained, she will not stay in the Marquis of Jiang'e again. In fact, Ning Xiaochuan doubted whether the ugly mother-in-law was the Peacock King. However, all kinds of signs show that the ugly mother-in-law can't be the Peacock King at all. Ning Xiaochuan felt that the ugly mother-in-law should be the rumored guardian of the demon palace, and must have unusual origins with the millennium-old demon who had been suppressed in the demon palace. If there is fate, I hope I can meet again in the future. Ning Xiaochuan stood on the glazed tiles of the highest palace of the Marquis of the Jian Pavilion, with a bright full moon suspended above his head, watching the ugly mother-in-law and Jihanqing walk out of the imperial city and disappear into the vast wilderness. Emperor Palace. Jade Orchid Emperor stood in a magnificent hall. His face was very cold, emitting a vague majesty of the emperor. The palace maids and eunuchs guarding the hall were silent, and even the atmosphere dared not go out, for fear of disturbing the emperor. Wow! In the air, it sent out ripples like water lines, escaped black mist, condensed into a human form, and turned into an old eunuch wearing a green dove palace dress. Ji Xinhai, the first master in the university. Duke Ji knelt on the ground, his voice was very sharp, like a male duck barking, and said, "The ugly old woman has left the Marquis house of Jiang'e, and the old slave saw her go out of the imperial city with his own eyes. Holy Master, can you do it now?" When Ning Xiaochuan killed Yu Wuyang, Emperor Yulan decided that Ning Xiaochuan must be eliminated immediately. Yu Wuyang's talent level reached rare in 700 years, while Ning Xiaochuan was 2 levels lower than him and could kill him. So what level did Ning Xiaochuan reach? Ning Xiaochuan's growth rate is too fast, and he has cultivated to the land of reverence in just a few years. If he is given a few more years, I'm afraid no one in the whole Yulan Empire can cure him. This is the reason why Emperor Yulan desperately wants to kill him. Since you can't kill him openly in the court, you can only assassinate him. Emperor Yulan said, "That ugly old woman's martial arts cultivation is very unusual, and even the millennium-old demon was taken away by her. If she stayed in the Jiang'e Marquis mansion, the emperor really didn't dare to send someone to kill Ning Xiaochuan rashly. Now that she has left, Ning Xiaochuan's death is not far away." Ji Xinhai, you go by yourself, pass on my secret order, and let Long Xiangho and Cui Tao take Ning Xiaochuan's life. If you can't take Ning Xiaochuan's head within 3 days, they don't have to come back see me. Ji Gonggong's heart was extremely shocked, and he said, Long Xiangho and Lord Cui's martial arts cultivation have been extraordinary. Anyone who kills Ning Xiaochuan is sure. Why use 2 ox knives to kill a chicken? Yulan shook his head and said, I despised him too much before, so I let him live until now, so that even Yu Wuyang died in his hands. I can't give him any chance anymore. Not only the 2 of them want to fight, but you also go. With the strength of the 3 of you, it should be safe. Ji Gonggong has never seen Emperor Yulan deal with an enemy so painstakingly, and he is still a young man. Even if Ning Xiaochuan dies, it is a very glorious thing. Ning Xiner came back from shopping for mysterious medicine and spent a lot of money. Finally, she bought the 8th-grade colorful Ganoderma lucidum that Ning Xiaochuan wanted. However, she ran all over the imperial city and did not find another rare mysterious medicine, Jioping Gonlin grass. The main medicine for refining Diwu pill is still not good enough. Xiner, it's hard for you. Ning Xiaochuan put away the 8-colored Ganoderma lucidum and was quite satisfied to find this main drug. If Xianyao could be found so easily, Diwu pill would be worthless. Ning Xiner was very distressed and said, there was originally a 9-grade Gonlin grass in the heart-nourishing hall of the Divine Road, but it was just bought yesterday. Brother, are you angry? Ning Xiaochuan's expression moved and said, did you ask who bought it? Ning Xiner said, yes, I heard that he is a very handsome child. The 3rd deacon of the Shenlu Yangxin Hall spoke highly of him, claiming that he has read countless people, but he has never seen such a handsome man, which can be called the first beautiful man in the Yulan Empire. Ning Xiaochuan just smiled faintly, and felt that Ning Xiner must have been cheated by the deacon of Shenlu Yangxin Hall. Maybe there is no 9-grade Gonlin grass in the Shenlu Heart-Nourishing Hall at all, and a handsome man is deliberately invented to raise the value of the Shenlu Heart-Nourishing Hall. Just to tell you that our spiritual path Heart-Nourishing Hall doesn't have 9 grades of Gonlin grass, but it just happened to be bought by someone. At this time a blushing maid hurried in, because she ran so fast that she almost tripped over the stone beside the road. Ning Xiner asked, Chuer, what's so urgent? Chuer was even more ashamed, and said, there is a very beautiful young master outside. Who wants to see the little Marquis? Ning Xiner's beautiful eyes stared round and looked at Ning Xiaochuan. Wouldn't it be so coincidental? Ning Xiaochuan's mouth rose and said with a smile, I want to see how handsome a man is. Ning Xiner was also curious, and followed Ning Xiaochuan behind, intending to take a look at the handsome man. Is it really the first beautiful man of Yulan Empire? Ning Xiaochuan had just walked to the door of the Marquis mansion. Seeing the back of the handsome young master, he felt something wrong and his heart jumped slightly. Back, too familiar. Queen Wanyin was wearing a bright red robe, with dragon patterns and phoenix feathers embroidered with gold on the skirt, and a ring pendant hung on her waist. Her dark long hair was combed very neatly, and her hair was tied with a white Confucian scarf. In her hand was a sapphire folding fan, her skin was as delicate as jade ice muscle. Although women disguised as men, she was still outstanding, with a cold and arrogant demeanor. The exquisite facial features, handsome face, and tall posture definitely make countless men in the world feel inferior. Not to mention the maids in the Marquis mansion of the Sword Pavilion, even Ning Xiner, who always had eyes above the top, saw her with a blush on her cheek, holding Ning Xiaochuan's arm tightly with both hands. If Queen Wanyin is really a man, I'm afraid no woman in the world can resist her charm. Ning Xiaochuan's heart was shocked. Unexpectedly, Queen Wanyin Xian actually came to the imperial city and took the initiative to come to the Marquis house of the Sword Pavilion. What the hell is she doing here? Queen Wanyin Xian will never appear for no reason. Once she appears in the imperial city, I'm afraid there will be earth-shattering events in the imperial city. Ning Xiaochuan invited Queen Wan Xian into the Marquis of the Sword Pavilion, and then asked all the servants to withdraw. Ning Xiaochuan did not arrange a sound barrier, because at the moment when Queen Wan Xian stood in the lobby, the whole lobby was isolated by an invisible sound wave. The two of them seemed to be standing in an independent space, surrounded by a fog of chaos and nothingness. The fairy queen came to the imperial city so soon. I don't know what's important. Ning Xiaochuan tentatively asked. Empress Wanyin said, Ning Xiaochuan, I heard that you built a magic sword palace, which is the world's first sacred place for forging weapons. It collects all the weapons and treasures in the world, and makes up to 100,000 weapons and mysterious weapons every day. Lao Jiao is not sure about the time of the explosion. He has to wait for the editor's notice and say sorry. In the last few days of this month, I hope you can vote for Lao Jiao. It's still the old rule. When the monthly ticket reaches 1,000, add a chapter. To 1,100 votes, plus the second chapter. Up to 1,200 tickets, plus chapter 3. No ceiling. Now the monthly ticket is more than 850. As soon as the monthly ticket is full, it will be changed immediately. If there are 2,000 votes, add 10 chapters. If there are 3,000 votes, add 20 chapters, and so on. Ning Xiaochuan's eyes shrunk and said, Does the fairy queen want to buy mysterious tools? Yes, he is a smart man. The queen of 10,000 tones stretched out 2 slender jade fingers, with slender crystal red nails, and the fingertips emitting white vitality. Yuan Gang, who condensed into a solid with vitality, turned into a thin piece of paper, and beautiful words automatically appeared on the paper. Shua. Her jade finger moved, and the piece of paper flew out automatically like an arrow leaving the string. This is the list, have a look. This seems to be just a piece of paper, but flying out of the hand of Queen Wanyin has the power to kill Wu Zun. It is not easy to catch this piece of paper. If you use too much force, the paper will break. If the force is too small, the paper will become a sharp tool and cut people. Chi. Ning Xiaochuan's palm appeared a gorgeous starlight, and the paper hit the starlight, and the speed began to slow down. When flying in front of Ning Xiaochuan, the paper stopped completely and fell gently into Ning Xiaochuan's hands. Ning Xiaochuan took a look at the list, which recorded the number of first-class Xianware, second-class Xianware, third-class Xianware, 7th-class Xianware. The number of Xianware at each level is different, and the total number of Xianware alone adds up to more than 500 pieces. Moreover, in addition to Xuanqi, there are tens of thousands of common weapons. This is definitely the largest order since the establishment of the Sword Palace, which is enough to equip an elite army comparable to the Sky Knight camp. With a wave of her sleeve, 10 fist-sized Xianshi flew out. The color of basalt is bright and dazzling, emitting a bright divine light. In the center of the Xianshi, there is a liquid Xianshi essence, with strands of Xuanqi flowing inside, showing tree roots, stone monkeys, Yingchong, and so on, all kinds of strange shapes. 10 top-grade Xianshi. The price of each top-grade basalt is more than 1 billion coins, and 10 top-grade basalt is equivalent to the value of 10 billion coins. For Wu Zun, ordinary coins are no longer attractive, and only treasures such as top-notch basalt are helpful for cultivation. Therefore, in order to get a top-grade basalt, Wu Zuns will fight each other. Queen Wanyin said, These 10 top-grade Xianshi are deposits. After receiving the weapons, I will give you the rest of the money. You have also seen the list. How long will it take to forge all the weapons on it? Ning Xiaochuan did not immediately reply, saying, It's time to ask the fairy queen to buy so many mysterious and vulgar tools. I'm afraid it's not just for attacking the imperial city. It doesn't hurt to tell you. Empress Wanyin said, Before dealing with the imperial court, we should eradicate spirit mountain matter and kill Child Chuan. Your Sword Pavilion Marquis Mansion has a huge influence in the Imperial City and is deeply rooted. You must know Spirit Mountain matter quite well. Ning Xiaochuan tried to control his heartbeat and breathing rhythm for fear of revealing his peaceful way. The management of Spirit Mountain matter is quite strict. Except for the highest-ranking people in the Spirit Mountain matter, almost no one knows the specific location of the Spirit Mountain matter. Moreover, it is said that the identity of Child Chuan is extremely mysterious, and even no one inside the Spirit Mountain matter knows his true identity. Our Marquis Jiana also checked the Spirit Mountain matter, but we know very little, only that there are 2 spirit messengers in the Spirit Mountain matter, the left and right Dharma guardians, and the 5 hall owners. They are all first-class martial artists. Empress Wanyin's eyebrows and eyes were cold and said, with the power of the Marquis of the Sword Pavilion in the Imperial City, it's impossible to find out only such a little thing. I'll give you 3 days to find out the location of Spirit Mountain matter at all costs. If Queen Wanyin Xian lets others go to work, Ning Xiaochuan may also be flustered. However, she actually asked Ning Xiaochuan to check. Is there any reason why Ning Xiaochuan didn't agree? Ning Xiaochuan said, within 3 days, I will definitely find the location of Spirit Mountain matter, and I will also forge the weapons on the list. Please rest assured. You Ning Xiaochuan and Wu Yang can be killed. It's estimated that there is nothing you can't do in the Imperial City. I'll wait for your good news later. Queen Wanyin said. Ning Xiaochuan said, I heard that the Fairy Queen bought a 9-grade Gonlin grass yesterday. If the Fairy Queen can transfer this mysterious medicine to me, then the remaining amount of weapons. I won't take any money. 10 top-grade Xianxue are only a deposit, and to buy all the Xuanqi on the list, you need to pay at least 20 top-grade Xianxue to Xinjian Palace. Exchange a 9-grade Gonlin grass for 20 top-grade Xianxue. And later said to Wanyin Xian that she was definitely making a lot of money, and she couldn't refuse at all. Ning Xiaochuan not only wants to buy 9-grade Gonlin grass, but also wants to deliberately stabilize Wei Yingxian Queen first. Only by maintaining a good cooperative relationship with Wei Yingxian Queen first, can he speak better in the future. Queen Wanyin stared at Ning Xiaochuan deeply and said, I bought a 9-grade Gonlin grass. Since it's more important to you, I'll give it to you. Empress Wanyin handed the 9-grade Gonlin grass to Ning Xiaochuan and said, I'll borrow the Wenhua Taoist temple outside the city. If you find the location of Spirit Mountain matter, you can come to see me at any time. Wanyin Xian's body moved as if it had melted, turning into wisps of red smoke and disappearing in the lobby. Sure enough, he deserves to be a person of the supreme level in the martial arts world. He really comes and goes without a trace. Ning Xiaochuan was so happy that he finally prepared the mysterious medicine for refining Diwu Dan. As long as Diwu Dan is refined, he can break through the 4th level of Dizuan at any time and cultivate martial soul change. Ning Xiaochuan's martial spirit is already quite strong. If he cultivates into martial spirit transformation, his martial arts cultivation will certainly be promoted to another level. Give the purchase list of Queen Wanyin to an old man in the Marquis house and ask him to send it to the Sword Palace in person. Later, Ning Xiaochuan took Quogudan, changed his appearance, quietly left the Imperial City and rushed to Haitang Villa. Queen Wanyin Xian definitely has other forces in the Imperial City, and must also be checking the Spirit Mountain matter. If she finds the Spirit Mountain matter, the foundation established by Ning Xiaochuan will be destroyed. Therefore, Ning Xiaochuan must immediately return to preside over the overall situation. Sitting in the car, Ning Xiaochuan couldn't wait to take out all the mysterious drugs for refining Diwu Dan and arrange them on both sides of the car. He is ready to race against time. On the way to Haitang Villa, he will refine Diwu pill. Time waits for no one. Ning Xiaochuan has never been so urgent now. The pressure from Queen Wanyin Xian, the pressure from the Demon Gate, the pressure from Emperor Yulan. As long as he takes a little wrong step, not only will he be crushed to pieces, But also the whole Jiangnan Marquis mansion will become scorched earth, and his relatives and friends will also die without a place to bury. To protect Ning Xiaochuan and fulfill his promise to the Marquis, he must become stronger. Diwu pill is a high-level pill, which may be quite difficult to refine for other high-level mental health practitioners. However, with Ning Xiaochuan's current attainments, even if it's not certain, at least the probability of becoming a pill is more than 70%. After putting all the Xianyao into the heart-nourishing genuine tripod, the medicinal gas began to quickly transform into Dan gas. Within a quarter of an hour, the heart-nourishing genuine tripod became full of Dan gas. The reason why Ning Xiaochuan has such a fast alchemy speed. First, he has Yin and Yang open fire, which is a treasure fire for refining pills, which can speed up the speed of refining pills and improve the quality of pills at the same time. Second, he has a 7-hole demon heart, and his heart fire is more than 100 times stronger than other heart cultivators. With these two kinds of cards in hand, Ning Xiaochuan naturally left other senior cardiologists far behind. Dan Qi, since it is cultivated, then we only need to raise Dan with heart fire. According to the grade of Diwu pill, it takes at least 1 day to cultivate, which may make the pill completely condensed and become a real Shandan. If the Diwu pill can be successfully refined, it is just around the corner to reach the 4th level of Dezunjing. Ning Xiaochuan just took the heart-nourishing tripod into his heart. Suddenly, his eyebrows wrinkled deeply and he felt a cold surge from the front. Ow! The green deer horse that pulled the car roared, and the carriage of the ancient car shook violently, and then stopped. Ning Xiaochuan didn't immediately jump out of the ancient car. With his current martial arts realm, there was no need to panic when encountering any danger. He closed his eyes and released his mind, as if his eyes were flying out of his eyes. He saw a middle-aged man standing 10 feet away in front of the carriage. Behind the middle-aged man, there were more than a dozen fierce fighters standing in a semi-surrounded shape, completely blocking Ning Xiaochuan's way. Their bodies exuded a beast-like smell, giving people an ominous foreboding. Ning Xiaochuan withdrew his mind and took a deep breath. Xuanzhou Slaughtering God Camp. I believe you are the commander of Xuanzhou Slaughtering God Camp, Cui Tao. Although Ning Xiaochuan didn't get off the car and didn't carefully identify it with his naked eyes, he judged the identity of the other party. He is too familiar with the atmosphere of Xuanzhou Slaughtering God Camp. In the Xian Beast Slaughtering God Camp, the only person who can bring him such a great pressure is Cui Tao, who makes all kings and ho in the court afraid. Almost everyone in the court has heard of Cui Tao's name, but few people have actually seen him. In fact, no one wants to see him. Because, once he appears, it means that there will be an extinction. It's simply a cruel role that people are afraid of. Ning Xiaochuan had expected that Emperor Yulan would send someone to kill him, and Cui Tao was also one of the people Ning Xiaochuan expected. Ning Xiaochuan, do you think that you can escape the tracking of Xuanzhou Slaughtering God Camp by changing your appearance? Since the Holy Lord has decreed that you die today, you will never live until tomorrow. Cui Tao waved his arm, and the master of Xuanzhou Butcher Camp who stood behind him surrounded Ning Xiaochuan's car at the same time. The servant driving for Ning Xiaochuan had already fainted and fell on the ground under the car. Roar! A woman with blue skin came out of the sergeant of Xuanzhou Butcher Camp and gave a cold smile to the ancient car. She turned into a big blue bird, flew to the top of the carriage, and tore the top cover with one claw. The carriage made of gold and stone was torn open like tofu. At the same time, the 3 masters of Dezun realm in the Xian Beast Slaughtering God Camp all turned into huge Xian beasts. A 10-meter-long 8-winged golden scorpion, a red-haired explosive ape, a black python, and 3 7-level mysterious beasts attacked Ning Xiaochuan sitting on the seat at the same time. Phew, phew, phew. Ning Xiaochuan looked very calm. With a wave of his sleeve, 3 flying swords flew out, all of which were 7-grade Xuanqi level swords. 2 long sword. Cloud sword. Jingmu sword. The power of the three war swords was extremely huge, which was stimulated by Ning Xiaochuan's martial spirit, and the sword burst out a stinging light. Poop poop. The bodies of three powerful Xian beasts were pierced by three ancient swords, leaving three blood holes as big as the mouth of a bowl. Then, three ancient swords at the level of 7 mysterious weapons flew back to the carriage and flew quickly around the carriage, interwoven into a spherical sword net. The three masters of Xian Beast Tushan camp were injured at the same time, turned into human form, and retreated. Ning Xiaochuan was too strong. Just for the first time, he pierced the bodies of the three Wuzuns and retreated in confusion. You all quit. Ning Xiaochuan can kill you Wu Yang, and your little martial arts cultivation is not enough to fill his teeth. Cui Tao took a step forward, and the bones in his body made a thunderous sound. Every bone in the body is moving rapidly, and the body doubles in just a moment. He was originally a 2-meter tall man. After the operation of the internal skills, his body actually grew to 4 meters high, his arms became as thick as a bucket, and his feet were as strong as 2 copper pillars. Boom! His feet took the second step on the ground, and his body expanded again, reaching a height of 6 meters. When he took 5 steps, his body reached 12 meters high, 1 foot alone was 1 meter long, and his eyes were as big as the mouth of a bull, just like 2 golden thunder beads. This is a real giant, with every step shaking the ground. It can be imagined that the power contained in his body is absolutely terrifying. What's the situation? Turned into a giant? Is there really other advanced Terrans in this world, besides ordinary Terrans? Ning Xiaochuan turned into a colorful streamer, and his body leaped up to avoid Cui Tao's violent punch. Boom! Cui Tao's punch didn't hit Ning Xiaochuan, but flattened a hill more than 100 meters high below, and many broken lines appeared on the ground. What a terrifying force! Ning Xiaochuan soared to the sky, completely penetrated the vitality of martial arts in his body into 3 7-grade Xuanqi level swords, and split 3 dozens of meters long sword qi to hit Cui Tao's huge body. Bang bang! Jian Qi couldn't break Cui Tao's body, but made a sound of steel impact, leaving 3 shallow bloodstains on his bronze skin. Ow! Cui Tao roared, and the bones overflowed with wisps of white light. Each bone was like a crystal-clear divine jade, and the 3 bloodstains soon healed automatically. When Cui Tao was young, he once found the skeleton of an ancient giant in a deep mountain cave. Therefore, he refined the giant's bones into his body, swallowed the blood essence of hundreds of Xian beasts, and completely replaced the blood in his body with Xian beast blood. Therefore, his body combines the strengths of giants and Xian beasts, and his strength and defense are extremely terrifying, enough to challenge the 7th heaviest martial artist in the Earthzone territory. Although Cui Tao's body was huge, his reaction was not slow, his action was extremely sensitive, his fist became golden, and he punched Ning Xiaochuan right in the chest. Pa pa! The 7th heaviest warrior in the territory of Dazun, how terrible the combat power is. The speed of his fist is like streamer lightning. The power that erupts dents the air and makes a popping sound. 3 7-grade Xuanqi level swords were beaten upside down by fists and inserted into Ning Xiaochuan's chest. A wave of pain came into my mind, and Ning Xiaochuan flew out upside down, holding back the pain of his body and trying to control himself to fall to the ground smoothly. Cui Tao opened his mouth and roared, Ning Xiaochuan, after all, you are still too young. Fighting against the emperor will only be a dead end. Dying in Cui Tao's hands is not a disgrace. The martial artists of Xuanzhou Butcher Camp stood aside with a sneer on their faces. In the past 60 years, the martial artists who fought with the commander could not escape the word death. Ning Xiaochuan is no exception. Give it to me. Ning Xiaochuan's chest burst into gorgeous silver brilliance, and the 3 7 Xuanqi level war swords actually began to melt and were swallowed by Ning Xiaochuan's body. Ning Xiaochuan's ribs and his chest have long been integrated with the divine power of 10,000 swords melt rain, regardless of each other. Naturally, the three-handle Qi Pin Xian Ware is integrated into the martial magic of 10,000 swords melt rain, and is completely integrated with the bones of the chest, making the three bones of the chest harder than the Qi Pin Xian Ware. If someone hits Ning Xiaochuan on the chest with his fist, he will be hurt by 3 7th-grade Xian weapons and swords. This is not just as simple as melting soldiers and refining bodies. In another word, this is that Ning Xiaochuan is beginning to cultivate the second concrete magic. Originally, only when the cultivation of martial arts reached the realm of heaven and man, the body could withstand the concrete magic power. However, Ning Xiaochuan's physique reached the level that is difficult to encounter in 10,000 years, far beyond other martial arts, and was enough to withstand the concrete magic power. Melting soldiers and refining bodies? No, this is a concrete magic power? Cui Tao was also stunned. It was so abnormal that he couldn't believe that someone could cultivate a concrete magic power in the earth realm. 10,000 swords melt into rain. Ning Xiaochuan roared. Boom! Above the sky, there was deafening thunder, countless black clouds came, and it rained heavily in an instant. Ning Xiaochuan's chest position flew hundreds of sword qi, all condensed into a 3-foot-long ancient sword, turned into a torrent of ancient swords, and rushed towards Cui Tao. Shua shua. Cultivate a concrete magic power, and the power of martial magic power expands at least 10 times. Even if Cui Tao has the 7th highest combat power in the territory, it is difficult to defend 100 war swords. Poof. Poof. Among the 100 ancient swords, only 3 are real swords with the most powerful power. 2 of the real swords stabbed into Cui Tao's body, leaving 2 startling huge mouths full of crimson blood. Finally broke his body. However, rather Xiaochuan did not take advantage of the victory to pursue, launched the divine method, and rushed into the woods, intending to escape immediately. Cui Tao's fighting power is so terrible that one punch can break a hill, and even surpass the 7th heaviest warrior in the territory of Dizun in terms of pure physical strength. Moreover, his body also has the bones of ancient giants, and his defense is quite amazing. If we continue to fight with him, we will never be able to please him. Ning Xiaochuan has used the concrete magic power, and only wounded him. Ning Xiaochuan really can't imagine, what else can you do to kill him? Where to escape? A strong man of Xuanzhou slaughtering god camp intercepted Ning Xiaochuan and turned into a red explosion ape with blood-colored hair, muscles as strong as iron, and teeth as sharp as knives and swords. His mouth spits out red fireworks, burning the trees and the whole mountain into fly ash, and burning the earth and rocks into magma. Death. Ning Xiaochuan didn't dare to pause at all. Wu Dao vitality rushed out of his palm and condensed into a palm knife. He rushed straight into the sea of fire and slashed his palm. Poof. The strong man of the Xian beast slaughtering god camp was divided into 2.5. Ning Xiaochuan rushed between his bodies, turned into a 7-colored streamer, and disappeared in the woods. Can you walk away? Cui Tao's huge body suddenly catapulted up, jumped more than 100 meters high, quickly caught up with Ning Xiaochuan, waved his arm, and pressed a big hand seal on Ning Xiaochuan's head. At this time, Ning Xiaochuan must make a difficult choice. If he continues to rush forward, he will be slapped to death by Cui Tao. If you stop, you may never have a chance to escape again. Ning Xiaochuan's eyes showed a determined look, his legs sank, and suddenly stopped. All the martial arts vitality in his body poured into the center of his eyebrows, and a bright light spot jumped in the center of his eyebrows. The sun is burning. Wow! Dash. The white bone bead flew out of the center of the eyebrow, with the brilliance as bright as the scorching sun, and struck Cui Tao's palm with irresistible momentum. Poof! The white bone bead pierced Cui Tao's palm, leaving a huge hole. There is no blood in the hole, because the blood has been burned dry. Cui Tao's whole hand burned, making a crackling sound, which spread to his arm, making him flustered. This flame seemed to burn his blood and flesh, giving people a feeling of bone marrow. Since refining giant bones, even if Cui Tao was defeated, no one could hurt his body. Ning Xiaochuan was the first person who could cause such great trauma to his body. This is the time. Go. Ning Xiaochuan took back the white bone beads and turned them into a rainbow bridge. In an instant, he crossed the distance of dozens of miles and disappeared in the vast mountains. The terrible flame burned half of Cui Tao's body into a dark skeleton, and even half of his head was burned, revealing a large piece of skull. The most frightening thing is that he is still alive, and the vitality in his body is quite strong. Those masters of Xian beast slaughtering god camp were frightened. One of them came over and asked in a low voice, "Commander, Ning Xiaochuan can hurt you so badly." Figurative supernatural power. It's a figurative supernatural power. No wonder the Holy Lord pays so much attention to Ning Xiaochuan. This son is really a big trouble. Just the 3rd level of Dizun territory can hurt the 7th level warrior of Dizun territory. This kind of constitution is simply unheard of, and I'm afraid only the gods in their youth can do it. Cui Tao Dao. Since Ning Xiaochuan has cultivated concrete magical powers, I'm afraid there aren't many people who can defeat him steadily in the world today. Should we wait for Long Xiangho and Ji Gongong to come, and then work together to deal with him? Said a sergeant. Cui Tao's bone began to grow a trace of flesh and blood again, and his body recovered at a visible speed. He said coldly, "After all, Ning Xiaochuan's martial arts cultivation is only the 3rd level of the Lan Xun realm, and it takes a lot of energy to display the concrete magic power. You think Ning Xiaochuan has just obviously injured our commander, why does he want to escape? Our commander dares to conclude that most of his martial arts vitality has been consumed in his body, and if he doesn't escape, it will be a dead end." A sergeant of Xuanzhou slaughtering god camp said, "Since his means have been exposed, he can't hurt the commander again when he displays his figurative magic next time." Cui Tao gently nodded, his eyes became extremely deep, and said, "Ning Xiaochuan secretly left the imperial city, definitely not out to play. Now such a critical period, he actually secretly left the imperial city, what is it for? Is it possible that the Marquis of Jianghe colludes with the Demon Gate to attack the imperial city?" Cui Tao slapped the sergeant on the ground and cursed, "Fool! The Marquis of Jianghe and the Demon Gate fought to the death not long ago. How can they collude again? What a pig brain. What the commander said is very, very..." The sergeant kept saying. Cui Tao pondered for a moment and said, "The biggest force in Bianji of the imperial city today is Spirit Mountain matter, and Ning Xiaochuan must know that the emperor wants to kill him, so he must find allies. Do you think he will find Spirit Mountain matter? It's very possible. Once I make an alliance with Spirit Mountain matter, the Marquis of Jianghe can withdraw from the imperial city at any time. If I were Ning Xiaochuan, I would definitely make an alliance with Spirit Mountain matter," a female sergeant said. Cui Tao smiled coldly and said, "If Ning Xiaochuan is really going to meet a big man in Spirit Mountain matter, I'm afraid we can not only kill Ning Xiaochuan this time, but also uproot the whole Spirit Mountain matter." Wonderful. Pursue the breath left by Ning Xiaochuan, and never let him escape. Ning Xiaochuan launched his fast body method and quickly shuttled through the jungle. Instead of going to Haitang Villa immediately, he shuttled through more than a dozen BNG, running farther and farther away from the imperial city. Since the people of Xian Beast slaughtering god camp can intercept him outside the imperial city, they must have quite clever tracking methods. In order to prevent them from following themselves to Haitang Villa, Ning Xiaochuan must find a way to lead them to a further place. After all traces were erased, Ning Xiaochuan entered Haitang Villa through a secret channel. Where did the left and right Dharma guardians go? Ning Xiaochuan sat at the top of the hall of deliberation, wearing a golden mask on his face, disguised himself. After sitting down, he immediately took out a top-grade basalt and pinched it in his hand, and began to recover quickly. Kneeling below are two swordsmen in white, Situ Fengwu and Huashirin. Their faces are very beautiful, with bright eyes and teeth, long hair like waterfalls, wearing white robes, waist wrapped in brocade, carrying mysterious ancient swords. They are like female disciples coming out of the immortal gate, and their temperament is quite dusty. However, these two beautiful girls are just Ning Xiaochuan's maid, kneeling in front of him and saluting respectfully. Huashirin said, "Tell the villa leader that the two Dharma guardians are injured." "Injured? They are all the realm of the earth Zun. Who can hurt them?" Ning Xiaochuan had a premonition that something would happen. Huashirin and Situ Fengwu both looked in awe and dared not go on. Menjing came in from the outside of the meeting hall and said, "It was the Langia Emperor of the Dark Imperial City who shot and injured them." The Dark Imperial City originally intended to support Spirit Mountain matter against the Demon Gate invading the Imperial City. However, a message was sent back to the Imperial City in the first battle of the Yuan domain. Prince Chuan, the leader of Spirit Mountain matter, turned out to be a disciple of the Dark Heavenly King of the Demon Gate. This news caused a huge storm in the Imperial City, and all the spearheads pointed to the Spirit Mountain matter. The Dark Imperial City naturally bears the brunt. The Lord of the Undead was furious and worked hard to support and expand the Spirit Mountain matter, hoping that the Spirit Mountain matter could fight against the Demon Gate, but he didn't expect to let the Demon Gate pick up a big bargain instead. Recently, Dark Imperial City launched a crazy attack on Spirit Mountain matter. Moronghua and Lin Sanji were also seriously injured by Langia Emperor of Dark Imperial City in one of the battles. There are 3 heavenly kings in the Demon Gate, and there are also 3 emperors in the Dark Imperial City. Langia Emperor is one of the 3 emperors of the Dark Imperial City. The 4 ministers of Heaven and Earth Shenhuang are in charge of the economic turnover within the Dark Imperial City, the allocation of xuanqi, talent training, judicial management, and so on. Therefore, although the 4 ministers have great rights, their martial arts cultivation is not too strong, which is equivalent to civil servants in the imperial court. The 3 emperors are the 3 most terrifying people in the martial arts cultivation of the Dark Imperial City, equivalent to the generals and princes in the imperial court. Ning Xiaochuan immediately went to investigate the injury of Moronghua and Lin Sanji. Fortunately, they were not seriously injured. After taking the advanced healing pill refined by Ning Xiaochuan, they recovered completely in less than an hour. It is quite easy for the senior mental health master to heal the martial artists in the territory of Dizun. After Moronghua and Lin Sanji recovered from their injuries, they immediately knelt in front of Ning Xiaochuan and said, "Thank you, Villa leader." Ning Xiaochuan hurriedly said, "Please get up, 2 elders. The younger generation can't afford such a big gift." Moronghua stubbornly said, "I can afford it. The villa master killed Yu Wuyong and avenged our brother. Our brother vowed to follow the villa master to the death. Follow the villa leader to the death." Lin Sanji also cut the way of gold and iron. "Let's get up first, both elders. Let's discuss how to deal with the current dilemma. Spirit Mountain Manor is surrounded by enemies on 3 sides. It's not easy to fight a way out." Ning Xiaochuan rode. The situation of Spirit Mountain Manor is indeed quite critical. It should not only deal with the attack of the Dark Imperial City and the Imperial Court, but also deal with the great enemy of Queen Wanyin. It is extremely difficult to break the game. Ning Xiaochuan asked, "Menjing, you used to be the first gold medal killer of the Dark Imperial City. You should have a good understanding of the internal situation of the Dark Imperial City. Can you find the headquarters of the Dark Imperial City within 3 days?" Ning Xiaochuan has an idea in his heart, and plans to use the strategy of killing with a sword. He is looking forward to whether she can lead Wan Yinxian to the Dark Imperial City, and whether her martial arts cultivation can give a heavy blow to the Dark Imperial City? In Ning Xiaochuan's view, if you can make good use of it, Queen Wan Xian will be a trump card. If you don't make good use of it, you may be slapped to death by Queen Wan Xian. Menjing thought for a moment and said, "It's difficult. The headquarters of the Dark Imperial City is quite secret. Unless it's a person of the level of the four ministers, no one knows the real location of the Dark Imperial City. I'm just the first person to kill the gold medal. There are also Wuzun killers above the gold medal killers, and even many Wuzun killers don't know the location of the Dark Imperial City. And the leader of the gold medal killers and Wuzun killers is Langjia Emperor." Ning Xiaochuan gently touched his chin and said, "How high is the martial arts cultivation of Langjia Emperor?" Menjing said, "I've only seen Langjia Emperor once. It gives me the feeling that his martial arts cultivation is probably not weaker than the 6th Avenue Master of the Demon Gate. Dilla Master, do you want to fight Langjia Emperor? People of Langjia Emperor's level are really terrible. Even if the Masters of Spirit Mountain Matter come out together, I'm afraid they are not his opponents. Miranghua fought with Langjia Emperor not long ago, and he knew that the martial arts cultivation of Langjia Emperor was terrible. That's not necessarily." Ning Xiaochuan's eyes took a deep light and asked, "How many people in Spirit Mountain Manor have reached the Land of Honor?" Menjing said, "There are 8 people in total, including the Villa Master and the second Ghost Messenger. Among the 5 Hall Masters, the Law Enforcement Hall Master Han Fu, the Flying Eagle Hall Master Wan Shui, and the Golden Jade Hall Master Yuman Liu. After taking the Earth's only revered pill, they all reach the Land of Reverence." 8. Okay, just right. Ning Xiaochuan's mouth showed a smile. Menjing said, "Does the Villa Master already have a way to deal with Langjia Emperor?" Ning Xiaochuan nodded. This time, he wanted to arrange the 8 Winds God Array again to show all the power of the 8 Winds God Array. After everyone retreated, Ning Xiaochuan let Situfengwu stay. Ning Xiaochuan carved a volume of the calcined articles of Qimen Duanjia on the surface of a piece of crystal jade and handed it to Situfengwu, saying, "Send this jade slip to the Sword Palace, give it to Yu Mingsong, and let him personally help me refine 333 array flags. If I can refine all the array flags in 2 days, I will give him more classic articles." Situfengwu knew that Yu Mingsong was the great forge master of the Divine Sword Palace. After receiving the jade slips, she immediately left Haitang Villa and rushed to the Sword Palace. In her opinion, refining so many array flags must be related to dealing with Langjia Emperor, which is absolutely extremely important for the villa leader. Situfengwu has now completely subordinated to Ning Xiaochuan, and even the Situ family has become an affiliated force of Spirit Mountain Matter. Since they can't resist, they can only choose to obey. Ning Xiaochuan has long wanted to refine a set of array flags, so that the time of array arrangement can be saved, and the array arranged will be more solid and powerful. Ning Xiaochuan should not only use the 8 Winds God Array to deal with Langjia Emperor, but also use it to deal with Chui Tao. Ning Xiaochuan sat under the blood-toad wood, released his mind, passed on his mind, and began to call the heart slave. As long as it is a servant who was tempered into a heart slave by Ning Xiaochuan, even if it is thousands of miles away, you can hear Ning Xiaochuan's call. Mu Hong Lai, the god of death in iron armor and the master of Huanhua's family, who were far away in the Yuan domain, heard Ning Xiaochuan's call and rushed to the imperial city one after another. In fact, with the number of Wuzun and Spirit Mountain Matter and the Shen Beast at the 2 ends of Ning Xiaochuan, they already have the combat power of 9 Wuzun levels, which can completely make the 8-Wind God unleash the strongest power. However, the Spirit Mountain Manor is now in the most critical time. Ning Xiaochuan must summon all the strong people who can be used back to have a big duel with the Dark Emperor city. Once the war begins, it must give a heavy blow to the Dark Empire. The next day, Diwu pill was successfully refined, and a total of 9 pills were refined. Diwu pill is an invaluable treasure for the martial artists in Dizuan territory, which can help the martial artists in Dizuan territory improve a realm. Only Ning Xiaochuan can refine 9 pills at a time, and other senior heart therapists can only refine 1 or 2 advanced pills at a time. There were 9 Diwu pills in total. Ning Xiaochuan took 1 by himself and gave 1 to Menjing, Muronghua, and Lin Sanji respectively. There are 5 Diwu pills left in total, which are intended to be reserved for you Ningxing, Ning Shiner, and the old Marquis. If you can even give the remaining 2 to Niao Lanji and Qiming. Ning Xiaochuan is also connected. Since you have come to this world, don't be bound by all kinds of previous lives. If you think you can give them happiness, why should you blindly escape? After experiencing Ji Hanqing, Ning Xiaochuan felt deeply that he should be braver to face many times, whether it is a powerful and invincible enemy or an emotion he dare not accept. Since he chose to accept, he also needs more powerful power. If there is no powerful power, how can he protect them? How to prop up an unbreakable umbrella for them? After taking Diwu pill, Ning Xiaochuan immediately ran the 8th layer of heaven and earth Xuanqi, absorbing the refined pill gas at a speed of 128 times. In other places, it takes 7 days to completely refine a Diwu pill, but Ning Xiaochuan only took 1 day to completely refine the Dan gas of Diwu pill. Without any accident, Ning Xiaochuan immediately broke through to the 4th level of Dizuan territory. The 9 whirlpools in the heart palace of Wu Dao worked frantically, and began to absorb the mysterious qi between heaven and earth, integrate into the blood vessels, and form a circulation in the body. Absorbing the free mysterious qi between heaven and earth is not enough to condense martial soul change. Ning Xiaochuan swallowed a large amount of 9-color Xian water, and his whole body emitted 9-color light, and every inch of his skin became crystal clear. When the physique reaches 10,000 years of difficulty, every breakthrough in a realm will consume infinite resources, and when it breaks through the realm, it will also cause earth-shattering anomalies. If he hadn't arranged the hidden array in advance, the 9-colored light would surely soar into the sky, and I'm afraid he could see it even 100 miles away. Wow! Ning Xiaochuan's martial spirit Dharma body rushed out of his body and suspended above his head, becoming more condensed and emitting 9-colored brilliance. On the huge tripod, there appears the 3rd magic map, Tide Sinking Map, Corpse Mountain and Blood Sea Map, Sky Fire, Burning Body Map, Tide Sinking Map. Each magic map represents a way to kill the world. The more magic maps condensed, the stronger the power of the martial soul, Dharma body. After cultivating into Wuhuan change, Ning Xiaochuan felt that his Wuhuan Dharma body had undergone earth-shaking changes, and his strength had increased by about 6 times. If Ning Xiaochuan releases the Wu Soul Dharma body now, it only takes 1 hit to smash Yu Wuyang's Wu Soul Dharma body. There is a big gap between the 3rd level and the 4th level of Dizuan level. After cultivating to the 4th level of Dizuan level, the martial arts cultivation of martial artists will also be greatly improved. Ning Xiaochuan had an obvious feeling at the moment that the power in his body seemed endless. I don't know if Yu Mingsong has refined the array flag? With my current martial arts cultivation as the host of the 8 Winds God array, I'm 90% sure to kill a person at Cui Tao's level. After all, Cui Tao is a big trouble. He is a famous villain in the court, and even many princes are afraid of him. If he can't find Ning Xiaochuan all the time, he is likely to lay a hard hand on the people in the Marquis of Jianghe to force Ning Xiaochuan to appear. Cui Tao is a bloody man. He can even kill the Marquis. It is not impossible to attack the people in the Marquis of the Sword Pavilion. Emperor Yulan, since you want to get rid of me so much, I'll see how many masters there are around you. If you send one out, I'll kill one. I don't believe you won't feel bad. Yu Wuyang and Cui Tao are the trusted ministers around Emperor Yulan, so it's not too much to call them right-hand men. If Ning Xiaochuan can really kill Cui Tao, there will be less capable people around Emperor Yulan who can still be appointed, which is definitely a heavy blow to Emperor Yulan. For an enemy like Cui Tao, it would be difficult to get rid of him. Before nightfall, Tijia Death, Mu Honglai, and Huanhua family owners rushed back one after another. Soon after, Situfengwu returned to Spirit Mountain Manor with the successfully refined array flag, accompanied by Yu Mingsong. Miss Situ, it's boring to be Ning Xiaochuan's maid. Otherwise, you can be my maid and I'll refine a Jiopin Xuanqi for you. What do you think? Yu Mingsong's eyes seemed to have peach blossoms, following Situfengwu's back, and said, Ning Xiaochuan is just a senior heart trainer, but I'm a big forge master, and… Hey, I have another identity, I don't tell him anyone else, do you want to know? Ning Xiaochuan stood in the garden full of Four Seasons begonia flowers, coughed twice and said, Brother Yu, what else do you have? Or tell me. Yu Mingsong glanced at Ning Xiaochuan, narrowed his eyes, and said proudly, the disciple of the world's first calciner master is my neighbor. Ning Xiaochuan didn't want to argue with him and said, did the flag refining succeed? Don't look at my identity, it's not refining 333 pole array flag. For me, it's as easy as drinking water. I refined all the 100,000 pole array flags of the 9 heaven gods array. Cough. Forget it, anyway, you won't believe it. Yu Mingsong took out the Qiankuan cloth bag in Situfengwu's hand and poured out the 333 pole array flag from the cloth bag. Voila! A small pile of 333 pole array flags was piled on the ground. The array flags refined by Yu Mingsong are only palm size, and the flagpole is as thin as a firewood stick. Which is it like the array flag used to decorate the array? It's like a child's toy. This is the flag you made? Ning Xiaochuan rode. Yu Mingsong looked at Ning Xiaochuan contemptuously and said, how good array flags do you think you can make in one day? It's quite amazing to be able to make 333 pole array flags with a pile of low-grade materials. Then you can't make a pile of junk to fool me? Ning Xiaochuan rode. Scrap metal? You will try to dissolve a basalt into the flag? Yu Mingsong rode. Ning Xiaochuan looked at the pile of array flags on the ground again, and gradually found that these array flags seemed ordinary. However, after careful observation, he found that the array flags were actually refined very finely. Only the flagpole as thick as a fire stick was engraved with thousands of patterns, which seemed to be really extraordinary. Ning Xiaochuan took out a medium-grade basalt and melted it into the array flag. Phew! Ning Xiaochuan threw the flag out and inserted it in a distant open space. Boom! The flag, which was only about the size of a palm, suddenly burst into dazzling brilliance, becoming larger and larger. The flagpole became as thick as the mouth of a bowl, more than 30 meters high, emitting a bronze light, with thousands of runes beating on it. Thunderbolt! On the purple flag, there was a ferocious ancient beast. The flag was blown up by the wind, and suddenly scattered wisps of lightning streamer, sending out the sound of wind and thunder explosion. Situfengwu was naturally shocked. Could this seemingly unsightly forge master be able to refine such a powerful array flag? Moreover, he spent only one day refining 333 flags, which is still a thing that people can do. Ning Xiaochuan was also shocked and said, the level of 5-grade Xuanqi. These array flags on the ground have also reached the level of 5-grade Xuanqi? Yu Mingsong looks like a breeze. Saw Matchless, pinched his chin, sighed melancholy, and said, the time is too short, so I can only refine a set of 5 Xuanqi level array flags. If you give me a few more days and prepare enough materials, I can refine a set of 7 Xuanqi level array flags for you. It takes other forgers several months to forge a 5-level Xuanqi, which is quite worthy of showing off and will be respected by martial artists. However, he calcined hundreds of 5-grade Xian ware in one day, and he still lamented that the material was poor and the time was tight. If he was known by other big calciners, he would have to vomit blood with anger. Ning Xiaochuan really wants to step on his face. It's too forced. If I have enough rare materials, I can really forge hundreds of 7-grade Xuanqi level array flags. Brother Ning, if you want, please order from me at any time. Each array flag has a strange doorware code, what do you think? Yu Mingsong kept throwing his eyes at Ning Xiaochuan, touching the two curly tadpole-like black beard above his lips with his fingers. Hundreds. When Qiping Xuanqi is Chinese cabbage? Even if Yu Mingsong can really forge a Qiping Xianware level array flag, Ning Xiaochuan can't really want a Qiping Xianware level array flag. With his current martial arts cultivation, it is quite difficult to control 333 array flags of the 5-rank Xuanqi level at the same time. If he wants to control 333 array flags at the level of 7 Xuanqi at the same time, I'm afraid the vitality of martial arts in his body will be drained alive. If you want to control 333 Wuping Xuanqi at the same time, it will consume a lot of vitality. If it weren't for the fact that Ning Xiaochuan's martial energy in his body is more than 10 times that of a martial artist in the same realm, it would be impossible to control it at all. Miss Situ, if you are willing to be my maid, I will immediately refine a better array flag for you than Ning Xiaochuan. Yu Mingsong kept squeezing Situ Fengwu's eyes. Situ Fengwu retreated far away and dared not get too close to Yu Mingsong. This calciner was very immoral. When Situ Fengwu went to find him, he saw him holding 2 girls and touching their clothes. Ning Xiaochuan originally just wanted to refine an ordinary array flag, but he never thought that the array flag could reach the Xuanqi level. It can be said that the 5-grade Xuanqi level array flag has been far beyond his expectation. How much can the power of the 8 winds god array be exerted by using this array flag? Ning Xiaochuan smelted 333 medium-grade Xuanqi into the array flag, and took out 8 top-grade Xianqi to refine into 8 array platforms. In order to refine this set of flags, the value of the basalt consumed alone is more than 10 billion coins. Plus, the value of 333 5-grade Xianware, the total value of this set of flags is more than 500 million coins. Ning Xiaochuan also spent most of his money, but everything is worth it. With this flag in hand, his strength will be raised to a new height. A very important question is to communicate with your book friends first. Recently, Lao Jiu wrote about the following plot, which is designed to play the role of Lady Yin Qi, which is a little uncertain. I hope to hear your feelings about this role, and I want to know how you think it is more appropriate to arrange her. Better? In addition, there are more than 960 monthly tickets, which is a long time away from 1,000 tickets. Ideally, we can add another chapter at noon tomorrow. There is also the fact that voting for monthly tickets depends entirely on everyone's willingness. To be honest, no matter how many monthly tickets you vote for, Lao Jiu can't get a penny, and he will earn the popularity of a book. Anyway, let's vote voluntarily. If you think Lao Jiu's book is okay, you can vote. No, don't vote. As for those who swear, Lao Jiu can only say that it depends on his willingness. After all, there are many good-looking books now. There are still many books to read without your 9-headed family. Reading books is just for fun. Langjia Emperor's name, perhaps, is not as terrible as the Lord of the 6th Avenue of the Demon Gate. However, if you want to say that he is famous in the Imperial City, he must be above the Lord of the 6th Avenue of the Demon Gate. Langjia Emperor walked into a cabin and stared at the dream shadow hanging on the iron chain. His eyes showed a cold chill and said, "How did you catch her?" In the room, there are 2 other martial arts masters, both of whom are strong in Dizuan territory. One of the big men said, "Tell the emperor that this bitch took refuge in Spirit Mountain Manor and became the first ghost messenger under the Prince Chuan." Menjing was hanging on the beam at the moment. A pair of wrists were locked with iron chains, and sharp iron spikes were inlaid into her bones and flesh, locking the vitality of her martial arts. This is the trapped dragon lock invented by the Dark Imperial City, which is intended to deal with prisoners with strong martial arts cultivation. Once you wear this set of chains, even if you have earth-shaking magic powers, you will become docile. Menjing's wrist was full of blood marks. With a slight move, he felt unbearable pain, as if the blood of his whole body had been drawn. Langia Emperor stared at the sexy and gorgeous face of Menjing and said coldly, "As the first gold medal killer of the Imperial City, you should be very clear about the end of betraying the city master?" Menjing bit Bei's teeth tightly, and did not cry for mercy like other prisoners. Langia Emperor nodded and said, "It's worthy of being from our killer hall, but it's a little backbone. Tell me the location of Spirit Mountain Manor, and I may give you a break." "Emperor, this bitch has been strictly trained and won't say a word at all. Directly throw her into the snake hole and let her be eaten by thousands of snakes. See if she's tough." The tiger-backed Wuzun killer said fiercely. Another man with a sharp mouth and monkey cheeks laughed and said, "It's a pity to throw her into the snake hole. This bitch's appearance is very beautiful and her figure is also very enchanting." He sent 100 big men to take turns to get rid of her, afraid that she wouldn't beg for mercy. This bitch must have been used by Jiu. Anyway, I'm not interested. The tiger-backed Wuzun killer. Then I'm not polite. Hey. That man with sharp tongues was about to interpret the close of the dream shadow. Suddenly, his heart jumped violently, and an invisible heart god wrapped his heart. That force became stronger and stronger, crushing his mind, and soon his mind was controlled by another force. The shadow of a man wearing a black robe and a gold mask appeared in his pupils, and his eyes glowed faintly, and immediately became a puppet of a heart slave. "Mu Heng, what's the matter with you?" Langia Emperor noticed something wrong and patted the man with sharp-nosed cheeks with his palm. Boom! The man with sharp-nosed monkey cheeks gave a sly smile in his mouth, condensed a martial magic power on his palm, and split his palm into the armpit of Langia Emperor. How dare he attack himself? Langia Emperor's eyes showed a trace of surprise, but he was not panic. He slapped it down, as fast as thunder, and smashed the man with sharp tongues into powder. Langia Emperor's induction speed and martial arts cultivation are at the top level. The martial artists in Dizun territory launched a sneak attack on him and were unable to turn the waves. Poof! The man standing behind the Langia Emperor was also controlled by the invisible spiritual force, and a sword stabbed into the Langia Emperor's back, piercing the Langia Emperor's body. Langia Emperor seemed to feel no pain at all, his eyes sank, and his body radiated an overwhelming force. The Wu Soul Dharma body rushed out of his body and blasted the Wu Zun killer, who reached the Lan Zun level. Boom! This small wooden house was shocked and collapsed by the power of Wu Soul Dharma body. Menjing fell from the beam and fell into the ruins. The sword that had been inserted into Langia Emperor's body automatically flew out of his body. The Langia Emperor didn't care about the sword wound on his body at all. He stared at the woods not far away and said in a deep voice, "Who, since he has come, doesn't show up?" Phew! In the woods, a series of human shadows flew out and stopped under a yellow pine tree 10 feet away from the Langia Emperor. Jiu was wearing a black robe, with a gold mask on his face, and laughed. "Younger Jiu, I have seen Langia Emperor." "Are you Jiu?" Langia Emperor frowned slightly and said coldly, "This bureau is not well set at all. Do you think these two wastes can take the Emperor's life?" This is indeed a bureau set up by Ning Xiaochuan. However, this bureau is not to kill Langia Emperor, but to lead Langia Emperor out. Langia Emperor's identity is very secret. Ordinary people can't know his whereabouts at all. Only by letting Menjing be caught by people in the Dark Imperial City can Langia Emperor be let out. Jiu said, "They can't kill the elder Langia Emperor, but the younger generation wants to have a try." It's up to you? Even if your Master Dark King comes, I'm afraid he won't dare to make such a boast. Child Chuan, since you have appeared, then you'll be arrested, so that the Emperor won't spend more time. Langya Emperor Lung measured the Tao. Gong Zichuan also gave a cold hum, and 8 blood-red magic chi rushed out of his body, condensing into a ghost magic sword. Shua. After the cultivation of martial arts reached the 4th level of Dizuan territory, Child Chuan's control of the magic sword became more subtle, and the power erupted was also more terrifying, and a scroll of corpses and blood was automatically formed under his feet. The air around Langya Emperor became distorted, and countless essence gathered together to condense 49 metal spears. Langya Emperor cultivated the 5-element martial arts, which can control the golden power, and every ray of vitality in his body can condense into a metal soldier. Bang! The sword chi stirred the 49 metal spears to pieces, and the momentum overbearing pressed down on the Langya Emperor. Langya Emperor's arms radiated golden light, like a palm made of gold. Avoiding the blade, he slapped his palm on the side of the demon sword, smashing all the sword chi on the sword. With a loud roar, Langya Emperor sank his hands to the ground, lifted up a piece of earth, and hundreds of boulders hit Gong Zichuan. Gong Zichuan's body rushed out of the red magic gas, surrounding the 30-foot-long space around, breaking all the boulders. Langya Emperor rushed out of the boulder and punched Child Chuan in the chest. An explosive force spread all over Child Chuan's body and blew Child Chuan out. Child Chuan fell to the ground, propped his body with a magic sword, wiped the blood from the corners of his mouth, and said with a wry smile, "He is worthy of being the Langya Emperor." His martial arts cultivation has reached the 7th peak of the Lanzun realm, and the younger generation is ashamed of himself. Goodbye, and see you later. Prince Chuan spread a pair of black magic wings on his back and flew to the horizon, trying to escape. Still want to go? Langya Emperor grew a pair of metal wings more than 10 meters long on his back and chased Child Chuan. After Gong Zichuan and Langya Emperor left, Situ Fengwu came out of the woods, came to the ruins of the cabin and untied the iron chain on Menjing's arm. The martial arts cultivation of Langya Emperor is terrible. Will the villa leader be okay? Menjing's heart is very worried. Situ Fengwu said, the villa leader should be deliberately defeated in the hands of the Langya Emperor, and should lead the Langya Emperor to set up the battlefield. Child Chuan was indeed deliberately defeated in the hands of Langya Emperor. Only in this way will Langya Emperor continue to chase him. Gong Zichuan flew farther and farther away from the imperial city, and flew into a barren mountain. Suddenly, he folded his wings and fell to the top of a high mountain. Langya Emperor flew out of the clouds and fell to the top of another mountain. He sneered, "Child Chuan, don't you plan to continue to escape? Give up so soon?" Child Chuan gently shook his head, and 333 streamers flew out of his sleeve. After falling to the ground, he immediately turned into 333 war flags. Each battle flag is more than 30 meters high, which is as thick as the mouth of a bowl, giving the whole space a living. On the battle flag, there were flashes of lightning, and the deafening sound of wind and thunder broke out. "Come out!" Ning Xiaochuan shouted. Miranghua, Lin Sanji, the god of death in iron armor, Mu Honglai, the Huanhua master, the double-headed stone beast, and the black-haired ghost bat beast all entered the array, standing on 7 array platforms respectively, and began to operate the array with all their strength. A total of 8 Wuzuns, including Gong Zichuan, completely activated the 8 winds god array, and all the 8 mountains 10 miles away melted into a sea of water, setting off huge waves. Langya Emperor also noticed something bad and knew that he had been calculated by Child Chuan. The power of the 8 winds god array is really terrible. If you don't escape, you may capsize in the gutter today. He spread out a pair of metal wings and wanted to fly away. However, a large amount of thunder and lightning fell on the sky, forming an electric wind, which blasted him into the ocean of God below. Langye Emperor still underestimated the 8 winds, god array. When he fell into the water, he immediately felt a cold force drilling into his body and corroding his martial arts. Water. Langye Emperor finally couldn't calm down, and his heart was filled with fear. Just when he planned to use his strongest magic power to break the array, an endless magic cloud appeared in the sky, and a huge black magic tablet fell from the sky and suppressed it to his head. Wu Soul Seal. Langye Emperor's eyes widened, clenched his teeth, summoned the martial spirit Dharma body in his body, condensed into a martial road mark, and bombarded the monument of the god of destruction. Only when the cultivation reaches the 7th level of the earth reverence can the soul seal be cultivated. The power of Wu Soul Seal is naturally very important. It can kill an army and blast a small city into the ground. However, the soul seal of Langye Emperor was strongly crushed by the stone tablet of the god of destruction. Poof. On the contrary, Langye Emperor suffered more terrible trauma and spit out a mouthful of blood. The stone tablet of the god of destruction was suppressed to the top of Langye Emperor's head, and he was pressed in the water, and his body could not move. When I got up in the morning, I found that the monthly ticket was just 1,000, and Lao Jiao immediately increased it. Let's vote quickly. If it reaches 1,100 tickets this afternoon, continue to increase. Ning Xiaochuan flew into the array, fell on the top of the stone tablet of the god of destruction, stepped on it, and a more powerful force acted on the Langye Emperor, shaking the Langye Emperor's mouth to spit blood again. Langye Emperor supported the stone tablet of the god of destruction with his hands, and his veins burst. Su Shui kept drilling into his body, squeezing a sentence from his teeth. Child Chuan, how can you be so strong? It's impossible, impossible. Ning Xiaochuan's hands were behind him, looking light and clear, and said, a mountain is higher than a mountain, and there is a strong hand in the strong. The 7th cultivation of the land Zun territory may not be able to run rampant. I have many ways to kill you. Langye Emperor, I give you a choice, submit to me, tell me the headquarters location of the Dark Imperial City, and maybe I can spare your life. Haha. Child Chuan, you look down on yourself too much. Do you think you can shake the Dark Imperial City with your strength? Don't dream. Even if you are 10 times stronger, the necromancer can kill you with a finger. Ning Xiaochuan said, it doesn't matter if you don't say it. I naturally have a way to make you obedient. Langye Emperor thought of the 2 Wu Zun killers who suddenly attacked him before. Does Child Chuan really have the magical martial arts that control the mind of the martial artist? Ning Xiaochuan launched the power of the 7 orifices demon heart, and a huge spirit spread out to attack the Langye Emperor's spirit. In fact, Langye Emperor's martial arts cultivation is very high, and his mind is much stronger than other martial artists. Ning Xiaochuan is not sure that he can control his mind. Langye Emperor felt that his mind was attacked, and he knew it was bad. He showed an absolute look in his eyes, laughed and said, Child Chuan, don't waste your time. The city master of the dead will sacrifice my soul with your blood. Suddenly, Langye Emperor's heart burst and his vitality was gone. Ning Xiaochuan shook his head and sighed, and withdrew his palm in disappointment. Who is the Lord of the Undead? Unexpectedly, even people like Langye Emperor are unwilling to say the headquarters location of the Dark Imperial City at the cost of death. Langye Emperor is the 7th martial artist in Dizuan territory. He is already an absolute top figure in Yulan Empire. He actually chose to commit suicide, so how can he find the headquarters of the Dark Imperial City? Ning Xiaochuan put away the 333 pole array flag, and Muronghua fished out the Langye Emperor's body and put it on a big blue stone. It's him. Ning Xiaochuan finally saw the true face of Langye Emperor. Langye Emperor had previously forcibly changed his appearance based on the 7th level of martial arts cultivation in the territory of Earth Honor, so Ning Xiaochuan didn't recognize him. When he died, the vitality in his body dissipated, revealing his true appearance. Does the villa leader know this person? Moronghua road. Ning Xiaochuan nodded and said, I saw him in the palace not long ago. He is the leader of the Dragon Elephant Shenwu camp, the Dragon Elephant Marquis. Moronghua said solemnly, the commanders of the three arms are all figures with extremely high martial arts cultivation, and they are directly under the control of Emperor Yulan. They can be regarded as the confidants of Emperor Yulan. How can such figures become the Langia Emperor of the Dark Imperial City? Lin Sanji gently touched his chin and said, in fact, it's normal. Many people in the Dark Emperor City have dual identities. Maybe the 4 courtiers and the 3 emperors are princes in the court. In fact, many people have a bright side and a dark side. Ning Xiaochuan nodded and said, yes, just like myself. It can be the little Marquis of Jiang'a Marquis Mansion or the Manor Master of Spirit Mountain Manor. But what should we do now? Langia Emperor is dead, and it's even harder for us to find the headquarters of the Dark Imperial City. If the Villa Master can't explain to Queen Wanyin, I'm afraid it will be very troublesome at that time. Queen Wanyin is a much more cruel person than Langia Emperor. Moronghua Road. Ning Xiaochuan has told Moronghua and Lin Sanji the strategy of using Wei Ningxian to deal with the Dark Imperial City later, which is also the reason why they want to capture Langia Emperor. They want to ask the location of the headquarters of the Dark Imperial City from Langia Emperor's mouth, so as to lead Wei Ningxian Queen to the past. The death of Langia Emperor really caught Ning Xiaochuan a little unprepared. Ning Xiaochuan tried to control his mood, not panic, things always have a solution. He took out a jade bottle and asked the iron armor god of death to take out the blood in Langia Emperor's body and put it into the jade bottle. Langia Emperor is the 7th cultivation of Dizun territory. Using his blood as lamp oil is sure to make the bronze ancient lamp play a more powerful force. Wan Shui, the leader of the Flying Eagle Hall, hurried to the hall, knelt down on one knee in front of Ning Xiaochuan and said, report to the villa leader that we have found Chui Tao and the people of Xuanzhou Butcher God Camp. They seem to be looking for Spirit Mountain Manor, what should we do? Moronghua said, Chui Tao is more fierce than Langia Emperor. He is the sharpest fangs around Yulan Emperor. If he is removed, Yulan Emperor will lose an arm. Since the dragon and the elephant Marquis have gone to hell, let's also send Chui Tao on his way. Ning Xiaochuan rode. Wan Shui's heart shook greatly. She had heard the name of the dragon elephant Marquis. She was one of the 14 hereditary Marquis in the court. She was a big man she could only look up to before, and such a big man was killed. Since the war outside the imperial city, Chui Tao has been looking for the whereabouts of Ning Xiaochuan. According to their analysis, Ning Xiaochuan probably went to Spirit Mountain Manor. Chui Tao stood outside the branch of Yashaji Ghost Mountain Manor with his arms in his arms, staring at the martial artist kneeling on the ground. The strong man of Shan Beast Slaughtering God Camp captured everyone in the branch of Spirit Mountain Manor, used the vitality of martial arts to condense an iron lock, bound everyone and knelt on the ground. There are more than 600 people in total, most of whom are martial artists, including the elderly, women and children. Wang Lang, a captain of Xuanzhou Butcher Camp, pinched the neck of the helmsman of Yesha Branch, showed a mouthful of Mori white teeth, and said, tell me, where is the headquarters of Spirit Mountain Manor? I don't know. The helmsman of Yesha Branch clenched his teeth and said. Wang Lang slapped and directly pulled the helmsman of Yesha Branch up. The bones on his face broke and collapsed, reversing 360 degrees in the air and rolling to the ground. Wang Lang stepped on the chest of the helmsman of Yesha Branch, and a huge force burst out on his legs, which made the bones of the helmsman of Yesha Branch ring, and said, we have found that your daughter Yujutian is one of the 4 sword attendants around Child Chuan. Do you know the location of Spirit Mountain Manor? Don't know. Just don't know. The helmsman of Yesha Branch has a firm attitude. Bang! Wang Lang trampled through the chest of the helmsman of Yesha Branch with one foot, and the soles of his feet sank, and a blood arrow splashed out of his body. Death deserves more than death. Commander, what about others? Wang Lang bowed to Cui Tao. Cui Tao said faintly, Yi Laoer should really don't know the location of Spirit Mountain Manor. Since he doesn't even know it, others should not know it. Kill everyone, and I don't believe the giants of Spirit Mountain Manor will endure it all the time. Wang Lang's face showed a gloomy smile and said, It's a pity to kill it. It's better to eat it as an adult meat medicine. At your disposal. Cui Tao Dao. The soldiers in the Xuanwu slaughtering camp are full of Xuanwu's blood, which is animal-like. Many times, they will eat human beings and absorb human blood essence, just like eating Xianyao, so as to expand their strength. No. We really don't know where Ghost Mountain Manor is? You've gone too far. The villa leader will let you die without a place to bury. Wang Lang laughed and said, Gong Zichuan is a mud bodhisattva who can't survive crossing the river. It's all right if he doesn't come to us. If he dares to come, our Shan beast slaughtering god camp will turn him into a real ghost. What a big tone. As the earth on the ground rotates, Muronghua emerges from the earth and stands in the middle of the street. Wang Lang saw the golden dragon picture embroidered on Muronghua's right sleeve, his eyes shrunk slightly, and said, The right Dharma protector of Spirit Mountain Manor. Wow. Lin Sanji fell on a clock tower next to the street. Wearing a divination robe and white hair, he pinched 3 fingers and sneered, Old man pinched his fingers and counted, You all have a bloody disaster today. Wang Lang raised his head, stared at Lin Sanji's left sleeve and said, The left Dharma protector of Spirit Mountain Manor. Then, Ning Xiaochuan, Wan Shui, Meng Ying, Mu Hong Lai, the god of death in iron armor, and the master of Huanhua family all came from the end of the street and stood opposite the strong man of Xuanzhou butcher camp. It seems that all the masters of Spirit Mountain Manor are here. Must be standing in the center. This is the Manor Master Sun Chuan of Spirit Mountain Manor? Wang Lang smiled coldly, with no fear on his face. Xuanzhou butcher camp and Spirit Mountain Manor are both notorious forces, which make the monks in the martial arts world pale at the smell. The 2 forces fought head-on in Yesha Bianji, and immediately scared all the fighters in Bianji away, and no one dared to stay here anymore. In less than a quarter of an hour, Yasabian set became empty, and even a person could not be seen. The warriors of Yesha branch saw the appearance of many strong men in Spirit Mountain Manor, and their faces showed joy. Now it's saved. The left and right Dharmapala guardians and the villa leader came in person. Ghost Mountain Manor is unparalleled in the world. Ghost Villa leader, longevity is equal to heaven. Spirit Mountain Manor, unparalleled in the world. Spirit Manor master, life and sky. The warriors of Yesha branch are very excited. This is the first time they have seen the mysterious villa master. Even the death threat from the Xian beast slaughtering god camp has been temporarily forgotten. Ning Xiaochuan stood in the middle of the street, his finger slightly hooked. After receiving Ning Xiaochuan's instruction, the god of death in iron armor walked towards the people of Xuanzhou II god camp, picked up the helmsman of Yesha branch who was seriously injured, and a group of martial spirit appeared in the palm of his hand to help the helmsman of Yesha branch heal. Wang Lang stood 3 steps away from the armored god of death. He didn't expect that the people of Spirit Mountain Manor were so brave that they dared to go to the strong men of Xuanzhou slaughtering camp to save people if no one was there. Spirit Mountain Manor is so arrogant that it doesn't pay attention to the Xian beast slaughtering god camp? Wang Lang didn't know that the god of death in armor was just a puppet, so he decided to teach the god of death in armor a lesson. Wu Dao vitality appeared on the 5 roots, and 1 claw grabbed at the back of the god of death in armor. The god of death in armor was like having eyes behind him. He was several times faster than Wang Lang, and slapped Wang Lang on the face. Click! Wang Lang's face collapsed, his cheekbones and jaw were smashed, and he reversed 720 degrees in the air. With a bang, he fell to the ground like a dead dog. Tiejia Death stared at Wang Lang indifferently, and walked behind Ning Xiaochuan with the helmsman of Yesha branch. The strong people in the Dazun territory of the Xian beast slaughtering god camp were all itching with anger. They felt that the iron armor god of death was too arrogant and wanted to teach him a lesson, but they were all scolded by Cui Tao. It's just a puppet. What's the difference with it? Cui Tao has seen that the god of death in iron armor is just a puppet, and his spirit and thought are under the control of Gong Zichuan. He just couldn't figure out how Gong Zichuan used the martial artist who controlled Sumitomo Zunjing as a puppet. Ning Xiaochuan changed his voice, and his voice became quite mixed, saying, Lord Cui, our Spirit Mountain Manor and your well water do not invade the river. Why do you suddenly kill the branch of my Spirit Mountain Manor? Cui Tao sneered and said, I just want to find someone. If the villa master hands this person over, the Xian beast slaughtering god camp will naturally not deal with the Spirit Mountain Manor. Who? Ning Xiaochuan rode. Cui Tao had a huge pressure emanating from his body, saying, Jiangeho Fu, Ning Xiaochuan. Cui Tao is the 7th level of martial arts cultivation in Dizuan territory, and he has refined the ancient giant bones into his body. His momentum is quite strong, which presses all the martial artists of Yesha branch on the ground. It felt like a megalith weighing 1,000,000 kilograms was pressing on their heads, making it difficult for them to breathe. Ning Xiaochuan's body also broke out a terrible momentum, competing with Cui Tao, and oppressing those martial artists in the Xian beast slaughtering god camp to keep retreating. The martial artists of Xuanzhou Tushan camp were very shocked. They thought that Gong Zichuan was just a junior, and the cultivation of martial arts would not be too high. However, after letting Gong Zichuan's momentum out, they found that Gong Zichuan was so powerful that they could challenge the commander. There is no Ning Xiaochuan in Spirit Mountain Manor. Ning Xiaochuan rode. Don't you think so? If you have the ability to take us to Spirit Mountain Manor, let's search it. A sergeant of Xuanzhou Butcher Camp who achieved the 9th level of martial arts cultivation in the secular realm said coldly. Ning Xiaochuan stared at it, and the heart of the 9th martial artist in the secular realm burst, screamed, and fell on the ground. The sergeants of Xuanzhou Butcher Camp were scared back again, and Child Chuan was too scared to stare a 9th-weight martial artist in the secular world to death with only his eyes. Only Cui Tao saw some clues and realized that Gong Zichuan had just used the power of his mind. Ning Xiaochuan's mind is also very strong, and he can also use his mind to control puppets. Child Chuan and Ning Xiaochuan must have some kind of unspeakable relationship. Cui Tao thought so. In fact, Cui Tao also thought about whether Child Chuan and Ning Xiaochuan would be the same person. However, the idea was quickly rejected by him. Although Ning Xiaochuan's martial arts cultivation is also very strong, it is still a big difference compared with Child Chuan. Moreover, the power fluctuations shown by Ning Xiaochuan and Child Chuan are also completely different. Cui Tao naturally did not expect that in less than 2 days, Ning Xiaochuan had reached the 4th level of Dizuan territory, cultivated Wuhuan change, and his combat power was no weaker than him. After knowing Child Chuan's martial arts cultivation, Cui Tao knew that he could not kill Child Chuan with his own strength. Moreover, the masters of Spirit Mountain Manor are all out. If they really fight, the Xian beast slaughtering god camp will suffer a lot. I just hope Ning Xiaochuan is not in Spirit Mountain Manor. Let's go. Cui Tao's heart sprouted a retreat. After seeing that Child Chuan's eyes stared at a 9th-level martial artist in the secular realm, the soldiers of Xuanzhou Butcher Camp also had a deeper understanding of Spirit Mountain Manor and became more taboo to Child Chuan. Wait a minute. Ning Xiaochuan said in a deep voice, Nanshan Branch, Yunhua Branch, Alder Branch, the 3 branches, thousands of martial artists died miserably, don't urge adults to leave? Cui Tao stopped, stared at Child Chuan coldly, and said, what compensation do you want? Ning Xiaochuan said faintly, your life. All the sergeants in the Xian beast slaughtering camp laughed, as if they heard the funniest joke in the world. It has always been our Xian beast slaughtering god camp that killed others. This is the first time someone has spoken to kill us. Spirit Mountain Manor is really strong, but I'm afraid it's far from taking our lives. If you really want to fight, you will only lose to both sides. Chui Tao's eyes also showed a sneering smile. He really didn't understand where Xiaochuan came from and dared to speak to take their lives. In addition to Chui Tao, there are 4 martial arts masters in the Xian beast slaughtering camp. How many can Spirit Mountain Manor kill? Ning Xiaochuan soon gave Chui Tao the answer. The 333 pole array flag flew out and wrapped the whole Yasabian market in the array. Ning Xiaochuan's sleeve waved, a hurricane blew out, and all the warriors of Yesha branch were rolled up. When the warrior of Yesha branch fell to the ground, he found that he had fallen 80 miles away from BNG. The villa leader is so powerful. Look, the whole bazaar of Yeshaji is wrapped by lightning, and hundreds of divine flags are standing on the earth, leading the dark clouds above the sky to the ground. Idiot! That's the supreme array arranged by the villa leader. Wait and see. Those cruel people in the Xian beast slaughtering god camp are going to be unlucky. They usually kill people like hemp, and their hands are full of blood. Now it's their turn at last. This array is also too terrible. It wraps up the whole Yesha collection. Quick, look, there is water gushing from the ground. What kind of water is it? It has melted all the buildings. It can't be the legendary water of death. The warriors of Yesha branch stood dozens of miles away, looking at the direction of BNG from a distance, and seeing the operation of the formation. Their hearts were very excited, and they felt that the Xian beast slaughtering god camp was going to suffer a lot. Ning Xiaochuan, Miranghua, Lin Sanji, Wan Shui, Menjing, the god of death in iron armor, Mu Honglai, the master of Huanhua family, and the 8 Wuzuns each guarded one side and jointly presided over the 8-wind god array. Ning Xiaochuan stood on the main array platform and mobilized the power of 9 palaces and 8 winds. A cloud of fire flew out of the 333 pole array flag and gathered together. Vulcan wind. That piece of fire cloud suddenly turned into a gust of wind, and the wind of the confluence of flames blew towards the sergeant of the mysterious beast slaughtering god camp trapped in the array. When the fire wind blew, the warrior's body burned instantly, and his mouth gave out a scream of heart-rending and lung-cracking. Within 3 breaths, the warrior's body was burned into fly ash. The power of the 8 winds god array was so terrible that a wave of fire god wind blew past. Except for Chui Tao, all the martial artists in the Xian beast butcher god camp died cleanly. Even the 4 masters of the Lan Zun realm were burned to death, leaving only 4 bone shells floating on the water. Chui Tao was so angry that he was shaking all over, and his mouth gave an earth-shaking roar. His body swelled to 12 meters high, took out a huge sword of the 8th grade Xuanqi level, and cut it out with a sword. The giant sword in his hand is more than 20 meters long and weighs more than 800,000 kilograms. He wants to break the 8 winds god array with brute force. Go back. Using the power of the array, Ning Xiaochuan drew hundreds of thunder and lightning from the sky, condensed into a sea of thunder, and suppressed Chui Tao into the water. Su Shuili even began to corrode his martial body. Chui Tao used his sword to break the thunder sea, ejected his body, and hit one of the flags. Although his body had the power to knock down the mountains, the 8 winds god array did not move, and a force popped up on the flag of the array, smashing Chui Tao out and falling into the water again. This time, the people in Spirit Mountain Manor no longer gave him a chance. All of them played the attack sequence of the array, all of them pressed on Chui Tao's body, and immediately tore Chui Tao's huge body apart. Poof! Chui Tao's flesh and blood were torn to pieces and became flesh and blood blurred, which dyed the water red. However, his bones were extremely tough and still intact. Even the 8 winds god array could not tear his bones apart. The bones of the giant family are terrible. There are many meridians in every bone, which can't be broken at all. I don't believe I can't refine your bones. Ning Xiaochuan no longer relies on brute force to bombard Chui Tao's body, uses the array to condense the Vulcan wind, and uses fire and strong wind to refine Chui Tao. The array arranged by Spirit Mountain matter is too terrible. I'm afraid all the masters of Xuanzhou slaughtering camp will die today. Everyone talked about it, and deeply felt the horror of Spirit Mountain matter. Standing dozens of miles away, looking in the direction of Yashaji, you can only see that the whole Yashaji is burning, and the whole sky is reflected red. The warriors who escaped from Yasha can clearly hear the howl of giants coming out of the array. Even if they stand 80 miles away, they can't clearly hear it. No. I'm a little late. Ji Gonggong sat on the back of a 7-grade Thunder Eagle. Still hundreds of miles away, he saw Chui Tao trapped in a large array, and his body was refined into a skeleton. Who is it? Unexpectedly, there was such a powerful magic power that trapped Chui Tao in the array. Ji Gonggong, Chui Tao, and Long Xianghe were ordered by Emperor Feng Yulan to take Ning Xiaochuan's life within 3 days. The 3 of them separately looked for Ning Xiaochuan's whereabouts. Long Xianghe lost the news first. Now Chui Tao was under siege, which made Ji Gonggong feel quite bad, and he always thought it was too strange. Lord Chui, I'm here to help you break through. Ji Gonggong fell outside the 8 winds god array, slapped the Huanhua master's body, and immediately beat the Huanhua master to pieces. Just a slap, and then killed a Wu Zun. The old eunuch is worthy of being the first master in the university, and his martial arts cultivation is not inferior to Chui Tao and Long Xianghe. As soon as the Huanhua master died, there was a gap in the 8 winds god array, and the power of the array was directly reduced by a level. Under the attack of Chui Tao and Ji Gonggong, 333 array flags were shaking, and the foundation of the array began to loosen. Lao Jiu glanced at it secretly. The monthly ticket had 1056 votes, and there were still 44 votes to add. The 8 winds god array is indeed indestructible, which means it is difficult to break the array from within the array. If there is a strong attack outside the array, it is not so difficult to break the array. Ji Gonggong is known as the first master into NEI. His martial arts cultivation is naturally unpredictable, and he has reached the 7th level of the Earth Respect realm. Bang! Originally, the withered and yellow palm was wrapped by Wu Dao's vitality, and a cold vitality rushed out of the palm, fingers became longer, blue scales grew on the skin, and nails became like sharp blades. With a wave of the arm, the cold martial energy condensed into 2 huge ice beast claws. The ice beast claws are more than 3 meters old, which are crystal clear and powerful. Just when they touch the array flag, the whole array flag will be frozen. Frozen for thousands of miles. Ji Gonggong's mouth roared. The leaves flew over the sky, and the cold wind swept over, blowing the world into chaos. This is a martial magic power of Ji Gonggong, which can affect the weather cycle and seasonal seasons. The torrential cold current surged out of his body, like a cold river rushing into the sky for 9 days, hitting into the clouds. Clouds turn into cold clouds. The air becomes cold air flow. Soil turns into frozen soil. It's like the arrival of the cold winter, the cold weather, and the heavy snow. Chi. With Ji Gonggong's body as the center, 1 meter thick ice and snow condensed on the ground and spread towards the 8 winds god array. After the first array flag is frozen, the second array flag is also frozen, and the third array flag is frozen. The cold is still spreading, and even the Vulcan wind used to burn Chui Tao in the array is weakening. Once the cold ice vitality freezes all the flags, the 8 winds god array will be defeated by itself, and Chui Tao, who has been tempered into a skeleton by the god of fire wind, will also run out of the array. Boom! Chui Tao's flesh and blood were refined by the 8 winds god array, leaving only a huge black skeleton, 12 meters high. His strength and vitality have been refined into his bones, and even his blood and heart are hidden in thick bones. Even if the flesh and blood were refined, he would still not die. As long as the ancient giant bone cannot be broken, no one can kill him. Every bone is like an inky black divine jade, which contains ancient and powerful power. Even the 8 winds divine array can't refine the bone in a short time. Seeing that everyone who is presiding over the array is looking at it, he feels like a sure bone emperor from hell. If you escape from the array, the consequences will be unimaginable. Child Chuan, if you let me kill you, I will kill all your 9 families. The 12-meter-high black skeleton roared angrily, with a ferocious face and infinite power. Holding a war sword more than 20 meters long, he collided in the 8 winds god array, and wanted to cooperate with Duke Ji to break the array. The 8 winds and gods array shook, and many flags seemed to be blown away, and many flags were blocked and suppressed by the cold ice, weakening the power of the array. If the 2 of them really break the array, combined with the power of the 2 seventh heavyweight warriors in the territory of the earth, the people of Spirit Mountain Manor will be in bad luck. Ning Xiaochuan naturally would not allow such a thing to happen. He called out the black-haired bat beast and the double-headed stone beast to replace them in the position of the Huanhua master and himself. He finally released his hand, centered on the center of his eyebrows, countless flames escaped, and the whole person became a flaming man. With a wave of his palm, he immediately sent out a flame and strong wind. The ice on the flag melted one after another, and the lightning light appeared again, restoring the power of the 8 winds god array as before. Cui Tao was wrapped in the burning flame again. Ning Xiaochuan summoned the magic sword to kill Duke Ji. Eunuch, the villa leader has come to take your life. Ning Xiaochuan was wrapped in magic gas and fire. A pair of sharp eyes appeared under the golden mask, and he chopped at Ji Gonggong with a sword. Child Chuan, you are just a yellow-lipped child, and dare to compete with our generation? Ji Gonggong didn't pay attention to Gong Zichuan at all. The imperial court has the top intelligence agency. According to the records of Gong Zichuan's several shots, they calculated that Gong Zichuan's martial arts cultivation should be between the 2nd and 4th weight in the territory of Dizun. This level of martial arts has been quite remarkable in the eyes of ordinary people, but it is not enough for Ji Gonggong, who is a top figure in the martial arts respect. Although Cui Tao looks miserable now, Ji Gonggong doesn't think it's all the power of Gong Zichuan, but the power of the array is too strong. Without the power of the array, in his view, Gong Zichuan is an ant bug that can't turn the waves. Ji Gonggong knocked out a dish-shaped xuanqi. There were many lines shuttling on the surface of the dish, emitting a layer of white light, which turned into a huge copper shield with a diameter of 10 meters and supported on the top of his head. Bang! Ning Xiaochuan's sword split the bronze shield at the level of 6 xuanqi, and the blood-red sword edge cut off Ji Gonggong's shoulder, splitting a large piece of flesh and blood. Ji Gonggong was shocked by the sword spirit and retreated for dozens of feet. He looked at the fragmented copper shield in his hand and the ghost demon sword in Gong Zichuan's hand. A sword will break all 6 mysterious objects. Is Gong Zichuan's ghost demon sword a 9 mysterious object? At this time, Ji Gonggong finally woke up and realized the power of Gong Zichuan. This is not the power that the 3rd and 4th level warriors in the territory of Dizun can exert. In his opinion, Child Chuan's martial arts cultivation is not weaker than the martial artist who is the 7th heaviest in the land. The people in the intelligence system are simply a bunch of pigs. Child Chuan's martial arts cultivation is so terrible that how can it be only the 3rd and 4th level of the land respect? The institution cultivated by the imperial court with so much money is not even as good as the newly built Sword Palace. It seems that the Sword Palace's weapon ranking spectrum is the most accurate. Ghost Demon Sword can really rank 47th in the world. Ji Gonggong scolded the ancestors of the Imperial Court Intelligence Agency for 18 generations. If Xiaochuan really holds a 9-grade mysterious weapon, he is definitely not his opponent. Cui Tao has been beaten into a skeleton. If I continue to fight Xiaochuan, I'm afraid it will be my death after the master of Spirit Mountain Manor kills Cui Tao. After weighing the pros and cons, Duke Ji finally decided to withdraw immediately and report what happened here to Emperor Yulan. Xiaochuan has 9 mysterious weapons, and his martial arts cultivation is not lower than him. Even if he escapes back, I believe that Emperor Yulan will not punish him. Ji Gonggong said to retreat and then retreated. He catapulted up and jumped on Lei Diao's back. He glanced at Cui Tao trapped in the array and said coldly, "I can't blame me for not saving you, but the Spirit Mountain Manor is too strong." Lei Diao's wings spread out, and fine electric lines were flowing on each feather, flying towards the clouds. As a Qi Pin Xian beast, the speed is naturally quite fast, and in an instant, it flies to the void 400 meters high. Where to escape? Ning Xiaochuan could not allow Ji Gonggong to escape and sacrifice the bronze ancient lamp. Inside the lamp, the blood of the 7th heaviest warrior in the Earth Zone territory was burning, emitting dazzling light, just like a god star suspended in the sky. Circles of lights are emitted, forming 9 layers of halo, just like 9 layers of space wrapping the wick. How could it be this lamp? You. Are you? Ji Gonggong stood on Lei Diao's back, his old face twisted, his lips trembled constantly, and the whole person was trembling, and he had guessed the identity of Gong Zichuan. This magic lamp was originally found by Yu Wuyang from the divine palace of the Emperor of Heaven. After Yu Wuyang died, it fell into the hands of Ning Xiaochuan. Since this lamp appears in the hands of Gong Zichuan, the identity of Gong Zichuan is about to come out. Since Ning Xiaochuan dared to use the bronze ancient lamp, he proved that he had full confidence in killing Ji Gonggong. The bronze ancient lamp was more powerful than when Yu Wuyang was sacrificed. Ning Xiaochuan directly activated the 3rd power of the bronze ancient lamp, and 99 flame dragons flew out of the lamp wick and gathered into a 3-legged firebird. This 3-legged firebird is just like the legendary bird Jinwu. The flame on its body can melt everything in the world and turn into the scorching sun to illuminate the earth and sky. 3-legged firebird catches up with Lei Diao. In just a flash of time, this 7-grade Xian beast was burned into fly ash by the flame on the 3-legged firebird, without even uttering a scream. Ji Gonggong's mouth gave a cry of dissatisfaction. When he met Jiupin Xuanqi, even his martial arts cultivation had no power to resist, and he was finally swallowed by the 3-legged firebird. The 3-legged firebird flew back to the bronze ancient lamp and turned into a thumb-sized flame. Ji Gonggong's body became only as big as an ant and was wrapped in a flame. However, he was not tempered to death and his body was still sound. He propped up the vigorous vitality of martial arts in his body, forming a cocoon of vitality, and was supporting hard. It is worthy of being the 7th most powerful in the territory of the earth. The bronze ancient lamp can't even kill you in a short time. Ning Xiaochuan rode. The power of the bronze ancient lamp is indeed comparable to the Jiupin Xuanqi, but those who display Jiupin Xuanqi elsewhere will exchange for powerful power at the cost of consuming Shouyuan. It can be said that killing 1,000 people will cost you 800. However, bronze ancient lamps are different. The bronze ancient lamp burns lamp oil, which does not consume much of the martial spirit of Ning Xiaochuan. As long as Ning Xiaochuan can find enough lamp oil, he can safely and boldly use the bronze ancient lamp without fear of consuming Shouyuan. Therefore, bronze ancient lamps are more precious than other Jiupin Xianware, which is enough to be worth several Jiupin Xianware. If you can get the blood of the 9th heaviest warrior in the territory of Dizun and use it to make the lamp oil of the bronze ancient lamp, once you exert the 3rd power, you can instantly burn the 7th heaviest warrior in the territory of Dizun to ashes. Ji Gonggong was wrapped in the wick, and his mouth roared, "Ning Xiaochuan, don't be complacent, someone will clean you up." Since his identity has been known by Ji Gonggong, Ning Xiaochuan doesn't want him to live another second. Kill as soon as possible, so as not to dream too much at night. Monthly ticket 1122, plus more. There are still 78 votes to go before the next increase. The skill you cultivate is cold and evil, and you need to cultivate it with the help of women's yin qi. There must be many innocent women who died in your hands. It's really worthy of death. Ning Xiaochuan's cold way. Ji Gonggong didn't deny it and sneered, the northern hell skill you cultivate is not to devour human blood, which is not much better than me. The people I kill are the ones who should be killed. I will never use a knife against old and young women and children, which is essentially different from you. Ning Xiaochuan didn't want to talk nonsense with Ji Gonggong anymore, and he worked the blood gas in his body to the extreme. Every drop of blood turns into a sword, and the power of the supreme body manifests itself. Although Ning Xiaochuan now only finds a chance to cultivate the supreme body, which is thousands of miles away from the real supreme body, it also allows the blood to accumulate a trace of the power of the supreme body. Ning Xiaochuan dropped a drop of crimson blood on the flame, just like a bloody sword falling into a bronze ancient lamp. In the eyes of Ji Gonggong, who was sealed in the fire, this drop of blood was like a heavenly sword falling from the sky and directly inserted into his head. The flame on the wick immediately became more terrifying, and it took only 3 minutes to kill Ji Gonggong. The blood in Ji Gonggong's body was completely absorbed by the bronze ancient lamp and became the lamp oil of the bronze ancient lamp. Another warrior, the 7th heaviest in the territory of the land, died. Those warriors standing on the ground just saw a dazzling light on the sky, like the sun exploding, which made everyone unable to open their eyes. It was not long before they heard Grandpa Ji scream. All martial artists who had no time to close their eyes were burned by the dazzling light. Blood flowed from their eyes, and they were covering their eyes and screaming on the ground. Therefore, no one saw that it was an ancient bronze lamp. Duke Ji, the first master in the university, is dead. It is said that Duke Ji's martial arts cultivation is stronger than many princes. How can he be killed with one move? Some people with higher martial arts cultivation still can't believe this is true. Gong Zichuan should have sacrificed to Jiuping Xuanqi. Only Jiuping Xuanqi has the power to kill Ji Gonggong. Don't be too surprised. Didn't you see that Cui Tao's bones are about to be refined? Even Cui Tao's cruel roll can't turn the waves in front of Child Chuan. It's normal for Ji Gonggong to die in Child Chuan's hands. 2 big men have fallen in a row. I'm afraid there will be a big earthquake in the imperial city. Other warriors were frightened by the powerful power of Spirit Mountain Manor and Child Chuan, while the warriors of Spirit Mountain Manor were extremely excited. Too strong, with such a powerful figure as the villa leader, their hearts were naturally very excited. Cui Tao's body and bones are indeed very strong, far beyond the martial arts of the same realm. However, under the refining of the 8 winds god array, even the bones of ancient giants began to melt. Wow! Cui Tao finally couldn't hold on. His huge bone fell into the water, and his 8th-grade Xuanqi-level giant sword fell to the ground. I finally died. Miranghua, Menjing, Wan Shui, Lin Sanji, and others finally breathed a sigh of relief, and their foreheads were full of sweat. At the same time, their hearts were also very excited. You should know that Cui Tao was the commander of Xuanzhou Slaughtering God Camp, and even the princes were afraid of him. However, the cruel people of this level in the martial arts world died in their hands, which is simply a kind of supreme honor, and it is something they never imagined before. In the future, walking in the martial arts world and telling others that you have killed the 7th strongest person in the territory of Dizun is also quite a matter of face. At this moment, they really felt that Spirit Mountain Manor had risen strongly. Even if they were to attack the imperial city now and become enemies with the whole court, they would not be afraid at all. Ning Xiaochuan revoked the 333 pole array flag and turned it into a small flag of palm size. Together with the 8th-grade Xuanqi level giant sword and Cui Tao's skeleton, they were put into the heaven and earth cloth bag. He ordered, "The Imperial Army has arrived, and everyone will return to Spirit Mountain Manor immediately." The movement caused by the 8 Winds God array was not big, which startled the garrison of Yesha, rolled up a large amount of smoke and dust, and rushed towards the direction of the market. Hearing the sound of the war beast cavalry, at least 30,000 troops rushed over. In front of several Wuzuns in Spirit Mountain Manor, 30,000 troops are naturally nothing. Even if only one Wuzun can defeat 30,000 troops, Ning Xiaochuan doesn't want to be hostile to the Imperial Army at this time, so as not to make those bosses in the Imperial City feel that Spirit Mountain Manor is going to attack the Imperial City. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Ning Xiaochuan ordered an immediate withdrawal. Ning Xiaochuan's mouth vomited a dragon and tiger form of vitality. Between heaven and earth, a sweeping wind was born, blowing the residual flames in the 8 Winds God array all over the sky, forming a boundless fire rain. Wow! When the Imperial Army heard the news and came, the flame had just dissipated, and Yesha turned into ashes. This small border town has become flat, as if it had never appeared in the world. And all the people in Spirit Mountain Manor disappeared. This is immortal fighting. It's definitely Wuzun fighting, and there are more than 23 Wuzun. It's too scary. Tens of thousands of sergeants were trembling with fear. Fortunately, they were half an hour late. If they came half an hour earlier, I'm afraid they would also be refined into bone powder. In front of Wuzun, ordinary soldiers were just the object of massacre. Spirit Mountain Manor. Ning Xiaochuan took out Cui Tao's huge black bone, which was 12 meters long and very frightening. Only one finger weighed more than 100 kilograms, which was as thick as an ordinary wrist. Cui Tao's vitality is very strong. After being refined by the 8 Winds God array for half an hour, he only melted the surface of his bones. There was still a faint anger in the bone, the blood was not dry, and the heart wrapped in the bone was still beating slowly, not completely dead. Cui Tao is not dead yet, even if the vitality of the 9th martial artist in Dizun territory is not as strong as him. Dream Shadow said. The 4 swordsmen were standing behind Ning Xiaochuan, each as beautiful as a flower, with the beauty of sinking fish and falling geese. Situ Fengwu exclaimed, "How can human bones be so huge? Is this really human?" Yu Mingsong stood aside, slightly frowned, and said, "This, of course, is human, and it is also a more advanced race in human beings, the Black-Bone Giant race. The Black-Bone Giant race belongs to the top race in the Giant race. From the birth of the fetus, the martial arts cultivation reached the divine realm, and some of the extremely gifted clansmen have the cultivation of the Lanzun realm as soon as they were born." Born Wuzun? Everyone was shocked. Yes, it's born Wuzun. Yu Mingsong gently touched his chin and said with a smile, "The bones in this body are the precious material for refining weapons. If you can add a few more things, you may be able to refine a very powerful mysterious weapon. Brother Ning, why don't you give it to me?" "No hurry. Let me see what else is in his head." Ning Xiaochuan rode. Cui Tao is the commander of Xuanzhou Butcher Camp, and also the Dark Killer King used by Emperor Yulan to deal with kings and princes. He must know many secrets in the imperial court in his mind. These secrets are also great wealth. Ning Xiaochuan put his hands on Cui Tao's skull the size of his water tank, injected his mind into his head, and began to absorb the memory and knowledge in Cui Tao's mind. Huge memories and knowledge continue to get into Ning Xiaochuan's mind, in which useful knowledge is absorbed by Ning Xiaochuan, and non-knowledge is directly filtered out. I can even probe other people's memories and absorb the knowledge of other martial artists. Ning Xiaochuan's method made Yu Mingsong, who was well informed, feel a little surprised and think it's too ridiculous. Did he practice the Soul Sutra of Taoism? No, maybe it's the special power of the 7 orifices gods and demons. Yu Mingsong thought so. Half an hour later, the memory in Cui Tao's mind was completely absorbed by Ning Xiaochuan, while Cui Tao died completely. Ning Xiaochuan found 2 major secrets in Cui Tao's mind. The first secret is that Mrs. Yin Qi is actually the yellow minister of the 4 ministers of the Dark Imperial City. The second secret is that Cui Tao was born in the wilderness of the Nanman tribe, and when he was a child, he really found an ancient cave, not only from which he found the bodies of ancient giants. In the depths of that ancient cave, it seems that there are other secrets. Cui Tao's martial arts cultivation can't unlock the ice, so it's naturally more impossible to break into the deeper depths of the ancient cave. Cui Tao originally wanted to wait for his cultivation to be stronger, so he returned to Nanman and went to the depths of the ancient cave to find a more powerful corpse. However, he never dreamed that he would die in the hands of a younger generation. Ning Xiaochuan was also curious about the second secret. He thought that the ancient cave must be extraordinary, and maybe there was a big secret hidden. However, Nanman and the Imperial City are too far away. Ning Xiaochuan has no time to go to find the ancient cave in Cui Tao's memory now. He can only go again when he has a chance in the future. Rather, it is the first secret, which Ning Xiaochuan thinks is very important. He finally understood why Mrs. Yin Qi had deliberately approached him. The Lord of the Undead must have sent her to seduce me. Ning Xiaochuan's mind came up with Mrs. Yin Qi's wonderful posture, which was like a fairy in the dust. Even if I just think of her appearance in my mind, the blood in my body will boil, and an evil fire will rise from under my abdomen. Huang Qinzi of the Dark Imperial City, such a position is not low. 4 ministers, 3 emperors. There are 7 people with the highest status under the necromancer. After Langia Emperor's death, Ning Xiaochuan thought he could no longer find the headquarters of the Dark Imperial City, but now there seems to be another way. Lady Yin Qi. Cui Tao's skeleton was calcined by Yu Mingsong, while Ning Xiaochuan drove a white rhinoceros green deer carriage with 2 sword attendants, Situ Fengwu and Hu Shirin, to the middle of the Imperial City. Arriving at the wharf of the moat, the green deer carriage had to stop, because there were so many people at the gate of the city. On the dock, there are a sea of people. There are not only ordinary martial artists, but also talented heroes and princesses in the palaces of kings and princes, as well as many national masters in Taoist robes and generals in armor. Among them, the person standing in the front is the crown prince of the current dynasty. On the dock, dignitaries gathered together, making it very lively. The lord of the prince's hall was formally and ceremoniously dressed, with silver feather clothes, gold armor on his feet and a jade crown on his head, giving people a sense of elegance and extraordinary. The princes and Qianjin of each king's residence secretly made eyes at him. If he could be liked by the crown prince and become the crown princess, his prosperity would be just around the corner. Hu Shirin, go and find out what happened. Ning Xiaochuan sat in the soft leather carriage and glanced in the direction of the dock. He secretly thought that the imperial court actually sent so many young talented heroes to meet him. Is there any big man coming to the imperial city? Yes. Hu Shirin jumped out of the green deer carriage and walked towards the dock. Situ Fengwu's soft and delicate body was half kneeling in the carriage, a pair of delicate snow-white jade hands were kneaded on Ning Xiaochuan's legs, and the bright Fang eyes looked at the direction of the dock from time to time, staring at the charming prince. If she had not been captured by Ning Xiaochuan, she would have become the woman of the crown prince and the princess everyone envies. The man who once admired stood on the dock, while she could only kneel on the ground to serve another man. It was impossible to become a crown princess, because the emergence of Ning Xiaochuan completely changed her fate. Ning Xiaochuan naturally noticed Situ Fengwu's sad look and said, "Still thinking of the prince?" Situ Fengwu shivered all over, hurriedly buried his head, tightly bit his lips, shook his head, and said, "No, no, slaves dare not." Ning Xiaochuan stretched out his fingers and held up her bright and clean chin. Looking at this beautiful and picturesque face, he gently stroked her silky black long hair and said softly, "In fact, the crown prince and I have no deep hatred. At most, they can only be regarded as enemies of interests. If you really love the crown prince, I will let you go, and I only hope that your lovers will get married." Ning Xiaochuan didn't mean to test her, but he was telling the truth. If they were really affectionate, they would be happy to help them. Without experiencing joys and sorrows, it is impossible to understand the value of true love. Breaking up a pair of true lovers is a great sin. Situ Fengwu shook his head vigorously, pursed his rosy lips, and said, "Really no, I've long stopped loving. What the maid said is the truth. Since the last time he fought with the master outside the Taiwun, regardless of my life and death, the maid has no longer been infatuated with him, and no longer fantasized about the crown princess. She just wants to serve the villa master all her life, even if she can only be a humble maid." Ning Xiaochuan stared at her beautiful eyes and nodded gently. "Avenue, if you can choose this way, it shows that you are still very smart. The territory of Emperor Yulan will certainly be replaced, and the so-called crown prince and crown princess will become a short history. If you really become the crown princess, in the future, the imperial city will be broken, and the first to suffer is you royal women, who are either served as soldiers, prostitutes, or demoted to slaves. In addition, to be my maid, you must remove the word lowly and should be replaced by noble." Huashirin came back, stood outside the green deer carriage, bowed to Ning Xiaochuan, and said, "Master, I've made it clear. The imperial court's rebel army defeated the coalition, composed of various sects, in the Yuan domain. Today is the day when the first wave of troops return to the dynasty." "Oh. It's so fast." Ning Xiaochuan was slightly surprised, but he calculated the time. The Yuan sect and the major sects should also be destroyed by the imperial army. A sensation. Back. That's the main ship of Qi Tianhou. Qi Tianhou was only 15 years old and made great contributions when he led his troops to the war. He's really a young hero. The little prince of the Dragon Palace is the real young hero. I heard that he broke into a Yuan sect alone and killed a peak master of a Yuan sect. Such feats can be unparalleled. Earth-shaking gongs and drums sounded on the dock, and everyone was beating gongs and drums and playing conch, which was as lively as a festival. Yuqing is wearing a bright armor and a bright red cloak behind him. It is obvious that he has been dressed up on this ship and wants to return to the imperial city with the most handsome, stylish and spiritual face. He is bound to charm thousands of girls at the moment of his appearance. Obviously, he did. At the moment he stepped onto the dock, countless women cheered and screamed. Many princes of the marquis and the proud women of the families who had fallen in love with him rushed towards him, and immediately robbed the crown prince of the limelight. I would have done better if I had made some achievements in the war. The prince snorted coldly and didn't turn his head. His eyes just saw the green deer carriage at the gate of the city, and his pupils coagulated slightly. In the carriage of the green deer carriage, a man with a black robe and a gold mask was sitting. At the feet of the man, a beautiful woman was half kneeling. "Isn't that beautiful woman Situ Fengwu?" The man wearing the gold mask pressed a hand on Situ Fengwu's plump chest, and his fingers seemed to be kneading Situ Fengwu's chest. Needless to guess, the prince already knew that the man in black, with a golden mask, must be Jiu Chuan. The prince saw that Jane burst, which was really hateful. Situ Fengwu should have been his woman, but now he knelt in front of Gong Zichuan and was regarded as a woman by Gong Zichuan. Play like a slave. Naturally, his mind is quite unbalanced, even if he wants to train Situ Feng dance into a woman. A slave should also be called his daughter. Slaves. At this time, the prince found that Jiu Chuan stared at him and gave him a faint smile. Is he laughing at me? The prince was so angry that he shouted, Sun Quan, you dare to come to the imperial city. Everyone listens to the order and take him down for me. Boom. The prince's voice startled everyone, and even Yuqing and Mrs. Yinqi's hearts jumped slightly. Is it true that Child Chuan really came? Child Chuan of Spirit Mountain Manor. My God. Where is he? Where is Child Chuan? Everyone looked in the direction of the prince's finger, but they didn't see Child Chuan at all. Yuqing also stared. Where is Child Chuan at the gate of the city? He laughed and said, Your Highness, did you go to the Jade Building last night to work too hard and hallucinate? Where is Child Chuan? Qi Ming followed Mrs. Yinqi's side. Although he was not old, he had a rare spirit in his eyes, and said coldly, If Prince Chuan really came, I'm afraid the crown prince's head on his neck would have been lost. Just now, I saw Child Chuan sitting on the green deer carriage. How could he disappear in the blink of an eye? Naturally, the prince knew that he had just lost his temper, and he looked very embarrassed. He was angry and had no place to send. Qi family child, you dare to say that the crown prince's head is not protected. Do you Qi Tianhou mansion want to rebel? So what? Qi Ming was not afraid of the prince at all. Mrs. Yinqi stopped Qi Ming behind her, bowed to the prince and said, Your name is still small, and your words are rash. Please don't blame your highness. Naturally, the prince has heard of Mrs. Yinqi's name, and knows that her reputation is very bad. People are all cough and waves. Swing down. Cheap, it is simply the first whore in the imperial city. Women. Naturally, he had seen Mrs. Yinqi before, but they were far away, and he didn't want to look at a cheap prostitute carefully. Women. However, when he first met Mrs. Yinqi closely, he found that Mrs. Yinqi was so beautiful that she didn't look like a woman who had given birth to children at all. Her skin was as delicate as a teenage girl, with a graceful figure, plump chest and hips, and slender jade waist, giving people a feeling of beauty. God! Is the world such a soul-stirring woman? The prince felt that the so-called beauties he had slept with before were not as beautiful as Lady Yinqi's hand. This is obscene. I don't know how many men I've slept with before, but I haven't slept with her. It's a great pity in life. The prince forgot his unhappiness just now, and only thought about how wonderful it would be to strip off Mrs. Yinqi's Luoshan. What kind of person is Lady Yinqi? She is extremely intelligent. How can she not see what the crown prince is thinking? So she immediately took leave and drove into the city gate. The prince stared at the car that Mrs. Yinqi had left far away, and a strange arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. At the moment when the prince found Ning Xiaochuan used his martial energy to wrap the green deer carriage, and in an instant, he had entered the imperial city. Naturally, the people on the dock did not see him. At that time, Ning Xiaochuan was not touching Situ Fengwu's chest. Although Ning Xiaochuan is not a gentleman, he is not as good as touching the chest of a maid under the big court. In fact, at that time, he wanted to take out the bug in Situ Fengwu's heart. The bug was in the heart, and the heart was just in the chest, so it gave the prince the illusion that he was touching Situ Fengwu's chest. The prince thought that Gong Zichuan was deliberately provoking him, and his heart was naturally very angry, so there was the scene just at the gate of the city. Two major events shook the imperial city and caused a huge earthquake. The first thing is that the Yuan sect, the first sect in the world, was destroyed. Except for the Sword Saint, other disciples were either killed or arrested. Among them, the leader of the One Yuan sect, Ru Xinghe, the leader of the Seven-Star Peak, Wang Dao, and the leader of the Mountain Peak, Xiao Lingxian, were all captured, escorted back to the imperial city by the army, and put in prison. After thousands of years of inheritance, Yu Yuanzong was finally exterminated by the imperial court, which caused a huge shock in the whole Yulan Empire, even those 4-level civilizations and 3-level civilizations around. These martial artists of lower civilizations felt fear, and felt that the Yulan Empire was pregnant with a strong windstorm, and would soon be swept over the world. Yuan sect disciples and peripheral forces spread throughout the empire. Although Xuanji Mountain was crushed by the imperial army, there are still many Yuan sect disciples in major states, provinces, prefectures, counties, and towns. More cumbersome arrests are taking place in every part of the empire, and fighters are imprisoned and executed almost every day. Publicize Lao Jiu's WeChat public platform Jiu Dang Jia 90, or directly accept Jiu Dang Jia. I hope all my friends who are playing WeChat will pay attention to it. There are a lot of plot discussions and character settings about God Demon Tianzuan, and Lao Jiu will publish them on the WeChat public platform. Thank you for your support. The Yulan Empire has ushered in the most bloody era. It seems that the imperial court has only destroyed one Yuan sect, but it leads to a greater chain reaction. Those families, martial arts houses, and famous families related to a Yuan sect have been implicated. Some have been copied by the whole family, some have been imprisoned, and some are being pursued. Great turbulence almost swept the whole martial arts world, the whole world. This was the result that even Emperor Yulan and the princes in the court didn't expect, and the court's army was trapped in a deep quagmire. If the army is drawn back, it will inevitably cause a rebound. If the bloody crackdown continues, it will inevitably sink deeper and deeper. In order to stabilize the empire, the imperial court had to continue to suppress the more violent rebellion launched by all parties, so more troops were trapped. Just when Emperor Yulan was having a headache about this matter, another news that shocked the world came to the imperial city. Cui Tao, the commander of Xuanzhou slaughtering camp, and Duke Ji, the first master in the university, died miserably in the hands of Prince Chuan of Spirit Mountain Manor. When the court attacked Yuanzong, it didn't lose the general. On the contrary, a young master Chuan killed two big men in the court. When the news came back to the imperial city, it caused a huge shock. Some people were happy, while others were full of worries. Cui Tao and Ji Gonggong are ruthless murderers, and the princes in the court are afraid of them. When the two of them die, naturally many people will be happy and applaud. However, everyone in the world knows that Gong Zichuan is a disciple of the dark heavenly king of the demon sect. At this juncture, Gong Zichuan kills two big figures in the court, which makes many people in the imperial city worry about whether he is preparing for the demon sect to attack the Spirit Mountain Manor. Is the demon gate going to enter the imperial city? This is something many people are worried about. The demon sect is more terrible than the one Yuan sect. Imperial Palace, Purple Hall. Emperor Yulan sat on the golden dragon chair, tightly closed his eyes, and didn't say a word. The whole hall was extremely quiet. No one knew what he was thinking at the moment. Those palace maids and eunuchs in the hall were extremely afraid, for fear that the Holy Lord would be angry and push everyone out to death. Yu Wuyang is dead. Cui Tao is dead. Grandpa Ji is dead. The capable generals around Emperor Yulan almost died cleanly, and there was no one who could be appointed. Report. Report to the emperor. A relatively young eunuch rushed into the hall, wrestled while running, and finally knelt in the center of the hall trembling. The whole person was huddled together, like a big hedgehog in emerald official clothes. Panic what? The Jade Orchid Emperor slowly opened his eyes, and a domineering momentum without anger was displayed, saying, "What's the bad news?" The young eunuch swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said cautiously, "Just now. Someone just sent the body of the dragon elephant Marquis to the emperor's palace. After the investigation of the imperial doctor, the blood in the dragon elephant Marquis was drained, and it was likely that he died under the blood-eating demon's skill. And there were scars left by the ghost demon sword on his body. Holy mercy, holy mercy. Everyone knows that if the bad news is reported to Emperor Yulan will be angry, and he is likely to kill people to vent his anger at that time. Therefore, no one was willing to report the matter, so he forced the new eunuch to report the news of the death of the dragon elephant Marquis to Emperor Yulan. The young eunuch thought he was dead, so he kept kowtowing in the hall, breaking his head, and his forehead was full of blood. Emperor Yulan rubbed his temples and said, "Don't you need to make a fuss about the death of a prince? Send someone to ask the Flower Path Temple and invite the Grand Master to come to the Emperor's palace to see me." Slave. Slave, go immediately, go immediately. The young eunuch stepped back 3 steps, and then he crawled out of the hall. King Dajinpeng's mansion. Long Xiangho is also dead? With his hands on his back, King Dajinpeng looked at the ancient and magnificent buildings in the imperial city, as if recalling the glory of the Yulan Empire. The sun is setting, and the evening mist is heavy. The bright lights in the imperial city are still bustling, still drunk, and few people realize that there is a huge evil behind this prosperity. In just a few years, Yulan Empire has gone from its heyday to a precarious era. Qing Penghe whispered, "Just now, there was a message from the palace that the people of Spirit Mountain Manor directly sent the body to the gate of the palace. This is definitely choosing the endurance of Emperor Yulan. Hey! By being so noisy by Gong Zichuan, there are only a few masters around Emperor Yulan who can be mobilized." King Dajinpeng gently shook his head and said, "If it had been a year ago, it would have been quite happy, but now. The imperial court has reached the most critical moment. After the torment of Spirit Mountain Manor, the foundation of the imperial court has been greatly reduced. Is it true that the time with Emperor Yulan is exhausted?" Jingdu Shitzi said, "Father, do you think that the Demon Gate alone can overthrow the whole Yulan Empire?" Qing Peng shook his head and said with a smile, "Even if the Demon Gate has this ambition, I'm afraid it doesn't have that ability. The foundation of the Empire's 800-year national fortune can't be shaken by just a Demon Gate." King Dajinpeng shook his head and said, "It's urgent to kill the Demon Gate first, and everything else will be postponed." King Dajinpeng has felt that a danger is coming, which may endanger the foundation of Yulan Empire. As for the position of the emperor, it is not as important to him as the fate of the Yulan Empire. As long as the Yulan Empire is still dominated by the imperial family, he is not afraid to apologize to the ancestors. Although the major prefectures of Yulan Empire have been surrounded by flames of war, the imperial city is still immersed in drunkenness. After nightfall, the bright lights and the shuttle of people turned out to be more lively and prosperous than during the day. Wearing plain clothes, the prince came to the outside of Qi Tianho's mansion, followed by only 2 servants. These 2 slaves are not ordinary people. Their martial arts cultivation has reached the level of immortality. When the prince was young, they also worked as the prince's teacher. "Go in and inform Mrs. Yin Qi, and say that the crown prince of the current dynasty came to visit the Marquis of Qi Tian." One of the servants swaggered to the gate and scolded the guard. The sound was like a cloud of thunder, which made the guard's head ache. "Your Highness." The bodyguard guarding the gate of the Marquis house glanced at the prince. "Villain, I'm going to report it to Madame Kittianhe mansion, in a garden." Mrs. Yin Qi seemed to have expected that the prince would come tonight. She didn't think it strange, and said, "Go and tell the prince that I was tired of marching with the Marquis, and had already rested. Let him come again another day." Lady Yin Qi has read Countless People. How can she not know the prince's purpose? The servant returned to the gate and passed on Mrs. Yin Qi's words to the prince. The prince naturally recognized that this was Mrs. Yin Qi's prevarication, and laughed secretly. This actually pretended to be reserved for the prince. Tonight, the prince still had to sleep with her. The prince's eyes motioned to the past. A servant with a body like an iron tower slapped the guard down on the ground, punched and kicked the guard, and sneered, "The prince is going to visit the Marquis of Qi Tian today. It's your honor to visit the Marquis of Qi Tian today. Dare to push and block, and want to die? The guards' bones were broken more than a dozen, huddled into a ball and held on the ground, and the other guards were frightened and retreated. They are just servants. If the prince wants to kill them, it's only a word. Who will offend the prince for them? No one dared to stop the prince again. The prince and his two servants entered the Duke of Qi Tian's mansion and went straight to Mrs. Yin Qi's residence. Your Highness, your wife has rested. Please come back tomorrow to see you. An old man from the Duke of Qi came out and stopped the prince's way. If the prince wants to see Mrs. Yin Qi today? The prince's eyes were full of ridicule, and he didn't pay attention to the old man and the Marquis of Qi Tian at all. Since the death of the old Duke of the Marquis of Qi Tian, the Marquis of Qi Tian has become weak and can only rely on a woman with a bad reputation to support the whole marquis. Naturally, the crown prince will not pay attention to it. Your Highness, please respect yourself. The old man from the marquis said. Dare to scold the crown prince and kill you. The prince's body erupted a momentum of martial respect, forcing the old man of the marquis to retreat repeatedly. After retreating 4 steps in a row, his mouth spat blood, and he was injured by the power of the prince. Is this the Duke of Qi Tian's mansion? Even if the current crown prince rushes in, the duke dares to kill him. Qi Ming came out with a team of guards and stood opposite the prince. His eyes were as sharp as lightning, and he was not afraid of the Wu Zun momentum that broke out on the prince. The prince smiled coldly, walked up to Qi Ming, patted his palm gently on Qi Ming's shoulder, and said, Marquis, you're a little too young. Don't shout at any time. Maybe one day you'll encounter a martial arts master. You're threatening Ben Ho. My legs. Qi Ming's legs completely lost consciousness, bent his knees, and fell directly to the ground, sweating all over. The prince put his hand into his sleeve again and said with a smile, Ho Yi, what's the matter with you? You plotted against me. Qi Ming knew that the prince must have done something, and he was plotted against him. The bodyguards and servants of the Marquis of Qi Tian gathered around to help Qi Ming up. Mrs. Yin Qi also rushed over to check Qi Ming's injury. Then she looked at the prince with a cold look on her face and said, Your Highness, what do you mean? The prince doesn't know what the madam means at all? Does he think it's the prince who made Qi Tianho fall to the ground? Haha. The prince smiled and said, Didn't madam have a rest? Why did she come out again? Mrs. Yin Qi is an intermediate mental health teacher. Naturally, she can find out that Qi Ming was poisoned by some kind of strange poison. Her beautiful face immediately covered with a layer of frost and said, Hand over the antidote. When the crown prince is plotting against a teenager, I'm afraid it's bad for the crown prince's reputation to spread it. The crown prince is a prince, and he is also an expert in the territory of the earth. If he offends him, he will surely bring great disaster to the Marquis of Qi Tian. At present, the first master of the Marquis of Qi Tian is Lady Yin Qi, who is also the only Wu Zun in the marquis. He can't bear the pressure of the prince at all, and must bear it. If in the past, Mrs. Yin Qi could control the prince with her own body. But now, she can't do it anymore, so she can only keep a low profile and forbear, and doesn't want to provoke trouble. As long as Qi Ming grows up, she will naturally be able to support Qi Tianho Mansion, and she will not be so tired. The prince smiled coldly and said, although the prince doesn't know what the antidote said by the wife means. But if the wife is willing to discuss some important things with me alone, I can send someone to ask the supreme doctor to investigate Qi Tianho's injury. Mrs. Yin Qi was dressed in a moon-white single dress, her eyebrows were blue, her eyes were bright, her lips were sexy, and she looked quite provocative. She saw the blood boiling in the prince's body, and her heart was only thinking of riding this beauty on her crotch and ravaging it well. Did she listen? Everyone knows what the prince is up to, which makes many people in the marquis house indignant. Lady Yin Qi has a bad reputation, which is almost known by people in the marquis. However, in the past year, Mrs. Ning Qi has done a lot of good deeds, almost all of which are fasting and reciting the Tao. She has also eliminated the slaves bought by the Marquis of Qi Tianfu from slavery and made them young. The poor girl in the building redeemed herself and became a maid. The resources of all martial arts practitioners in the house doubled. Many people felt that the wife was different from before, and gradually more people were willing to obey her orders. At ordinary times, when the generals in the Marquis house saw Mrs. Ning Qi, they would no longer look at her with disdain as before, and would respectfully bow to her and respect her from the bottom of their hearts. Therefore, when the prince wanted to use Qi Tianhou to threaten Lady Ning Qi, the whole Qi Tianhou mansion from servants to elders became angry. "Madam, I'm tired after leading the troops back from the war. It's time to rest. If your highness, the prince wants to talk about something, I can talk with you." An uncle with the same reputation stood up, and his attitude seemed very tough. In the past, he was the person who hated Mrs. Ning Qi the most. He felt that Mrs. Ning Qi had killed his brother and ruined the reputation of the Duke of Qi. However, in the past year, the change of Mrs. Ning Qi made him sincerely admire and even love her. He just felt that Mrs. Ning Qi was too beautiful and her cultivation was too high. Instead, he did not deserve her. "Qi Wenchuan, what are you? What qualifications do you have to talk to the crown prince?" The prince slapped it out, and immediately made a big handprint, slapping Qi Wenchuan, who had reached the 9th level of martial arts cultivation in the secular realm, to the ground, and coughing blood in his mouth. In front of a Wu Zun, other martial artists are like pigs and dogs. Raising their hands can suppress them. The prince is to suppress everyone with a strong posture, and then, step by step, he forces the palace to Lady Ning Qi. He didn't believe that Mrs. Ning Qi dared to offend Taiwan, and finally he absolutely obediently obeyed. However, Mrs. Ning Qi's attitude is also very tough. Even if she offends Taiwan, she will not degenerate as before, which will definitely be despised by Ning Xiaochuan. Just when the two sides were at loggerheads, a bodyguard ran in from the outside, knelt on one knee and said, "Tell Madam, Ning Xiaochuan of the Marquis of the Sword Pavilion asked for an audience." Those clansmen and bodyguards of the Marquis of Qi Tian secretly sighed in their hearts. "What's the matter today? A rude and unreasonable prince has just arrived, and now there is another person who can't afford to offend Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan just killed Zhu Wuyang and singled out the whole Marquis house in Yunzhong. He was the most popular person in the imperial court. He caused a sensation all over the world and was famous all over the world. Few people dared to provoke him in the imperial city. Even the crown prince frowned slightly when he heard that Ning Xiaochuan came to the Marquis house in Qitian. Although the crown prince can be lawless in the imperial city, and even ordinary princes can be ignored, he still feels taboo when he meets Ning Xiaochuan, a cruel man. Not long ago, his mother had reminded him that Ning Xiaochuan was one of the 5 people in the imperial city who could not be offended. Mrs. Ning Qi's heart was full of joy, and her heart was beating constantly, just like a young girl in love who wanted to see her secret lover. On the contrary, she had long forgotten the prince's affairs, and said, "Don't invite the young marquis in yet." Led by a maid, Ning Xiaochuan walked into the Qitian Marquis mansion, with a surprised smile on his face, and said, "The crown prince is also here, and the Qitian Marquis mansion is really lively today." The prince frowned deeper and said, "You can come even if Ning Xiaochuan can." "Why can't the prince come?" Ning Xiaochuan said with a smile, "I came to ask Qi Tianhou, where has the rebellion army of our Jiangnan Marquis in the Yuan domain been transferred now? What is the prince doing here?" "Crown Prince. Can you manage the affairs of Crown Prince?" The prince's eyes were fixed on Ning Xiaochuan, with a chill on his body. "I am the prince of the dynasty and the future emperor. Why should I fear him?" Ning Xiaochuan gently shook his sleeves, which seemed very casual. However, the stones under the prince's feet broke into a pile of stones, and even the boots worn by the prince were shattered into powder, exposing a pair of feet. The crown prince was shocked and angry. Ning Xiaochuan was so hateful that he made a fool of himself in public and did not pay attention to the current crown prince at all. If others dared to offend him, they must have been beaten to death by random sticks. However, the prince knew that Ning Xiaochuan's martial arts cultivation was terrible and dared not challenge him. Ning Xiaochuan, you. The prince's face became ferocious. Shua. Ning Xiaochuan just for a moment, then moved sideways in front of the prince, put a hand on the prince's shoulder, and said, "Your Highness, would you like to stay and discuss martial arts?" Ning Xiaochuan's hand seemed to be casually placed on the prince's shoulder, but the prince felt like a mountain pressing on his shoulder. He couldn't bear it with his martial arts cultivation in his territory, and his legs were shaking constantly. Sweat kept rolling down the crown prince's forehead, and the whole person was tense, for fear that if he didn't hold on, he would kneel on the ground, and then his face was really swept. Ning Xiaochuan. Calculate. Calculate that you are powerful, Crown Prince. Crown Prince. The Crown Prince clenched his teeth and could hardly hold on. Seeing that it was almost over, Ning Xiaochuan withdrew his palm and said, "Your Highness, the gate is over there." The prince kept panting, his whole body was wet with sweat, his eyes with a look of resentment, barefoot on the ground, with 2 servants left the Duke of Qitian house in despair. Ning Xiaochuan even dared to kill Yu Wuyang, so naturally he would not pay attention to the Crown Prince. "Thank you for your help to relieve the siege of Duke Qitian's mansion. Mrs. Inchi Shiransway." Little things. Ning Xiaochuan came to Qi Ming's side, put his finger on Qi Ming's wrist, frowned slightly, and said, "Help Qi Tianho into the room." It took Ning Xiaochuan an hour to refine the poison gas in Qi Ming's body. As Mrs. Inchi withdrew from the room, she said, "If the Crown Prince is not a good cultivator and gets lucky to reach the land of honor, otherwise he is not qualified to be a prince at all. He actually poisoned a child. There is really no bottom line in doing things. Even his sister Princess Lanfei is inferior. Such a person will only be laughed at as an emperor." Somehow, after seeing Ning Xiaochuan, Mrs. Inchi was in a particularly good mood. She smiled coyly and said, "Don't mention him. Talk about you. Killing Yu Wuyang will make you famous all over the world, but it will also push you to the forefront of the waves. The Holy Lord will never let you go." They walked all the way through the cloister and came to a quiet wind pavilion. On the corner of the pavilion, there are oil paper lanterns, which outline the landscape scroll, and below them fall a string of wind chimes made of silver shells. The breeze came slowly, and the wind chimes shook and struck a beautiful melody. "To be honest, even if I don't kill Yu Wuyang, the emperor will certainly get rid of me. If I don't die, he will not be at ease." Ning Xiaochuan sat at the table, on which there was already tea, and the cup of water was still hot, constantly emitting white heat. Lady Inchi said faintly, "In fact, with your current martial arts cultivation, unless the Holy Master takes action himself, it is estimated that no one in the court can kill you. Cui Tao, Long Xiangho, and Ji Gonggong all died in your hands?" Ning Xiaochuan didn't deny it and nodded, "Avenue, in fact, we can't help ourselves. Sometimes, you don't want to kill, but if you don't kill him, you'll die. At this time, you have to kill. The Buddha said that putting down the butcher's knife can make you a Buddha on the ground. However, sometimes putting down the butcher's knife can only make you fall to the ground and become a ghost. The reason why the Buddha can say so fearless, moral, and giving up is that the Buddha has no relatives, no lovers, no 7 emotions and 6 desires, and no death. But, we have. If we don't have a knife in our hands, how can we protect our relatives around us? Protect the lover around you? Protect yourself?" Mrs. Inchi stared at Ning Xiaochuan with beautiful eyes, gently pursed her sexy red lips, and said, "Charming and seductive, just like you scared the prince away just now, are you protecting me?" Ning Xiaochuan couldn't bear her tender eyes, so he deliberately avoided it, took a cyan jade bottle from the Qianquan cloth bag, put it on the table, and said, "There are 6 yuan Ming pills in it, and give it to Minger, which can raise his talent potential to more than 3,000 years. Minger doesn't know that you are his master yet. I'll find a chance to tell him." Mrs. Inchi gently pursed her lips and hesitated for a moment. Her eyes became pitiful again. Her eyelashes blinked and said, "You just came to see Minger?" Old Nine put a harsh word, "If this month's monthly ticket enters the top 10 of the fantasy category, it will burst 10 chapters on the 1st of next month. Now it's 12th place, more than 300 votes short of 10th place. The gap is a little big, and it's almost impossible to surpass. If you can surpass, don't explode 10 chapters, Old Nine will cut himself." 2 words are omitted here. Finally, I want to emphasize that it was the monthly ticket that entered the top 10 of the fantasy category, before it burst into 10 chapters. When it's time to avoid it, someone didn't enter the top 10, and someone scolded Lao Jiao for not exploding. Then I am wronged. Mrs. Inchi's question is really difficult to answer, and he can only avoid it again. Ning Xiaochuan took out another Diwu pill, put it on the table, and said, "Give this Diwu pill and other famous children's accomplishments to him when they reach the Dizuan state. Of course. You can also take it, which can help you improve a state." Diwu Dan was invaluable, but Mrs. Inchi didn't look at it at all, and her eyes didn't move away from Ning Xiaochuan from beginning to end. Although pills are good, people are better. Ning Xiaochuan no longer avoided her eyes and said, "To tell you the truth, I didn't come to Qi Tianho Mansion this time to ask about the smoking of the army in Jiangnan Marquis Mansion, nor to send these pills to Minger, but to come to you." Mrs. Inchi's heart was happy, the corners of her mouth slightly hooked, and her fingers couldn't help tightening. This really makes her very happy. However, Ning Xiaochuan's next sentence poured cold water on her, making her heart sink to the bottom of the valley. "Is the Yellow Minister of the Dark Imperial City your other identity?" Ning Xiaochuan rode. Mrs. Inchi's thin and delicate body trembled slightly, the smile on her face also solidified, her eyes became struggling, stood up, looked at the fireworks in the Imperial City, and said, "You finally know." Ning Xiaochuan nodded. "In fact, I didn't want to hide it from you at all. I wanted to tell you a long time ago, but... However, I never had a chance." Ning Xiaochuan's fingers played with the teacup on the table and said, "Everyone has their own secrets. You don't need to tell me. Hiding the secrets in your heart is also protecting yourself." Mrs. Inchi said, "Can you understand?" Ning Xiaochuan said, "I want to ask 2 questions." "Ask." "I can tell you anything." Ning Xiaochuan said, "First question, are you still willing to stay in the Dark Imperial City and continue to work for the Lord of the Undead? Even sell your body?" Mrs. Inchi shook her head vigorously and said with expectation, "No, no. If you are willing to take me and my name away, I don't want to stay in the Dark Imperial City for a moment, let alone be driven by the Ghost City Master." "Ogawa." Ning Xiaochuan stopped and continued, "The second question is, who is the Lord of the Dead?" After Mrs. Inchi heard this question, the whole person was shocked, and her eyes became gloomy, saying, "What can't be said, what can't be said, once said, we all have to die. As long as he wants to kill us, even if we escape to the ends of the earth, we will be found. His martial arts cultivation is so high that you can't imagine that almost no one in the world today is his opponent." Ning Xiaochuan came up to her and held her wrist tightly, saying, "Do you believe me? Tell me, who is the Lord of the Undead?" Mrs. Inchi stared at Ning Xiaochuan deeply and shook her head, "I can't say. He will kill me, kill Minger, kill you. He will die. In the final analysis, Mrs. Inchi is only a woman, and sometimes she is weak." Ning Xiaochuan didn't want to force her anymore, so he sighed and let her go. Her whole body seemed to lose strength, fell soft to the ground, holding Ning Xiaochuan's legs in her hands, and her eyes kept crying, looking very helpless. Sorry, Xiaochuan, sorry. Ning Xiaochuan's heart softened and helped Mrs. Yingqi up. Her soft and delicate body snuggled in Ning Xiaochuan's arms, tears whirling, and whispered, "You're right. In fact, each of us has a time when we can't help ourselves. The energy of the city master of the dead is really strong, not you and I can compete now. In fact, if you don't say it, I can guess who he is." Ning Xiaochuan didn't think her body was dirty and disliked her, so she continued to lean on her chest. Langya Emperor has become a dragon elephant marquis, and you control the whole Qitian marquis house. Behind you must be the support of the city lord of the dead, otherwise you cannot control a powerful hereditary marquis house. In the imperial city, there is only one person who wants to control the palaces of the kings and marquis, and can support you. That person is the Jade Orchid Emperor. Am I right? Mrs. Yingqi tightly buried her face in Ning Xiaochuan's chest, her snow-white teeth gently bit her lips, and her jade arm tightly hugged Ning Xiaochuan's waist. Although she didn't say a word, she actually acquiesced. Ning Xiaochuan's guess is not wrong. As early as 10 years ago, Emperor Yulan always felt that the power in the hands of the princes was too great. As the king of a country and the emperor of an empire, he can't cover the sky with one hand, which is restricted by the kings and marquis. Therefore, Emperor Yulan decided to implement the policy of eliminating vassals to weaken the military power and influence of the princes. First, he opened the Sword Pavilion Marquis Mansion and then helped the Longxiang Marquis become the owner of the Longxiang Marquis Mansion. He arranged Mrs. Yingqi to marry the Qitian Marquis, and took control of the Qitian Marquis Mansion. This series of measures were actually manipulated by Emperor Yulan, as if he wanted to control the power in the hands of the princes, so as to control the whole empire. Power and ambition are like drugs. Once they get involved, they will crave more. Mrs. Yingqi should have become the concubine of Emperor Yulan. However, in order to achieve his goal, Emperor Yulan sent her into the side of the Duke of Qi, and finally married into the Duke of Qi. She was so angry that the then elderly Duke of Qi became the real ruler of the Duke of Qi. Mrs. Yingqi told Ning Xiaochuan everything that had happened before, and said bitterly, "Everyone should be brewed once, and everyone has a time to go astray. Sometimes women are like a commodity to the real emperor overlord. As long as they can achieve their goals, they can transfer her to others at any time." Ning Xiaochuan, do you know why I am passionate about you? I don't know. Ning Xiaochuan felt sad for Mrs. Yingqi's life experience. Originally gorgeous, and adored by countless martial artists, she could become an emperor and concubine respected by everyone, but now she has become a victim of power trading and finally become a prostitute despised by everyone. Women. Although she is also blamed for being willing to fall, is it true that people are born to fall? Isn't there an unknown tragic experience behind every fallen person? Mrs. Yingqi put away her tears and pursed her red lips. Every move seemed charming and enchanting. Your character is flawed. You are too indecisive to treat your relatives, friends, and lovers, and you take the people around you too seriously. Don't rush to deny it first. If you let you carry a butcher's knife and kill Ning Xiaochuan with one knife? Can you kill Yu Ningxing with one knife? You can't do it, but Yulan can do it. Therefore, he can become an emperor, and you will never become an emperor. If you want to be the overlord of the emperor, your closest relatives can also be killed, and your lover can also be beheaded. Killing your brothers is like slaughtering pigs and dogs. Being soft to the enemy is a coward. Being cruel to the enemy can only become a shaka. Being cruel to your closest relatives can only become the overlord. Ning Xiaochuan can't deny what Mrs. Yingqi said. Mrs. Yingqi said, however, it is precisely because of your personality defect that I am so passionate about you that I can't extricate myself. Ning Xiaochuan took a deep breath and said, if I want to ask you something, can you promise? You don't have to answer me in a hurry. What I want you to do for me will be quite dangerous and likely to kill you. I promise. Mrs. Inchi's eyes were blurred and smiled. I know that you can't beg me unless you have to. I also want you to know that when a woman falls in love with a man, even if she dies for him, she has no regrets. Mrs. Inchi said bitterly, but I also have one condition, tonight. You have to accompany me. As long as you can meet my little wish, I am willing to die tomorrow, without a place to bury. Mrs. Inchi naturally knows that she is not worthy of Ning Xiaochuan, and has never thought of getting Ning Xiaochuan. She only hopes to have a good night of love with Ning Xiaochuan, so she will be satisfied in this life. Lady Inchi's boudoir is very elegant, hung with pink veil, burning incense tripod, emitting a faint fragrance like the body fragrance of a woman. The walls were hung with famous calligraphy and ink paintings, and the beds were covered with thick, fluffy white blankets, sprinkled with red petals. Ning Xiaochuan sat on the soft ermine couch, his fingers gently pinched his temples, and his thoughts were very confused. Mrs. Inchi was bathing behind the veil, making a slight splash. Through the thin veil, you could vaguely see the white smoke rising from the bath, and take off her thin clothes one by one. Think of another way to deal with the Queen of 10,000 Voices. Ning Xiaochuan took a deep breath and clenched his teeth. Finally, he couldn't pass the level of his principal. Originally, he intended to leave without saying goodbye and leave immediately. However, when he came to the door, he retreated back. It's really not a man to do this. Let's make it clear to her. Ning Xiaochuan just lifted the veil, and the last layer of close-fitting gauze on Mrs. Inchi fell on the bank of the bath, revealing a concave convex and exquisite jade body, beautiful curve, flawless ivory skin, slender jade waist, plump chest and hips, slender and snow-white. Every inch of the body is very beautiful, just like the fragrant body of a fox fairy. Wow! She took off the white butterfly hairpin on her head, and her long black hair fell down, just like a scattered waterfall. A beautiful jade body, hidden in the white mist, looming, is perfect, and can't pick out any defects. Ning Xiaochuan's steps suddenly stopped, held his breath, and completely suffocated. It's so beautiful. This is simply like a picture of a demon fairy bathing in the Tianhe River. It can only be seen in the painting. I never thought that such a picture can also be seen in reality. Although it was just a figure, he couldn't remove his eyes. The network was disconnected today, so this chapter should have been added at noon, but it was until evening. Today is the 30th, and there is only the last day left tomorrow. Continue to shout for the monthly ticket. Mrs. Inchi was undressing. Hearing the footsteps behind her, she immediately turned around, just opposite Ning Xiaochuan's 4 eyes, with a trace of surprise in her sparkling eyes. Why did he come in? Can't wait? Or does he want to shower with me? Mrs. Inchi's face showed a touch of shame. A pair of round and straight slightly tight, even gave birth to a shy, delicate way. When you come in, you don't say it in advance, you'll scare me. Ning Xiaochuan was also quite embarrassed. He had never experienced such a scene before. He had planned to tell her that he was going to leave. However, being stimulated by her, Ning Xiaochuan was a little speechless. At this time, if he left, I'm afraid Mrs. Inchi will look down on him all her life. I'll go out first. Ning Xiaochuan felt unbearable, and the blood in his body flowed faster and faster. As soon as he turned around, Mrs. Inchi hugged him from behind. The naked jade body was pasted on Ning Xiaochuan's back, graceful, emitting a faint fragrance. Her face was pasted on Ning Xiaochuan's back, and she said faintly, "Don't go?" Ning Xiaochuan stared at his toes. He could feel the warmth, softness, and smoothness of her body through his clothes. Even if he didn't see her soul-stirring face, it was still exciting. "Stay, will you?" Mrs. Inchi whispered. "Yes." Ning Xiaochuan closed his eyes and felt that he had fallen. The corners of Mrs. Inchi's mouth were slightly upturned, and her eyes were bent down, just like two beautiful crescent moons. She pulled Ning Xiaochuan into the bath, holding water beads and petals from the water with a pair of delicate jade hands. Ogawa, do you know that this water uses the water melted by icebergs, and this petal is also the blood saffron that has grown for 300 years? Only the royal residents can use it, which can maintain the elasticity of the skin and increase the blood circulation in the body. I'm not so particular. Ning Xiaochuan rode. Mrs. Inchi took off Ning Xiaochuan's coat and said with a smile, "That's because you lack a woman to serve you attentively. Today I'll be your maid. If the master has any orders, just tell the slave and maid whether to rub their backs first or their shoulders first." Or slave and maid. Other services? Ning Xiaochuan's eyes shrunk slightly and stared at the position of Mrs. Inchi's chest. Her twin peaks are snow white and round, and the shape is extremely perfect. They outline a round arc. Although they have not been touched yet, they are definitely full of elasticity, redder than cherries and more delicate than buds. Ning Xiaochuan's eyes were not attracted by the two groups of jade peaks. He frowned deeply, suddenly grabbed Mrs. Inchi's shoulders and said, "Why do you use the golden needle heart sealing formula? What are you hiding?" There are 5 tiny blood holes on Mrs. Inchi's chest, and a faint golden glow escapes from the blood holes. Mrs. Inchi was like a frightened rabbit. She quickly covered the snow-white peaks, turned around and said, "Don't ask. This. It doesn't matter." She clenched her lips and teeth, and the smile on her face was gone. Ning Xiaochuan forcibly pulled her delicate body to her side, and a red martial spirit appeared on her palm, gently on her chest. Wu Dao's vitality formed a vortex and sucked a gold needle as thin as ox hair out of her body. It was actually 10 centimeters long, and there was a trace of blood on the gold needle. When taking the gold needle, Mrs. Inchi seemed to be in great pain, her body was trembling slightly, and she almost screamed out in pain with her martial arts cultivation in her territory. A total of 5 gold needles were taken out of the body by Ning Xiaochuan and thrown into the bath. Wow! Finally, Mrs. Inchi vomited a mouthful of blood from her mouth, covered her heart tightly with her fingers, and knelt in the bath with pain, and the whole person was shaking. Ning Xiaochuan tried to relieve her pain with martial spirit, but she shook her head and said bitterly, "What is this pain? The heart-piercing pain every night is 10 or hundreds times more painful than now, just like hell on earth." Ning Xiaochuan knew that what she said was the truth, because this was the characteristic of golden needle heart sealing formula. The golden needle heart sealing formula is originally an ancient torture, which is specially used to deal with people with high martial arts cultivation and strong willpower. Once someone displays the golden needle heart sealing formula, he will encounter inhuman pain every night, which is like 1,000 leeches devouring his heart. It is extremely tragic. Ordinary people simply can't stick to it and die of mental exhaustion. Ning Xiaochuan's eyes showed a cold light and said, "The golden needle planted by Emperor Yulan, for you?" Mrs. Inchi shook her head, her white forehead was full of sweat, and said, "No, it's me." "Why?" Ning Xiaochuan is hard to understand. Mrs. Inchi smiled bitterly and said nothing. Ning Xiaochuan immediately held Mrs. Inchi's wrist and injected a vitality into her body to explore her physical condition. After a while, Ning Xiaochuan recovered his strength and said, You have been poisoned by animal poison? And it has been more than 10 years at least. I'll help you refine the poison." Ning Xiaochuan finally understood why Mrs. Inchi had become a prostitute. Fu, the animal poison in her body is too strong. Just now, it almost corroded Ning Xiaochuan's martial spirit. You know, at the beginning, Niao Lanqin was only poisoned by a trace of animal poison, and he could no longer control his feelings. Desire, and now the beast poison in Lady Inchi is more than 10 times stronger than her. Mrs. Inchi shook her head miserably, "No, it's useless. This is the most domineering dragon poison among animal poisons. Even the great heart healer can't cure Dragon Su. If you forcibly help me heal, I'm afraid the toxin will invade your body and implicate you. If you lift me, I will be afraid of being implicated? Ning Xiaochuan rode. Mrs. Yingqi smiled bitterly. Even if you're not afraid, it's not useless. I know you want to use yin yang open fire to refine dragon poison, but it's useless. Dragon poison is very domineering, and it's very difficult to refine it with yin yang open fire. It won't take decades to refine the dragon poison in my body. Ning Xiaochuan said, but the animal poison broke out together, you. Mrs. Yingqi laughed, I have to be happy with men. This is my life. For 10 years, I have struggled through pain every day. Until I met you a year ago, I sealed the 5 heart veins with the golden needle heart sealing formula, so pain can overcome love every night. Desire, although physical pain makes people feel like living in purgatory, I no longer need to be humble myself, no longer need to serve those men, and no longer need to be named by you son despises. In fact, it's also very happy. Ning Xiaochuan tightly closed his eyes and said, silly. This will only overdraw your life. Do you know that your source of life has begun to dry up? There is only 1 year left at most? You could have told me that I can help you. Mrs. Yingqi raised her head, smiled and said, how can you help me? Sleep with me every night? Do you really not dislike me? You will. I know that when you broke in just now, it was because you regretted and wanted to leave. Your heart can't hide from me. She was really smart and easily saw through Ning Xiaochuan's worries. Mrs. Yingqi continued, this is my life. If I were royal sissy, I would have a noble identity, beautiful appearance, and a father who can protect her from the wind and rain. No one can hurt her, and no one will spoil her. However, I have nothing she has, so I can only be poisoned by race, can only become a social butterfly, can only sell my body, and I don't even have the right to choose. In fact, I also envy you Ningxing. Although she has no choice like me, and her identity is humble, she has you really loving her and protecting her. For a woman, this is a very happy thing. However, what she has, I don't have it, because you don't love me at all, look down on me at all, and dislike me at all. Ning Xiaochuan squeezed his hands tightly and suddenly walked over. His hands wrapped her slender waist and kissed her rosy and glittering lips. The tips of their noses were almost close together, and they could feel each other's warm breath. Mrs. Yingqi's heart was beating. I never thought that one day, Ning Xiaochuan would take the initiative to hold her and kiss her. Is this true? She couldn't believe that Ning Xiaochuan didn't dislike her and thought this was a dream. Before she could remember the feeling at the moment, the animal poison in her body began to attack, and her eyes became blurred and red. Naked carcass. The body also became hotter and hotter, and the red lips became drier and drier. If you want to ask for more, your fingers poked into Ning Xiaochuan's skirt. Her delicate body rubbed on Ning Xiaochuan's body to alleviate the needs of her body. Her lips opened slightly and gave out a whimpering groan. Sing. Animal poison awakened. She has always relied on the golden needle heart sealing formula to suppress the animal poison in her body. When the golden needle was forced out by Ning Xiaochuan, the animal poison in her body became extremely fierce and began to bite back madly. Ning Xiaochuan pinched her arm and slapped it on her heart. A piece of red vitality poured out of her palm. Wow! The magic sword in Ning Xiaochuan's body worked, and a force of attraction broke out. A trace of animal poison was extracted from Mrs. Yingqi's body and flowed into his body. However, the animal poison in Mrs. Yingqi's body is really terrible, and it is almost completely integrated with her body, and it can't be separated at all. Ning Xiaochuan can only try to help her share the toxin, and can't completely absorb the animal poison in her body. Otherwise, when the animal poison is completely absorbed, Mrs. Yingqi has also died. Half an hour later, Lady Yingqi gradually recovered her calm, and with her own cultivation, she was able to temporarily suppress the attack of this wave of veterinary poison. Ning Xiaochuan took back his palm, forced the animal poison in his body into his heart, and refined the toxin by using the yin-yang open fire in the heart-nourishing tripod. Are you better? Yes. Mrs. Yingqi nodded gently and snuggled up to Ning Xiaochuan's arms. Both of them calmed down and sat on the edge of the bath. Mrs. Yingqi lay in Ning Xiaochuan's arms, pillowed on his chest, and gradually, quietly slept in the past, feeling unprecedented stability and happiness. The corners of her mouth slightly curved, and I don't know what good things happened in her dream. Ning Xiaochuan was very uncomfortable, holding a peerless beauty in his arms, and the blood in his body was boiling, but he could only sit motionless and do nothing else. He doesn't want to disturb her dream. Maybe she hasn't slept so well for a long time, and she hasn't had a dream for a long time. Just go on quietly and peacefully. I just hope the day will never be bright. An ordinary car drove out of the Qi Tianhou mansion. The heavy shaft rolled up the fallen leaves on the ground, rode away, and soon rushed out of the imperial city. Inside the carriage. Thank you. Last night was the best night I have slept in more than a decade. With such a night, I will have no regrets in my life. Mrs. Yingqi pursed her rosy lips, with a little girl-like shyness, and said with a smile, last night, I dreamed of you. Ning Xiaochuan laughed and said, oh. What happened to me? Mrs. Yingqi's eyes were blurred and seemed to be longing. Avenue, I dreamed that we met 15 years ago. At that time I was the most beautiful young man. I was loved and pursued by countless young talents. It was really a piece of red gauze, without knowing the number. At that time you were the first genius of the imperial city, the little Marquis of Jiangnan Marquis Mansion, beat all the talented heroes to the ground, and then you took me boating under the bright moon, surrounded by green jade everywhere the lotus leaf is green, and there are lovely fireflies flying on it. The night wind is very cold, so you hold me in your arms, whisper gently in my ear, and tell me a story about the love story between a genius boy and a beautiful girl. Ning Xiaochuan's heart was a little gloomy. If they could really meet 15 years ago, what would the outcome be? What's next? Ning Xiaochuan rode. Wake up. Mrs. Yingqi smiled. In fact, I feel very satisfied to have this dream, as if that is the real life I have lived these years. She has less than a year left in her life. All this is because of Ning Xiaochuan. If she had not met Ning Xiaochuan, she would not have changed herself, would not have used the golden needle heart sealing formula for herself, and would not have overdrawn her young life. 1 year's life is so short, but she didn't feel pessimistic, but because of a dream last night, she felt that her life was so happy. I really hope she will always be in a dream and don't return to reality. Ning Xiaochuan sighed in his heart. Mrs. Yingqi asked, where are we going now? Who are we going to see? Ning Xiaochuan said, ask the Huadao Temple. Lady Yingqi's face showed surprise and said, the person you are going to invite is a first-class national teacher. Taichu asked the flower. This time it's Ning Xiaochuan's turn to look surprised and say, does Taichu Wenhua live in Wenhua Taoist Temple? A friend of mine said that she sleeps there. But in her capacity, it's absolutely impossible to sleep in Taichu Wenhua's Taoist Temple. What medicine is sold in the gourd of Queen Wanning Xian? Taichu Wenhua was the supreme master of the dynasty and the highest-ranking person in the Taoism. All the national masters in the dynasty were his disciples. If Empress Wanning really went to the Flower Path Temple, she would definitely fight with Taichu Flower. It was impossible for the two sides to coexist. Mrs. Yingqi said, in fact, few people know that Taichu asked Hua is asking the Taoist Temple, and only 3 or 5 people in the imperial court know this. Who is your friend? How can you be so powerful that you can find the Taoist Temple of Taichu asked Hua? I don't know. Just ask the Flower Path Temple first. Ning Xiaochuan always felt that there was something wrong with it. He wanted to go to the Flower Path Temple as soon as possible, so he whipped King Gluma on the back, and the driver immediately ran faster. At noon, Ning Xiaochuan and Mrs. Yin Qi finally arrived outside the Wenhuadao Temple. Wenhuadao Temple, built in the depths of bamboo forests, is a very quiet ordinary Taoist temple. However, Ning Xiaochuan saw bodyguards and eunuchs in the imperial palace outside the Taoist temple. Why did the people in the palace come here? Ning Xiaochuan frowned slightly. Mrs. Yinqi whispered, "You killed Ji Wuyang, Cui Tao, Ji Gonggong, and Long Xiangho." The masters who could be used by Emperor Yulan were almost killed, but he couldn't go out of the palace, so he had to ask the masters of the Taoist sect to deal with you. It's really normal for Emperor Yulan to come to Taichu to ask flowers at this time. It seems that something big has happened at the Flower Path Temple, and everyone in the palace has been stopped outside. Come on, let's go in and have a look. Ning Xiaochuan didn't want to run into the imperial court, so he and Mrs. Yin Qi went around to the back door. Of course, he thought about sneaking into the Taoist temple unconsciously, but this is impossible. There are quite mysterious arrays around the Taoist temple, and even he can't break the array unconsciously. This is the Taoist field of the first master of Taoism. If there is no array guard, it is not normal. Dong dong. After Ning Xiaochuan knocked on the door, a 12-year-old or 3-year-old Taoist boy came out from the inside, white and tender, with water eyes, a bun on his head, and a childish voice. Ask the Flower Taoist Temple to be closed for 5 days, and don't see outsiders. Ning Xiaochuan said, "It was the fairy queen who asked me to come here to find her." Tao Tong put his finger on his lips, looked at Ning Xiaochuan carefully, and said, "Are you Ning Xiaochuan?" "It is Ning Xiaochuan." Ning Xiaochuan rowed. "Then please come in." Tao Tong invited Ning Xiaochuan and Mrs. Yin Qi into the Taoist temple, leaned out his head, looked at the left and right sides, and closed the back door. Wenhuadao Temple is well built. Its architectural style is very different from that of Yulan Empire. The 7-story green bamboo road tower and the castle made of stones are planted with many rare mysterious drugs in the medicine field. In one of the medicine fields, there is a white lotus as big as a millstone. Each petal seems to be carved from white jade and emerald. The petals emit a faint white light, and you can smell the faint fragrance when standing tens of meters away. Jiopine lotus can grow into a miraculous medicine after regeneration for 100 years. Mrs. Yin Qi's heart was slightly surprised, and she knew the value of Jupinlian. Even if it was just a petal, it was invaluable. Ning Xiaochuan just looked at Jupinlian and withdrew his eyes, asking, "Where is the fairy queen now?" The little Taoist said, "The fairy queen and her grandmaster are talking about Taoism in the plum garden. No one is allowed to enter it, but they said that if Ning Xiaochuan came, he can enter the plum garden." Xiaodaotong took Ning Xiaochuan outside a tall blue-gray wall. Before entering the door, he could smell the plum blossom fragrance floating inside. Wanning Fairy Queen and Taichu Wenhua are both first-class masters in the world today. What earth-shaking scenes will they say? This wall is weird. Ning Xiaochuan didn't rush into the plum garden and stared at the wall of the plum garden. His palm was pressed on the cyan-gray wall. The surface of the wall suddenly produced circles of ripples, and a force of suction was transmitted to Ning Xiaochuan's arm, pulling Ning Xiaochuan forcibly into it. Phew! Ning Xiaochuan felt that he was like passing through a water curtain, and the next moment he stood in the chaotic and ethereal void. Plum trees took root in the void. The roots were slender and thick, the trunk was as thick as a bucket, and the branches were full of crimson plum blossoms. Wow! A torrent of petals flew over the sky, and then the torrent dispersed into a torrent of falling flowers. Ning Xiaochuan immediately turned around, but there was no wall behind him, and he seemed to appear in this magical space out of thin air. What the hell is this place? Ning Xiaochuan spread out a pair of huge wings and flew towards the plum trees. Every tree here was extremely strong, and the thickest one was more than 10 meters in diameter, just like a towering god tree. The plum blossoms on the tree were blooming crimson and dazzling, and the flowers were in clusters. I don't know how long he flew. Finally, he saw an old Taoist sitting in the void. The Taoist priest sat on a petal, which was only as big as a fingernail and seemed as light as a feather, but it could hold the Taoist priest's body and carry him flying. I don't know if it's the magic of the petals, or is the Taoist's body lighter than the petals? Wanning Fairy has a unique style. She is wearing a scarlet robe, a gold-embroidered feather coat, a green crown and a white jade fan. Her skin is as white as ice jade, and her eyes are as bright as stars. She stood upright on the top of a plum tree, stepping on the petals with a strong momentum. Around her body, there were 3 rivers with petals converging, spinning and flying, making a clattering hell. The white-haired Taoist calmly sat on a flower petal, flying with the flower petal river, despite the rough waves around, but even one of his hair could not be hurt. The two of them are really fighting. Queen Wanyin Xian came to the Flower Path Temple 3 days ago. Have they been fighting for 3 days? Ning Xiaochuan stood 10 miles away and dared not take another step forward. Their martial arts cultivation is so terrible that any petal flying out can pierce Ning Xiaochuan's body. Fairy Queen, the person you are waiting for has arrived. It's time for you to leave. The Taoist opened his eyes and his lips did not move, but there was a sound. Queen Wanyin said, "After killing you, Ben will naturally leave. We have been fighting for 3 days and nights, and we are still tied. Do we really want to continue fighting? The old way is faint. As long as you hand over the ancient road map to Tiandi Mountain, I can consider sparing your life later." The voice of Queen Wanyin Xian is very cold and penetrating, which stabs people's hearts. With a long sigh and a lift of his arm, the mysterious chi of heaven and earth in the whole space converged to him and condensed into a 28-meter-long Tai Chi 8 trigrams seal. 2 yin-yang fish, red and dark blue, rotated in the trigram seal, forming a huge storm vortex. The power of that Tai Chi 8 trigram seal is so terrible that you can vaguely see the virtual shadow of rivers and lakes floating on the mark. Ning Xiaochuan retreated again, afraid of being caught in the whirlpool by the power of Taiji Bagua seal. At the same time, the blood orifices and heart orifices in Ning Xiaochuan's heart turned into Tai Chi 8 trigram seals, rotating around the heart palace of martial arts. It is definitely a great opportunity for Ning Xiaochuan to watch the battle between Queen Wanyin and Taichi Wenhua. Being able to understand their martial arts will be of great benefit to him to break through to a higher level in the future. There are still the last 24 hours of this month, and there are still more than 200 tickets to the 10th place. The gap is too big. It is estimated that there is no hope. There is no regret, at least it has been argued. The martial arts accomplishments of Queen Wanyin and Taichi Wenhua have exceeded the 9th level of the Earth Xuanjing, but they have not reached the heaven and man realm, and are in a quite wonderful realm. Don't reach that level, never know how high their martial arts cultivation is? 2 people fight, others can hardly see their figure. The Queen of 10,000 Tones held a 9-grade Xuanqi level ancient zither in her hand. Her breath was integrated with the ancient zither, and she played the sound wave magic of fairy sword attendant. All of a sudden, she was like a soldier. The sky was full of fairies wearing white clothes and holding fairy swords. Tens of thousands of fairy swords flew out, just like thousands of stars in the galaxy flying through the sky. They are all condensed by sound waves. One sound wave is the body of a fairy. The most powerful magic power of Tianyin sect was exerted by Queen Wanyin Fairy. The natural terror was unparalleled. It was like turning into a formation of Wanyin immortals. Taichu asked about the Tao of Flowers, which was naturally unfathomable. Between his fingers, he twisted a piece of glittering and translucent petals, and fought against tens of thousands of flying swords, spinning even to form a sea of flowers. The so-called one sand, one world, one flower, one heaven. The Taoist Dharma, displayed by Taichu Wenhua, interprets this truth. The battle between the two people is not like taking place on earth, but more like fighting in heaven. Their shooting speed became faster and faster. In the end, even Ning Xiaochuan couldn't see clearly. Boom! Suddenly, there was only one Guqin left in the void, but the Queen Wanning disappeared. Where did she go? In the 8 trigrams Tai Chi seal, condensed by Taichu Wenhua, 2 human figures are constantly flashing, like 2 stars colliding, emitting dazzling divine light. Suddenly, there was an old cry, "Jade Bible, you are. Jade Beauty." The sound stopped suddenly. What happened just now? Ning Xiaochuan suddenly stood up, gathered his eyes, and looked into the void. Wow! The chaotic airflow dispersed, and the Queen of 10,000 Tones was imposing. With a high oath on her head, she came out of the 8 trigrams Tai Chi seal with a red robe more than 10 meters long, holding a dragon skin ancient scroll in her crystal-clear jade hand. She gives people the feeling that she is too arrogant. Although she is extremely beautiful, she makes people dare not bear a glance. The ancient roadmap is indeed in his hands. The Queen of 10,000 Tones spread the ancient scroll of dragon skin in her hand, and a smile appeared on her face. Ning Xiaochuan looked at Taichu Wenhua. The first master of Taoism had turned into a white jade statue and was still sitting in the void. However, his body was cold and had no vitality, just like a human-shaped jade. Dead. I'm dead. Ning Xiaochuan's heart almost shrunk into a ball and stared at the Queen of 10,000 Tones in surprise. It was so terrible that even the founder of Taoism was defeated by her and turned into a jade statue. Her magical powers were so mysterious? What means did she use? Taichu Wenhua is the highest-ranking figure in Taoism. After living for nearly 200 years, she simply exists as a myth. The Queen of all voices is even stronger than him? See the Fairy Queen. Ning Xiaochuan bows. There was also a trace of blood on the corner of the mouth of Queen Wanning, but it disappeared in an instant. This detail was naturally observed by Ning Xiaochuan. It seems that Queen Wanning Xian was also injured. If Queen Wanning Xian killed Taichu Wenhua and didn't get hurt, it would be terrible. I'm afraid no one in the whole Jade Haze Empire could catch her 10 moves. Ning Xiaochuan, have you found Spirit Mountain matter? The tip of Wanning Fairy's eyes slightly picked, obviously she was in a good mood, and the corner of her mouth showed a slight arc. Ning Xiaochuan said, fortunately, after these 3 days of unremitting efforts, we used all the resources and contacts of the Marquis of the Sword Pavilion, and finally found an important figure in the Spirit Mountain matter. Through her, I believe we will be able to find the location of the Spirit Mountain matter. Oh. Who on earth needs to use all the contacts of the Marquis of the Sword Pavilion to find it? Queen Wanning Xian walked to Ning Xiaochuan and stared at his eyes. Her eyes were especially bright, as if she wanted to see through Ning Xiaochuan. The first ghost messenger of Spirit Mountain matter. Ning Xiaochuan's calm way. Keeping such a close distance with Ben Ho and being able to stay calm, this son really deserves to be the first wizard in the world. Unexpectedly, I can find her. I heard that she is the closest person to Child Chuan. Wanning Xian didn't fully believe Ning Xiaochuan's words and planned to meet the first ghost messenger in person. Her fingers pointed to the void, and the space began to collapse. Ning Xiaochuan only felt that his body was pulled by a powerful force. The next moment, he returned to the outside of the gray wall again. Ogawa, what's the matter with you? Mrs. Inchi asked with great concern. She saw Ning Xiaochuan's hand touching the wall, and her body did not move. Naturally, she was quite worried. However, there was a strong wave of sword and tension around Ning Xiaochuan's body, and no one could get close to him at all. When Mrs. Inchi saw Ning Xiaochuan open her eyes, she breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Xiaochuan, what happened just now?" Ning Xiaochuan looked up at Mrs. Inchi, glanced at the plum garden again, gently shook his head and said, "Just now I've been standing here?" "That's right. Mrs. Inchi's eyes are very beautiful, and her eyelashes are long and curly." "That's right." When Ning Xiaochuan pressed his hand on the gray wall, although his body remained outside, his mind had been sucked into the plum garden, witnessing the fighting skills of the two top masters. This is also because Ning Xiaochuan's mind is strong enough to enter the plum garden. If it was Mrs. Inchi, once the mind was sucked into the plum garden, it would be shattered by the powerful vitality wave in an instant. Although Mrs. Inchi didn't know what Ning Xiaochuan meant by that sentence, he must have experienced something incredible just now. "Are you the first ghost messenger of Spirit Mountain Manor?" A majestic voice sounded in Mrs. Inchi's ear. It was simply thunder, which made her brain blank. Wani Yingshan did not know when she had stood behind Mrs. Inchi. Her voice was particularly cold. A majestic and powerful force emanated from her body and suppressed Mrs. Inchi to kneel directly on the ground. Mrs. Inchi was so smart that although she saw the Queen of 10,000 Tones for the first time, she instantly guessed her identity and respectfully said, "Tell the Queen of Heaven that the maid is the first ghost messenger." On the way here, Ning Xiaochuan negotiated everything with her. Naturally, she knew how to deal with it. You're quite familiar with current affairs, so Ning Xiaochuan has transferred you. You're almost done teaching. Queen Wanyin didn't completely believe in Lady Inchi and said, "There can't be an evil overlord in the martial arts world out of thin air. Should your master son Chuan have another identity?" Lady Inchi said, "Yes, child Chuan actually has 3 identities. The disciple of the Dark Heavenly King, one of the 3 great heavenly kings of the demon sect, the manor master of Spirit Mountain Manor, and an identity slave are unknown. He can't trust anyone, and no one knows his public identity. I only know that he is a big man at the level of a prince in the court." This is also what Ning Xiaochuan told her in advance, which is specially used to deal with the Queen of 10,000 Tones. Mrs. Inchi's martial arts cultivation may not be top-notch, but her deceptive means are absolutely stronger than anyone. Even the Queen of 10,000 Tones cannot see Duanyi. Ning Xiaochuan was afraid that saying too much would cause the suspicion of Empress Wanyin, so he immediately said, "Empress Fairy, child Chuan has just killed the 3 big people around Emperor Yulan, and now he is in Spirit Mountain Manor. Otherwise, we will go to Spirit Mountain Manor now. With the Immortals' peerless cultivation, we will be able to uproot the whole Spirit Mountain Manor and tear child Chuan to pieces." Queen Wanyin's eyes were very deep. She stared at Ning Xiaochuan deeply and said, "Ghost Mountain Manor really should be destroyed. Child Chuan really deserved to die, but I hope you can go with me later. What do you think?" In essence, Queen Wanyin doesn't completely believe in Ning Xiaochuan. Only when Ning Xiaochuan goes to Spirit Mountain Manor with her, she can rest assured. This Fairy Queen. After all, I am the successor of the Marquis of the Sword Pavilion. Once people know that I appear with you, the Marquis of the Sword Pavilion will have no place in the Imperial City at that time. How can I help the Fairy Queen attack the Imperial City in the future?" Ning Xiaochuan pretended to shirk and looked very worried. Queen Wanyin snorted coldly and said, "As long as you kill all the people in Spirit Mountain Manor, no one will know about your alliance with me?" Ning Xiaochuan secretly said that what he wanted was your words. He said cleanly, "It's Ning Xiaochuan's supreme honor to be able to saddle the Queen Fairy. Let's start now." Ning Xiaochuan's purpose is to uproot the Dark Imperial City, and no fish should be allowed to slip through the net. The headquarters of Spirit Mountain Manor is not in the Imperial City, but under the ground in the area of Jinfenglan. It has a long history and the entrance is particularly secret. Mrs. Inchi continued, "Gong Zichuan is extremely cautious. There is a sealed sky formation outside the Spirit Mountain Matter. I will enter the Spirit Mountain Matter first and open the sealed sky formation to the Fairy Queen. The underground of Jinfenglan is naturally not the headquarters of Spirit Mountain Matter, but the headquarters of the Dark Imperial City. Not afraid of Lady Yinqi's tricks, Queen Wanyin nodded and said, "Go." Reaching the periphery of Jin Fenglin, Mrs. Yinqi stared at Ning Xiaochuan affectionately, pursed her lips, and the corners of her crystal-red mouth slightly smoked, very reluctant to part. Perhaps this will be her last look at Ning Xiaochuan, and she will never have a chance in the future. Lady Yinqi's mouth showed a beautiful radiance, and then turned into a black smoke and fled into the forest. Naturally, Queen Wanyin looked at the eye contact between Mrs. Yinqi and Ning Xiaochuan, stood on the thick leaves, stared at the golden trees all over the mountains, and said, "Jinfenglan is the royal hunting pasture, guarded by the army, and outsiders are not allowed to enter for hundreds of miles. Child Chuan is really brave enough to build the Ghost Mountain Manor under the Jinfenglan." Qua. Ning Xiaochuan said, "The most dangerous place is not the safest place. I'm afraid even Emperor Yulan won't think that the thieves of Spirit Mountain Manor are hiding in the backyard of the royal family." Queen Wanyin said, "Your relationship with her is very unusual." Her? Ning Xiaochuan's heart beat slightly faster and said, "What does the Fairy Queen mean?" Queen Wanyin said, "Can you make a woman do things for you obediently, or even betray Spirit Mountain Manor at the risk of her life? In just 3 days, you can make a female warrior die for you. Your means of dealing with women are really not ordinary. The update time will be adjusted from this month, and the unified update time is 8 a.m. There is only 1 chapter tonight, and 2 chapters at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning." "I see." Ning Xiaochuan was startled. She originally thought that his plan with Mrs. Yinqi had been discovered by Queen Wanyin. It turned out that she only saw the friendship in Mrs. Yinqi's eyes, not the real identity of Mrs. Yinqi. No wonder Queen Wanyin misunderstood, because she always believed that Lady Yinqi was the first ghost messenger. Therefore, she felt that Ning Xiaochuan was very good at dealing with women. It took only 3 days to make the first ghost messenger die hard for him. Is Ning Xiaochuan really so good at dealing with women? If you really let Ning Xiaochuan deliberately pursue Mrs. Yinqi and let Mrs. Yinqi fall in love with him, let alone 3 days, even if you give Ning Xiaochuan 30 years, it is impossible for a smart woman like Mrs. Yinqi to fall in love with him. The reason why Mrs. Yinqi fell into the hands of Ning Xiaochuan was entirely accidental. If Ning Xiaochuan deliberately pursues her and flatters her with sweet words, it will only disgust her and equate Ning Xiaochuan with other men who want to sleep with her. Even if Ning Xiaochuan can get her body, it is absolutely impossible to get her heart, let alone make her willing to betray the Dark Imperial City for Ning Xiaochuan and summon up the courage to betray Yulan Emperor. In fact, the source of power for all this is based on the premise that Mrs. Yinqi's heart is completely in the hands of Ning Xiaochuan. Without such a premise, who in the world can make her silly and willing to die? Ning Xiaochuan breathed a sigh of relief, pretending to be very expert, and said, "If you want a woman to do things for you without reservation, naturally you must first catch her heart." Wanyin Fairy snorted coldly and said, "Then I hope you don't use those methods to deal with women on the disciples of Tianyin sect, or Ben will be the first to abolish you." Boom. The mysterious atmosphere between heaven and earth became more and more chaotic, and rays of sunlight came out from the ground, and every grain of soil was covered with a light halo. With the hearing of the warrior of the earth Xuanjing, you can hear a dull sound under the ground, just like 2 earth plates moving. She should have opened the Tianfeng formation. We'll kill in Spirit Mountain Manor now. Ning Xiaochuan was worried about the safety of Mrs. Yinqi, and he couldn't wait. His body was wrapped in a red halo, which turned into a lightsaber and plunged directly into the ground. Since Mrs. Yinqi opened the Tianfeng formation, she would certainly disturb the masters of the Dark Imperial City. At that time, everyone knew that she had betrayed the Dark Imperial City, and naturally someone would come out to kill her. Ning Xiaochuan's heart is actually quite guilty. He always feels that he is using Mrs. Yinqi's feelings for himself. If she really has 3 long and 2 short comings, Ning Xiaochuan feels that he will be guilty all his life. Come on. Faster. Ning Xiaochuan went through the thick strata, broke the hard rocks, and came to a huge underground ancient city. Thousands of basalt stones are inlaid above the dark imperial city. Some are only the size of fists, and some are larger than millstones, emitting glittering and translucent brilliance, forming a starry sky and moon, forming a sky-sealing array with extremely strong defense and attack power, and supporting a sky for the dark imperial city. There are 8 array platforms in Feng Tian array, which is the basic hub of the array. Once the array is activated, only the Supreme Strong who has reached the realm of heaven and man can break it. However, due to Lady Yinqi, an important hub of the Tianfeng formation was destroyed, and the stars and moon in the sky were constantly shaking and falling, and they were about to fall at any time. The array cannot work normally. Bang! Bang! Mrs. Yinqi stood on the dark wall, mobilized the vitality of martial arts in her body, and fought with a white-robed ghost face. Mrs. Yinqi's cultivation was also very high. When she reached the realm of the earth, her magical powers erupted, and the walls, as hard as iron, were constantly cracked. Both of them are figures at the level of Wuzun. Their body methods are as fast as the wind. All kinds of martial arts magical powers explode in the void, and many martial artists in the dark imperial city are blown out, and their bodies are torn apart. Huang Qinzi, are you crazy? Dare to destroy the Tianfeng formation? The white-robed ghost-faced man is the ghost and god general of the dark imperial city, responsible for guarding the imperial city and maintaining the order of the imperial city. I don't need you to do anything. Mrs. Yinqi was slim, with long hair like a waterfall, and a long white silk flew out of her sleeve. With a wave of her jade arm, the white silk was wrapped by the vitality of Wu Dao, sharp as a soft sword more than 10 feet long, making a wheezing sound. The white-robed ghost-faced man was forced back, and his arms and legs were cut by Bai Ling. His flesh and blood turned outward, causing extreme pain. Wow! A moment later, another ghost will come with a team of dead soldiers wearing ice armor. The 2 ghost gods will work together, both carrying flame ghost spears, to stab out at the same time, sealing all the space, and forcing Mrs. Yinqi into a corner. Huang Qinzi, how miserable is the end of betraying the city lord? You should know better than anyone else? Wearing a black robe and a ferocious ghost mask, the ground minister stood on the top of a bronze column as thick as a bucket, just like a dark ghost. More and more powerful people in the dark imperial city completely besieged Lady Yinqi in the center, and dozens of Xuanqi were suspended in the void, completely cutting off her retreat. You are really a bunch of fools. Since I dare to betray the city master, I have no intention of walking out of the dark imperial city alive. Lady Yinqi's mouth showed a radiance. Before she came, she had already held the heart of death, so there was no fear in her heart. Although the Tianfeng formation is incomplete, it is still open to guard the dark imperial city. Ning Xiaochuan and Queen Wan Yinxian came outside the Feng Tian formation at the same time. Haha! I finally found Spirit Mountain Matter. Today is the day when Spirit Mountain Matter was removed. Queen Wanyin just killed the first strong of Dao Men. She was very happy. With a wave of her arm, countless mysterious qi of heaven and earth gathered over the dark imperial city and condensed into a huge handprint. Crackle! The originally damaged Feng Tian formation was crushed by the Big Hand Seal, which crushed many warriors in the Dark Emperor city to the ground. A large building was crushed into powder, leaving a huge pit in the shape of a palm seal more than 100 meters in the center of the Dark Emperor city. This is simply like a god's hand, which can erase all creatures in the world. Is she really hurt? Ning Xiaochuan stared at the dark imperial city, which destroyed 1/3 of the city. It's really hard to imagine that this is a magic power that human beings can exert. In the siege of Lady Yingqi, the two ghost gods and the earth ministers were shocked, and they could clearly feel that there was a terrible martial supreme coming. Who is that woman? What terrible martial arts accomplishments! I'm afraid they have reached the 9th level of the Lanzun realm. If there is a strong enemy coming, go and inform the two emperors. The ground minister stared at Ning Xiaochuan and Wan Xian, who were standing outside the city. It was like seeing male and female evil spirits, and his heart was very afraid. He had a high position in the Dark Emperor city. After giving the order, he immediately captured the injured Lady Yingqi and flew to the depths of the Dark Emperor city. Where did Huang Chenzi find the two cruel men? Cultivation is terrible. You must run away at once, or it will be a bad day. The city Lord of the Dead was not in the Dark Imperial City, and relying on the power of the two emperors might not be able to stop the two cruel men. Therefore, the local courtiers immediately chose to escape. When escaping, he did not forget to capture Mrs. Yingqi. When necessary, he could also use Mrs. Yingqi as a hostage to threaten each other. It can be said that although the martial arts cultivation of Di Chenzi is not strong, his ability to deal with danger is very strong. Ning Xiaochuan naturally saw that Mrs. Yingqi was captured, so he immediately put on a mask and flew towards the Dark Emperor city. He must wear a mask. If a fish escapes from the net and leaks him, it will be difficult for him to have a foothold in the imperial city. Shua. In almost an instant, Ning Xiaochuan rushed under the wall of the Dark Imperial City. Kill! A group of black armor warriors with spears jumped down from the wall and stabbed at Ning Xiaochuan at the same time. These are the dead men cultivated by the Dark Imperial City. Each of them has the fighting power of one enemy against hundreds, and they are not afraid of death. Bang! Ning Xiaochuan's body flew dozens of sword qi, condensed into the shape of an ancient sword, pierced the bodies of more than 20 people, and rushed straight through. These dead men didn't stop him for a moment. More than 20 people screamed, covered with sword holes, gushed blood from their bodies, and fell to the ground wailing. Ning Xiaochuan came to the gate of the Dark Imperial City, his arms were wrapped by lightning, and the sound of dragons and tigers roared from his bones. His palm slapped on the 3-meter-thick, dark iron heavy door. The heavy door suddenly broke into 5 or 6 pieces and flew out, hitting a large area of warriors of the Dark Imperial City behind the door, and there was another scream. He was like a humanoid machine, sweeping everything, and no one could stop him. Ning Xiaochuan quickly chased the local courtiers, trying to save Mrs. Yingqi. Do you know where this is? If you dare to rush here, you won't be afraid to die ugly? The two ghosts and gods will kill from the left and right directions, holding the flame ghost spear in their hands, and their bodies are wrapped in flames. The tip of the flame gun stabbed the air into sparks, which condensed into a flame dragon, sending out a dragon howl and rushing towards Ning Xiaochuan. Get out! Ning Xiaochuan drank heavily, spit out a sound wave, condensed into a 9-meter-high clock, and instantly smashed the 2 fire dragons. The giant clock bombarded one of the ghost generals. The ghost directly flew his body upside down, smashed a stone building, respectively, and rolled into the ruins. When he crawled out, his eardrums were broken, his brain was blank, blood flowed out of his ears, and then he fell into the ruins. Boom! Ning Xiaochuan pulled up a flagpole more than 10 meters high, and threw it out with all his strength. Immediately, he pierced the body of another ghost and nailed it to the wall. Those warriors in the Dark Imperial City were stunned. The 2 ghost and god generals are both big people in the Land of Honor. One was roared seriously, and the other was nailed to death by the flagpole. This is too fierce. Who is this person? Ning Xiaochuan's speed was so fast that the array in the Dark Emperor City was easily crushed that he couldn't stop his pace at all, and soon caught up with his local ministers. Naturally, the ground minister also saw that Ning Xiaochuan had just killed the two ghost gods by roaring and nailing them to death. His heart was extremely afraid. What happened today? Usually, there are no strong people at this level. Today, two people came to the dark imperial city. The ground minister suddenly stopped and stepped out a big hole on the ground, staring at Ning Xiaochuan, who was already standing in front of him, so fast. He clenched his teeth, stared at Ning Xiaochuan, who was stopped in front of him, and said, "Who are you? Offending the Dark Emperor city will never come to a good end." Ning Xiaochuan wore a mask on his face. After confirming the safety of Mrs. Yingqi's life, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief and said, "You don't need to know this. Anyway, the Dark Imperial City will decline after today." The ground minister saw that the other party valued Huang Qinzi very much, so he took Huang Qinzi as a hostage and said, "If you don't want her to die in my hands, get out of the Dark Imperial City immediately." Mrs. Yingqi shook her head at Ning Xiaochuan. There was no fear on her face. Instead, with a relieved smile, she said, "Don't worry about me. Anyway, I only have 1 year of Shuyuan left. Now death is the same as in the future. I just hope to take care of Ming'er for me after I die." Poof! Ning Xiaochuan's body turned into a colorful streamer, which pierced the middle of the ground minister's eyebrows almost in an instant. His whole head exploded, and blood poured out of his neck. Although Diqinzi had the second highest martial arts cultivation in Dizun territory, in front of Ning Xiaochuan, this cultivation was completely inadequate, and he was killed by Ning Xiaochuan in an instant. Mrs. Yingqi's cheeks were stained with blood, and her eyes glittered with tears. She rushed directly into Ning Xiaochuan's arms, and her mouth sent out a whimpering voice, "In fact, I simply want to die in the hands of the ground minister. Unfortunately, I won't let you die." Ning Xiaochuan held her shoulders and said, "Let's leave the Dark Imperial City first. Queen Wan Yinxian will soon find out that she was cheated by me. Once Queen Wan Yinxian enters the Dark Imperial City, she will surely find the truth, which is impossible to hide from her." Ning Xiaochuan never thought that he could hide Wan Yinxian. As long as he could bring her to the Dark Imperial City, he would be successful. After she found the truth, even if she wanted to kill Ning Xiaochuan, she had to deal with all kinds of masters in the Dark Emperor City first. Ning Xiaochuan first used a conspiracy to deceive Wang Yingxian and regard the Dark Imperial City as Ghost Mountain matter. Then there was another trick. As long as Queen Wan Yinxian breaks into the Dark Imperial City, even if she knows that she has been tricked, she can't withdraw. She can only fight with the Dark Imperial City to the end, and there is no choice at all. I know there is another way to leave the Dark Empire. Mrs. Yingqi took Ning Xiaochuan's arm and rushed to the northwest of the Dark Imperial City. After entering the Dark Imperial City, Queen Wanyin was covered with dead bodies, and the crimson blood gathered into a stream. With every step she stepped on the ground, the surrounding buildings collapsed into ruins. "Ning Xiaochuan, don't you come out to die?" Two flames flew out of a pair of phoenix eyes of Queen Wanyin, and turned into two flame dragons, which burned hundreds of martial artists in the Dark Imperial City and turned into fly ash. At this moment, the Queen of 10,000 Tones was extremely angry. No one dared to play in front of her. Ning Xiaochuan was the first person to have such a bold son. However, she also admired Ning Xiaochuan for being able to deceive her. Few people in the world have this ability today. Queen Wanyin, our Dark Imperial City, and Tianyin sect have never had a grudge. What do you mean by killing so many martial friars? The Emperor of the Six Mountains came out of the closed pass and personally came to intercept the Queen of 10,000 Tones. Six Mountain Kings is one of the 3 kings of darkness, and is also the first master in the Dark Emperor City, second only to the Ghost City Master. Although Wan Yinxian knew that she had been cheated by Ning Xiaochuan, her inner pride would never admit that she had been cheated, let alone let others know that she had been cheated. Coldly, she said, "Do you need a reason to kill me?" Lu Yuehuang's eyes sank and said, "You are too arrogant. This hatred is remembered by our dark imperial city, and it will be returned 10 times and 100 times in the future. Since Ben has killed the people of the dark imperial city, will he wait for you to retaliate against the voice of heaven in the future? Sooner or later, the dark imperial city will be a trouble. It's better to solve you first, so as not to hinder the future events." Queen Wanyin Xian took out an ancient zither and put it in front of her. The zither rod was held by an invisible air flow and suspended in the void. Suddenly, the space around the Queen Wanyin's body became extremely chaotic, the mysterious chi of heaven and earth collapsed, and the space was distorted. She is like standing in the center of the whole world, and everything in the world is dominated by her. The beautiful sound of the piano flew out of the strings, and every sound wave condensed into a fairy in white. They were dressed in white, with jade ribbons wrapped around their slender waists, holding divine swords and constantly chopping out sword chi. The whole dark imperial city is covered by piano sound, which is changing at any time. It can be turned into a fairy holding a war sword, or into a sword gas more than 10 meters long, and can also condense into lightning, flames, swords, and vines, causing great damage to the dark imperial city. "Queen Wanyin, you deceive people too much." The Emperor of the Six Mountains couldn't bear it anymore. His hands merged, and a big purple tripod flew out of the center of his two palms. It kept rotating and became 6 feet high. There was a picture of a phoenix printed on the tripod wall. Under the burning of the flame, the phoenix seemed to be alive, making a harsh cry. Purple flames burst out of the tripod, burning the space twisted. A phoenix was faintly seen flying in the flames, holding a beautiful and gorgeous tail. This is Qifeng tripod, the most precious 9-grade xuanqi of the dark imperial city. At the cost of burning Shouyuan, the Emperor of the Six Mountains awakened the Qifeng tripod, showing the terrifying power of the 9 mysterious weapons, and bombarded the Queen of 10,000 Sounds. The Queen of 10,000 Sounds appeared to be ancient well without waves. A purple dragon rushed out of the string and collided frantically with Qifeng Ding. Boom! It was just a confrontation. A corner of the dark imperial city was broken, and hundreds of martial arts masters were shocked to death by the power wave of Jiuping Xuanqi, and their bodies became bloody. The battle of the dark imperial city turned white hot. Someone passed the news to the Ghost City Master. Only the Ghost City Master can stop the Queen of 10,000 Voices. The power of Queen Wanyin Xian is too terrible. The Demon Emperor may not be her opponent. After this war, the dark imperial city will probably decline completely. Without the development of 100 years, it is difficult to become the overlord of the imperial city again. Ning Xiaochuan looked at the direction of the dark imperial city. The whole underground was shaking, and countless earth rocks fell from the sky, burying many cities. Mrs. Yingqi was worried and said, "When Queen Wanyin Xian cleaned up the dark imperial city, I'm afraid the next person to kill is you. Do you have a way to deal with her? In the face of absolute power, any way has become impossible." Ning Xiaochuan shook his head and said, "Queen Wanyin killed Taichu Wenhua." "What?" Mrs. Yingqi exclaimed. Not to mention Lady Yingqi, even Emperor Yulan and King Jinping will definitely show the same expression as Lady Yingqi when they hear this shocking news. Taichu asked what kind of person Hua was. He was the first master of Taoism. He was named Taisher, equal to the Sword Saint and the Demon Emperor. The fall of this kind of figure is definitely a heavy blow to Yulan Empire. The power of Queen Wanyin Xian is indeed beyond everyone's expectations, including Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan said, however, she was also injured. If Emperor Yulan would come to the dark imperial city to fight with Empress Wanyin would be seriously injured even if she did not die. Of course, the best result is that Emperor Yulan and Empress Wanyin were both defeated, so they would have no time to deal with me. Although Wang Yingshan is strong, Ning Xiaochuan doesn't believe that she can defeat the two top players in a row. Emperor Yulan will definitely come to the Dark Imperial City. If the Dark Imperial City is also destroyed, there will be no one around him who can use it. Mrs. Yingqi said. Ning Xiaochuan and Mrs. Yingqi left the Dark Imperial City through an ancient river under the ground, but they were stopped as soon as they walked out of the river. Huang Qinzi, you took people to attack the Dark Imperial City, and now you want to take people to escape from the Dark Imperial City? On the riverside, an old man holding a wooden stick sat on the stone platform, grabbed a handful of bait and was feeding a group of Shan beasts. Those Shan beasts are all heterogeneous, with towering heads and sharp corners, with strange lights flashing in their eyes. They are robbing each other for food, and the battle is very fierce. The more the mysterious beasts fought, the brighter the smile on the old man's face, and even the dry wrinkles on his face were less. After seeing the old man, Mrs. Yingqi's face changed and said, "King of beasts, this has nothing to do with him. I am willing to bear all the responsibilities alone." The old man's mouth gave out a giggle laughter, as if he heard the funniest thing in the world, and said, "You Minghua, you don't look down on men the most. You think they are just animals, and now you will even give up your life for men. Don't tell me that you will also be emotional? It will laugh to death." Haha. I really want to know, did you tell him how many men you slept with? The words of the Beast Emperor stabbed Mrs. Yingqi's pain and untied her scar mercilessly. Mrs. Yingqi pinched her fingers tightly, and her nails were inlaid into the palm of her hand, and a trace of blood flowed out. Her lips were also bitten, and a smell of blood surged down her throat. Ning Xiaochuan stood in front of Mrs. Yingqi and said, "King of beasts, it's up to you to stop us alone. You're overestimating yourself. Today, I'll die for you." Okay, it is a routine practice to ask for a guaranteed monthly ticket at the beginning of the month. The monthly ticket will be increased when it reaches 1,000. Happy Halloween to you all. The Beast King stood up, smiling in his old eyes, and said, "Ning Xiaochuan, it's really a skill that you can kill Yu Wuyang, but young people should be more restrained, not too sharp, and need to know that there are days outside the sky and people outside the people. It's not too difficult for me to kill you." Mrs. Yingqi knew the power of the Beast Emperor, shook her head at Ning Xiaochuan, and said with her heart, "Langjie Emperor can only be the youngest and weakest of the three emperors. The martial arts cultivation of the Beast Emperor is much stronger than Langjie Emperor. Don't fight him. I'll attack him later, maybe I can delay him for a moment, and you'll take the opportunity to escape. With your speed, he may not catch up with you." Ning Xiaochuan stared at Mrs. Yingqi's pleading eyes, but shook his head. "Your martial arts cultivation is not enough to catch him a move. Even if you want to hold him, it should be me." The Beast King said, "In fact, I can also give you another chance. As long as you compensate me for sleeping, I will let your true love go." Haha. He laughed wildly, and there was no better way to beat someone. "Since you, Huang Qinzi, want to get true love, then Lao Tzu wants to let you be a whore that everyone can go back to in front of your true love." Women. Old man, are you daydreaming? Since his identity had been identified, Ning Xiaochuan was lucky to take off his mask and throw it into the river. He said coldly, "Today I will fight with the Beast Emperor." How many kilograms does the famous Beast Emperor have? 10,000 swords melt into rain. Ning Xiaochuan's chest burst out more than 100 virtual shadows of ancient swords. After being stained with the water vapor floating in the river, the virtual shadows of sword chi immediately condensed into a solid, turning into ice and sword. At the moment Ning Xiaochuan pulled out his sword, he murmured to Mrs. Yingqi, "Don't you go quickly." Mrs. Yingqi also knew that staying here would only drag Ning Xiaochuan, so she immediately spread out her body method and turned into a ghost and flew into the woods. "No one can leave today. Bai Jing, go and capture Huang Qinzi for me." The Beast Ho Evil laughed. A heterogeneous white lion with blue eyes immediately turned into a human shape, turned into a woman in her 20s, and chased Mrs. Ning Qi in the direction of her escape. The white scale lion belongs to the 7th-rank Xian beast, which can be transformed into a human form. Its wisdom is not lower than that of human beings, and is comparable to the martial artist of the earth. Moreover, this white scale lion is still a different species, which is more powerful than the general land Zun martial artist. The Beast King looked at the more than 100 ice war swords flying over, and the corners of his mouth slightly picked. The Beast King's heart palace in his body gave a roar, and a ferocious beast shadow rushed out of every pore on his body surface, forming an illusory picture of beasts. This kind of magic power cultivated by the Beast King comes from the dragon family, which is an extremely powerful magic power of the dragon family beast map. Of course, what he got was only a fragment of the 10,000 beast map, less than 1,000th of the real 10,000 beast map. It was quite amazing to be able to cultivate martial arts magic. 128 ice war swords came into contact with the 10,000 beast scroll, and were instantly broken by the power on the 10,000 beast scroll, and the sword body was cracked, breaking inch by inch, turning into a pinch of icy sand and falling to the ground. The first battle, the Beast King occupies the top. Ning Xiaochuan, you are too young. Unless you use the Emperor's blade, you may not be able to stop my second move. Air. This is a figurative magic. Just when the Beast Emperor laughed at Ning Xiaochuan, there were 3 7th-grade Xuanqi level war swords stabbing at him, breaking all the beast pictures. He thought that 128 ice war swords had been broken, but he didn't expect that 3 of them were entities, all of which were 7th-grade Xuanqi refined from rare precious materials. The Beast King didn't expect Ning Xiaochuan to cultivate a concrete magic power at all. At this moment, it is impossible to dodge, and he can only rely on the strength of his body to resist the 3 handles of the 7th-grade Xuanqi. Bang bang! 3 ancient swords stabbed the Beast King's body, and the Beast King also retreated 2 steps in a row. One of the ancient swords cut the Beast King's neck, leaving a bloodstain. It turned around in the air and flew back to Ning Xiaochuan's hand. The other 2 ancient swords stabbed the Beast King's chest, but they didn't stab into his body. Instead, they made the sound of gold and stone collision, but shocked the Beast King by 2 steps. The physical body of the warrior cannot resist the 7th-grade Xuanqi. Ning Xiaochuan felt incredible. He originally wanted to use the power of the concrete magic to hit the Beast King unexpectedly, but he didn't expect that the 7 mysterious weapons couldn't pierce the Beast King's body. How is this possible? Ning Xiaochuan's flesh body is already quite strong, a treasure body that is difficult to encounter for thousands of years, but it is still impossible to block the Qi Pin Xian weapon. Can the Beast King do it? Incorrect. If the Beast King's body is really so strong, why can Yin Jian cut his neck and leave a blood mark? Ning Xiaochuan carefully stared at the Beast Emperor, and finally found a clue. His robe was pierced, revealing black dragon scales below. He even wore dragon scale soft armor. No wonder even the 7th-grade Xuanqi couldn't pierce his body. Ning Xiaochuan, you can cultivate a concrete magic power. No wonder you can kill Yu Wuyang. Unfortunately, I have been on guard now. Even if you cultivate a concrete magic power, you can't hurt me. The Beast Emperor has the 8th highest martial arts cultivation in the territory of the land. He has been around the world for nearly 100 years. Even the princes in the imperial city and the suzerain of the martial arts world are afraid of him, not to mention the mere Ning Xiaochuan. The Beast King can become one of the 3 emperors of the Dark Imperial City. His power is really terrible. Plus, he wears dragon scale soft armor, and he can simply compete with the 9th heaviest warrior in the land. Ning Xiaochuan's eyes became dignified. Ning Xiaochuan, you are only qualified to fight with my pet. Yu Jiao. The king of beasts mobilized the power of the palace of the heart of beasts, released a mind and flew into the river. In the river behind Ning Xiaochuan, huge waves suddenly arose, and a thick howl came from the bottom of the water, like a dragon or a beast, shaking people's viscera. Ow! A huge Jiao came out of the water. His eyes were as big as a water tank alone. His teeth were as sharp as 2 rows of cold swords. He looked extremely ferocious and terrifying. He wanted to swallow Ning Xiaochuan in his mouth. Ning Xiaochuan's body is only as big as a big Jiao's tooth, but the power contained in his body is not weaker than that of big Jiao. He slapped it out and made a huge handprint, beating the huge Jiao's head back into the water. Poop! The river is still surging madly, and the fish and Jiao's are constantly roaring in the water, waiting for the opportunity to move, sending out strong hostility. It is the most powerful pet of the Beast Emperor, and its combat effectiveness is extremely terrifying, far beyond the ordinary 7th-grade Xian beast. This big dragon is completely different from the one Ning Xiaochuan saw in the Dragon Valley last time. The dragon has dragon blood in its body and belongs to the dragon family. The current one can only be regarded as a water dragon. Although it is very similar to the dragon, it does not belong to the dragon family. Water dragons can be transformed by the cultivation of creatures in the water. Carp can be transformed into dragons, tortoise can be transformed into dragons, and water snake can be transformed into dragons. As long as the creatures in the water cultivate to a certain extent, and then swallow specific magic drugs at a specific time, they can be transformed into dragons with higher life forms. Being able to become a dragon, they all have at least the combat power of the 7th-grade Xian beast level. Their physique has undergone earth-shaking changes, and their life expectancy will also be greatly increased. There are many kinds of Jiaos, including fish Jiaos, snake Jiaos, armor Jiaos, and even the overlord of Jiaos, wing Jiaos. The big Jiao that Ning Xiaochuan attacked just now is a fish Jiao, which is cultivated by the aquatic creatures of a certain kind of fish. Moreover, this fish has been cultivating for a long time, and its combat power is enough to compete with the rare 8th-grade Xian beast. The Yu Jiao rushed out of the water again, spitting out a water column from his mouth. The huge impact broke all the ancient trees with a diameter of 1 meter on the bank, causing a turbulent flood on the bank, flooding large areas of forests and mountains. Boom! It is like a mighty dragon, displaying the magic power of lightning and thunderstorm, and all kinds of forces overwhelmed Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan stood in the storm, his body remained motionless forever, and 3 ancient swords of the 7th-grade Xuanqi level were suspended above his head, bursting out several feet of brilliance. The Jingmu sword was inserted into the river. 18 vines grew on the sword and turned into a towering Jingmu tree. The branches, leaves and vines were wrapped around the Yu Jiao and dragged the Yu Jiao back into the water. Yu Jiao's mouth made an earth-shaking roar, but he couldn't get rid of it and was trapped in a vine cage. Golden spider, black centipede. Seeing that Yu Jiao could not deal with Ning Xiaochuan, the king of beasts called out 2 7th-grade Xian beasts, 9-legged golden spider and 4-eyed centipede. The 9-legged golden spider's body is like a huge pot cover, with 9 sharp golden barbs. It is wrapped in poison fog all over. It crawls on the ground and leaves black poison marks on the ground. The body of the 4-eyed centipede is 16 meters long, with hundreds of spiked feet. It crawls very fast, and the hard stones are cut like tofu. In particular, its 4 eyes are like 4 flames, glittering at any time, igniting the whole mountain. The Beast King is worthy of the Beast King. With the Beast Heart Palace, he can command all the beasts in the world, and even high-level Xian beasts can be slaves. However, if he wants to use the high-level Xian beast to deal with Fu Ning Xiaochuan, it is doomed that he made a wrong calculation. Ning Xiaochuan flew to the top of Yu Jiao's head, stabbed Yu Jiao's body with a sword, took a drop of blood from Yu Jiao's body, and dropped it on Xuanzhou Jian. Wow! A faint white light appeared on the surface of the Shan beast Jian, and the fish Jiao was put into the dominoes, turned into a small Jiao the size of a palm, and closed in the fifth Shan beast palace. This is the fifth space opened up in the Shan beast mirror. Yu Jiao, meet your master. Yu Jiao changed into a young woman with a human body and a fish tail, kneeling in the fifth Shan beast palace. Yu Jiao was the most powerful Shan beast accepted by the Beast Emperor. However, at the moment, it was taken away by Ning Xiaochuan, and the Beast Emperor was naturally very shocked. Ning Xiaochuan, what treasure is in your hand? The Beast King stared at the Shan beast Jian and thought it must be a great treasure. He knew the mysterious beast very well, and had never heard of any mysterious weapon that could subdue the high-level mysterious beast so easily, which only showed that the dominoes in Ning Xiaochuan's hand must be extremely rare. If you can defeat me, don't you know what treasure it is? Ning Xiaochuan released the fish Jiao and the double-headed stone beast, and the two behemoths-like giants swallowed the nine-legged golden spider and the four-eyed centipede. The fighting power of Yu Jiao and double-headed stone beasts is comparable to that of the sixth heaviest warrior in the territory of Dizun. It is naturally easy to catch General 7-grade Shan beasts. Qi Pin Shan beast has a strong constitution, and every drop of blood is like a mysterious medicine. Therefore, Shan beasts devour each other, not only to satisfy the hunger of the body, but also to absorb each other's blood and gas, so that they can get more powerful power. This is a shortcut for Shan beast cultivation. Ning Xiaochuan never planned to take nine-legged golden spider and four-eyed centipede. Now he will choose potential Shan beasts to collect when he takes Shan beasts. Even if other Shan beasts reach the level of 7-grade Shan beasts, if their blood is too bad, Ning Xiaochuan will not take them into Shan beasts book. Yu Jiao can become a Jiao from a fish, which itself requires great will. Few Shan beasts have such a firm will to cultivate. Moreover, Yu Jiao still has development potential. With the help of Shan beast Jian, it may become a golden Jiao, a king of Jiao and a god of Jiao in the future. As long as its will is strong enough, it can continue to evolve in the future, and its power can even be strong enough to devour the real dragon. Ning Xiaochuan was worried about the safety of Mrs. Yin Qi, and did not intend to continue to entangle with the Beast Emperor. He stood on the top of the fish Jiao and flew to the sky. The body of Yu Jiao is more than 100 meters long, covered with white scales, each of which is more than 1 meter long. It is crystal clear like a jade shell, emitting a light white halo. It looks like a dragon, but there is no dragon horn. Yu Jiao only has two sharp giant claws similar to dragon claws. Only when it reaches the level of golden Jiao can it grow 4 claws. Ning Xiaochuan, you can't escape. The Beast King will not let Ning Xiaochuan escape naturally. A pair of pterodactyl feathers grow on his back and catch up with Ning Xiaochuan. His arms were propped up and the picture of beasts was unfolded again. Countless strange animal shadows appeared on the picture scroll and pressed down towards Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan's eyes sank and took out the bronze ancient lamp. The surging vitality of martial arts entered the ancient lamp, and the white bone wick suddenly became extremely bright and bright. Wow! 99 flaming dragons flew out of the ancient lamp and rushed towards the Beast Emperor with a dragon roar. In the middle of the flight, 99 flame dragons condensed into a 3-legged fire crow, opened their mouths and pecked at the Beast Emperor. Bang! All the beasts were broken by the 3-legged fire crow, and countless flames fell on the Beast King, forcing the Beast King back. Jiupin Xuanqi. The robe on the Beast King was burned to ashes, and even his hair was burned up. Fortunately, he was wearing dragon scale soft armor, otherwise he would lose face today. In the face of Jiupin Xuanqi, even people at the level of the Beast King feel thorny. Once they can't defend, they will be burned out. Ning Xiaochuan actually mastered the Jiupin Xuanqi, which is simply like adding wings to the tiger. Nowadays, there are not many people in the world who can do anything to get him. Unfortunately, his luck is so bad that he actually met me. The king of beasts thought of that ancient bronze lamp, and he was so excited that he had to seize it. If you can get this 9-grade mysterious weapon, your combat effectiveness will surely rise by a large margin. The Beast King was absolutely confident that he could kill Ning Xiaochuan. He was very excited and continued to catch up. Ning Xiaochuan chased the traces left by Mrs. Yin Qi and searched all the way. It turned out that the farther away from the imperial city and into the desolate mountains and rivers, the towering ancient trees and steep cliffs could be seen everywhere. Those low-grade Xian beasts ran away after seeing Ning Xiaochuan, as if they had seen the nemesis. With the cultivation of Wuzun, we should hurry up at full speed, and we can reach 1,000 miles away in 1 hour. Along the way, you can see signs of fighting, as well as the blood left by Mrs. Yin Qi. Mrs. Yin Qi was already seriously injured, and it was almost impossible to win against the heterogeneous white lion. Ning Xiaochuan became more and more eager, and showed his speed to the extreme. He chased 300 miles away and found a body. The corpse of a heterogeneous white lion. There were no scars on its body, but the heart in its body broke in two and the bones became powder. The Beast King sent the heterogeneous white lion to hunt down Lady Yin Qi. With Lady Yin Qi injured, it is absolutely impossible to kill the heterogeneous white lion. So, who killed it? The fighting power of the heterogeneous white lion is comparable to the second heaviest warrior in the territory of Dizun. Who can shatter the bones of its whole body into powder in an instant? Ning Xiaochuan continued to chase forward, and then chased 500 miles to the edge of a large lake. Ning Xiaochuan, you finally came. Queen Wanyin stood by the lake, tall and tall, emitting thousands of rays of sunlight on her body. Her eyes were so sharp that people dared not look at her. The red dress on her body was like a burning flame, very dazzling, just like her mood at the moment, extremely angry. Ning Xiaochuan felt that the air around him had become solidified, and it was extremely difficult to move his fingers, and his head seemed to be pressed against a huge iron mountain. This is not the original Buddha of Queen Wanyin, but a mind consciousness separated from her, which is equivalent to the sword consciousness of the sword saint. It is just a projection and an idea of the original Buddha. Cultivation reached the level of Queen Wanyin, even if it was only a conscious body, the combat effectiveness was also extremely terrible. Or let Yu Ningxing's grandfather, the previous generation of Dark King, be killed by the sword spirit of the sword saint. And the consciousness body separated from the Queen of 10,000 Sound Fairy is absolutely no weaker than the sword spirit of the sword saint. It can be imagined how terrible the combat effectiveness is. Ning Xiaochuan's mind flashed countless ideas, but he finally denied them one by one. In front of the powerful power of Queen Wanyin, any tricks and strategies did not work, saying, "Queen, listen to me, this matter has nothing to do with her, don't involve her." Ning Xiaochuan knew that Lady Yin Qi must fall into the hands of Queen Wanyin Xian. Now you know it has nothing to do with her? When you joined hands to cheat Ben Ho, did you treat Ben Ho as a fool? Queen Wanyin smiled coldly. Although her laughter was wonderful, it sounded extremely harsh to Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan said, "Everyone's responsibility lies with me. Even if the fairy queen wants to be held accountable, just come to me. With her martial arts cultivation, she is far from worthy of the fairy queen to kill her. Even if you're still like a man, just rush to this point. Ben can give you a chance later." Queen Wanyin said. If Ning Xiaochuan turned and ran away, or knelt on the ground and begged Wanyingshenhu to let him go, then Wanyingshenhu would not talk to him so much and slap him to death. However, Ning Xiaochuan didn't intercede for himself, and took the responsibility alone. He took the initiative to intercede for Mrs. Yin Qi, which still made Queen Wanyin Xian look at him with admiration. After all, Queen Wanyin Xian is a woman, and she is quite satisfied with Ning Xiaochuan's responsible behavior. At least she is not a coward who makes her sick, so she didn't kill him at the first time. Niao Lanqing and Mrs. Yinqi came out of the fog on the lake. They walked on the waves, and their bodies were beautiful, like two Lingbo fairies. Niao Lanqing's face was covered with a veil, and he was wholly in white. He pointed to a crystal-clear ancient jade sword. The blade pointed to Mrs. Yinqi's neck. As long as Ning Xiaochuan dared to move, the blade could cut off Mrs. Yinqi's head. Queen Wan Yinxian stared at Ning Xiaochuan and said, "If you can defeat Ben's conscious body, Ben can consider letting her go. Of course, if you can't defeat Ben's conscious body, you will surely die in Ben's hands." Ning Xiaochuan took a deep breath and said, "In that case, I'll come to experience the magic power of the fairy queen." Ning Xiaochuan, I finally catch up with you. You run. You continue to run. Where are you going? The king of beasts laughed loudly, folded his wings, and fell from the sky. As soon as he fell inside, he noticed something bad. He stared at the queen of 10,000 tones, looked carefully for a moment, and his lips trembled. You are the queen of immortals. After all, the Beast King is a big man of the older generation, so he can recognize the Queen of Wanyin at a glance. As early as 40 years ago, the Beast King fought with Queen Wanyin once, but he was defeated miserably. Thanks to the help of the city master of the dead, he saved his life. Now, in the past 40 years, the martial arts cultivation of Queen Wanyin has increased more than 40 times. In her eyes, such a figure as the Beast King is like an ant, which can be crushed by sticking out a finger. Queen Wanyin was very unhappy and said, "Since you know Ben Ho is here, don't get out of here." But Ning Xiaochuan is the great enemy of the Dark Imperial City. The Beast King said. Queen Wanyin slapped and waved out, and immediately beat the King of Beasts upside down, breaking a row of trees. Even the dragon scale soft armor on her body was beaten to pieces, and her mouth kept coughing blood. The Beast King's heart is extremely afraid. How can the cultivation of Queen Wanyin be so strong? He turned and ran away, rolling and crawling, afraid that if he ran slowly, he would be killed by Queen Wanyin. Queen Wanyin may disdain to kill him, but Ning Xiaochuan will not let him escape. Wow! Ning Xiaochuan chased up, and a sword cut to the top of the Beast Emperor. The Beast King was very afraid of the Queen Wanyin. He didn't want to fight with Ning Xiaochuan at all. His body moved 10 feet to the right, avoiding the sword chi, and said, "Ning Xiaochuan, the gratitude and resentment between us will be counted another day. Today I have something urgent, and I don't want to fight with you." What's the escape? It's just a Wanyixian queen. Look at what scares you. Ning Xiaochuan took out the bronze ancient lamp, and the power of the third layer erupted, turning into a 3-legged firebird rushing towards the Beast Emperor, burning the hair on the Beast Emperor's head to ashes. Shit. Ning Xiaochuan, do you really think I'm afraid of you? I'm fighting with you. The Beast King was very oppressed. He had never been so humiliated and was chased and beaten by a younger generation. He was fed up. Even if Queen Wanyin is on the side, he will tear Ning Xiaochuan to pieces. Bang! However, he was just about to show his martial arts magic power to Fu Ning Xiaochuan, but he was slapped out by Queen Wanyin and hit the cliff on the side, hitting 7 meat and 8 vegetables, and his head was full of blood. I told you to get out. Do you want to die if you don't get out? Wanyixian's cold, measured way. No, I'll get out of here. The Beast King was badly beaten, but there were words of suffering. He crawled out of the crevice and ran away again. Knowing that Ning Xiaochuan would not let him go, the Beast King immediately displayed his beast-melting magic power, expanded his body, turned into a giant beast, spread out a pair of wings more than 50 meters long, rushed into the sky and fled. His speed is too fast for Ning Xiaochuan to catch up. After all, the King of Beasts has the 8th level of martial arts cultivation in Dizuan. If it weren't for the Queen Wanyin to frighten him aside, Ning Xiaochuan would never have injured him. Wow! Taking advantage of the attention of Queen Wanyin still focused on the Beast Emperor, Ning Xiaochuan played out the bronze ancient lamp, suspended in the void 200 meters high, scattered countless light and rain, imprisoning the whole space, forming a light and shadow field. The Beast King was beaten so miserably. When fighting with a person of the level of Queen Wanyin Xian, Ning Xiaochuan could have a chance to win only if he controlled the dominance of space. He should be surprised and start first. Jiu Dang Jia, this is the ancient treasure in the divine palace of the Emperor of Heaven. Wanyin Fairy smiled coldly, her fingers turned to the void, and a mysterious vortex suddenly appeared centered on her fingertips, crushing the space field condensed by the ancient bronze lamp. The ancient bronze lamp sank towards her hand. How is that possible? Although Ning Xiaochuan knew that Queen Wanyin was absolutely invincible, how could she take away the bronze ancient lamp so easily because it was a 9-grade mysterious weapon? No, if the bronze lantern falls into her hands, I'm dead. Boom! Ning Xiaochuan started the colorful movement, as fast as a startling hong, and slammed his fist at the Queen Wanyin Xian. In fact, it's stupid to fight closely with Empress Wanyin with Ning Xiaochuan's martial arts cultivation. If he is careless, Empress Wanyin will slap him in the face and break his body. However, he has no choice. If Empress Wanyin takes away the bronze ancient lamp, he can only wait to die. Death. Queen Wanyin Xian slapped Ning Xiaochuan and made a large handprint more than 20 meters long. Even if it is just a conscious body of Queen Wanyin, it still has the power of slapping the 7th heaviest warrior in the land of death. Therefore, the palm she photographed was terrifying, and there were a lot of lightning shuttling on it. Phew! A blood-red sword light flew out of Ning Xiaochuan's body. A sword tore the big handprint open and stabbed into the eyebrow of Queen Wanyin. With a wave of the magic sword, you can crack all the magic powers in the world. Although Queen Wanyin is a conscious body, she still has a life soul. As long as she can break the life soul, the conscious body will naturally collapse. The soul of life is in the middle of her eyebrows. Ning Xiaochuan's sword was unexpected and fast. The distance of 5 feet was almost in an instant. Bang! However, even to this extent, she still couldn't hurt Queen Wanyin Xian, but was slapped in the chest by her. Wow! Ning Xiaochuan's mouth made a muffled sound, and his feet made 2 deep track marks on the ground. His vest hit a big tree with a diameter of 1 meter, knocking many leaves down, and the trunk made a squeak sound. Although he was repulsed by Queen Wanyin Xian, he also succeeded in taking back the bronze ancient lamp. Empress Wanyin stared at the magic sword in Ning Xiaochuan's hand, snorted coldly, and said, I guessed that you were Child Chuan, but your boy was a cruel character. So many big figures in the imperial court and the martial arts world died in your hands, but everyone was covered in the drum. If you didn't want to fight against me, I really didn't want to kill you. Here, Lao Jiu first said sorry. The front of chapter 416 was updated by about 1,000 words, so the plot was not connected. I hope you will understand that it has been added back now. Hey! This is the reason why there are too many saved manuscripts. They are copied when uploading. I'm so sorry. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Fight. Ning Xiaochuan temporarily put away the bronze ancient lamp. Although the power of Jiu Dang Jia is strong, the martial arts cultivation and eyesight of Queen Wanyin are more terrible, and she can accurately find the weakness of Jiu Dang Jia. Once she makes a move, Jiu Dang Jia will also be taken away by her. Ning Xiaochuan took a deep breath, suppressed the injury in his body, held the sword handle with both hands, and his body was completely integrated with the magic sword. A huge female demon's shadow appeared behind him, just like the birth of a supreme demon, bursting out with a surge of momentum. Queen Wanyin glanced at the huge female demon's shadow, and her heart trembled slightly, and a chill and fear were born. How is that possible? What level of existence is that female demon's shadow? Why can I feel afraid? It's not that Ning Xiaochuan's power made her afraid, but an instinctive feeling of the body. It's like people looking up at the starry sky and feeling awe of nature, or people entering the temple will worship those gods. Is the starry sky terrible? Is the idol terrible? It's not terrible. But it can always be odd. Destroy the world sword soul. Ning Xiaochuan mobilized 8 world-destroying qi, wrapped it around the magic sword, and chopped it down with a sword. Queen Wan Xian was startled by the female demon's shadow behind Ning Xiaochuan. She didn't react until the magic sword fell on her head. She immediately woke up, and then turned into a streamer and flew out upside down. Her speed was as fast as a startling goose, and she flew dozens of feet away in an instant. Boom! The magic sword fell, and a ground crack more than 100 meters long was cut on the ground, which was 5 meters wide. Many trees were ground into powder, and 10,000 kilograms of boulders became fragments. Queen Wanyan's arm was cut. However, she was a conscious body, not a real body of flesh and blood. The blade seemed to have been cut off from a layer of water curtain, leaving no scars on her body at all. However, Ning Xiaochuan's sword could cut her arm, which was far beyond her expectation. Come again. Only the life Yuan Ling, who hit her eyebrow, can break her conscious body and save Mrs. Yin Qi. Ning Xiaochuan must fight and fight. If Mrs. Yin Qi is killed by Queen Wan Xian, he will certainly feel guilty for life. Roar. Ning Xiaochuan's whole body was wrapped in magic gas, and his mouth gave a long roar. He attacked Queen Wan Yin again. Once his momentum occupied the top, he could play a 12-point force and burst out a greater force than usual. The Queen of 10,000 Tones has been stunned by the shadow of the female demon, and her momentum is weak, and her combat effectiveness will be weaker than usual. This is the advantage of great momentum. 2 mysterious beasts confront each other. Once the momentum of one of them occupies the top, the other will be scared and flee. The battle between masters is also like this. Whoever has a stronger aura will play a stronger battle effectiveness. Boom! The 2 masters fought with each other, flying to the ground, and various magical powers collided, leaving the earth devastated. Lightning beast. Thunder and bell. 10,000 swords melt into rain. The sun is burning. Ning Xiaochuan's vitality inspired him, and he could play 2 or 3 kinds of magic powers at every moment, attacking the Queen of 10,000 Tones in a dense manner. Lightning, fire, and sword qi almost completely wrapped the Queen of 10,000 Tones. Wow! Ning Xiaochuan, holding a magic sword in his hands, broke through the supernatural power of the sky and cut his sword into the eyebrows of Queen Wan Yin. Queen Wan Xian pointed out and directly pointed on the blade of the magic sword, and a white wave of air flew out of her fingertips. Bang! Ning Xiaochuan's arms seemed to be suddenly bombarded by a sledgehammer, and his bones were shocked. He flew down from the sky and smashed the ground into a big pit with a diameter of 10 meters. His body was full of blood, and many of his skin was cracked, bleeding out constantly. There is no way. The power of Queen Wan Xian is really terrible. Ning Xiaochuan has been in the peak state, exerting his strongest strength, and is still seriously injured. No wonder the Beast King was so afraid of her. Her power was really terrible. Wu Zun was like a child who had just learned to walk in front of her, and she couldn't even hurt a hair of her. This is the gap between the martial arts realm. If Ning Xiaochuan's martial arts cultivation can reach the 5th level of Dizuan realm, it is definitely much better than now, and it will not be defeated so miserably. Queen Wan Yin slowly floated down from the sky, her clothes were neat, and the purple crystal hairpin on her head was hit by the wind, making a pleasant sound. She stared at Ning Xiaochuan and said faintly, "At your age, it's great to be able to compete with my conscious body for 10 moves without death. If you practice for another 5 years, it's possible to reach my current level, but unfortunately, you don't have that chance. Queen Wanxian is a decisive person. No matter how much she appreciates Ning Xiaochuan's talent, it is impossible to change her original intention of killing. Wow! She turned into a fast streamer, as fast as lightning, and slapped her hand on Ning Xiaochuan's head. Ning Xiaochuan only felt that the whole world was under her control, even every wind, every grain of sand, every grass, would be dominated by her. The pressure he was under was so terrible that he had no other way. He planned to sacrifice the flag of the 5-rank array and arrange the 8-wind god array to resist the Queen of 10,000 Tones, which was the only chance to defeat the Queen of 10,000 Tones. However, the array flag has not been spread out yet, and a blue treasure light was born between Ning Xiaochuan and Wanning Fairy Queen, just like the space was torn out of a hole, and a human figure flew out of the space gap. Her figure is particularly slender and ethereal, just like a female banished fairy from abroad. A precious light emerged in her palm, sending out a dazzling light. The shape of Baoguang is very similar to the Yin and Yang Aquarius in the legend of Taoism, which is an ancient and powerful Taoist method. It is said that in ancient times, a supreme god of Daomen held 8 quiet artifacts: White Sea Conch, Chaotic Pisces, and Heaven and Earth Immortality. Wheel, Jianmu Baofan, Zuanqing Building, Vajranat, Yin and Yang Aquarius, Rootless Fairy Lotus. The sages of Daomen meditate on the 8 tranquil artifacts, creating the 8 Avenue Dharma seal. Yin-Yang Vase seal is one of the Taoist seals. As long as you look carefully, you will find an illusory figure in a Taoist robe in the vase. Her expression is as calm as water, and her strength is as vast as sea, giving people a deep feeling. Bang! The phantom figure in the Taoist robe clapped a palm, and the Yin-Yang Aquarius seal flew out, smashing the handprint of Queen Wanxian. Boom! The two forces dissipated at the same time. Who? Queen Wanxian flew back and fell on the top of an ancient tree. She stepped on the golden leaves and stared at the unreal figure coming out of the space. For others, it is an illusory figure. Because her cultivation is strong, she can use the power of space to distort the spacetime around her body, making people look down on her appearance. However, Queen Wanxian could see her clearly. She was a fresh and refined woman wearing a blue Taoist robe. She was very beautiful and quite young. He is young, but his accomplishments are unpredictable. Spirit empty venerable. Ning Xiaochuan was surprised. It was the first time that Queen Wanxian saw the spiritual virtual venerable. When she heard Ning Xiaochuan shouting her name, she recognized her identity. Her eyes shrunk slightly and sneered, "It's the new leader of the Heavenly Emperor Academy. I've heard your name for a long time. For thousands of years, the only Tian's Hegio girl among the descendants of the Heavenly Emperor who has awakened the divine blood in her body. I've long wanted to see your true face of Lushan Mountain. It's really a coincidence today." Unfortunately, Lingshu came specifically to discuss with the Fairy Queen. The voice of the spirit virtual venerable was very soft and full of fairy rhyme. First, a fairy came to the earth. In the martial arts world, although some people call Nialanxin and Yuningxing fairies, their bodies are more or less a bit tacky, and the temperament of the spiritual void is truly extraordinary, giving people a feeling of not eating human fireworks. The Queen of 10,000 Tones could naturally hear the words of the spiritual void venerable, and said, "What advice does the palace master have?" Lingshu venerable said, "Ask Taoist priest Hua whether he died in the hands of the Fairy Queen." "That's right," Wanxian said calmly. Lingshu venerable said, "Ask Taoist priest Hua, who once taught Lingshu studies. He is half of Lingshu's master. Since he died in the hands of the Fairy Queen, does the Fairy Queen think this thing will be so easy to give up?" The corner of Wanxian Fairy's eye slightly lifted and said, "It's for a dead man. I'm afraid you can't do anything to get Ben Ho." Although Lingshu Venerable is still the leader of the Heavenly Emperor Academy, she is still too young after all. In front of a big man of the level of Queen Wanyin, she is still not enough. Relying on the spirit of a person, naturally, there is nothing wrong with the fairy queen, but what if we add Daomen 9 sons? Spirit empty venerable way. The 9 sons of Daomen, referring naturally to the 9 disciples of Taichu Wenhua, are also 9 second-class national masters in the imperial court, and are called 9 masters. Any one of the 9 sons of the Taoist school has more than the 7th level of the Dizuan realm, and some of them have even reached the 9th level of the Dizuan realm. They are figures of the Taishan Beidu level in the Taoist school, and each of them is a unique master, disciples all over the world. However, the 9 sons of Daomen almost never leave the imperial city, and the vast majority of them live in seclusion and devote themselves to cultivating Taoism, so their prestige in the martial arts world is not as loud as the 3 heavenly kings and 6 avenue masters of the magic door. In fact, the power of Daomen is not much weaker than that of Mormon. In today's world, only 3 people can invite the 9 sons of Daomen at the same time: Taichu Wenhua, Yulan Emperor, and Lingxi Venerable. If the 9 sons of Daomen shot at the same time, they could arrange the 9 palace sword array, which had injured the demon emperor, with the help of the sword array. When the spirit void venerable came here, the 9 sons of Daomen had gone to deal with the queen of 10,000 tones. At the beginning of the reign of Taichu, the 9 sons of Daomen will become dust today. There will be no Daomen in the world, and Tianyin sect is the only one in the world. A 10-meter-high martial soul, Dharma body rushed out behind the queen of 10,000 tones. With a wave of the palm, the water level of the vast lake immediately rose, and the water condensed into a 300-meter-long guqin. This is the water in the lake condensed into a piano. The piano platform, strings, and rods are all made of water flow. Because the water is flowing, it makes the piano sound produced more variables. Cultivate the melody to the realm of Queen Wanyin. Everything in the world can be used as a piano. Every grass and leaf can be turned into an instrument to play music and attack. Queen Wanyin stood above the lake, her feet on a mass of air flow, her fingers playing in the void, plucked the strings formed by the water flow, and made the sound of rivers roaring and the divine sea lifting waves. The sound waves formed water dragons, rivers, and statues, and attacked the spiritual and virtual venerable one after another. The body of the spiritual virtual venerable is particularly ethereal and illusory. His feet are stepping in the cracks in space, and his speed is sometimes fast and sometimes slow, avoiding thousands of sound waves. Water dragon singing. The queen of 10,000 tones pressed her fingers on the void and pressed the strings down. The water in the lake immediately turned into hundreds of water dragons flying up, making a roar, blocking all the retreats of the spiritual virtual venerable. Even if the spiritual void venerable has a chaotic heart palace, it is impossible to escape from the cracks of time and space at this moment, and he can only choose to fight. Hum. With the sound of a bell, the world shook, and hundreds of waterspouts collapsed into fog. The sound of the bell spread thousands of miles around, and any creature could hear it. The giant piano condensed by the queen of 10,000 tones with the lake water also instantly burst and fell back into the lake, and the lake gradually became stable. When the clock rang just now, Ning Xiaochuan felt his heart beating violently, and his brain became slightly blank for a moment. When he looked at it again, the ground was full of cracks, as if the earth was about to crumble. Looking at the spirit void venerable again, I saw a divine bell floating above her head, with many ancient words floating on it. Heavenly bell. Queen Wanyin also stared at the divine clock in the hands of the spiritual void venerable, and her eyes became a little hot. Heavenly bell. Ning Xiaochuan was also surprised. According to the rumor, the heavenly bell is the only supreme imperial weapon of the Yulan Empire. It was placed in the heavenly palace to deter the world's curfews. Therefore, the dynasties were changed and the world was in war, but no one dared to make an idea of the heavenly palace. The ultimate reason is the deterrent power of the heavenly bell. Only when the talent reaches 800 years, can the Emperor of Heaven clock be struck. Only when the talent reaches the level of the Emperor in those days, can the Emperor clock be brought out of the temple, so that the spirit of the instrument in the Emperor clock can be awakened, and the supreme power of the Emperor's instrument can be displayed again. It's really the heavenly bell, my darling. She's also cultivated to a level that's hard to meet in 10,000 years. Ning Xiaochuan, you have an enemy. Tiandi Blade Road. Since the spirit virtual venerable can bring out the heavenly bell, naturally it has reached the talent level that is difficult to meet in 10,000 years, and the spirit of the heavenly bell has awakened and recognized her as the master. Ning Xiaochuan said, since the spiritual virtual venerable got the supreme imperial instrument, it should be as easy as a palm to deal with the queen of 10,000 tones. That's not sure. The little girl hasn't cultivated the soul seal yet. Even if she gets the supreme imperial instrument, her power is quite limited. If she can exert the power of the first important field of the heavenly bell, the bell can spread all over the Jade Haze Empire as soon as it rings. Just now, the heavenly bell only spread 8,000 miles, indicating that her cultivation is not enough. Tiandi Blade Road. Ning Xiaochuan's eyes shrunk slightly and said, they are also treasures left by the Emperor of Heaven. Why do I feel that you are not as powerful as the bell of the Emperor of Heaven? Bullshit. It's just a little longer than the Emperor of Heaven. It has been refined by the Emperor of Heaven for 19 times before it has its current power. But I've only been refined by the Emperor of Heaven for 16 times, and I was discarded to the army burial continent because I was contaminated with evil gas. Now I've swallowed thousands of soldiers, fused the souls of soldiers in the world, and split it into rotten iron every minute. Believe it? Tiandi Blade was very hostile to Tiandi Bell. It trembled in the Xuanzhou Jian and wanted to rush out and fight with Tiandi Bell. Now, Lingshu Venerable and Queen Wanyin are fighting. With her to deal with Queen Wanyin, Ning Xiaochuan can save energy, so he suppressed the Tiandi Blade to death and didn't want it to run out and make trouble. The Emperor Blade said, Ning Xiaochuan, your martial arts cultivation cannot be lost to that little girl. Otherwise, because your cultivation is too poor, I will be defeated in the hands of Emperor Zhong. I will never be reconciled. That is you dragging me down. The divine blood in the spiritual void venerable awakens and cultivates to a talent level that is difficult to meet in 10,000 years. How easy is it to surpass her? Ning Xiaochuan Road. The battle between Queen Wanyin and the spiritual void venerable became more violent, tearing the space apart and entering the battle of different time and space. At this moment, Niao Lanqin and Mrs. Yin Qi were standing by the lake. Ning Xiaochuan walked over and said, Niao Lanqin, let her go. Empress Wanyin had been injured in the battle with Taichu Wenhua. Now the spirit virtual venerable and Taoist 9 sons are working together to deal with her. Whether Empress Wanyin can survive this level is still unknown. If you let go of Mrs. Yin Qi, I can save your life. Niao Lanqin seemed very calm. Zhang Jian still pointed to Mrs. Yin Qi's neck and said, I can't disobey the master's order. Then guess if I can kill you before your sword is cut out. Ning Xiaochuan's eyes sank. Niao Lanqin's eyes were as beautiful as stars, and there was a glittering white light spot in the middle of his eyebrows, saying, Ning Xiaochuan, people all over the world say that you are crazy about love and only love Ningxing alone. However, I see that you are being merciful and unruly everywhere. If Ningxing knew that you were having an affair with a woman with a bad reputation, would she be very disappointed with you? There are some things you can't understand at all, and you don't need to worry about it. Ning Xiaochuan Road. Niao Lan said in his heart, in that case, wait until the master and the spiritual virtual master figure out the victory. If the spiritual virtual master can defeat the master's conscious body, I will release people immediately and never hurt her. Ning Xiaochuan can't trust Niao Lanqin at all, but now Niao Lanxin's martial arts cultivation is also very strong. Ning Xiaochuan is not sure that he can subdue her in an instant, so he can only stabilize her temporarily. Bang! The alien spacetime was torn apart, and the spiritual void venerable and the Queen of 10,000 Sounds flew out. They are still fighting and fighting. However, Ning Xiaochuan could see that the Queen of 10,000 Tones occupied the top. If it weren't for the spiritual and virtual venerable who had the supreme imperial instrument, I'm afraid she would have been defeated long ago. The cultivation of Queen Wanyin is absolutely above the 9th level of Dizuan, which is no longer the realm of Wuzun. Today, only the Demon Emperor, the Sword Saint, King de Jinping and others can fight with her, and others will only be killed by her. Ning Xiaochuan's heart was shocked very strongly. The spirit virtual venerable and the supreme imperial instrument could only compete with the consciousness body of the Queen of 10,000 Tones. If the consciousness body of the Queen of 10,000 Tones fought with all its strength, I'm afraid that if she couldn't catch her 3 moves, she would die. Suddenly, the contrast between strength and weakness changed, the power of Queen Wanyin Xian became weaker, and her body became very unstable and dimmer. The consciousness of Queen Wanyin has weakened. Only when the Buddha is seriously injured, the power of the conscious body will weaken. It is estimated that the 9 sons of Daomen have injured the Queen of 10,000 Tones. It seems that the Queen of 10,000 Tones will really be in trouble today. Ning Xiaochuan thought so. No matter how strong the cultivation is, if he is too arrogant, he will be in danger of falling. Sure enough, it didn't take long for the will body of Queen Wanyin to be broken by the spirit virtual venerable, and soon dissipated in the void. At the moment when the consciousness of Queen Wanyin collapsed, Niao Lanxin released Lady Yin Qi and immediately withdrew. Her body flashed and disappeared into the jungle. Let's go, too. I have some grudges with Emperor Zhong. Now I don't want to meet him. The voice of the Emperor's blade sounded in the Xian Beast mirror. The identity of Child Chuan was exposed, which represented the Manor Master of Spirit Mountain Manor and the Giant of Evil. The spiritual virtual venerable now knows his identity and is likely to kill him and get rid of him. Therefore, Ning Xiaochuan didn't want to confront the spiritual void venerable head-on and planned to retreat. Ning Xiaochuan took Lady Yin Qi and flew to the back of Yu Jiao, which turned into a white light and flew into the clouds. Queen Wanyin must have been injured by Daomen Jozi. Now is the best time to kill her. Otherwise, when she recovers, she will kill you first. You don't need to care about me now. It's a big deal after getting rid of Wanyin Fairy. Mrs. Yin Qi endured the injury and said, "Now our great enemy is not the Queen of 10,000 Tones, but the spiritual virtual venerable." Ning Xiaochuan stared at the blue light flying across the sky and sighed in her heart. She still caught up. Wow! The blue brilliance fell down and appeared behind Mrs. Yin Qi, condensing into a Jiuchen woman wearing a Taoist robe. Just for a moment, the spirit virtual venerable stood on the back of Yu Jiao, opposite Ning Xiaochuan, so fast that no one could see how she appeared. In fact, Ning Xiaochuan had expected that the spirit virtual venerable would catch up. With her magic power, even the Demon Emperor and the Sword Saint were not as fast as her, and could easily cross the space to reach any part of the Jade Haze Empire. Palace Master. Ning Xiaochuan's heart was very helpless, and he bowed slightly to the spiritual virtual venerable. He is a student of the Tiandi Academy, and the spiritual and virtual venerable is the master of the Tiandi Academy. Students naturally salute when they see the Palace Master. Ning Xiaochuan stared at the spiritual virtual venerable, and began to slowly condense the vitality of the martial arts in his body, ready to fight at any time. Once the spirit virtual venerable acts, he must clean up the door and get rid of Ning Xiaochuan, the evil man. The spirit virtual venerable's temperament is refined, and his body is not stained with a grain of dust, like a pure green lotus, and he said, "Ning Xiaochuan, the blade of the Emperor of Heaven is an evil soldier. The Emperor of Heaven abandoned him in the land of burying soldiers, just to want it to never appear in the world again. Now that it has escaped from the land of burying soldiers, it must become more evil, and if you are careless, you are likely to be eaten by it. What does the palace master have to say? But it doesn't matter. Ning Xiaochuan looked very calm, and the muscles of his heart had been tightened. Ling Shi Venerable slightly glanced at Ning Xiaochuan and said, "You have entered the evil way, don't you know it? I guess, you must be affected by the evil spirit of the Tiandi blade, so you can establish the spirit mountain matter and become the overlord of the evil way. If you bring the Tiandi blade back to the Tiandi Academy, seal it up, and with your talent, you will be able to refine the evil spirit of the body and return to the right path of martial arts." Zhen Feng's younger sister, Ning Xiaochuan, fought with her. Tiandi blade was very excited. He kept bumping in the Shan beast Jian and wanted to rush out of it. Ning Xiaochuan suppressed the blade of the Emperor of Heaven and said to the spiritual virtual venerable, "In your opinion, what I am doing now is evil, but in my own opinion, martial arts never distinguish between good and evil. Since cultivating evil can also become God, why can't evil be the right way? The power of the Emperor's blade is far beyond your imagination. It has swallowed the blood essence of evil gods, and the spirit has entered evil. It will imperceptibly change your way of thinking. You think you are following the right path, but you have already entered evil. Spirit empty venerable way. Palace Master, I know what I'm doing now. If you want to talk to me, I can talk to you slowly in the future. Even if it lasts for 3 or 5 years, I'll accompany you to the end." Ning Xiaochuan added, "But not now. You have also seen the power of Queen Wanyin. Once her real body comes, we all have to die. Queen Wanyin Xian is our common enemy, and our top priority is to deal with her first. After getting rid of Queen Wanyin Xian, I will return to the Heavenly Emperor Academy in person, and I will give an account to the Palace Master at that time." The spirit virtual venerable stared at Ning Xiaochuan deeply, and saw that Ning Xiaochuan's eyes were very clear and thorough, and he didn't seem to be controlled by the Emperor blade into a knife slave, and said, "Okay. Then I'll wait for you in the Emperor Academy, and I hope you can really give me an explanation." Shua. She took a step forward and disappeared on the back of Yu Jiao, crossing the void to 100 miles away. She is also quite clear that the real body of the Queen of all voices is the big thing. Finally, I'm leaving. Ning Xiaochuan gently bit his lips, and the pressure on his body became heavier and heavier. Now all the strong enemies of all parties gathered in the imperial city, and he would be crushed to pieces if he was careless. Martial arts cultivation is not strong enough. Lady Yinqi's betrayal of the dark imperial city must have been known by Emperor Yulan. Now she must not return to the imperial city. Ning Xiaochuan can only send her to Spirit Mountain Matter first, and then return to the dark imperial city again, intending to take advantage of Wani Yingshanhu to be injured by Dao Menjiozi, and completely eliminate Wani Yingshanhu. Although it would be quite dangerous to do so, he had to take risks. Now was the weakest time for Queen Wanyin Xian. Once he missed it, he would certainly bear the anger of Queen Wanyin Xian in the future. Dark Imperial City. It has become a piece of ruins, many places under the ground have collapsed, many cities have been swallowed up by soil, and there are dead bodies everywhere, giving people a feeling of dead, and there is hardly a living person. It seems that earth-shattering war has really happened here, and the dark imperial city is really destroyed. Ning Xiaochuan followed the breath left by the underground, and found the ground. According to the battle traces on the ground, he went to find Queen Wanyin and 9 sons of Daomen. Their front was long, thousands of miles were battlefields, many mountains were cut off by sword gas, and rivers were beaten back by Taoism. Ning Xiaochuan chased up all the way and wondered whether Dao Menjiozi could kill the Queen of 10,000 Tones. In the evening, the sunset hung on the river, reflecting golden scales in the river. On the bank of the big river is a deserted fishing village. The fishing village has long been uninhabited and abandoned for decades. It was built into a stronghold by the Tianning sect. At the moment, Queen Wanning sat in an abandoned courtyard, holding a top-grade basalt in her hands. Her body was wrapped by vitality to form a big cocoon, and she was recuperating from the injury in her body. Dada! Niao Lanqing came in from the door, carrying a bowl of medicine soup. The soup inside showed jade white, wisps of white smoke floating from the bowl, condensed into the shape of a 9-petal lotus. The drug gas is quite strong. Just smelling it will speed up the flow of blood in the body. This is the medicinal juice made from the semi-strange medicine, Jupinlian, taken by Queen Wanyin from the Wenhuadeo temple. Master, Jiupin lotus has been quenched into medicinal juice. Niao Lanqing put the jade bowl in front of Queen Wanyin, and then retreated to the door to protect the Dharma for Queen Wanyin. Queen Wanyin Xian has never been hurt so badly today. She has many sword wounds on her body, one of which pierced her heart. Fortunately, she avoided the position of Wu Daoxing Palace, otherwise she would be hurt more seriously. If Ben Ho hadn't been injured in the first battle with Taichu Wenhua, he wouldn't have been defeated under the Jiugong Sword Palace of Daomenjiuzi. When Ben Ho recovered from his injury, it would be the day when Daomenjiuzi died. Although the Queen Wanyin was seriously injured, she was still aggressive and said, "There are Ning Xiaochuan and Lingxi Venerable. Their talents are too high to let them grow up. Lan Xian, you have to practice hard, or you will be dumped further and further by them." Queen Wanyin Xian drank the soup made of Banqi medicine, and her body was immediately wrapped by a layer of white fluorescence. A strong smell of medicine came out of her body and filled the whole deserted fishing village. Centered on the body of Queen Wanyin Xian, a 9-petaled white lotus bloomed and wrapped her in the center. It was her injury that recovered with the naked eye. Suddenly, Queen Wanyin Xian felt a pain in her heart. The injury not only did not heal, but also became worse. How could this happen? Shua. Niao Lanqing offered the ancient jade sword, stabbed the Queen of 10,000 Tones into her body, nailed the Queen of 10,000 Tones to the wall, and the blood kept flowing down the blade. Naturally, it was impossible for Queen Wanyin to think that her favorite disciple would attack her. Her eyes were wide open, staring at Niao Lanqing, and said coldly, "Did you poison the medicine juice? Master, you told me that life and death are not absolute. Even if you die today, you will always live in my heart. One day as a teacher, lifelong as a teacher." Niao Lanqing pinched the handle of the sword, and the vitality of martial arts in her body was completely released, making the sword qi extremely strong and powerful, emitting bright white light, and countless sword patterns were rotating around her body. Haha. Haha. That's a good point. Why betray me? Queen Wanyin Xian still couldn't understand the reason why Niao Lanqing did this. After all, she raised Niao Lanqing from a young girl and regarded her as her own daughter. In her opinion, anyone can betray her, only Niao Lanqing can't betray her. Poof. Niao Lan didn't answer, and his sword stabbed deeper. Lan Xian, you are too young. Just because you can't kill Ben Ho, since you dare to betray Ben Ho, then go to hell. Queen Wanyin slapped it out, and a handprint hit Niao Lanqing. She beat Niao Lanqing out, knocked down the walls, and fell into the courtyard. She has been so badly injured, how can she still have the power to fight back? Niao Lanqing only felt that his internal organs seemed to be broken, his body was difficult to move, and only a trace of martial vitality was still flowing in his body. Dada! Queen Wanyin came out of the room with a sword on her body, and blood kept flowing out of the wound. However, she still stood straight, with long black hair curled on her head, a dazzling red robe, a long and thin snow-white neck, and her skin flowing with jade brilliance, like a body carved of milky white god jade. With a kind of pride in her starry eyes, she stared at the vast starry sky on the stairs, as if peeping at the avenue of heaven and earth, and then stood still. After a long time, Niao Lanqing stood up from the ground, walked carefully in front of Queen Wanyin Xian, stretched out his finger and pressed it on her wrist. Wan pulse has stopped beating, and her heart has stopped beating. Even her skin has become colder and colder. A fairy queen has fallen. Niao Lanqin finally breathed a sigh of relief, and his hands began to luck. A light spot appeared in the center of his eyebrows. With the rise of Wu Dao's vitality, the light spot became brighter and brighter. Shua. The light spot in the center of her eyebrows is like a god door leading to the brain Ling Tai, sending out a dense and vast brilliance. As long as you observe carefully, you will find that there are two gods in the depths of her eyebrows, one is a white god, the other is a black god. The shapes of the two gods are very strange. They don't look like human beings at all, nor do they look like some kind of creature. Instead, they look like the shapes of two ancient characters at the beginning of heaven and earth. The characters created at the beginning of heaven and earth are all pictographic characters. That is to say, these two characters are created according to the shape of two substances and condensed into the form of two gods. For example, the writing method of the word mountain at the beginning of heaven and earth is to draw a simple shape of a mountain, and the writing method of the word fire is to draw a symbol in the shape of a flame. The two statues in Niao Lanqin's eyebrows are such two ancient words, or in other words, those two ancient words are depicting these two statues. What do those two ancient words mean now? No one knows. The black and white gods are constantly rotating, forming a wheel of life. Take away. Niao Lanqin spit out two words in his mouth, and a white glow flew out of his body, flying straight into the body of Queen Wanyin. That white brilliance is very much like a figure, just like a person's soul out of the body. Boom! A brilliant white light burst out from the body of Queen Wanyin, impacting out and covering the whole fishing village. Every inch of soil and every brick turned white, emitting a glittering light. From now on, there will be no fairy queen in the world. I am the only one. Wanyin Fairy's eyes opened, and her pupils shone with radiance, which was even brighter than the stars in the sky. Half an hour later, the glory in the fishing village slowly dissipated. Ning Xiaochuan followed the breath left by the Queen of 10,000 Tones, flew thousands of miles all the way, folded up the wings of the angry wind, and fell to the top of a mountain. He looked down the hill. It was a winding river. On the bank of the river, there was a fishing village that had been deserted for decades. There are many such barren villages in Yulan Empire. Because of war, climate change, plague, natural disasters, and other reasons, the whole village has been moved away, thus becoming uninhabited. At night, there was a solitary fire in a deserted house in the fishing village, flashing and beating. Looking from a distance, it was like a ghost fire, which made people feel flustered. How can there be fire in such a desolate village? Ning Xiaochuan walked into the fishing village step by step, and his feet made a chi-chi sound. The white flowers were crushed and turned into flower mud. He frowned slightly. Normally, such a village must be quite deserted, and the streets must be overgrown with weeds. However, the streets and houses in this village are covered with white flowers, which are bright and dense, and send out a very fragrant fragrance. It's like he walked into a sea of flowers. These flowers were born an hour ago, that is, an hour ago, there was no flower in this fishing village at all? What happened here, which can make flowers grow in the soil, turn autumn into spring, and make the dead village full of vitality? It's weird. Abnormal must have demon. Ning Xiaochuan came to the outside of the burning abandoned house, and he had felt the breath of Queen Wanyin, just inside the courtyard. It seems that Queen Wanyin was seriously injured, otherwise she would not hide here to recover. Ning Xiaochuan ran the blood gas in his body, and a mass of martial spirit escaped from his body, wrapped his palm, and strands of fine current wrapped around his fingers, and walked into the wasteland step by step. The courtyard is full of white flowers, and a fire is set in the center. The wood blocks are burning, making a crackling sound. Queen Wanyin sat beside the fire, pinching a top-grade basalt in her hands, and was closing her eyes to heal. The beating fire reflected her cheeks more bright and white, and strands of jade white-black light flowed above each hair. Queen Wanyin is a jade beauty. Her body is different from that of ordinary people. Her skin is very white and delicate, just like jade, and her body will emit a faint fragrance. On the other side of the fire lie a cold body. It is Niao Lanqin. Ning Xiaochuan went to Niao Lanqin's body, grabbed her wrist with his fingers, and injected a powerful force into her body, but it was too late. The source of life in her body was exhausted and completely dead. Even if there was a medicine to bring the dead back to life, it was impossible to save her. Queen Wanyin slowly opened her eyes, revealing a pair of beautiful pupils, stared at the corpse lying on the ground, without any emotional fluctuation, and said faintly, Niao Lanqin wanted to take advantage of Ben Ho's recuperation, sneaked into Ben Ho, and was beaten to death by Ben Ho's palm. Why? Ning Xiaochuan checked Niao Lanqin's injury and found that there was a big handprint on his chest, and his bones had been shattered. The matter between you and her has been known by Ben Ho. Queen Wanyin said calmly. The original thing has been exposed. What a proud person Queen Wanyin is. If any female disciple of Tianyin sect loses her virginity before getting married, she will be punished by snake devouring meat. What's more, Niao Lanqin is still her disciple. She found that Niao Lanqin and Ning Xiaochuan had an affair, and she really could kill Niao Lanqin. Because of this, you killed her? In fact, the reason why I had a relationship with her was out of helplessness. She didn't do anything wrong at all. Ning Xiaochuan's heart is a little bitter. Although Niao Lanqin was not killed by him, her death has something to do with him. Although Ning Xiaochuan hated Niao Lanqin's unscrupulous style of doing things, he was still touched when he saw her body. Queen Wanyin Xian was slightly moved, and she didn't expect Ning Xiaochuan to say these words at all. Did you do wrong after scolding Ben? She stood up, and her body was wrapped by 9 layers of halo. Every inch of her skin was crystal clear and flawless, emitting milky light, and thousands of rosy clouds were spinning around her body. Boom! A mighty momentum erupted from her body, just like a queen of heaven coming to earth. Shua! Ning Xiaochuan called out the magic sword, but she was still shocked by the terrible momentum on her body and slid back. The magic sword was inserted on the ground and rubbed out a large spark. Until Ning Xiaochuan's vest hit the wall, her body was stable. Bang bang! The wall behind Ning Xiaochuan was hit by his body and immediately collapsed into a pile of rubble. If such a terrible wave of vitality can break out, her injury must have healed, and that momentum is even stronger than before. How could she recover so quickly? Ning Xiaochuan couldn't figure it out. The higher the cultivation, the harder it will be to recover after being injured. Queen Wanyin Xian's injury is so serious, how can she recover so quickly? Ning Xiaochuan, you destroyed the innocent body of my disciples, and used me to help you destroy the dark imperial city. Which of these 2 criminal responsibilities can make you die without a burial place? What last words do you have to say? Empress Wanyin Xian stared at Ning Xiaochuan dead, and a pair of slender dye eyebrows wrinkled slightly. Although she had just used the fluctuation of her vitality to shake Ning Xiaochuan out, Ning Xiaochuan still held Niao Lanqin's body in her arms until now. At this moment, standing in front of Ning Xiaochuan, Wanyin Xianhu is naturally not the original Wanyin Xianhu. In fact, Queen Wanyin Xian has been killed by Niao Lanqin, and then Niao Lanqin snatched her body away. Soul, memory, and knowledge are separated, so Niao Lanqin's original body has been abandoned and turned into a dead body. After Niao Lanqin took away the body of Queen Wanyin, he could get the peak martial arts cultivation of Queen Wanyin. Of course, more importantly, the constitution of Queen Wanyin. Queen Wanyin is not an ordinary human race, but a jade beauty race. She belongs to a high-level human race. She has many special talents and magic powers, and has greater potential. It can be said that after Niao Lanqin took away the Queen of Wanyin, it was at least equivalent to less than 40 years of cultivation. Last words? Ning Xiaochuan naturally knew that he could never be the opponent of Queen Wanyin Xian. With her character, she would definitely kill him. Therefore, he reported his belief in death and looked down at the woman lying in his arms. Before the fairy queen kills me, I will bury her first. After the fairy queen kills me, please also throw me into the grave. I want to be buried with her. This is the custom of our hometown. 2 lovers are buried in a grave after death, and they can be together in the next life. The beautiful eyes of the Queen of 10,000 Tones blinked, and she said incredulously, "You and her are just a one-night bad relationship because of animal poison. Are you still in love with her?" Ning Xiaochuan was silent for a moment, touched Niao Lanqing's cold cheek with his fingers, and exhaled deeply. "Anyway, she is, after all, the only woman in the world who has had a relationship with me. Sharing the tomb with her can also be regarded as ending a bad relationship." The only woman. Empress Wanyin Xian was slightly stunned, and immediately laughed and sneered, "Ning Xiaochuan, aren't you very affectionate? So many women love you to death, and you actually told me that she was the only woman who had a relationship with you. Is Ben so easy to cheat?" Ning Xiaochuan always felt that the Queen of 10,000 Sounds was a little strange today. She didn't kill anyone so simply. She stood up with Niao Lanqing in her arms, her eyes were very cold and sharp, and said, "Anyway, I'm a dying person, why lie to you?" Empress Wanyin pinched her fingers into a finger sword and stared at Ning Xiaochuan deeply. For a moment, she even hesitated. Whether to kill or not. In the fishing village, a night wind blew and rustled. At the next moment, 9 brilliant lights flew over the sky, like 9 meteors hitting the ground and landing in the fishing village. 9 old men stood in a row outside this deserted house. "Fairy Queen, if you volunteer to face the wall of the Heavenly Emperor Academy for 100 years, we can spare your life." Qin Jianzi carried a sword on his back and wore a Tai Chi divination robe. His voice was surging and thick, shaking away the black clouds above the sky, revealing a bright moon. These 9 people are the 9 most respected ancestors of Taoism. The youngest is over 80 years old, and the oldest is 140 years old. Their ages add up to thousands of years old. The 9 of them are collectively called Daomen 9 Sons. Daomen Jiuzi unexpectedly came. Ning Xiaochuan's heart was happy. It seemed that he still had a chance to escape from the hands of Queen Wanyin Xian today. Ning Xiaochuan began to mobilize the vitality of martial arts in his body. As long as Queen Wanyin and the 9th son of Daomen began to fight, he immediately looked for an opportunity to escape, as far as he could escape. Queen Wanyin seemed calm, and her eyes were a little cold, and she didn't seem to pay attention to Daomen Jiuzi at all. She said, "The reason why I was defeated by you before is that I was injured in the first battle with Taichu Wenhua. Now I have recovered from my injury, and my magic power has improved again. I was going to settle accounts with your 9 ox noses, but I didn't expect you to come to me to die. Is the injury recovered?" Outside, Daomen Jiuzi was surprised that her injury recovered so quickly. Yan Shuzi said in a deep voice, "Since the fairy queen still wants to fight again, let's divide again. If the person standing here is still the original Queen of 10,000 Tones, it is estimated that he will probably kill the 9 sons of Daomen regardless of everything to show his supreme magic power. However, in fact, her essence is Niao Lanqing. When Niao Lanqing was not absolutely sure, he would not easily attack the enemy. Moreover, if there is no absolute interest, she will not take action. What's the advantage of killing Daomen Jiuzi? For her, it's not worth fighting without interests. Yan Shuzi, you deserve to fight with me? Queen Wanyin Xian looks very arrogant. Yan Shuzi was hot-tempered and shouted, "Queen Wanyin, don't be complacent. Even if the 9 sons of our sect can't suppress you, King Dajianpeng and the Holy Emperor will deal with you personally. Although they are all in the imperial city now, their minds are all here, and their real bodies may come at any time. Oh. We don't want to make a bet. Can you believe that you can't even fight my disciples? Your disciple? That's right. How to bet? Yan Shuzi is a famous Taoist. There are several strong people in the world. Naturally, he doesn't believe that he can't compete with the disciples of Queen Wanyin. Queen Wanyin said slowly, if you Yan Shuzi can defeat my disciples, I will go to the Tiandi Learning Palace to face the wall for 100 years and never step out of the Tiandi Learning Palace. If you can't even defeat my disciples, then the 9 sons of your sect will kneel on the ground and call me ancestor. Once again, for fear of waiting too late, the update time is adjusted at 8 a.m. and 2 chapters are updated every day. Ask for monthly ticket again. Hey! Queen Wanyin, you are too much. Qin Jianzi's deep voice. Huolingzi said, there is no need to promise her this kind of gambling. Now we will join hands to suppress her and put her in the Heavenly Emperor Academy. This is simply an insult to our Daomen Josie. Queen Wanyin said quietly, your Taoist 9 sons are also the top 9 strong men in the Taoist school. Don't you even have the confidence to defeat my disciples? Don't say that you will be humiliated later. I'm afraid people all over the world will think that the Taoist 9 sons are rubbish. Yan Shuzi clenched his teeth and said, everyone, stop talking. This matter is related to the honor of our sect. Even the fairy queen dares to gamble for 100 years. Why don't we dare? The Taoist priest wants to see if the fairy queen's disciples have any magical powers. Are they really so great? If I lose, I'll call her a grandmaster. Okay. Ogawa, then you can compete with Master Yang Suzi instead. Queen Wanyin said. Ning Xiaochuan frowned deeply. When did she become her disciple? The state of Queen Wanyin Xian was indeed very abnormal. Could it be that Daomen Josie had injured her head earlier? A mind of Queen Wanyin spread into Ning Xiaochuan's mind and said, this is your only chance. If you defeat Yan Shuzi, I can spare your life. If you deliberately lose in his hands, I will kill all the people related to you. Are you threatening me? Ning Xiaochuan also spread a mind. Ben Ho is giving you a chance to live. Put down Yao Lanqing's body. Ben Ho will bury her. Wanyin fairies faint way. Naturally, Queen Wanyin won't do it herself, because King Dajinpeng and Emperor Yulan are covetous in the dark and will come at any time. If she is trapped by the 9 palace sword array of the 9 sons of Daomen, plus the attack of Emperor Yulan and King Jinpeng, even if her martial arts cultivation is no matter how high, she will die without a burial place. Therefore, she can only use the current method to let Ning Xiaochuan fight with Daomen Josie, and she doesn't need to take any risks. But what is her intention in the end? Really just want Ning Xiaochuan to deal with Daomen Josie? Ning Xiaochuan always felt that her intention was not so simple. Ning Xiaochuan also knows that he is in a very dangerous situation now, especially when he meets a strong woman like Queen Wanyin Xian. It is extremely difficult to escape from her hands. What's more, Queen Wanyin Xian is extremely smart. It's impossible to use strategy and calculation in front of her. Then we can only fight. Ning Xiaochuan put down Yao Lanqing's body and walked out the door. Ning Xiaochuan didn't plan to fight with Daomen Josie at all, let alone be coerced by Queen Wanyin Xian. As long as she walked out of this wasteland, Daomen Josie would naturally deal with her, and she just needed to run for her life. Remember, if you are defeated by Yan Shuzi, you will kill all the people related to you, including Jiang'a Marquis Mansion and Spirit Mountain Manor. You must believe that I have this strength. The voice of Queen Wanyin Xian came into Ning Xiaochuan's ears. Ning Xiaochuan's footsteps paused slightly, and she turned back and glared at the Queen Wanyin Xian fiercely. She unexpectedly threatened him with his relatives, which was too cruel. His heart secretly said that when cultivation caught up with her in the future, she must also have a taste of being threatened. A proud woman should be well humiliated. Yan Shuzi stood in the dark, staring at Ning Xiaochuan coming out of the courtyard, and said bitterly, "Ning Xiaochuan, the ancestors of your Jiangnan Marquis house are loyal to the imperial court. How can you worship the female demon head as a teacher? Ogawa, don't make a mistake again and again. The Taoist priest knew that you were threatened by Queen Wanyin Xian, and then you did something wrong. Now it's too late to admit your mistake. Don't get too close to Queen Wanyin Xian." Hai Mingzi said. Hai Mingzi and Jiang Ho are good friends. They also presided over the coronation ceremony for Ning Xiaochuan when he offered sacrifices to him. Ning Xiaochuan still had some reflection on Hai Mingzi, saying, "Since you know that I am threatened by Queen Wanyin Xian, you should know that I have no choice at all. When you meet an enemy like Queen Wanyin Xian, not only are you headache, but the younger generation is even more headache." The 9 sons of Daomen sighed deeply. They knew that Ning Xiaochuan really had no choice. They could only blame Queen Wanyin for her strong martial arts cultivation and deep wisdom. They knew that she wanted them to kill each other, but they had no choice. The space was torn out of a crack, and the spirit virtual venerable turned into a blue light, flying out of the crack, and hung in the void, saying, "It's better for me to fight Ning Xiaochuan. We are all young martial artists, so it's fair and reasonable." Wanyin Xian's eyes were as bright as 2 stars, with a moving smile. "The master of the academy is also coming, Ogawa. It's a great honor for you to fight with the master. It is naturally the best thing for the spiritual venerable to fight Ning Xiaochuan. After all, they are all young geniuses. Even if they are defeated by each other, it is not a disgrace. In fact, many people want to know whether the younger generation is stronger than the descendants of the Emperor of Heaven, or the first genius of the imperial city, Ning Xiaochuan." The spirit virtual venerable fell to the ground, like a dust-free green lotus, whose body was shrouded in a hazy light fog, looking unreal and ethereal. Her figure is extremely slender and beautiful, giving people a feeling of not eating fireworks between people. Her voice is so sweet that it is like a fairy music passed down from heaven. She said, "Ning Xiaochuan, you have the 7 orifices demon heart palace, and I have the chaos heart palace, which are all supreme treasures. I will suppress cultivation and fight with you. I really want to know, in the same realm, which heart palace is more powerful." Although Ning Xiaochuan and Lingshu Venerable are about the same age, they practice martial arts a few years later than Lingshu Venerable. When Ning Xiaochuan was in the divine body state, the spiritual void venerable could already fight with Wu Zun. Even though Ning Xiaochuan's cultivation has made rapid progress in recent years, the martial arts realm still hasn't caught up with her. Tiandaran was also excited and said, "Are you going to fight?" "Haha. This chick is too careless to want to fight you in the same realm. It's simply unreasonable not to kill her." Ning Xiaochuan subdued her into a woman. "Slave, so Tiandazhong is also our servant. It's cool to think about it." Ning Xiaochuan will naturally go all out to fight with the spirit virtual venerable. He also wants to know who is stronger in the 7 orifices, Demon Heart and Chaos Heart Palace. However, just when Ning Xiaochuan and Lingshu Venerable just fought, something happened. Wow! The Queen of 10,000 Sounds took off and hid out a purple cloth bag. The mouth of the bag became larger and larger, and burst out a dense purple glow, like turning into a purple cloud. Ning Xiaochuan and Lingshu Venerable only felt a huge suction on their bodies, and their bodies flew into the cloth bag without their own control. Before the 9 sons of Daomen reacted, Queen Wanyin Xian took back the cloth bag, tied the opening of the cloth bag, turned into a red streamer, rushed into the clouds, and flew towards the southwest sky. No. We've all been tricked. The real goal of the Queen of 10,000 Tones is spiritual emptiness. She should want to seize the supreme imperial instrument Heavenly Bell in Lingshu's hand. Once she gets the Heavenly Bell, I'm afraid no one in the whole Yulan Empire can catch her 3 moves. Qin Jianzi suddenly realized. The Tiandi blade in Ning Xiaochuan's hand is also the supreme imperial weapon. If she also gives it. Tiandi blade is a demon soldier, and no one can control it. The key is Tiandi bell. Once it is obtained by Wanning Fairy, the consequences will be unimaginable. For Wan Xian, she later said that the value of the supreme imperial instrument was the greatest, and any gambling was just her plot. Chase. The ninth son of Daomen never thought that Queen Wanning Xian would be such a sinister and cunning person. This is not the style of Queen Wanning Xian at all. However, the fact is in front of her. If Queen Wanning gets the heavenly bell, she will definitely become the first queen of the Jade Orchid Empire. Even if Jade Orchid Emperor is in front of her, she may be killed by her several moves. The 9 sons of Daomen turned into 9 Guanghua and chased after the queen of Wanning. The space in the Tianji cloth bag is quite vast, and there is no air or mysterious gas in it. There is simply no material. This is a completely vacuum space. Ning Xiaochuan and the spiritual void venerable released vitality in their bodies, condensed into a cloud of vitality, and stood in this dark and nihilistic space, surrounded by very cold and unusually quiet. I'm in the trap. From beginning to end, the Queen Wanning wants to leave me out. The purpose should be to seize the heavenly bell on me. The face of the spiritual void venerable was very clear and calm, and there was no emotional fluctuation in her eyes. At the moment of being put into the Tianji cloth bag, the spiritual virtual venerable woke up, but the martial arts cultivation of Queen Wanning was too high to resist at all. Ning Xiaochuan nodded and said, "You can shuttle through space and time," so she knew she couldn't easily catch you, so she used me to intensify the relationship with Daomen Josie. Finally, you had to show up and take the initiative to fight with me, which gave her an opportunity. No. No. What's wrong? The spiritual void venerable asked. Ning Xiaochuan said, "What an arrogant person is Queen Wanning. Based on my understanding of her, she never uses intrigue to deal with the enemy, but only uses strong strength to defeat the enemy. How do I feel that Queen Wanning is not the original Queen Wanning? Anyway, we must get out of here first, or we will die." Spirit empty venerable way. Ning Xiaochuan frowned slightly and said, "You can't shuttle through space and time, can't you escape here?" The spirit virtual venerable shook his head and said, "This is the 8 mysterious weapon of the Heavenly Sound Sect Heavenly Secret Cloth Bag, which can ban space. Even if I can exert the power of space, I can't escape from here." Inside Ning Xiaochuan's robe, a white brilliance flew out and condensed into the shape of a knife. This is the virtual shadow condensed by the sword qi of the Emperor's blade. The Emperor Blade sent out a harsh laugh and said, "You two are geniuses that are hard to meet in 10,000 years, but they are too young. It's up to me when it comes to the key. As long as you can use the power of the first field of the Emperor Blade, it's too easy to break this layer of cloth bag." Ning Xiaochuan frowned slightly and said, "My current martial arts cultivation is not enough to use the first power of the Emperor's Blade. Killing you Wuyang last time was just a fluke. If it weren't for the power released by bone beads, maybe I would have died." The spiritual virtual venerable said, "I can lend you the strength to help you." "That's good. With the strength of both of us, it shouldn't be difficult to stimulate the power of the first important field of Tiandi Blade." Ning Xiaochuan also knew that it was imminent now. If Queen Wanning Xian opened the Tianji cloth bag, it would be the time for the two of them to be killed. "Wait a minute, I have one condition." Tiandi Blade Road. Ning Xiaochuan clenched his fist and said, "I knew you were a guy who didn't get up early for nothing. What conditions do you have? Say it quickly." The spirit virtual venerable also knew that the Tiandi Blade was a demon soldier. Negotiating terms with it was like making a deal with the devil. However, at this time, they had to rely on the power of the Emperor's Blade. Although the Heavenly Bell is also the supreme imperial instrument, the most powerful thing about the heavenly bell is the sound wave attack and defense. Even if the power of the first important field of the heavenly bell is activated, it may not be able to break the bag of heavenly secrets. The Emperor Blade said, "I want the spirit of the heavenly bell." Impossible. Spiritual Void Venerable directly rejected. Although Tiandi Blade and Tiandi Bell are only two weapons, they have bred the soul and intelligence of soldiers, and can think independently, just like two lives. But these two weapons have deep gratitude and resentment. Once the Emperor Clock is handed over to it, it will certainly be refined by it. Ning Xiaochuan also felt that the conditions put forward by the Emperor Blade were too harsh, and said, "Don't ask for it. Let's try it with the power of the Emperor Bell, and maybe we can break the secret cloth bag." The Heaven and Earth Clock is also a supreme imperial instrument, which may not be able to break the bag of heavenly secrets. Ning Xiaochuan and Lingshu Venerable must cooperate now, or both of them will die. The Spirit Virtual Venerable stretched out a white and delicate jade hand. The center of the palm sent out a light white brilliance. An ancient god clock emerged from the palm of her hand. It was only as big as a button, exquisite and exquisite, full of ancient charm. There are many detailed words on the clock wall, like a document left by a god. The heavenly bell is a supreme imperial instrument. Since the emperor left the world, the spirit of the heavenly bell has fallen into a deep sleep and suspended outside the heavenly palace, waiting for the descendants of the emperor to awaken the divine blood in his body. 10,000 years later, among the descendants of the Emperor of Heaven, only the spiritual virtual venerable cultivates to the talent level that is difficult to encounter in 10,000 years, wakes up the divine blood in his body, successfully subdues the Emperor of Heaven clock, and becomes the master of the Emperor of Heaven clock. Let's start. The body of the spiritual void venerable was like a collection of light and fog. Every inch of skin was bright and crystal. Particles of light rushed out of her body, entered the heavenly bell, and urged the array inside. The power of the first important field of the heavenly bell has escaped. Wow! Ning Xiaochuan gently pressed his palm on the vest of the spiritual void venerable, mobilizing the vitality of the martial arts in her body and entering her body. This is Ning Xiaochuan's first close contact with the spiritual void venerable, and he can clearly perceive the richness and strength of the martial spirit in the spiritual void venerable. Ning Xiaochuan's martial arts vitality is derived from the dragon and tiger xuanqi, showing the shape of dragon and tiger, which is more than 10 times stronger than the martial arts vitality of martial artists in the same realm. In other words, although Ning Xiaochuan is only the 4th highest martial arts cultivation in Dizuan territory, the strength of vitality is not weaker than that of the 7th highest martial arts in Dizuan territory. The Spirit Void Venerable did not cultivate dragon and tiger vitality, but her vitality strength was not weaker than Ning Xiaochuan. There is a rather mysterious force flowing in her vitality, showing 9 colors, giving people a sacred feeling. A circle of 9-color halo escaped from her body, wrapped her and Ning Xiaochuan, combined with their strength, and finally activated the 8 arrays in the first important field of the heavenly emperor clock. A powerful and terrifying force burst out from the clock, shaking the whole space. Boom! If this sound wave was sounded outside, it would be enough to spread throughout the Jade Haze Empire and frighten all creatures in the world. However, when this sound wave broke out, it did not break the space. Because there is no material in the Tianji cloth bag. Without material, there is no sound, and any sound wave attack is equal to 0. The Spirit Virtual Venerable shook his head and said, "In the Tianji cloth bag, the power of the heavenly bell can't be exerted at all. Ning Xiaochuan, you should bring your hand." Oh! Ning Xiaochuan's blush, and hurriedly took back the palm pressed on the back of the Spiritual Virtual Venerable, gently touched the tip of his nose, and there was still a charming fragrance on his palm. Tiandi Ren laughed and said, "It's useless. Since Queen Wanning dares to put you in Tianji cloth bag, it shows that she's not afraid of you breaking the cloth bag. Deal with me." After all, the attack power of Tiandi bell is limited, and it was only a bell used by Tiandi to tell the world. Hum. The emperor's clock broke out with a loud noise and kept shaking. He was very angry and wanted to beat the emperor's blade into scrap iron. The Tiandi blade looked very calm and said, "Don't scare me. I haven't seen anything in the world in the land of burying soldiers. I'll tell you, it's best to think about it quickly, otherwise when Queen Wanning opens the Tianji cloth bag, everyone will have to finish. It doesn't hurt to tell you another secret. Now the Queen of All Voices is no longer the original Queen of All Voices." Ning Xiaochuan resisted the impulse to beat the Tiandi blade into scrap iron and said, "What do you mean?" The Emperor of Heaven said, "Can't you see that the Queen of 10,000 Sounds is abnormal now? In fact, the real Queen of 10,000 Sounds has been killed by Niao Lanqin." "But Niao Lanqin is clearly dead." Ning Xiaochuan thought that the words of Tiandi blade were too ridiculous. The Emperor blade said, "Ning Xiaochuan, do you still remember the light spot in Niao Lanqin's eyebrows?" Ning Xiaochuan naturally remembers. "That's Shenhui." Tiandi blade rode. Ning Xiaochuan and Lingshu Venerable's heart jumped slightly. They had seen the record of divine wisdom in the ancient volume, but before this, they had never seen anyone who could have divine wisdom, so they never thought about it. The Emperor blade said, "When I first saw her, I knew she had divine wisdom. That night, in the cave, you gave her clothes." Cough. Ning Xiaochuan coughed twice and said, "Say the point." The Emperor blade continued, "That divine wisdom is hidden in the heart of her eyebrows, representing an extremely ancient inheritance mark, which can even be traced back to the beginning of civilization. It is with the power of divine wisdom that she lost the Queen of 10,000 Tones. Therefore, she now has not only divine wisdom, but also the jade crystal body and supreme cultivation of the Queen of 10,000 Tones." Hey, Ning Xiaochuan, you should know more about Niao Lanqin's style of doing things than I do. She can do anything to achieve her goal. You all think she just wants to get the heavenly bell, but I think she may want to take away the 7 orifices Demon Heart Palace and Chaos Heart Palace of you too. If she takes away the Heart Palace of you too, alas, how strong will her constitution be? Ning Xiaochuan did find that there was something wrong with the Queen Wanning Xian long ago, but he never thought that she would be taken away by others. Being mentioned by the Emperor blade, Ning Xiaochuan felt that Niao Lanqin could do such a thing. She can poison her fiancé and stab her martial uncle to death from behind, so she can completely do something to deprive her master. With her ruthless means, if it really fell into her hands, it would indeed be quite dangerous. What exactly do you want? Spirit empty venerable way. Tiandi Ren coughed twice and said, "I also know it's impossible for you to hand over the soldier soul of Tiandi Zhong. Well, I'll make a concession first, or you can worship Ning Xiaochuan as a teacher. In the future, if you see him, you must bow respectfully, and then say, 'Apprentice has seen the master.' Is this condition always acceptable?" It wanted to revenge the Emperor of Heaven and humiliate his descendants, so that the spiritual virtual venerable surrendered to Ning Xiaochuan step by step. After the spiritual virtual venerable completely surrendered, it could humiliate her heartily, so as to meet its pleasure of revenge. The Emperor of Heaven Zhong Lian hurriedly said, "Master, you can't promise this condition. You are the descendant of the Emperor of Heaven and have noble blood. Only heaven, earth and gods are qualified to be your master. You can't worship a mortal as a teacher." The Emperor blade said, "It's okay not to worship a teacher, so be a wife." Of course, Ning Xiaochuan already has a beloved woman, and she can only be a wife. You. The heaven and earth clock trembled with more strength, and almost flew out of the hands of the spiritual virtual venerable to smash the Emperor's blade. Accept the spiritual virtual venerable as an apprentice? Marry the spiritual virtual venerable as a concubine? Even Ning Xiaochuan felt that the Tiandi blade was too bullshit and deserved beating. This was the condition that the spiritual virtual venerable couldn't agree. Of course, Ning Xiaochuan didn't object. Anyway, he won't suffer losses. Worship. The spirit empty venerable gently read out these two words, and then he was silent for a moment, saying, I accept this condition. She actually gave in to Tiandarin. Ning Xiaochuan was quite surprised, but on second thought, in fact, it was nothing. She wouldn't have any loss at all. At most, she just wanted to call Ning Xiaochuan a master. Lingshu Venerable worshipped Ning Xiaochuan and said, Apprentice, see the master. She seemed very indifferent, calm as water, not as humiliating as Tiandarin imagined, but made Tiandarin a little interested and said, Ning Xiaochuan, you're not quick to ask your apprentice to get up. Seeing that she is so sensible, she will be very filial in the future. Hearing this, Tiandi Clock suddenly became angry and angry. The whole clock body was wrapped in flames, and he wanted to rush over and make the Tiandi blade into slag. The Emperor Blade sighed and said, Ning Xiaochuan, don't you awesome? I'm helping you. Just now you should cooperate with me more. If you were more shameless, it wouldn't be as simple as taking her as an apprentice. How can you take this little girl's skin as a slave today? You can play as you want in the future, and don't be angry with the Emperor's turtle grandson. This word was directly introduced into Ning Xiaochuan's ears, and was not heard by the spiritual virtual venerable. Ning Xiaochuan said, I'm not as twisted as you. Anyway, she has been accepted as an apprentice. There are still many opportunities in the future, and she can always be obedient. Hey. You said that if the Emperor of Heaven knew that his most outstanding descendants were accepted as slaves by you, would he be angry and spit blood? The Emperor of Heaven smiled evil. There are many evil schemes in its heart, and it plans to adjust slowly. Those who teach spiritual emptiness don't believe that she will always respond so calmly. Ning Xiaochuan said, since she has agreed to your request, don't hurry up. Now, let's break the Tianji cloth bag. It's just a broken bag. The Emperor Blade sneered. Ning Xiaochuan joined hands with the spiritual void venerable to attract the 8 arrays in the first important field of the Emperor's blade. The light of Tiandi blade soared to more than 100 meters high and turned into a huge blade shape. A virtual shadow of the Emperor of Heaven rushed out from behind Ning Xiaochuan, carrying a trace of divine majesty. Boom! Cut it down. Wow! The Tianji cloth bag, which was put on Wan Yixian's back, was immediately torn to pieces, turned into pieces of rags, and flew out like butterfly pieces. Ning Xiaochuan and Lingshu Venerable turned into 2 streamers, flew out from inside, and ran away quickly. The Queen of 10,000 Tones was still fighting with the 9 sons of Daomen. She didn't expect that the bag of heavenly secrets would be broken. After she hesitated for a moment, Ning Xiaochuan and Lingshu Venerable had fled hundreds of meters away. Come back! Queen Wan Yixian was very angry. How could the captives who had got them escape? She made a big handprint, gathered the mysterious chi of heaven and earth, broke through the 9 palace sword array of the 9 sons of Daomen, and slammed into Ning Xiaochuan's head like a 5-finger mountain. You know, this is the queen of all voices. Even if it's just a random handprint, it's extremely powerful and can flatten a mountain. Ning Xiaochuan can't escape at all, because he has been locked by the breath of Queen Wan Yin. Only hard connect. He shouted, the sun is burning. Ning Xiaochuan mobilized the vitality of martial arts all over his body, and an incomparably bright divine light condensed in the center of his eyebrows, which was like a magic lamp flashing in the center of his eyebrows. White bone beads flew out of his eyebrows. Suddenly, the sky was full of flames, just like a meteorite wrapped in flames, bombarding the Queen Wan Yin's handprint. Seeing that Ning Xiaochuan was wrapped by the handprint of Queen Wan Yin, Dai Mei frowned slightly, hesitated for a moment, and finally stopped. Standing in the void, she sacrificed the heavenly bell, flew out, and also hit the huge handprint. The kindness of dripping water should be repaid by the spring. If others respect me a foot, I will respect him a foot. This is the cultivation criterion of the spiritual virtual venerable. Ning Xiaochuan did help her just now. Since Ning Xiaochuan is in trouble at the moment, she naturally can't stand by and return the favor. Boom. Boom. With the help of two people, Ning Ogawa and Ling Xu Venerable, it was barely possible to tear the handprint of Queen Wanyin. Thank you. Ning Xiaochuan glanced at the spiritual void venerable, and then turned into a colorful streamer and flew away to the sky. Thank you, Mao. As an apprentice, it's natural to help the master deal with the enemy. Ning Xiaochuan, don't lose momentum. We are her elders now, and the elders should look like elders. If you ask her to kneel, she can't stand. If you ask her to lie down, she can't sit. If you ask her to take off her pants, she can't just take off her clothes. We should overwhelm her in momentum, then conquer her psychologically, and finally directly use her physically devastation. The Emperor of Heaven bladed evil and laughed. Ogawa, Ling Xiu, you leave here first, and we will deal with her naturally. Haimingzi Road. Daomen Jiuzi stood in the 9-palace sword array, turning his body into a sword. There are 9 swords in total. The integration of swords and people is the realm of the integration of people and swords. They constantly attacked Queen Wanyin Xian, making her flawless to pursue Ning Xiaochuan and Ling Xu Venerable. The 9 palaces sword array arranged by the 9 sons of Daomen is indeed powerful, covering dozens of miles in the array. The sword Qi, forming a huge world, wraps the Queen of 10,000 sounds in the center, and in an instant, hundreds of sword Qi attacks will be issued. If Ning Xiaochuan had been in the sword formation, he would have been killed in an instant. Want to escape? Which is so easy. Ning Xiaochuan and Ling Xu Venerable ran away in 2 directions, but Queen Wanyin condensed 2 thought bodies to pursue them. The Queen of 10,000 tones could only condense a sense of honor before. However, now she has condensed 2 at the same time, which shows that there are really 2 thoughts in her body. Queen Wanyin Xian was taken away by her. Although the soul of Queen Wanyin is no longer there. However, the idea of martial arts is not extinguished, and has been controlled by Niao Lanqin. Ning Xiaochuan spread the wings of the angry wind, and the wings were full of thunder and lightning. After flying over, the sky was full of chopped lightning. The thought body of Queen Wanyin closely followed Ning Xiaochuan and said in a deep voice, Ning Xiaochuan is an enemy with Ben Ho. Do you still want to escape? Niao Lanqin, when are you going to pretend? Ning Xiaochuan sneered. Wanyin Xian's eyebrows showed a trace of surprise. Her face was more murderous. With a wave of her arm, a big handprint condensed and suppressed towards Ning Xiaochuan. This handprint is condensed from the clouds in the sky. You can clearly see her palm lines, which are more than 30 meters long, and each finger is like a column. Destroy the world sword soul. A huge female demon shadow appeared behind Ning Xiaochuan, holding a magic sword in both hands and flying towards the sky. A sword pierced the big handprint of Queen Wanyin and flew out of the back of her hand. After breaking the palm print, Ning Xiaochuan fell above the clouds. Array. Ning Xiaochuan beat out the 333-pole array flag and suspended it in the void to form an 8-wind god array, trapping the Queen of 10,000 sounds in the center of the array. Yu Jiao, double-headed stone beast, and black-haired ghost bat beast rushed out of the Xian beast's mirror, guarding an array in their respective towns, and launching an attack on Queen Wanyin at the same time. Queen Wanyin's mind-body is very strong. Ning Xiaochuan's current martial arts cultivation is not her opponent, so she can only use the power of the 8 winds, god array to restrain her. Wanyin Fairy Queen, no, it's exactly Niao Lanqin. She stood in the center of the array, without any emotional fluctuation on her face, and said faintly, Ning Xiaochuan, although your array is clever, but the array is not complete. Do you think you can trap me with it? Niao Lanqin, I have no hatred with you. On the contrary, I saved you. Why should you be aggressive? Ning Xiaochuan stood above the array platform, holding a blood-red magic sword, and his face was quite cold. Sometimes, you don't want to kill her, but she just wants to kill you. As a normal man, if you hate women, you will always be defeated. Niao Lanqin was silent for a moment and said with a smile, I'm afraid the gratitude and resentment between us is not as simple as saving and being saved. To be honest, you are indeed a talent. If you promise to obey me, at the same time, you are not allowed to have any attempt on my sister from now on. I cannot kill you. Submit to you? It depends on whether you have that skill. Ning Xiaochuan mobilized the vitality of martial arts in his body and rushed into the sword body of the magic sword along his arm. The brilliance on the sword body sword, and ancient inscriptions of destruction appeared. You must not dream of being the enemy of me. I have many ways to deal with you. After Niao Lanqin had enough strength, he no longer needed to endure, and he could solve all the enemies by his own strength. Under the mobilization of Ning Xiaochuan, the operation speed of the Eight Winds God Array became faster and faster. 333 huge suspended flints appeared in the array, and attacked Niao Lanqin at the same time. Boom! Niao Lanqin's strength was so powerful that with a wave of his sleeve, all flints broke into pieces. She accurately found the 4 defects of the Eight-Wind God Array, nodded her fingers towards one of the defects, and spit out a word from her ready lips, broken. Boom! More than 20 pole array flags were blown away. Too powerful. The Eight Winds God Array can't stop her. The power of Niao Lanqin's consciousness body is comparable to the 9th heaviest martial artist in the earth. Even the Eight Winds God Array can only stop her for a moment at most. Once she rushes out of the array, Ning Xiaochuan has no chance at all. Broken. She pointed out again, and dozens of flags were blown out, and the Eight Winds God Array was shattered by her. Or, you can learn from her. After all, I can see that she doesn't really want to kill you, but just wants to force you to give in to her. The Emperor Blade advised, this woman has a strong possessive desire, so you pretend to obey her. When your martial arts cultivation surpasses her in the future, you can deal with her slowly. The ancients said well, a hero doesn't suffer immediate losses, and a big husband can bend and stretch. If you can fight, why should you give in? Ning Xiaochuan's eyes were very firm, and he would never shrink back, directly ignoring the words of the Emperor Blade. He took out the bronze ancient lamp, in which 99 flame dragons flew, and rushed up to Niao Lanqin in the array at the same time. 99 flame dragons gathered together, turned into a 3-legged firebird with a divine horse, and stretched out a scaly flame claw to tear it down at her. Wow! Niao Lanqin's strength was stronger, and the 3-legged firebird was torn apart by her instead. Her body rushed up, like by Hung Wanri, hitting Ning Xiaochuan's chest. Finished. If she slaps her, even a copper man will become a useless person. Ow! A dragon sing sounded. A red glow, flying out of the clouds, wrapped Ning Xiaochuan's body. During the time of the lightning flint, a layer of red dragon scale god armor covered Ning Xiaochuan's body, covered with scales and burning flames, and a dragon-like sword appeared in his hand. Ow! A huge dragon head stretched out from Ning Xiaochuan's back, staring at Niao Lanqin with a deafening roar. Ning Xiaochuan held the sword with both hands and chopped it down with a sword, blocking Niao Lanqin's palm. Dragon cub! Niao Lanqin stared at the changes in Ning Xiaochuan's body. His slender and beautiful body flashed, and then retreated 10 feet away, without immediately starting. Her eyes looked into the clouds in the northwest. What had she found? In the clouds of the northwest wind, there is a 7-grade white crane beast flying. Both Yu Ningxing and Xiao Linger sat on the back of the white crane, floating out of the dust, like a white spirit lotus standing in the void. Her eyes were looking at the direction of Ning Xiaochuan and Niao Lanqin from a distance. Dad, Xiaohong has come to help you. Xiao Linger, barefoot, shouted excitedly at Ning Xiaochuan. Ningxing appears very calm, holding Xiaolinger's hand, wearing white clothes and a veil on his face, giving a hazy beauty. In fact, Ning Xiaochuan has long felt the breath of Xiaohong, which is not surprising. Now that he and Bruce Lee are integrated, his strength has climbed again, reaching a new height, enough to fight Niao Lanqing's conscious body. At the moment of integration, Ning Xiaochuan could feel that Xiaohong's strength had also improved a lot. Ning Xiaochuan, you are lucky today. When I get rid of Daomen Josie, I will definitely find you. Then you won't be so lucky. Niao Lanqing stared at Ning Xiaochuan coldly, and his body moved, and then turned into a white glory and flew away. Although Niao Lanqing left, Ning Xiaochuan's heart was not at all happy. This is only her conscious body. If her real body comes, it will be a big trouble. Anyone who meets an enemy like Niao Lanqing will have a headache. Ning Xiaochuan's armor scattered and condensed into a red dragon. It sat on Ning Xiaochuan's head, chubby, with a big circle of body, and kept making a roar sound in its mouth. Ning Xiaochuan understood what it said and said, Xuanzhou Jian, can't give it to you for the time being. Ning Xiaochuan's biggest dependence now is the 8 Winds God Array. If he wants to arrange the 8 Winds God Array, he can't do without the Xian Beast and the Xian Beast Mirror. He also planned to subdue the 4 high-level Xian Beasts as soon as possible. Only in this way can the 8 Winds God Array be arranged anytime and anywhere. Just now, if he could arrange a complete 8 Winds God Array, even Niao Lanqing's consciousness body would not be so easy to break the array. The 7-grade white crane beast flew over, and Ningxing stood between the white feathers. She was beautiful and slim, with a veil on her magnificent face, and her long black hair swaying in the wind. She said, even the 9 sons of Daomen can't do anything about Wanning Fairy, why do you want to provoke her? Sometimes you don't want to provoke others, but fate has to joke with you, so you have to become enemies. Ning Xiaochuan didn't tell you Ningxing. In fact, Queen Wanning Xian was dead, and Niao Lanqing was alive. Once the matter was explained, it would be quite troublesome, so he chose not to say it. He added, how did you come here? Ningxing gently pursed his lips and said, you have made such a big noise in the imperial city, which has already shocked the world. Do you think I can't come? Besides, Dad wants to see you. Master Dark King is also here? Ning Xiaochuan thought secretly. No wonder Niao Lanqing's consciousness chose to retreat. She must have found the Dark King nearby. With Niao Lanqing's current martial arts cultivation, she is naturally not afraid of the Dark King, but her conscious body is definitely not the opponent of the Dark King. Once the conscious body is killed by the Dark King, her original strength will also be damaged, which will be quite detrimental to her. So she chose to withdraw. Dad is in Spirit Mountain Manor now, let's go back quickly. The voice of Ningxing sounds very sweet, like Xianle, which is very enjoyable. Ning Xiaochuan, Ningxing, Xiao Linger and Xiaohong all sat on the back of the 7th grade white crane beast, flew into the clouds and soon returned to Spirit Mountain Manor. The Dark Heavenly King has indeed waited in the Spirit Mountain Manor. After seeing Ning Xiaochuan and Ningxing coming back, he took out the phoenix feather and handed it to Ning Xiaochuan, saying, the elder who gave you the phoenix feather is definitely a great expert. With this phoenix feather, even if you leave the Jade Haze Empire in the future, it is estimated that few people will dare to be enemies with you. A phoenix feather represents Ning Xiaochuan. Standing behind him is a figure of great magic level. Naturally, no one dares to touch him lightly. Ning Xiaochuan put the phoenix feather away and said, I can feel that the master's martial arts cultivation has broken through to a new level. It seems that the master has understood the truth of the phoenix. It's really gratifying. It's true that I've learned something, but it's far from the truth of phoenix. The Dark King's face was serious, and said, Ogawa, you shouldn't provoke the Queen Wanning. Even Taichu Wenhua died in her hands. If I guessed right, her cultivation might have climbed the fifth heaven ladder. The fifth ladder? Ning Xiaochuan and Yu Ningxing's faces showed a puzzled look. Dark Sky King Wei, climbing the ladder of heaven is the way that martial artists must take to cultivate to the realm of heaven and man. When your cultivation reaches the peak of the realm of earth, you will naturally be able to understand the existence of the ladder of heaven. Only by climbing the ladder of heaven can you cultivate to the realm of heaven and man. Those who can understand the ladder of heaven in the Jade Haze Empire can count with both hands, and each one is a thorough existence. If you encounter a person of this level, how far you can escape? Ning Xiaochuan said, only by understanding the ladder of heaven, can we condense the sword idea body like the sword saint and the consciousness body like the queen of 10,000 tones? The Dark King nodded and said, yes. After the warrior starts to climb the ladder, his body will undergo many wonderful changes. Condensing consciousness is just one of them. Generally speaking, a warrior can only condense a Juni consciousness, which is equivalent to 1/10 to 1/20 of the power of the original. Of course, some people with special physique can also condense 2 Juni consciousness and 3 Juni consciousness at the same time. Although the power of the conscious body is not as powerful as the original, the conscious body can instantly reach thousands of miles away and kill the enemy. For example, if you want to kill a person, but that person is hiding in a sandpin civilization 60,000 miles away, how can you kill him? Ning Xiaochuan said, at my current speed, if I don't eat or drink, it will only take 4 days to reach that 3-level civilization. The Dark King of Heaven smiled and said, 4 days is too slow. Your enemy has long fled to other places. I just need to sit in the spirit mountain matter and move my mind. I can use the mysterious chi of heaven and earth to condense a noble consciousness body 60,000 miles away. Using the consciousness body, I can kill that enemy in a few moments. Once the enemy is killed, the consciousness body will naturally dissipate. The Dark King can also condense the consciousness body. It seems that he has reached the level of climbing the ladder to heaven. So, Ogawa, you should clearly understand how dangerous your situation is now. If your martial arts cultivation is no match for the consciousness of Queen Wanyin can kill you at any time. With your current martial arts cultivation, how many levels of assurance do you think you have to escape from the consciousness of Queen Wanyin? Ning Xiaochuan had a brief fight with the consciousness body of Queen Wanyin twice, and she roughly knew how strong her consciousness body was. If she really fought, she had only 20% chance to escape at most. If my martial arts cultivation reaches the 5th level of the land reverence realm, I have a 90% chance to escape from her conscious body. If I want to compete with her conscious body, my cultivation must reach the 6th level of the land reverence realm. Ning Xiaochuan is very rational. The Dark King nodded and said, the cultivation of martial arts should be gradual. At your current age, it is quite amazing to reach the 4th level of the Earth Zone level. I'm afraid it will take another year to reach the 5th level of the Earth Zone level. There are also shortcuts to the cultivation of martial arts. It takes 1 year to break through the 5th weight of the Earth Zone realm in the outside world, but it takes only 1 day to cultivate in the Heavenly Palace. Ning Xiaochuan rode. Neither the Dark Heavenly King nor Yusasai can enter the Heavenly Palace to practice. Because the Tiandi Academy is the supreme institution of Yulan Empire. Unless it is a student who can be admitted to the Tiandi Academy, he has no chance to practice at all. The people in the Demon Gate were strictly rejected. The Dark King said, if I can also enter the Tiandi Academy to practice, with my accumulation over the years, I can definitely hit a higher level in a short time. Cultivating in the Heavenly Palace, the cultivation speed is hundreds of times that of the outside world, but if you stay in the Heavenly Palace all the time, there will be bottlenecks, and the cultivation speed will slow down. To improve the realm of martial arts, we should not only practice, but also experience. Cultivation time and experience time should reach a balance, and the cultivation speed will be the fastest. In the Heavenly Palace, you can only shorten the training time consumed by martial artists, but you can't shorten the training time of martial artists. If the martial artist only knows to cultivate blindly, and does not fight with others, and does not experience the experience of life and death, then the realm of cultivation will also become slow. Just like the spiritual void venerable, she can always practice in the Heavenly Palace. If there is no bottleneck, her cultivation is estimated to have exceeded the realm of heaven and man. However, this is not the case. If she continues to practice in the Heavenly Palace now and doesn't come out to experience, the progress of the realm will definitely be quite slow, and even stop. However, if the Dark Heavenly King and Yu Ningxing enter the Heavenly Palace for cultivation, the cultivation of martial arts can rise in a short time, resulting in a great improvement in the realm of cultivation. Because they used to practice in martial arts, and the training time is far longer than the training time. If they enter the Heavenly Palace to practice for 10 days, it is absolutely comparable to their practice outside for 10 years. Ning Xiaochuan gently touched his chin and said, "I have a way to help you enter the Heavenly Palace to practice." The Dark King shook his head and said, "There are many strong people in the imperial court in the Emperor's Academy. It is impossible to allow outsiders to enter, especially those in the Demon Gate. Once they are found, they will be besieged." Ning Xiaochuan smiled thoughtfully on his face and said, "That's not necessarily true. My friendship with the new leader of the school palace is still good, and maybe she will be accommodating to me. Ningxing, I promised you to help you enter the Tiandi school palace to practice, and this time I won't break my promise." Ning Xiaochuan originally planned to enter the Tiandi Academy to cultivate for a period of time to break through the 5th level of earth respect. At the same time, you can also escape from the pursuit of Niao Lanqin. Just taking this opportunity, you can take the Dark King of Heaven and Yu Ningxing into the Tiandi Academy to practice and help them. It is a great opportunity for the Dark King of Heaven and Yu Sasai to enter the Academy of the Emperor of Heaven to practice, which is likely to save 10 years of hard work. Of course, before going to the Tiandi Academy, Ning Xiaochuan also has to meet a person, Mrs. Yingqi. Mrs. Yingqi's life expectancy decreased sharply due to her use of the Golden Needle Heart Sealing formula, leaving only 1 year of young life. Now, she is seriously injured again and is recuperating in Spirit Mountain Manor. Ning Xiaochuan will not leave her alone. When Ning Xiaochuan went to see Mrs. Yingqi, Yu Ningxing stood outside the door, leaning against the railing, watching Ning Xiaochuan enter Mrs. Yingqi's room. "Xiaochuan, is Miss Yu right outside the door?" Mrs. Yingqi sat on the edge of the table made of jade from Qingtai, with a shallow smile on her face. She was obsequious, giving people a feeling of spring breeze. She stared in the direction of the door and saw a corner of Yu Ningxing's sleeve exposed. Ning Xiaochuan did not deny it. Mrs. Yingqi added, "She actually let you come in alone. Isn't she afraid that I'll take you away?" Ning Xiaochuan laughed, "She won't mind. You don't understand women. If she really doesn't mind, she won't follow." Seeing Ning Xiaochuan's mouth slightly moved, Mrs. Yingqi continued to tease, "Miss Yu is the first beauty of the Jade Lan Empire. She is gorgeous. There will be many people chasing her now and in the future. You must protect her, or she will be robbed by others, and it will be too late for you to regret." Standing outside the door, Yu Ningxing's lips slightly pursed, and his eyes showed a trace of secretly happy. Ning Xiaochuan said with concern, "How is your injury?" Mrs. Yingqi said, "Although you are a senior cardiologist, I'm not bad. It's not difficult to heal these minor injuries on your body. I heard that you still have to go back to the Imperial City? Everyone in the Marquis of the Sword Pavilion is in the Imperial City. I have to go back." Ning Xiaochuan rode. Mrs. Yingqi said, "Yu Wuyang is dead, Cui Tao is dead, Long Xiangho is dead, Ji Gonggong is dead, Taichu Wenhua is dead, and the Dark Imperial City is destroyed. Emperor Yulan has been forced to rush now, and he may attack you regardless of the identity of the emperor. It's too dangerous for you to return to the imperial city now. Ning Xiaochuan said, even if it is dangerous, you have to face it. If you escape now, you will choose to escape in the future when you encounter any difficulties. The practice of martial arts is also the practice of heart. If the heart is not strong enough, the realm of martial arts will not reach much. By the way, where is the name now? He has been sent to a safe place. Don't worry. Mrs. Inchi slightly lowered her head and stared at the copper lamp on the table. Her beautiful eyes had a complex look, with anxiety, fear, struggle, and vision. If a woman had such an experience, she would certainly struggle, worry, fear, and pain. If a woman knows that she has only 1 year to live, she will certainly despair, fear. When Mrs. Inchi and Ning Xiaochuan planned to deal with the dark imperial city, she didn't plan to return to the imperial city, so she had already sent someone to take Qi Ming out of Qi Tianho's house and place him in a safe place. Give me a little time. When I come out of the Tiandi Academy, I will take you to the great wilderness of southern Xinjiang to look for strange drugs to prolong your life. Ning Xiaochuan said this and walked out of the room. After a while, Mrs. Inchi followed out of the door, staring at the back of Ning Xiaochuan and Yu Ningxing leaving, with a bitter smile on the corners of her mouth, and said to herself, they are the most suitable pair. Xiaochuan, sorry, I can't wait for you here. Please forgive me for disappearing from your life. Not long after Ning Xiaochuan left Spirit Mountain Manor, Mrs. Inchi left a letter and also left. She wore a blue robe, all the way south, gradually disappearing into the lonely mountains. After returning to Tiandi Academy, Ning Xiaochuan went straight to middle of the Tiandi Academy without breaking through road to heaven. With his current talent level, there is no need to break through the sky bridge to prove himself. What he needs more now is to improve his martial arts cultivation. At the foot of the stairs outside the heavenly palace, 2 elders from the land of honor came out of the white fog and stopped in front of Ning Xiaochuan. Among them, an old man with Hua Tongyan glanced at Ning Xiaochuan faintly and said, the law of the heavenly palace, you can't enter the heavenly palace to practice without crossing the Tongtian bridge. Ning Xiaochuan took out the imperial order, pinched it in his hand, and said, I'm here to see the master of the school palace. Who dares to stop me? Ning Xiaochuan, even if you have a royal order, you can't break into the heavenly palace. This is the law of the heavenly palace, and this is the will of the gods. Otherwise, we can only report it to the emperor and let him punish you. Another old man said coldly. Ning Xiaochuan said, the emperor of Heaven Academy is the master of the academy. The final say, and the emperor can't control it. The master of the academy will not allow you to enter the heavenly palace at will. The attitude of the 2 old men was very tough, and they didn't bite even the imperial order. Wow! In the heavenly palace, a bright light flew out. The white clouds condensed into a beautiful Taoist robe woman. The long black hair on her head was 2 meters long and fell vertically, like a fairy waterfall in the cloud. Her eyes were glittering and shining, like 2 god stars flashing, and said, let him come in. Yes. Palace Master. The 2 elders immediately knelt on the ground and saluted the Taoist-robed woman. The spirit empty venerable is pure and beautiful, and does not eat human fireworks. His long skirt is white, and his jade feet are like lotus flowers. His slender and soft body spreads again, turning into wisps of white smoke and disappearing into invisibility. As expected, she has returned to the Tiandi Academy. In her hand, she holds the Supreme Emperor's clock, and even the consciousness of Queen Wanning can't kill her. Since the spiritual void venerable all spoke, naturally no one stopped Ning Xiaochuan. He climbed the stairs step by step and disappeared into the gate of the heavenly palace. It's strange that the palace master let him in. The old man with white hair and young face felt very incredible. Who knows? Anyway, both of them are peerless heroes. Maybe they want to talk about Tao in the heavenly palace. No one dared to deal with the matter of the head of the school, and the two elders soon disappeared in the white fog. Ning Xiaochuan came to the edge of Jiucai Lake and looked at the spiritual void venerable sitting in the middle of the lake. The body of the spiritual void venerable is like a green lotus in the lake. It is slender and soft, clear and beautiful, not stained with dust, ethereal and holy, giving people a sense of reality and illusion. The Wu soul above her head is in the form of a plant, with cyan vines, tens of thousands of white spiritual flowers, emitting wisps of white brilliance, which turned out to be a perpetual ivy. Evergreen ivy is known as the divine grass of the divine world, which can be called indestructible. Only reincarnated gods can cultivate such martial spirits. Of course, if the descendants of God stimulate the divine blood in their bodies, it is still possible to cultivate the martial spirit of evergreen ivy, but the probability is much smaller. The spiritual virtual venerable cultivates this kind of god grass level martial spirit with supreme physique, because she is the offspring of the gods. The Wu soul of the spiritual void venerable is changing, its volume is becoming smaller and smaller, but its light is becoming brighter and brighter, and it is unexpectedly going to evolve into a Wu soul seal. You should know that only when you cultivate to the 7th level of the earth, you can cultivate the soul seal. Although her Wu soul seal has not been successfully condensed, it is necessary to successfully condense her Wu soul seal according to her current state, that is, in recent days. Sure enough, she was ahead. Ning Xiaochuan has always regarded Ling Xiuzun as a competitor and doesn't want to lose to her. Once she reached the 7th level of Dezunjing, she stepped into a new level and left Ning Xiaochuan behind again. Ning Xiaochuan, do you know the rules of Tiandi Academy? The spirit empty venerable sat in the lake, his body 3 feet high from the lake, and there was dense fairy fog around his body. She didn't speak, but a beautiful voice came to Ning Xiaochuan's ears. It's simply not sensible. It should be called Master. The Emperor Blade was very dissatisfied and shouted in the Xian beast Jian. This sound was heard by the Emperor of Heaven Clock, flying out of the 9-color holy lake, suspended in the void, making a bell ring and roaring. The two supreme imperial instruments are challenging each other. If Ning Xiaochuan and Ling Xiu did not suppress them, they would definitely fight. The Emperor Blade was not reconciled and said, Shui Ling Xiu, you are also the descendant of the Emperor and the descendant of the gods. Why are you so shameless? How can you disrespect your teacher? Obviously, you have already worshipped Ning Xiaochuan as a teacher. Seeing the teacher, you still call the teacher's name, which is simply disrespectful to your elders. Shameless, too shameless. The die eyebrow of the spiritual virtual venerable slightly wrinkled, a pair of beautiful star eyes opened, stared at Ning Xiaochuan, and sighed, then let's take a step back. Ning Xiaochuan, you should understand that it's expedient for me to worship you, but since I have already worshipped you, I will never repent. However, I can't call you a master until your martial arts cultivation has not surpassed me. You should understand that this is my bottom line. For a talented martial artist, he has his own bottom line. If Ning Xiaochuan, he will never call a person with lower cultivation than himself as a master. Therefore, Ning Xiaochuan can understand her. I can understand you, but if you want me to make concessions, you must also make concessions. Ning Xiaochuan said, the people I bring must practice in the heavenly palace for 10 days. The spirit void venerable is the master of the heavenly palace. Everything that happens in the heavenly palace can't hide from her mind. Naturally, she can feel the breath of other martial artists on Ning Xiaochuan's body. Therefore, at the beginning, she would ask Ning Xiaochuan if he knew the rules of Tiangong. Because she knew that Ning Xiaochuan must have secretly brought outsiders into the heavenly palace. Ning Xiaochuan didn't want to hide it from her at all, so he bargained with her. No problem. However, there is only 10 days left, and there can be no more. After finishing these words, the spiritual virtual venerable fell into deep cultivation. Ning Xiaochuan took out a tower-shaped xuanqi, released the dark heavenly king and Ningxing from inside, and said, "Senior, Ningxing, we only have 10 days to practice. 10 days of cultivation here is equivalent to 10 years of cultivation outside, which is enough." Ningxing has never entered the heavenly palace to practice, but he can still practice to the 3rd level of the Earth Zun realm. In terms of the cultivation speed, it is not slower than Ning Xiaochuan. If she practiced in the heavenly palace for 10 days, her martial arts accomplishments might surpass Ning Xiaochuan. The Dark King also nodded and said, "In 10 days, there will be chaos in the imperial city. At that time, it will be difficult for all kings and princes in the imperial city to protect themselves. Everyone work hard to cultivate. If you can improve your martial arts cultivation by 1 point, you will have more opportunities to protect your life." The Dark King turned directly into a shadow, disappeared in situ, and went to find the treasure land of cultivation by himself. The world in the heavenly palace is huge, so you must find your own cultivation place. Ningxing, wait a minute. Ning Xiaochuan took a Diwu pill out of his arms, reached it into her hand and said, "This Diwu pill can make you break through a small realm in a short time." Ningxing knew that Ning Xiaochuan was a senior heart-nourishing teacher, and alchemy was just a trifle for him, so he was not polite to him. He smiled and said, "In 10 days, don't be left behind by me." "It doesn't matter." Ning Xiaochuan smiled faintly. Ningxing also found a treasure ground for cultivation and began to practice in seclusion. Ning Xiaochuan went to the suspended mountain, which was once the practice center of the Emperor of Heaven. To enter the enchantment of the Hanging Mountain, you need at least a talent level that is difficult to encounter in 4000 years. For Ning Xiaochuan now, this is naturally just a small thing. The Emperor of Heaven once realized the Tao in the Hanging Mountain, and left many spiritual marks here. Every tree has divinity, every grass flows with spiritual light, and every stone has been contaminated with spirituality. This is simply a holy land, a spiritual land. Practicing here is definitely better than practicing anywhere else in Yulan Empire. It is even possible to communicate with the divine will left by the Emperor of Heaven and understand the Xintiandi of martial arts. Ning Xiaochuan sits under a steep cliff, behind which is a waterfall hundreds of meters high. White waves continue to flow down from the sky, scouring into a bottomless lake in front of Ning Xiaochuan. Boom! The sound of water seems very noisy, but in fact there is a natural tranquility. Ning Xiaochuan was completely settled in an instant and entered the best state of cultivation. It takes him at least half an hour to get into the best state of cultivation in other places. It was really extraordinary to practice in the enlightenment of the gods. Ning Xiaochuan has not encountered a bottleneck now. To improve his realm is to accumulate resources. As long as he has enough resources and time, he can make an unimpeded breakthrough to the 5th level of Dizuan realm. Of course, he is a rare talent. If he wants to reach the 5th level of the land respect, the resources he consumes are more than 10 times that of other martial artists. Even if he has 128 times the speed of absorbing Xuanqi, the time he wants to break through the realm is several times that of other martial artists. Ning Xiaochuan swallowed a large amount of 9-colored Xian water, and the 9 whirlpools in the heart palace of Wu Dao rotated, and his body was completely wrapped by 9-colored light, absorbing the power of 9-colored Xian water crazily. However, something unexpected happened to Ning Xiaochuan. A bone in the center of his eyebrow and 3 ribs in front of his chest snatched the Xianshui power he absorbed, and only half of the total amount was really transformed into martial vitality. In other words, if he wants to break through to the 5th level of the land, the time it takes will be doubled. The culprits who plundered the vitality he cultivated were white bone beads and 3 handles and 7 grades of mysterious weapons and swords. They have been refined into concrete magical powers, and will carry out their own cultivation with Ning Xiaochuan's cultivation. In other words, the higher the martial arts cultivation of Ning Xiaochuan, the more powerful the white bone beads and the 3/7 grade Xuanqi weapons and swords will become. This is the power of the figurative magic. Of course, the concrete magical powers are not all good. There is also a disadvantage, which is to slow down the cultivation speed of martial artists and eat the vitality of martial artists. Gain, lose. Now I just cultivate 2 kinds of concrete magic powers, and my cultivation speed has been reduced by half. If I cultivate all 10 kinds of concrete magic powers, wouldn't my cultivation speed be reduced by 10 times? Ning Xiaochuan frowned slightly, and always felt that the gains and losses of cultivating concrete magic were not worth the loss. Just think, it could have taken 10 years to cultivate into the realm of heaven and man. However, it takes 100 years to cultivate the concrete magic power to reach the realm of heaven and man. Although it can play a strong combat power with the concrete magic, the martial arts realm has long been left far behind by its peers. This is not worth the loss. Tiandi Ren laughed and said, "Who told you to cultivate all the 10 magic powers?" In fact, the vast majority of martial artists will only choose their most powerful magic power to cultivate into a concrete magic power, also known as natural magic. Refining a mysterious weapon into the body and cultivating it into a concrete divine power is called the mysterious weapon of this life. Refining a mysterious beast into the body and cultivating it into a concrete magical power is called the mysterious beast of this life. These are the 2 most common ways for martial artists to cultivate concrete magical powers. They choose not to use the cultivation methods, and there are also great differences in the martial arts they finally embark on. Of course, in addition to these 2 methods, there are also martial artists who will refine a scripture into a magical power to cultivate the life scripture. There are also martial artists who will refine the relic into a magical power to cultivate the life relic. Anyway, the world is big, there are all kinds of wonders, and I have even seen martial artists put their hearts into it. The woman of love is refined into a concrete magic. Although there are many ways to cultivate figurative supernatural powers, which are unpredictable, most martial artists will only cultivate 1 kind of figurative supernatural power in their life. Only a few people who are confident in themselves will cultivate 2 kinds of figurative supernatural powers and 3 kinds of figurative supernatural powers at the same time. What? You don't need to cultivate all the magical powers to great perfection? You knew you wouldn't melt the 3/7 grade Xian weapons and swords into your body. Ning Xiaochuan felt that his understanding of martial arts was still poor. If only he had a strong teacher, at least he wouldn't take so many detours. The Emperor of Heaven Blade said, "In fact, there is nothing. Your physique is strong. Even if you cultivate 3 kinds of concrete magic powers at the same time, the cultivation speed will not be slower than other genius heroes. Of course, the cultivation speed will not be faster than them. In the process of cultivation, you are fighting with people, the earth, and the sky. If the cultivation speed can't even surpass ordinary geniuses, how can you surpass such a supreme genius as the spiritual Void Master?" Ning Xiaochuan is not satisfied with his current cultivation speed. Right. Lose to anyone, and never lose to the spiritual virtual venerable. The Emperor Blade raised his hands in agreement with Ning Xiaochuan, and said, "However, you also have advantages. You will begin to cultivate concrete magic powers from now on. You can be invincible in the same realm, and no one can be your opponent." Ning Xiaochuan said, "If you want to catch up with the cultivation speed, you can only hope and the mysterious Qi of heaven and earth. As long as you keep practicing, even if I practice 10 kinds of concrete magic powers at the same time, the cultivation speed will not slow down." Now he is only cultivating into the 8th layer of the mysterious Qi of heaven and earth, and the speed of absorbing the mysterious Qi has reached 128 times. If you cultivate into the 9th layer, the speed of absorbing Xuanqi will reach 256 times. As long as he has the speed at which 256 Xuanqi is absorbed, Even if he cultivates two kinds of concrete magic powers at the same time, his cultivation speed is far faster than that of other genius heroes. Ning Xiaochuan also began to understand the 9th level of the Dharma formula of heaven and earth Xuanqi when he hit the 5th level of the earth Xuanjing realm. The Dharma formula of the 9th layer of heaven and earth Xuanqi is engraved on the white bone beads. Ning Xiaochuan completely condensed his mind to the center of his eyebrows and began to comprehend the Tao wholeheartedly. This is 3 years. Of course, the time rules in the heavenly palace are completely different from those in the outside world. Even if you practice in the heavenly palace for 3 years, your body will not age because of this, just like the past 3 days. Only gods can change the rules of time and establish new rules of time in independent space. In 3 years, Ning Xiaochuan's martial arts cultivation has successfully broken through to the 5th level of Dizuan territory. Outside, it's only the past 3 days. Keep practicing. Ning Xiaochuan spends most of his time on understanding the 9th layer of the mysterious qi of heaven and earth. As long as the speed of absorbing the mysterious qi can reach 256 times, the cultivation speed can naturally be improved quickly. The 4th year has passed. The 5th year has passed. Ning Xiaochuan's body was petrified, and it was completely static. Only the blood in his body was running frantically. Every drop of blood turns into the shape of a sword, like thousands of blood swords flying in the body. A breath of the supreme body was born in his body, which was constantly strengthening, and there was a trace of magic in his blood. The most extreme demon qi and the most extreme sword qi. The so-called supreme body is the ultimate power. For example, the sword spirit displayed by ordinary sword cultivation is compared to the warm sunshine. Then, the martial artist who cultivates the sword god supreme body displays the sword spirit of limitless light, which can cut everything in the world. Even the stars can cut in half with a sword. It is also light, and its power is countless times different. Ning Xiaochuan was sure that if he could cultivate the supreme body, he would be either sword god supreme body or demon king supreme body. Of course, he has only cultivated a trace of supreme power now, which is far from the Mahayana of the supreme body. In the process of the growth of the supreme body, the profound meaning of the 9th layer of heaven and earth Xuanqi is also rapidly understood by Ning Xiaochuan. The speed of absorbing Xuanqi becomes faster and faster, and gradually, it reaches a critical point. Boom! The 9 whirlpools in Ning Xiaochuan's Wudoxin Palace are intertwined and converge into a huge storm system. After the collapse of the storm system, it quickly condensed into a bright ball the size of a grain of rice. This ball is suspended in the center of Wudoxin Palace, in crystal shape, emitting light, just like a scorching sun illuminating the sea of air. If you look closely, you will find that there are 9 thin lines rotating rapidly on the surface of the ball. Obviously, the 9 thin lines are transformed from the previous 9 eddies and attached to the surface of the ball. The ball is also spinning rapidly. It can rotate once every second. While it rotates, it will naturally drive the mysterious qi of heaven and earth around Ning Xiaochuan's body and absorb it into the heart palace of martial arts. This makes Ning Xiaochuan think of a natural phenomenon in the universe, the rotation of the planet. The mass of the planet is huge, and it can naturally absorb other substances and convert them into its own substances, thus making itself more and more huge. The transparent ball in Ning Xiaochuan Wudoxin Palace is like a star spinning, absorbing the mysterious qi of the surrounding world all the time. In other words, Ning Xiaochuan's martial arts cultivation is increasing all the time, and the speed of absorbing Xuanqi reaches 256 times. This is the realm of the 9th floor of the mysterious qi of heaven and earth. The speed of absorbing Xuanqi seems to be only twice as fast as before, but Ning Xiaochuan's cultivation speed is several times higher than before. In the past, only when Ning Xiaochuan operated the skill, could he absorb the mysterious qi from the outside world and transform it into his own strength. But now it's different. He doesn't need to practice deliberately at all. Shan Qi will automatically drill into his body. Whether he is fighting with people, eating and sleeping, his cultivation is improving rapidly. This should be the geocentric bead recorded in the mysterious Qi of heaven and earth. Only when you cultivate to the 9th layer can you condense the geocentric bead. With the power of the geocentric bead, you can urge the martial artist to absorb the mysterious Qi at a speed of 256 times. My God! 256 times. Ning Xiaochuan himself felt quite incredible. You should know that the speed at which Mahayana absorbed Xuanqi was 108 times faster than the first wonder of Yulan Empire, Tyrant Dragon Formula. King Dajinping and Emperor Yulan did not practice the Tyrant Dragon Formula to Mahayana. If you can increase the rotation speed of the geocentric bead by 10 times to 10 circles per second, you can build the 10th layer of the mysterious Qi of heaven and earth, and the speed of absorbing the mysterious Qi will reach 512 times. With the cultivation difficulty of heaven and earth Xuanqi, without 10 years of hard cultivation, it is almost impossible to cultivate to the 10th level. However, with the cultivation speed of the 9th level of heaven and earth Xuanqi, it has been quite considerable, standing out of the crowd, and absolutely surpassing everyone in Yulan Empire. Since he has cultivated into the 9th layer of the mysterious Qi of heaven and earth, Ning Xiaochuan is no longer worried about the speed of cultivation, and can safely and boldly continue to cultivate concrete magic powers. Figurative supernatural powers are also very important, which can increase the combat effectiveness of warriors and even kill people across several realms. The magic power of 10,000 swords melt into rain is now melting 3 battle swords. If melting 4 battle swords and 5 battle swords, will the power become more powerful? Ning Xiaochuan took out a huge sword more than 20 meters long. This huge sword is Cui Tao's sword. It's a mysterious weapon of 8 grades. If you take it out and buy it, it's worth more than 3 cities. After Cui Tao's death, this sword fell into Ning Xiaochuan's hands, which can be regarded as a rich trophy obtained by Ning Xiaochuan. I'll refine it. Ning Xiaochuan bit his teeth, hissed, and directly inserted the huge sword into his chest. A penetrating pain rushed to his brain, almost making Ning Xiaochuan faint with pain. However, Ning Xiaochuan tried to keep himself awake, control the vitality of martial arts in his body, shrink the muscles at the wound, and try not to let blood flow out of the wound. You know, Ning Xiaochuan is now the 5th most powerful warrior in the territory of Dizun. Every time his blood is extremely precious, it is comparable to a mysterious medicine. If you lose a drop of blood, you only need to take a high-level mysterious medicine to make up for it. Ning Xiaochuan began to control the magic power of 10,000 swords melt the rain, and used the power of magic power to melt and refine the war sword of the 8th grade Xuanqi level. It took Ning Xiaochuan 3 days to refine this 8th grade Xuanqi level sword into his body and integrate it with the magic power of 10,000 swords melt rain. Magical powers are like tricks for martial artists. The more powerful the magic is, the more powerful the power will be. Come out! Ning Xiaochuan shouted loudly, and the whole hanging mountain flashed and thundered, and the heavy rain poured down. The heavy rain wrapped his body, and his long hair and clothes were wet. His chest emitted light, and immediately flew out 4 battle swords, which were automatically arranged into a simple sword array. The 8 Xuanqi level giant sword flew in the center, and the other 3 7 Xuanqi level war swords followed it, rotating and flying, showing a corner trend. The 4 swords complement each other and their forces are superimposed on each other. Indeed, they have become more powerful than before. The power of a war sword at the level of 8 Xuanqi is stronger than that of 3 war swords at the level of 7 Xuanqi. It can be said that Ning Xiaochuan's magic power of this move is more than twice as strong as before. Now there are only 4 war swords. If 10,000 war swords can be melted into the body and turned into a sword array, how terrible is the power displayed? Ning Xiaochuan's heart was so excited that he thought to himself that with a wave of his hand, he would play tens of thousands of magical swords. It was absolutely killing God when he met God, killing Buddha when he met Buddha. Even in the face of thousands of troops, I'm afraid I will be killed by thousands of swords. Ning Xiaochuan asked, Emperor Blade, have you followed the emperor for many years, and have you ever seen someone melt tens of thousands of soldiers in a magical power? No. However, it is said that in ancient times, an ancient ancestor fused 360 swords into his body and cultivated them into a peerless magic power. Once he exerted the magic power, he could challenge the secondary god. Tiandi Blade Road. Ning Xiaochuan's eyes narrowed and said, if I could melt 9 war swords into my body, I'm afraid I would be able to compete with Queen Wanyin. However, with my current cultivation, I can only melt 5 war swords into my body at most. No matter how much, my body will be broken. Ning Xiaochuan practiced in the Hanging Mountain for another 3 years, and his cultivation still remained at the 5th level of Dezunjing, and did not break through the 6th level of Dezunjing. However, it is already a great harvest to cultivate the mysterious Qi of heaven and earth to the 9th level. To break through the 6th level of the Earth Zune realm, you only need an opportunity to break through the bottleneck of the realm at any time. Now even if I meet Niao Lanqin's conscious body, I also have the power of a war. After seizing Wanyin Xian, Niao Lanqin has become a strong person who understands the ladder of heaven. Even if it's just a conscious body, it can be compared with the 9th weight of Wu Zun in the earth. A person of her level can walk sideways in the Jade Haze Empire, not to mention Ning Xiaochuan, even the Jade Haze Emperor dare not easily provoke. Facing such a great enemy, Ning Xiaochuan's pressure is not generally great. It's time for 10 days. Ning Xiaochuan left the Hanging Mountain and went to Jikushan Lake to meet with the Dark Heavenly King and Yuningsing. The Spirit Void Venerable has left Jikushan Lake. It is obvious that she has cultivated a martial soul seal, breaking through to the 7th level of the Earth Venerable realm, and I don't know where she went. The Heavenly Palace is the practice center of the Emperor of Heaven. The world inside is quite vast. What Ning Xiaochuan has been to is only the tip of the iceberg in the Heavenly Palace. After the Spiritual Void Venerable's cultivation breakthrough, he has gone to other secret places in the Heavenly Palace to look for cultivation opportunities. Although it is only in the past 10 days, the martial arts cultivation of the Dark King of Heaven has stepped into a higher level, and there is a feeling of Queen Wanyin on his body, which is completely invisible. That is the breath of the martial artist who understands the ladder of heaven. Yuningsing's martial arts cultivation has made great progress, breaking through 3 realms in a row and reaching the 6th level of the Earth Respect realm. Ning Xiaochuan expected that she could cultivate to the 6th level of the Earth Respect realm. If Ning Xiaochuan didn't spend most of his time comprehending the 9th level of the mysterious Qi of heaven and earth, he would also have a chance to reach the 6th level of the Earth Zunjing. However, even if she reached the 6th level of Dezun territory, she was definitely not Ning Xiaochuan's opponent. Ning Xiaochuan's current martial arts cultivation can fight for several rounds even if he meets the 9th level martial artist in the territory of Dezun. Even if he can't win, he is still a little sure if he wants to escape. The 9-colored divine water in the lake is a treasure. Each drop is equivalent to a low-grade basalt, which is very helpful for cultivation. It can only be met in the Taoist field left by the Emperor of Heaven. Other more advanced civilizations may not be able to find such gods. We all collect more and keep them for slow use. Ning Xiaochuan Road. Anyway, if the spiritual virtual venerable is not there, he will not collect it for nothing. Ning Xiaochuan and Yuningsing all took out containers to collect the 9-color divine water. This opportunity can't be met, and it may not be met in the future. Even the Dark King of Heaven was moved by the 9-colored divine water, took out a red gourd and took away more than 80 square meters of the 9-colored Xian water until the red gourd was filled. Now, let's go out. Ning Xiaochuan also packed a lot of 9-colored Xian Shui, took out the tower-shaped Xuanqi again, with a flash of light, took in the dark heavenly king and the jade Ningxing, and left the heavenly emperor academy directly. The situation in the imperial city is changeable. 10 days is enough for many things to happen. After Ning Xiaochuan walked out of the gate of heaven, the dark heavenly king and Yu Ningxing left. They couldn't stay in the imperial city. Once they were discovered by the princes in the court, the consequences would be unimaginable. Ning Xiaochuan immediately returned to the Marquis of the Sword Pavilion. Something's wrong. Ning Xiaochuan came to the outside of Jiang Aho's mansion and noticed a dangerous smell in the mansion, smelling a familiar smell. The breath of Niao Lanqin. Ning Xiaochuan knew that Niao Lanqin would come to the Marquis of Jiangya. After having the martial arts cultivation of Queen Wanyin, she had no scruples and could openly suppress anyone who dared to oppose her. The ninth son of Dao Men really didn't suppress her. She actually came to the Marquis of the Sword Pavilion. This is a big trouble. Ning Xiaochuan's heart sank to the bottom of the valley. With her ruthless character, would Ning Xiaochuan and the old Marquis have been poisoned by her? If Ning Xiaochuan returns to the Marquis of Jiangya now, Niao Lanqin will definitely kill him. If Ning Xiaochuan doesn't go back. No matter how vicious she is, Ning Xiaochuan must go back, otherwise what about her relatives? Ning Xiaochuan stood outside the Marquis mansion in the Jian Pavilion, clenched his teeth, and planned to enter the Marquis mansion. For his family, even the Sword Mountain and the Sea of Blood must break through. If she dares to be harmful to her relatives, Ning Xiaochuan will definitely make her regret. Now that you've come back, don't come in. Can you escape for a while and a lifetime? Niao Lanqin's voice rang out from Jiang Aho's house and spread into Ning Xiaochuan's ears. Her voice is transmitted in a mental way, and outsiders can't hear it at all. She also found Ning Xiaochuan outside Jiang Aho's house. Elder brother, where have you been these days? Many earth-shaking events have taken place in the imperial city. Even the Dragon Elephant Marquis and the Grand Master have been killed. The army of the Demon Gate is also advancing towards the imperial city. The imperial court's army is retreating day by day. No accident, it will be under the city in 3 days. Seeing that Ning Xiaochuan returned to the home mansion, Ning Xiaochuan was still very anxious. Suddenly, she relaxed, as if she had seen the backbone, with a beautiful smile on her face. After seeing Ning Xiaochuan, Ning Xiaochuan finally breathed a sigh of relief, but his expression was still very serious, and his nerves were tense at any time. As he walked towards the middle of the home mansion, his eyes searched and said, "Where is she?" "Who?" "Brother, who are you talking about?" Ning Xiaochuan blinked and asked, curiously. At this time, Ning Xiaochuan stopped and saw Niao Lanqin standing on the 3-story platform. Niao Lanqin is dressed in men's clothes, with long hair wrapped in Confucian scarves. Her eyebrows and eyes are beautiful, her nose is straight, and her cheeks are very delicate, just like being carved with a knife edge. Every inch of her skin is glittering and translucent, like white jade, emitting light fluorescence. Her appearance is exactly the same as that of the Queen of 10,000 Sounds. She is beautiful, but she is particularly cold and arrogant, like the white lotus on the top of the snow mountain. She holds a folding fan in her hand. She is elegant, and her lips are particularly red. Even her eyelids have a touch of light pink. If she is really a man, she is absolutely gorgeous and handsome, and can captivate all women in the world. She stared at Ning Xiaochuan from a commanding position, and a trace of coldness flashed in her pupils. "Brother, Master Nia has been waiting for you for 8 days." Ning Xiaochuan also glanced at Niao Lanqin and thought that Niao Lanqin was a man. She thought that Master Nia was a friend of Ning Xiaochuan, so she treated her as a distinguished guest. Ning Xiaochuan knew that Niao Lanqin was not a good kind. If the degree of danger was still above the Queen of 10,000 Tones, it was like a nuclear warhead. No one knew when she would become a terrible devil. Once her destructive power breaks out, half of the imperial city will be destroyed, millions of people will die, and all buildings will be destroyed. Ning Xiaochuan's face was very serious, and the vitality of martial arts in his body began to work quickly, saying, "Shiner, you go out first." "Why?" Ning Shiner puzzled. "Don't ask why, go out first," Ning Xiaochuan said coldly. Ning Shiner has never seen her brother so serious to herself, and she doesn't know why. However, she saw that Ning Xiaochuan's face was very dignified. Something important must have happened. She secretly glanced at Niao Lanqing and withdrew. Big brother, my father is back?" Xiaoling ran barefoot on the platform, and her whole body radiated aura. Her eyes were particularly beautiful, round, like two water-smart glass balls. Little Linger hugged Niao Lanqing's leg and stared at Ning Xiaochuan, standing below. Her eyes suddenly stared round, and her voice called childishly, "Dad, you've finally come back. Big brother has been looking for you for a long time." Xiao Hong followed Xiao Linger, and the man stood up. Two dragon claws ran on the ground. A pair of longans were about to pop out of their eyes, and their mouths gave out a cry of "ow, ow." Ning Xiaochuan stared at Xiao Linger and Niao Lanqing, and knew that the big thing was bad. His eyes coagulated, and he said angrily, "Niao Lanqing, this has nothing to do with Xiao Linger. Why do you involve her?" "Oh. No. Xiao Linger and I are good friends now. If you don't believe me, ask her." Niao Lanqing's voice was very gentle. He picked up Xiao Linger and gently touched her face with his fingers, with a faint smile on his face. "Is Xiao Linger really your daughter and you Ningxing?" "Of course." Ning Xiaochuan rode. Ning Xiaochuan naturally likes Xiao Linger and treats her like her relatives. Boom. Niao Lanqing's face immediately changed, his arm waved and cut out, and a hand knife-shaped guanghua smashed a white stone rockery beside Ning Xiaochuan. In a cold voice, "You dare to cheat me. I have checked Xiao Linger's body, and she is a kind of heaven and earth spirit, a special kind of spiritual race. If you don't tell me her real origin, you should know what will happen." Xiao Linger and Xiao Hong were frightened, and even Shan couldn't give birth to a smile. Their wisdom is not low, naturally aware that the big brother in red may not be a good man. "No. I'm really Dad's daughter." Xiao Linger opened her eyes wide, looked very cute, and said to Niao Lanqing very seriously. Niao Lanqing gently touched Xiao Linger's face and said with a smile, "He's not your father. Xiao Linger, come with me." "Ow, ow." Xiao Hong was very vigilant and shouted at Niao Lanqing. Ning Xiaochuan's eyes burst into angry flames and said, "Niao Lanqing, if you let Xiao Linger go, the gratitude and resentment between us may be written off. Niao Lanqing can even take away her teacher, Queen of 10,000 Sounds, which makes her find that Xiao Linger's constitution is more advanced than that of Queen of 10,000 Sounds, and she may take away Xiao Linger too." "Haha. Ning Xiaochuan, with your current cultivation, still want to threaten me?" Niao Lanqing sneered. A pair of star eyes looked at Ning Xiaochuan, and two flashes of lightning flew out of her pupils. Suddenly, the space changed, and the surrounding pavilions disappeared. The two of them appeared in an unstable space, and everything around them disappeared. Different world. Ning Xiaochuan hung in the space, his eyes were very cold, and said, "Niao Lanqing, I don't want to ask about your business, and I hope you don't care about my business. We've been cleared up long ago. If you dare to do something to my family, I'll make you regret it." "Have you really cleared up?" "Ning Xiaochuan, our gratitude and resentment have long been settled, and it will never be cleared up. If you don't die, I will pester you all my life. If you tell me the true origin of Xiao Linger, I can let you go temporarily." Although Niao Lanqing disguised herself as a man, her charm did not diminish at all. Two completely opposite temperaments, domineering and feminine, appeared in her. "Do you really think you are invincible in the world? Just a conscious body wants to threaten me. You also underestimate the man who has been on you. Since Niao Lanqin is so crazy, Ning Xiaochuan doesn't need to be polite to her anymore. Niao Lanqin's heart is very crazy. Every time she thinks of the scene of cooperating with Ning Xiaochuan, she feels very ashamed. Even though she has lost the jade crystal of Queen Wanyin, the wound in her heart cannot be healed. She used to behave lightly, because her martial arts cultivation is not as good as Ning Xiaochuan, so she can only bear it. But now it's different. Her martial arts cultivation is far better than Ning Xiaochuan. Naturally, she won't let him go easily. She can't be psychologically balanced until he pays the price he deserves. Ning Xiaochuan is to deliberately irritate her, so that she has a chance to overcome. Wow! Niao Lanqin's star eyes were cold, Yun Xiu waved, and a big hand slapped at Ning Xiaochuan. The handprint was more than 60 meters long. Each finger was like a jade pillar, covered with martial arts marks, and dozens of blue lightning intertwined in the palm, like a blue sky pressing down. In the past, Ning Xiaochuan couldn't even dodge. However, after 10 days of cultivation in the Heavenly Palace, Ning Xiaochuan's martial arts cultivation has stepped into a new height, and his body jumped into a colorful streamer, avoiding Niao Lanqin's palm print. Shua shua. 4 battle swords flew out of Ning Xiaochuan's body and arranged into a sword array. Dozens of sword qi burst out every moment. After a breath of time, the sky was full of sword qi, and suppressed to Niao Lanqin at the same time. Boom! Her big handprint was broken by the sword, and became fragmented into wisps of spiritual smoke. Incarnate the divine power of this life. Niao Lan's heart was slightly surprised. Niao Lanqin's current martial arts realm can't cultivate concrete magic, but Ning Xiaochuan can. This shows that Ning Xiaochuan's talent is higher than her. Niao Lanqin's heart was naturally very jealous. Break it for me. Niao Lanqin's also played a magic power, and behind him rushed out a white light, which burst into a pair of 9 sky-clad wings, flying out a pair of sword-like feathers, converging into a river, impacting the past, breaking the sword array arranged by the 4 swords. The 4 swords were impacted by powerful forces and flew in all directions without the control of Ning Xiaochuan. Wow! Niao Lanqin's body suddenly disappeared from the original place. Ning Xiaochuan instinctively felt quite bad, immediately looked up, and sure enough, he saw Niao Lanqin flying down from the sky. Her palms became like white jade, her eyes were particularly cold, and each slender finger emitted a dazzling jade light, which stabbed people's eyes. Ning Xiaochuan roared, and the sound waves condensed into a huge bell, rushing towards Niao Lanqin. At the same time, the arm was wrapped by lightning, and the bones sent out the howling of monsters, with the momentum of overwhelming waves. Bang! After a hard fight with Niao Lanqin, Ning Xiaochuan felt a huge and extreme force transferred to his arm. His internal organs were violently shocked, his throat was sweet, and a mouthful of blood spit out. Ning Xiaochuan, your martial arts cultivation has made great progress. Niao Lanqin was very strong, and with a slight hook of red lips, he pressed down with more terrifying force, pressing Ning Xiaochuan's body down quickly. Ning Xiaochuan could clearly feel that a cold air rushed from Niao Lanqin's palm, drilled into his pores and stabbed into his blood. That chill made his palm hard, cold, and unconscious. What? It's turned into jade. Ning Xiaochuan saw that his whole palm was slowly turning into white jade, and it was still spreading rapidly towards his wrist and arm. The whole arm became numb and looked extremely stiff. Niao Lanqin bowed down, with a cold smile on the corners of his mouth, and suppressed it with strong force, saying, Ning Xiaochuan, you went to the Heavenly Palace to practice for 10 days, and your cultivation has indeed improved a lot. If I hadn't used the power of the Jade Bible, I really couldn't suppress you. Taichu Wenhua was transformed into a jade statue by Queen Wanyin using the power of the Jade Bible. Do you want to follow in his footsteps? No. Absolutely not. Ning Xiaochuan wanted to mobilize the power of the magic sword to devour the power of Niao Lanqin, but he failed. Between the palms of his and Niao Lanqin was like an invisible force. The devouring power of the magic sword could not act on her at all, and naturally it could not devour her power. Give up resistance. I know you have the Northern Hell magic skill, but the Jade Bible I cultivate can solidify the vitality of martial arts and will not flow at all. How can you absorb my strength? Niao Lanqin's body has a proud momentum, even more arrogant than the Queen of 10,000 Voices. Ning Xiaochuan's whole arm became numb and completely unconscious. However, he didn't give up, clenched his teeth, and turned the blood in his body to the extreme. Every drop of blood turned into an extremely small blood sword. A supreme force burst out of Ning Xiaochuan's body. Boom! The blood gas in his body became larger and larger, and finally resisted the jade gas that devoured flesh and blood, forcing all the jade gas out of his body, and the arm returned to its original appearance. This is the time. Take action. Ning Xiaochuan's anger soared, his fingers pinched into fists, and his lightning hand hit the center of her eyebrows under Niao Lanqin's surprised eyes. The center of her eyebrows is the position of the Life Yuan spirit. Only by breaking the Life Yuan spirit can she break her consciousness body. Niao Lanqin completely didn't expect that Ning Xiaochuan had the means to break the Jade Bible, so he was caught off guard by Ning Xiaochuan's punch and had to defend passively. Niao Lanqin's arms were retracted and protected in front of him, condensing the magic power of protecting the body and guarding the position of the center of the eyebrow. Bang! Ning Xiaochuan hit down with one punch and blew her out. The protective magic power that had not yet fully condensed was destroyed. There was a muffled sound in her mouth, a crack in the middle of her eyebrows, and her body almost fell apart. Although this punch did not break her life soul, it also severely damaged her conscious body. Ning Xiaochuan, how can you stop the power of the Jade Bible? What power did you just use? Niao Lanqin staggered back, retreating dozens of feet in a row, and his eyes were still shocked. He didn't believe that Ning Xiaochuan's cultivation could resist the power of the Jade Bible. The 5th level of Dizun is unattainable to others, but it is still too weak for her. You know, even the primordial flowers can't stop the Jade Bible. Can he do it? Naturally, she would not think that Ning Xiaochuan's body has cultivated a trace of the power of the Supreme Body, and only the power of the Supreme Body can force the Jade Qi out of the body. Ning Xiaochuan naturally wouldn't tell her everything about the Supreme Body, and said, Niao Lanqin, in the process of cultivation, you should pay attention to step by step and be down to earth. Only in this way can you go further. The power you lost is not your own power after all. If you don't take more time to master it, sooner or later you will suffer for it. Don't worry about my business. When my true self comes, one finger can kill you. Niao Lan's heart sank. Ning Xiaochuan continued, you don't spend more time cultivating martial arts and sticking to your vitality, but instead you come specifically to deal with me. You've already abandoned your roots. As long as I can make you unhappy, I feel quite happy. Niao Lanqin gave Ning Xiaochuan a strange smile, broke the strange space and flew out first. Not good. Ning Xiaochuan immediately chased out, rushed into the crack of different space, and slapped Niao Lanqin's vest. Bang! Niao Lanqin turned around and slapped Ning Xiaochuan, and both of them burst back at the same time. Niao Lanqin first flew out of the strange space and landed in the marquee house of the sword pavilion again. Her sleeve rolled up and a white light flew out to roll Xiaolinger to her side. She picked up Xiaolinger, broke the invisible array in the marquee of Jianghe with one palm, and flew towards the outside of the marquee of Jianghe. Dad, save me. Save Xiaolinger. Xiaolinger felt that she was going to be taken away, and she was getting farther and farther away from Ning Xiaochuan. She was very afraid and called for help from Ning Xiaochuan. Ow, ow. Unexpectedly, someone wanted to take Xiaoling, and Xiaohong was immediately angry. It turned into a red streamer, and its body became more than 30 meters long. It was as thick as a bucket. It had unicorn head, snake body, phoenix tail, eagle claws, antlers, and lin wings. Its body was wrapped in a red flame, and its mouth spit out an inflammation column flame. The flame was so hot that it twisted the air. Niao Lanqing's conscious body touched with the fire and made a chi-chi sound, which seemed to melt him by the fire. However, Xiaohong saw that Xiaolinger was also wrapped in the fire, and she was afraid of hurting her, so she stopped spitting out the fire again. Worthy of being a dragon cub, it should be so terrible. Niao Lanqing rushed out of the flame, made a big handprint, and patted Xiaohong out. The huge dragon body knocked down the 3 temples in the Marquis of the Sword Pavilion and rolled in the ruins. Its body gradually shrunk and became only 1 meter long, and its claws became only as big as a wine cup. It continued to catch up, faster than Niao Lanqing, flew to Niao Lanqing's shoulder, wrapped Niao Lanqing's neck, and bit at Niao Lanqing's eyebrows. The little guy's spiritual sense is very high. He knows that Niao Lanqing's life Yuan Ling is in the middle of his eyebrow, so he bites into the middle of his eyebrow. Bang! Niao Lanqing's body rushed out a white glow, shook the red dragon out, slapped it again, and beat it to 7 meat and 8 vegetables, with starlight all over his eyes. Ning Xiaochuan rushed out of the strange space and stared at Niao Lanqing, who flew out of the Marquis of the Sword Pavilion, with more anger in his eyes. What he can't stand most is that someone threatens his family. Niao Lanqing has touched his bottom line. Fit. The red dragon roared, turned into a red fog, and wrapped Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan's body was immediately covered with a thick layer of red dragon armor, holding a dragon claw and sword in his hand, with a pair of huge red dragon wings on his back, and his whole body was burning with flames and took off. Ow! The red dragon's head became as big as a water tank, and his mouth was full of dragon teeth, emitting a deafening roar. Little Red's power has always been very strong, but few people can force it to stimulate its own power, and no one guides it how to cultivate and help it open the door of cultivation, so it has been bullied like a little bit. In fact, can the dragon cubs be ordinary? Naturally, the combat effectiveness is quite strong. Once angry, Ning Xiaochuan may not be its opponent. Ow! This dragon chant spread far away, so that many warriors in the imperial city could hear it clearly. To know that the dragon clan has left the Yulan Empire, only Ning Xiaochuan has a dragon cub beside him. Obviously, this dragon cry is from the mouth of that dragon cub. Just now I saw a man wrapped in flames fly out of the imperial city, with a pair of dragon wings on his back. It must be Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan just killed Yu Wuyang. Why is there so much noise? Maybe the demon clan army has arrived outside the imperial city. Because this dragon sing caused a huge disturbance in the imperial city, everyone was wondering what happened. Ning Xiaochuan and Red Bruce Lee are very angry and have been chasing out of the imperial city to save Xiaolinger. If Niao Lanqing were to take Xiaolinger away, God knows what would happen to her. Dad. Help me. Xiaolinger stared at Ning Xiaochuan, who was chasing after him. She looked pathetic, like a little girl kidnapped by human traffickers. Ning Xiaochuan, stop chasing. Niao Lanqing wants to lead you farther and farther away from the imperial city, and then her true self will come to deal with you. This is a trap. Tiandi Blade Road. Ning Xiaochuan's eyes coagulated and said, I know this is a trap, but I must save Xiaolinger. Niao Lanqing can even take away her master. What else can she do? There is a big secret hidden in Xiaolinger. If Niao Lanqing finds it, she will definitely do something to Xiaolinger. Ning Xiaochuan must not let such a thing happen. Push! Ning Xiaochuan suddenly stepped on the ground, his body turned into a bow, catapulted more than 100 meters high, crossed a distance of more than 1,000 meters, caught up with Niao Lanqing's head, and chopped down with a sword. This is a sword that condenses the whole body strength of Ning Xiaochuan and the red dragon, making a harsh dragon sound and pulling a flame sword scar in the air. This sword is not only the superposition of Ning Xiaochuan and the red dragon, but also increases the strength several times. It can be said that Ning Xiaochuan at the moment is the real fighting dragon envoy. Niao Lanqing felt a huge crisis, propped up a palm and held the sky with his 5 fingers. A huge circular light seal with a diameter of 10 meters emerged in the palm, and thousands of jade-white words floated on the seal, like an ancient array plate. Boom! Ning Xiaochuan chopped the array plate with a sword, tore the array plate open, and pressed a sword on Niao Lanqing's neck. Niao Lanqing pressed Ning Xiaochuan's arm with both hands, and made Zhang Jian stop at her shoulder. His eyes were cold, and he looked at each other with his angry eyes. He sneered, "Isn't it a little Shan beast? You're angry just for her? For a martial artist, once you lose your calm, it means death. Ning Xiaochuan, your weakness is too obvious." Niao Lanqing stretched out a crystal-clear finger, a martial magic condensed in his fingertips, and shot on the red sword in Ning Xiaochuan's hand. Wow! Dash! On the sword, a strange sound wave was sent out, which shocked Ning Xiaochuan's brain into a blank and his body flew back. He retreated more than 10 steps in a row to regain his footing, but his mind was still very painful, like being stabbed by a needle. Niao Lanqing lost the body of Queen Wan Yinxian and inherited her musical attainments. She can use anything as an instrument to play the sound wave of killing the enemy. Just now, she used Ning Xiaochuan's sword as a musical instrument and launched a sonic attack on Ning Xiaochuan. If Ning Xiaochuan's martial arts cultivation is still in the 4th level of Dizuan territory, it is impossible to withstand that attack. His head must have been torn apart. Ning Xiaochuan, in my opinion, your martial arts cultivation is no different from children playing with swords. With one hand, you are not my opponent. Niao Lanqing held little linger in one hand, his eyebrows were cold, and his eyes had a kind of arrogance overlooking the common people. Really? Ning Xiaochuan waved his sleeve, and 333 array flags flew out, arranged into an 8-wind god array, and wrapped himself in the center of the array. Double-headed stone beasts, black-haired ghost bat beasts, and fish dragons rushed out of the Xian beast Jian and flew in the array, prompting the array eyes to make the power of the array more powerful. With Ning Xiaochuan's flight, 333 array flags also flew, rotating madly, and a powerful attack wave broke out. With the help of the power of the 8 winds god array, Ning Xiaochuan held the dragon claw and sword in both hands, and cut at Niao Lanqing with a sword. A group of red flames slashed out. Bang! The sword spirit cut Niao Lanqing's magic power and tore her body in two with destructive power. Finally, her conscious body was torn to pieces. Ning Xiaochuan's heart was happy, and he quickly grabbed Xiaoling'er's small arm, held her and quickly retreated, falling more than 30 feet away, staring at Niao Lanqing's conscious body. Although Ning Xiaochuan's sword just cut Niao Lanqing's consciousness in half, it did not split on the life yuan spirit. Niao Lanqing's consciousness soon condensed again, and his eyes became colder. Ning Xiaochuan, it's useless even if you rob Xiaoling'er. My real body has arrived, and you can't escape at all. Sure enough, as soon as her voice fell, the wind and clouds began to move above the sky, and a white cloud rushed over, covering the scorching sun above the sky. Niao Lanqing's real body flew down from the sky, wearing a bright red robe, holding a skirt more than 10 meters long, with a sense of dignity and domineering on his body, which was more like a fairy queen than the queen of 10,000 tones. Her conscious body dissipated automatically and turned into a wisp of smoke. Niao Lanqing glanced at Ning Xiaochuan faintly and said, "Give me Xiaoling'er and the dragon cub, and I'll let you live." Ning Xiaochuan felt great pressure, and his feet were pressed to the ground by an invisible departure. However, a sneering smile still came out on his face. "Are you begging me?" "I'm ordering you." Niao Lanqing's indifferent way. Dad, she's a bad person. Xiaoling won't go with her. Xiaolinger whispered in Ning Xiaochuan's ear. Naturally, I won't give you to anyone. Ning Xiaochuan gently pinched Xiaolinger's face, with a smile on his face. Niao Lanqing thought Ning Xiaochuan was too stupid and said, if you don't give her to me, you will only have a dead end. Lord, please don't hurt the little marquis. In the distance, Niao Lanqi flew over on the back of a Wupingshuan beast, with an anxious look on his face. When the Xian beast flew close, she immediately jumped off the Xian beast, and her body fell to the ground like a breeze, appearing in front of Ning Xiaochuan. Niao Lanqi knelt on the ground, kowed out to Niao Lan's heart and said, please forgive the little marquis, please forgive the little marquis is kind to Lanqi, please forgive the little marquis. Niao Lanqi didn't know that the person standing opposite was her sister, but thought she was still the queen of all voices. Niao Lanqing frowned and his eyes sank. Lanqi, how did you come here? Report back to the Lord. I figured out that the little marquis had a great disaster, so I rushed to the imperial city immediately. I asked the Lord to let the little marquis go. If the Lord let the little marquis go, Lanqi was willing to be a slave and a maid for the Lord, and I could do anything. Kill me. Niao Lanqi was still kowtowing constantly, some incoherent, and his forehead was broken. Niao Lanqing frowned more fiercely, and said in a deep voice, get up. Niao Lanqi shook his head hard and said, if you don't get up, you can't get up. If the Lord promised to let go of the little marquis, I'll get up, otherwise. I won't get up. Lanqi, get up first. Don't beg her. This is the grudge between me and her. Don't get involved. Ning Xiaochuan didn't expect Niao Lanqi to come here. At the same time, she was also a little moved. This little girl is much more affectionate and righteous than her sister. They are all born to one mother. Why is the gap so large? Niao Lanqi's ability to calculate good and bad fortune shows that she has already practiced Zhigongzhen and Zhigongsuan to the entry level. Being able to reach this level in such a short time shows that her talent in divination is far superior to ordinary people. This still makes Ning Xiaochuan very happy. It seems that she really chose the right person. Divination and calculation are quite complex practices, and it is difficult to see results in a short time. She was able to calculate that Ning Xiaochuan had a big disaster. It is estimated that she was too concerned about Ning Xiaochuan and was calculating Ning Xiaochuan many times before she could calculate a trace of results. Niao Lanqing was helpless. She could hit anyone hard, but she couldn't hit her sister. Seeing Niao Lanqi kneeling for Ning Xiaochuan and being a slave, she felt a deep jealousy in her heart, which made her hate Ning Xiaochuan even more and wanted to tear Ning Xiaochuan to pieces. Queen Wanning. If you want to kill the people of our demon sect, I'm afraid you have to give the demon emperor an explanation first. A huge sound came from a distance. Another strong man came. 2 broken winds sounded, and 2 black lights flew in the air. The Dark King of Heaven and Duan Mulinia arrived at the same time, and their magic chi sword, and their body method was as fast as a ghost, stopping on the left and right sides of Niao Lanqing. Yuningxing also followed closely, came to Ning Xiaochuan's side, and picked up Xiaolinger. Niao Lanqing's eyebrows slightly picked up, glanced at the 3 masters of the magic door, and finally fixed his eyes on Yuningxing, sneering, it turns out that Yuningxing, the first beauty of the imperial city, is the saint of the magic door. What a surprise! Although Yuningxing's face was veiled, she still couldn't hide it from Niao Lanqing's eyes, and was recognized by her. Yuningxing and Niao Lanqing looked at each other in the eyes, did not shrink back at all, and said, there are many things you can't think of. Really? Then I'll take a look at the veil of the first beauty in the imperial city. Is it a beautiful face, or a twisted and ferocious ugly face? After seeing Yuningxing, Niao Lanqing had a strong killing intention in his heart. Her body disappeared from the original place, faster than the discrimination ability of the naked eye. Her fingers turned into claws and grabbed at Ningxiao's face. She didn't want to lift the veil on Ningxiao's face. She was simply going to disfigure Ningxiao. Because the distance is too close, and the gap between martial arts and cultivation is too big, Ningxiao can't dodge at all. If you are caught by Niao Lanji's claw, even black iron will turn into powder, not to mention human face. Phew. Between the lightning and flint, Ning Xiaochuan moved horizontally in front of Ningxiao, slapped his hands out, and countless sword chi burst out of his body, gathered on a pair of arms, and hit Niao Lanji's claw. At this moment of crisis, Ning Xiaochuan aroused his anger and potential in his body, and his murderous intention erupted into a world-destroying gas. The 9th world-destroying gas was born. The magic sword in his body burst out a blood-devouring sound, and the 9 world-destroying gases gathered together, wrapped around the magic sword, and completely stimulated the power of the magic sword. After cultivating 9 world-destroying qi, Ning Xiaochuan can fully control the magic sword and truly become the master of the magic sword. At the moment when the 9th world-destroying gas was born, an extremely powerful creature woke up outside the distant space and time, and a world-destroying force was transmitted from the space and time hundreds of millions of miles away and fused with the magic sword. Ning Xiaochuan knew it was the cold rain that woke up. It's just that she is too far away from the Jade Haze Empire. I don't know how many billions of miles away, so she can only pass a trace of power through the magic sword and act on the magic sword. Wow! Under countless sword chi packages, the magic sword flew out. Poof! The sound of the sword entering the flesh sounded. Niao Lanqing's body suddenly stopped, and his eyes showed an unbelievable look. The magic sword pierced her palm, and then a hole pierced her chest and flew out of her back, leaving a bloody hole. Zheng. The magic sword made a sound, spilled blood on the sword, drew a vicious arc in the air, and flew back to Ning Xiaochuan's hands. The sword just now was so amazing that it was so powerful that it pierced Niao Lanqing's body. Everyone was shocked, including Niao Lanji himself. What a powerful sword. If it can stab my heart, I'm afraid I'll fall into your hands today. Niao Lanqing's internal vitality worked, and the blood on the wound immediately stopped, and the wound began to heal slowly. This is definitely not the power of Ning Xiaochuan. She still felt a lingering fear. If Ning Xiaochuan's sword just now was a little more positive, it would be absolutely difficult for her to survive. Ning Xiaochuan was holding the magic sword, and the 9 world-destroying qi was connected to the arm and the sword body of the magic sword. A feeling of spiritual connection rushed into his heart, as if he and the magic sword had been integrated, and he could feel the joys, sorrows, and joys of the magic sword. The magic sword was originally only 3 feet long. Under the entanglement of 9 world-destroying gases, it actually breathed out brilliance, and constantly grew longer and wider. At the same time, the magic sword is also absorbing Ning Xiaochuan's blood and using Ning Xiaochuan's blood to condense the sword. Soon, the magic sword became 6 feet long, and the body of the sword became as wide as an arm. Strands of blood-red small lines shuttle on the sword body and converge into the shape of blood. If we say, the former magic sword is just a sword spirit of the world-destroying sword, then, the magic sword now has a sword body, which is condensed with Ning Xiaochuan's blood and the sword spirit of the world-destroying sword. However, the power of the magic sword is naturally not the same as before, and it is more than several times powerful. Moreover, Ning Xiaochuan is more handy to control, so he doesn't have to worry about being backfired by the power of the magic sword. When Ning Xiaochuan was refining his magic sword, Ningxiao, Dark Heavenly King and Duan Mulinia were all protecting his dharma for fear that Niao Lanqing would attack him. Although the magic sword pierced Niao Lanqing's body, it didn't hit her vital point. With her current cultivation, she can naturally suppress the sword wound on her body. Ogawa, what's the matter with you? Seeing Ning Xiaochuan reopening his eyes, Ningxiao asked with concern. Ning Xiaochuan gently shook his head, just about to try the power of the magic sword. Suddenly, his legs trembled slightly, and a strong sense of weakness came. Previously, the sword that Ning Xiaochuan pierced Niao Lanqing's body was not Ning Xiaochuan's power, but a trace of power transmitted by Sui Hanyu from hundreds of millions of miles away, helping Ning Xiaochuan beat Niao Lanqing back. Of course, because of this sword, all the martial arts vitality in Ning Xiaochuan's body was consumed by 9 layers. In addition, Ning Xiaochuan just used his own blood to condense the magic sword, and his blood gas was seriously consumed, so his body was naturally quite weak. Ning Xiaochuan tried to control himself to stand firm, and the geocentric bead automatically rotated in his body, absorbing the mysterious qi of heaven and earth into the heart palace of martial arts, and quickly recovered. Niao Lanqing's eyesight was so sharp that he also saw that Ning Xiaochuan's state was wrong. His eyes shrunk slightly, and he snorted coldly, "Ning Xiaochuan, that sword just now has exhausted your vitality in your body. Do you think you can stop it if I shoot again? Queen Wanyin, you've gone too far. You're also the supreme figure in the martial arts world. You're actually just as knowledgeable as children, and you're not afraid of being laughed at by people all over the world?" Duan Mulin's cold voice. Niao Lanqing's eyes stared at Duan Mulinya and said, "I warn you, the world is a silent fairy queen. My name is Niao Lanqing." Duan Mulinya was also the 7th heaviest demon giant in the territory of Dizun, but after being stared by Niao Lanqing, he couldn't help but step back, and his vest was full of cold sweat. What a terrible martial arts cultivation. If she wants to kill me, I'm afraid I can't even catch her move. No, what did she say? Duan Mulinya stared at the woman with a peerless face standing in front of him, thinking he had just heard wrong. Niao Lanqing? Everyone was stunned except Ning Xiaochuan. Niao Lanqing was also surprised and couldn't close her mouth. A pair of bright eyes stared at Niao Lanqing tightly. How could the patriarch become a sister? Although Niao Lanqing was able to use the 9 palace calculation to calculate something, he never thought of calculating the patriarch, so he couldn't believe his ears at all. Don't be surprised, Queen Wanyin has indeed fallen. The person standing in front of you is Niao Lanqing, the personal disciple of Queen Wanyin. Ning Xiaochuan wrote. This fact is too inconceivable for ordinary people to accept. However, the people standing there were not simple people. They had seen many strange and unpredictable things, and quickly digested the shocking news. The Dark King of Heaven wore a half-gold mask on his face, and a pair of purple-blue eyes with harsh cold light, and said, "Whether you are the Queen of 10,000 Sounds or Niao Lanqing, you can't hurt Ning Xiaochuan's finger today." Dark King, Duan Mulinya, just because you two want to stop me? Niao Lanqing smiled coldly. Even if she was stabbed by Ning Xiaochuan's sword just now, she still didn't pay attention to the Dark King and Duan Mulinya, as proud as a snow-white swan. Naturally, we are not your opponents, but what about the Demon Emperor? Duan Mulinya sank his voice. Even if the Demon Emperor comes in person, I won't be afraid of him. Niao Lan thought. Dada. A footstep sounded slowly, leaving a long series of footprints on the ground. However, in addition to footprints, you can't see where people are at all? It's like a ghost walking on the ground. Niao Lanqing's face changed, staring at the footprints from far to near, and a trace of crimson brilliance appeared in his pupils, which was like the eyes inlaid with 2 red blood fairy stones. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the row of footprints gradually coming. Every time the footsteps sounded, everyone's heart would beat. It was not until the footprints came to the public that the body of the Demon Emperor condensed. The Demon Emperor looked only in his 50s. There were several white hairs at the temples, and his eyes were particularly divine. He had a dignified momentum on his body, which was like a supreme emperor. See the devil. The Dark Emperor, Duan Mulinya, and Yu Ningxing all bowed down to the Demon Emperor, looking very respectful. Is he the Demon Emperor Duanmian? Who would have thought that the famous Demon Emperor really came? Ning Xiaochuan is not afraid of the demon emperor. He carefully looks at the overlord who makes all martial arts in the world afraid. He is indeed somewhat similar to Duan Mulinya and himself. This is the influence of blood relationship. In terms of blood relationship, the demon emperor can be regarded as Ning Xiaochuan's grandfather. Demon Emperor, Duan Muhan. Niao Lan stared at the demon emperor in his heart and took precautions carefully. If in the past, her martial arts cultivation was like a mole ant in front of the demon emperor, the demon gas on the demon emperor could press her on the ground. However, after taking away the power of Queen Wanyin, she has become an equal figure with the demon emperor. Naturally, she will no longer pay attention to the demon emperor, which is enough to be equal to the demon emperor. The devil's eyes were very deep. He looked at her for a moment and spit out 2 words, "Give up." In addition to the Tiandi blade, the demon emperor was the first person to see through Niao Lanqin. Queen Wanyin is also a legendary girl in her life, and she is the pride of heaven that I admire. 40 years ago, she reached the peak of the Land of Honor, and she was the first in the world in the female martial arts cultivation of the Jade Orchid Empire. It's a pity that her fame was lost in the hands of her disciples, and she finally made bridal dresses for others. The devil's voice was slow, and he spoke very plainly. In the eyes of the demon emperor, the famous queen of all voices is just a proud daughter of the future generations. Niao Lan's heart snorted coldly and said, "The real winner is to be able to wear the wedding dress made by others." Duan Muhan, what you cultivate is the blood-eating demon skill. Aren't you also wearing the wedding dress made by others? Yes, the blood-eating demon skill is about robbing others and strengthening myself, but I can completely convert others' accomplishments into my own accomplishments. Can you? The demon emperor glanced at Niao Lanqin coldly, and did not pay attention to her, but just regarded her as a powerful younger generation. Niao Lanqin said coldly, "Don't I have transformed the martial arts accomplishments of Queen Wanyin into my own accomplishments now?" The demon emperor shook his head, "Avenue, you're far from it. All you get is the power of Queen Wanyin. Queen Wanyin can kill Taichu Wenhua in her heyday. Do you think you can kill Taichu Wenhua? I can tell you in charge that Taichu Wenhua can kill you within 10 moves. Because you don't have Queen Wanyin's understanding of the truth of martial arts, and you can't fully control the power in your body without Queen Wanyin's martial arts experience. Little girl, you and Queen Wanyin is still too far away. To tell you the truth, if the emperor wants to kill you, he only needs 3 moves to kill you. Because Niao Lanqin's martial arts cultivation is too high, outsiders can't see through her reality. However, her weakness was completely exposed when she met people of the level of Demon Emperor. Like Ning Xiaochuan's previous sword, if it stabbed the Demon Emperor, it would definitely not hurt the Demon Emperor. However, Niao Lanqin had a lot of accomplishments, but he didn't have enough experience against the enemy, so he was pierced by the magic sword. I really don't believe you have that ability. With a wave of Niao Lanqin's palm, a red cloud flew out of his palm, condensing 18 scarlet guqin. Her fingers flicked on the guqin, and all the strings vibrated, breaking out 108 earth-shaking thunders. At the moment when the thunder sounded, the dark heavenly king immediately showed his vitality, wrapped Ning Xiaochuan, Duan Mulinya, Yuningxing, and Niao Lanji, and quickly retreated 800 feet away. Boom! Above the sky, hundreds of red lightning and thunder balls fell, turning heaven and earth into a sea of thunder. In an instant, a hill more than 300 meters high was split into the ground, and the stones melted into magma. It is conceivable that if the Dark King had not just shot in time, all of them would have been hit by lightning and turned into fly ash. The Demon Emperor was wrapped by endless thunder and lightning, but he seemed extremely calm. A blood-devouring demon cloud wrapped his body, and a huge magic palm patted out, and immediately broke 18 guqin. Niao Lanqin flew backward and retreated for tens of meters before regaining his footing. Niao Lanqin's heart was very unconvinced, but he also knew that there was a big gap between himself and the Demon Emperor. He snorted coldly, "Demon Emperor, don't be happy too soon. Sooner or later, I will defeat you. Lanji, let's go." Niao Lanqin's sleeve was lifted, and a brilliance swept over, rolling Niao Lanji up into two white brilliants, which soon turned into two black spots and disappeared in the sky. "Father, why don't you get rid of her? She will definitely become a big problem in the future." Duan Mulinia rode. The Demon Emperor stared at him coldly and said, "If she wants to leave, no one can keep her in Yulan Empire. Let her go. Maybe it can help us contain Yulan Emperor and King Jinping. Since Niao Lanqin has been injured and left, he should not appear again in such a short time. Naturally, there is no need to worry about her." The devil's eyes stared at Ning Xiaochuan. His eyes slowly solidified and said, "Are you Ning Qian's only son?" Although the devil's eyes were very plain, they gave Ning Xiaochuan a huge pressure, and the blood in his body could not work. "This is the Emperor of the Demon Gate, and even the first strongman of the Jade Lan Empire. Even Niao Lanqin's original was easily defeated by him." Ning Xiaochuan naturally dared not be careless. "Father, he is the only son left by his sister." Duan Mulinia whispered. "I didn't ask you, is there a place for you to talk?" The Demon Emperor gave a deep reprimand. Although Duan Mulinia is the master of the world-destroying Tao and the giant of the Demon Gate, he can only behave in front of the Demon Emperor. He was scolded by the Demon Emperor and immediately shut his mouth. The Demon Emperor stared at the Dark King and said, "Long Ting, his martial arts cultivation, is it really you who passed it on to him?" The Dark King said, "Demon Emperor, after all, he is your grandson. Everyone knows that the Demon Emperor hates Ning family very much, so they are pleading for Ning Xiaochuan." Yuningxing also bowed and said, "Demon Emperor, Ogawa was also a victim of what happened that year. His parents died from urination. Moreover, he suffered humiliation in the Marquis of Jiang'a because of his natural fetal disease. Please don't blame him for all the mistakes of that year." The Demon Emperor looked at the crowd, and finally stared at Ning Xiaochuan. After staring for a long time, no one knew what he was thinking. After a while, "Ning Xiaochuan, I don't like this name at all." The Demon Emperor said coldly, shook his head, and then walked away. In just a moment, the Demon Emperor had gone dozens of miles away and disappeared in the sight of everyone. "What do you mean? The Demon Emperor just left?" Yuningxing was puzzled and said, "Father, Lord Devil, what does this mean?" The corner of the Dark King's mouth showed a smile and said, "Since the Demon Emperor said this sentence, it shows that he didn't treat Ning Xiaochuan as a grandson. You know, only true relatives will care about the names of future generations." Duan Mulinia also smiled. "My father used to like his sister best, and everyone thought that he had become disowned by his practice of blood-eating demon skill. However, I just looked at my father's eyes, which was exactly the same as his sister before. After all, he was old, and he couldn't be unhappy to see his only grandson. Shunger, he said that it's not necessarily when the Demon Gate army breaks through the Imperial City, that is, when the Demon Emperor marries his grandson and you." Although Yuningxing was wearing a veil, he also felt quite shy, just lowered his head and kept pulling at the corners of his clothes. The Dark King said solemnly, "Ogawa, the Demon Gate army will attack the Imperial City in 3 days. Now the Imperial City has become a place of right and wrong. Otherwise, you can go back to the Demon Gate camp with us and cultivate your martial arts skills. If you can contribute to attacking the Imperial City, your grandfather will be more happy." Ning Xiaochuan stared at the direction of the Devil Emperor's departure, withdrew his eyes, gently shook his head, and said, "Senior, you should know me very well. My sister and grandpa are in the Marquis of the Sword Pavilion, and I can't leave them alone." "You can't help it. You have to go back to the Demon Gate camp with me. Do you know that besides the army of the Demon Gate, other forces will also attack the Imperial City this time?" The power of the coalition is already quite large, and it's safe to take the imperial city. If you stay with the people of the Marquis of the Sword Pavilion, someone will inevitably hurt you by mistake. If you die on the battlefield, how can I tell your mother? Duan Mulinia said strongly. Ning Xiaochuan bowed to Duan Mulinia and said, Linger is my cousin, so I'll call you uncle. Uncle, you have your persistence, and I have my principles. I must return to the imperial city and fight side by side with my relatives. Even if I die in the war, no one can stop me. Ning Xiaochuan took the magic sword and didn't look back. He turned and walked away, saying, Ning Xing, Xiao Linger and Xiao Hong will bother you to take care of them. They are safer to stay at the magic gate than by my side. With these words, Ning Xiaochuan's body turned into a huge rainbow bridge, crossing a distance of several kilometers and flying out of the sight of everyone. It's so stubborn. I'm just like his mother. Duan Mulinia stamped his foot hard. The Dark King smiled and said, Brother Duanmu, don't worry about him. With his current cultivation, there are not many people who can threaten his life. Little Linger leaned against the skirt of Yu Ningxing, gently pointed to the wrench, and murmured in her mouth, I'm Linger. How can Linger become her father's cousin? I'm Linger. Yu Ningxing whispered in Xiao Linger's ear, your father said Big Linger. Big Bell. Xiao Linger's eyes stared round and big. Suddenly, a beautiful figure came to mind in her small head. Her eyes suddenly glittered and she said with a milky voice, Mom? Little Linger hatched from the egg and saw Duanqi Linger at the first sight, so she always called Duanqi Linger mother. However, Duanqi Linger is rarely around her, so she has another mother, Yu Ningxing. In her opinion, mother and mother are different. Yu Ningxing didn't know how to continue to explain to her. She planned to take her back to the barracks of the Demon Gate and let Duan Kipling explain to her slowly. At the same time, her heart is also very angry. Ning Xiaochuan named her too casually, and even took the name of Xiaolinger, which makes her look like Duanka Suzuki's daughter. Why not call it Xiaoyuer? Xiaoning? Xiaosheng? Recently, the Magic Gate gathered the fighters of each subalter, formed a large army, attacked the city and pulled out the stronghold, swept through the imperial army, and occupied all 7 domains around the imperial city, and thousands of cities fell. Led by the demon sect, there are powerful families and clans in all prefectures, counties, which launch attacks on all towns and yamen, and then form an army to form thousands of rebel forces. A month ago, the Demon Gate invited rebel leaders from all over the world to attack the imperial city and rob the cultivation resources and wealth in the imperial city. Rebel forces everywhere naturally responded one after another. After a month of fighting, the prestige of the coalition army was overwhelming and came straight to the imperial city. Only the last 2 lines of defense were left outside the imperial city, but with the powerful power of the Demon Gate, those 2 lines of defense could be broken in 3 days, and then the army came under the city. All the soldiers in the imperial city entered the most intense preparations for the war. 72 city gates have been completely closed, and no one can enter or leave at will. All the arrays in the imperial city are also opened. Even walking underground and in the sky, it is impossible to enter the imperial city. Once someone dares to break through, he will encounter ruthless killing. On the wall more than 100 meters high, troops are patrolling at any time, and prohibitions in the army are installed on the edge of the wall: dragon tendon bow, god shooting crossbow, basalt chariot, etc. Even if Wu Zun wants to break into the imperial city, he will be subjected to devastating attacks. It was at this time that Ning Xiaochuan returned to the imperial city and walked step by step under the gate of the imperial city. Who is it? Above the gate, all the sergeants pulled away the dragon tendon bow and were ready to attack at any time. Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan's loud voice. What? Ning Xiaochuan. It must be Ning Xiaochuan. He was seen to leave the city in dragon armor. But now the city has been closed, and the Lord ordered that no one should be put into the imperial city. You want to die? Ning Xiaochuan dares to kill even the Marquis in the clouds. How many heads do you have enough for him to chop? Go to inform the Lord and let him decide. The sergeants guarding the city had a headache. No one dared to offend Ning Xiaochuan at all, so they had to report to King Dajinpeng first. Before long, King Dajinpeng's car drove to the gate of the city, and the generals guarding the city went to meet him, kneeling neatly on the ground. However, the person who came out of the car was not King Jinpeng, but a beautiful and elegant woman. This woman also looks like she is 17 or 18 years old. Her eyes are very beautiful, her eyelashes are long, her nose is crystal clear and straight, and her lips are extraordinarily ruddy, like a lotus out of water. Her neck is thin and long, showing a lot of temperament, and expensive, so people dare not look directly. Naturally, she is the gorgeous Princess Sisi. Princess Sisi is the most outstanding daughter of heaven in King Dajinpeng's mansion. She is not only the best in martial arts cultivation in her generation, but also a noble intermediate mental health teacher. Not long ago, Princess Sisi broke through the 15th floor of the Tongtian Bridge in the Tiandi Academy Palace, and her talent has reached a level that is difficult to meet in at least 4,000 years. Seeing that she came instead of King Dajinpeng, all the sergeants dared not lift their heads. Get up. Royal Sisi's face was very ugly. Everyone could see that there was a little anger in her eyes, and I didn't know who she was aiming at. Those sergeants stood up carefully, and did not dare to talk disorderly, for fear of touching the mold of Princess Sisi. Princess Sisi boarded the city building more than 100 meters high, stood above the city gate, stared at Ning Xiaochuan below, his face was very bad, and said, Ning Xiaochuan, you still have the face to go back to the imperial city? Because the ground is more than 100 meters away from the city tower, Ning Xiaochuan's body looks only as big as a match. Ning Xiaochuan heard Jiu Sisi's voice, so he raised his head and said curiously, why don't I have the face to go back to the imperial city? Why? You know. Yusasai bit her lips tightly and directly grabbed the dragon tendon bow in the hand of a sergeant next to her, put the arrow on the bow and pulled the bow into a full moon shape. You should know that this is a bow made of the tendons and bones of the dragon elephant. Only those who are extremely strong in martial arts can pull the dragon tendon bow into a full moon. Phew! Yu Sisi's fingers loosened, and the arrow turned into a white light, rushing towards Ning Xiaochuan below. Bang! Ning Xiaochuan's martial arts cultivation was so powerful that he stretched out his hand and grabbed the arrow. He said unnecessarily, Royal Watermelon, what are you doing? Open the gate quickly. Yusasai stamped her feet in anger and said, you've eloped with Mrs. Ingqi, so you'll always come back. Why are you back now? What's your favorite, Mrs. Ingqi? Ning Xiaochuan knew that Yusasai must have knocked over the vinegar jar again. The sour smell could make a large army lie on the ground and said, who did you hear that? Is it the crown prince? No matter who said it, I'll ask you, did you spend the night alone with Mrs. Ingqi? And it's still in Mrs. Ingqi's boudoir. Yu Sisi's bay teeth bit her lips and stared at Ning Xiaochuan angrily. Yes. Yes. I did spend the night alone with Mrs. Ingqi, but... Ning Xiaochuan seemed very calm and did not intend to hide. However, before he finished, another arrow came down. Bastard, scum, it's all right to like a seductive son of Qing Lu unexpectedly, even a woman with a bad reputation like Lady Ingqi likes it. Are better women than them dead? Ning Xiaochuan caught the arrow again, threw it on the ground and said, Royal Watermelon, don't mess around. It has nothing to do with love. Open the gate and I'll go back to the Marquis. I mess around? Good. Very good. Yusasai pinched her fingers mercilessly, feeling like pinching Ning Xiaochuan's neck, and said, Ning Xiaochuan, then you can spend your life outside the city gate. Yusasai is really angry. There are so many good women in the world, such as Homen Qianjin, princess of the palace, and princess in the palace. As long as he wants to marry, absolutely many people want to marry him. But he likes Xu Ningxing and Lady Yin Qi. It's really annoying. Yusasai walked down the wall and stamped her feet hard. Your Highness, don't you really open the gate to the little marquis? What if the Demon Gate army comes to the city in advance? A general guarding the city gate bowed to Royal Sissy. What can we do? What can we do? He deserves it. It's good to let him suffer. Royal Sissy gradually calmed down, with a wise light in her eyes, and said, wait a minute. Go and tell him that as long as he promises to mend his ways and stop having an affair with a woman with a bad reputation such as Lady Yin Qi and Yu Ningxing, the princess will give him a chance to let him into the city. But with the martial arts cultivation of the young marquis, if he wants to break through, we can't stop him. The general said. Yusasai said, okay. If you can't stop him, all your heads will fall to the ground. The general shivered all over and hurriedly said, yes. Subordinate, I'll tell the little marquis now. That general returned to the top of the city gate, secretly complaining, with Princess Sisi on one side and little marquis on the other. If he offended anyone, he would die. What evil is this? He respectfully said to Ning Xiaochuan, little marquis, the princess said that as long as you don't have any more contact with Yu Ningxing and Lady Yin Qi, you will immediately open the gate. Yusasai really thought a gate could stop me? Ning Xiaochuan is interested in Tao. The general and the sergeants around him immediately knelt down in fear and begged, don't. Little marquis, once you break through the gate, we will fall on our heads. A sergeant nearby said, we are all old and young. Once we die, what can they do? Please give us a way to live for the sake of our 80-year-old mother. Ning Xiaochuan frowned slightly and said, get up. How can you guard the imperial city as you are now? Go back and tell Princess Sisi that I have a Jiu Dang here. As long as she opens the city gate, I will give it to her. Jiu Dang. Hearing the name of the pill, the general's body shook slightly. Jiu Dang is a high-level Dan. Even Wu Zun will fight to seize the treasure. The general hurried down the wall and reported the news to Yusasai. Jiu Dang. Yusasai naturally was still very excited, but she deliberately said angrily, this guy is becoming more and more dishonest, and he knows to cheat girls with pills. They must have been given to Yu Ningxing and Mrs. Yin Qi. I don't want his pills, let him wait outside. How long does this princess see he can hold on? Ning Xiaochuan knew that Yusasai was just a little girl's temper, but she was not really angry with her. She believed that she would open the city gate obediently until dark. Even if she doesn't open the gate, I'm afraid King Dajinpeng will order to open the gate. After all, Ning Xiaochuan's current martial arts cultivation has reached the point that King Dajinpeng has to pay attention to, and no one wants to really offend the Marquis of Jiangya. Ning Xiaochuan found a 2-meter square smooth stone at the gate of the city, went to the stone, sat down and began to practice. Anyway, the army of the Demon Gate has not attacked yet, and Ning Xiaochuan is not in a hurry to enter the city. Previously, he fought with Niao Lanqin and condensed the magic sword. Ning Xiaochuan's martial vitality in his body has only recovered a layer or two. He just took this opportunity to recover the consumed vitality. After the birth of the 9th world-destroying gas, the magic sword was completely activated, condensing the demon blood sword body, and giving birth to a trace of extremely weak intelligence. Jianti and Ning Xiaochuan have been completely integrated. Ning Xiaochuan condensed the Wu soul into a human form, turned it into a light spot, flew into the body, shuttled through blood vessels, and finally came to the position of the heart. If you magnify this spot 10,000 times, you will find that it is exactly the same as Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan came to the heart and stood under the magic sword, surrounded by a blood-red chaotic space, which was almost endless and could not see the end. The sword body of the magic sword looks extremely huge, like a mountain inserted in the ground. Ning Xiaochuan stands under the sword body, just like a tiny grain of dust, and can only look up to it. There are many blood channels on the magic sword. It seems that it also has life, wisdom and 7 emotions, and 6 desires. Wow! The brilliance of the sword flickered. The shadow of the cold rain appeared from the sword body, with eyebrows like willow leaves, eyes like cold pools, long black hair hanging down to the waist, and a continuous stream of terrible demon gas was flowing on the body, just like a demon queen of hell. In fact, Sui Hanyu had already transmitted a projection to the magic sword before, but at that time, the Devil Emperor and Niao Lanxin were both there, afraid to be detected by these 2 strong men. Therefore, she hid the projection in the magic sword and did not manifest until now. Ning Xiaochuan, you have cultivated 9 ways of killing the world, and now you can officially be regarded as the 4th generation successor of killing the world. Sui Hanyu's voice was cold and extremely cold, and he said, with your current martial arts cultivation, you have initially possessed the ability to pass through the wilderness in days, and I hope to start now. Leaving? Leaving Yulan Empire? Ning Xiaochuan rode. Sui Hanyu nodded and said, yes. After all, Yulan Empire can only be regarded as the primary civilization among the 5 civilizations. The cultivation resources are limited, and the number of talented heroes is also limited. The competition you can encounter is relatively small, which is not conducive to your cultivation. There is only one fish in the pond, and this fish will never know the pressure. If there are many fish in the pond, this fish can become stronger. At the age of 20, you have reached the 5th level of Dizuan territory, which seems to be quite great in the Yulan Empire. But in those 5-level civilizations, the intermediate civilization, the advanced civilization, and even the 6th-level civilization, your current cultivation is nothing. Ning Xiaochuan frowned slightly and said, but now I have cultivated to a talent level that is difficult to meet in 10,000 years. Shouldn't there be many people in my generation who can surpass me? This is a typical short-sighted, sit tight and watch the sky. Do you think you can be invincible to your contemporaries when you reach the talent level of 10,000 years? If you reach the talent level of 10,000 years, you will definitely be able to cultivate to the realm of secondary god? If you don't want to make progress, even if you have the talent level of 10,000 years, you can't achieve too high an achievement. Since ancient times, there are many high-level races' favorite children, who have reached the talent level of 10,000 years at a young age, but because of their subsequent weakness, they finally disappear, and they don't become the supreme master of martial arts. Sui Hanyu continued, the cultivation of martial arts is endless. The rare talent level can only represent that the potential in the depths of your body is stimulated. If you can't continue to keep practicing hard, the stimulated potential will freeze again, and it will be difficult to stimulate your potential again in the future. Ning Xiaochuan said, I see. This is like building a ship. The rare talent level represents the keel of the ship. The stronger the keel is built, the larger, solid, and magnificent the ship will be. Even if it flies into the universe, it is not afraid that the ship will be broken. However, to build a large ship, the keel is only the foundation. If only the keel is strong, the hull is too fragile to withstand the wind and rain. Even if the keel and hull are tough and thick, but the sail is very broken, it is still unable to sail to the other side. Sui Hanyu said, your savvy is very high, probably that's what you mean. To determine the strength of a martial artist, the cultivation of each realm is very important. Moreover, the level of strength depends on 5 aspects. First, martial arts cultivation. This is the decisive factor. If martial arts cultivation is not strong enough, even if you are strong in other aspects, it is useless. Second, cultivate martial arts. Before the realm of heaven and man, the martial arts you cultivate are only to absorb the mysterious chi from the outside world to expand yourself. After reaching the realm of heaven and man, the martial arts will become more important and produce many wonderful changes. Third, magical martial arts. In the martial arts world, once some profound magical martial arts are successfully cultivated, they can even kill the enemy across several small realms. The divine power 10,000 swords melt rain you cultivate has this potential, but it is still too weak. Next is the talent level. Martial artists with a talent level that is difficult to meet in 10,000 years are indeed very dominant in the same realm and can be called invincible in the same realm. Fifth, physique. Ning Xiaochuan said, "Physique? Can't 10,000 years be called physique?" 10,000 years of difficulty represents the talent level. And when I say physique, it refers to the innate physique. Like the Jade Beauty and the Black Bone Giant, they are all high-level Terrans with noble lineages. Under the same talent level, their combat power is stronger and their cultivation speed is faster. The Terrans of Yulan Empire are the lowest starter Terrans, which are far inferior to those high-level Terrans in blood inheritance.